was a surprise Yorker, really, from Arshdeep, and he just got himself tangled up, Rahane, and he flicked it away to short mid-wicket, and there was either a good catch or a good pick-up off the bounce. I'm not 100% sure.
I think we think the catch, well, I don't know, maybe the catch isn't clean. Taking a look at this again.
No, you're right. We want to look at whether he hit it into the ground, which he did not. So I think he's hit the ground with his bat. That's why he thinks he's hit it into the ground.
And we're just checking the catch.
But batters always know, Dan.
And don't even start.
Batters always know, except when they don't know. As this one is caught as clean as anything. And Ajitya Rahane is going to be out, so I'm going to go back to the bell.
Come on, we go.
Go. So that's our first Cricket 8 winner of the day. So Rob said Rahane under 28 and a half. Seemed an absurd line, if we're being honest. And we got on that, and he's just got himself in an awful tangle. He hasn't really looked that good this series at all yet, Rahane. So keep him in mind for future underbets as well, even when Rob Barron isn't there.
There's no time where I'm not here, though.
Greasing you up.
It's also a very good sign, isn't it, that the guy's not in the form that he thinks he is, when he's just hit the ball very cleanly to a fielder and been very comfortably caught, and he goes, hang on a minute.
I don't think that happens.
I don't think that's out.
He still doesn't want to go.
What's he waiting for now?
Well, I mean, essentially, he's got no idea. He hasn't seen anything there. He's fallen over, and you're right, Jarrod, he's hit the bat on the ground, and that's made him think that he's hit the ball into the ground. But then he's hoped, he's going for a second dibs here. Is there any chance that Rabada might not have taken that cleanly or that it bounced in front of him? And no, the answer is very, very definitely no. Even with the foreshortening effect. I want to get back to the three, just briefly, because my thinking is double-edged. It's Dharamshala. It's got quite a spongy, weird outfield. We've talked about that a fair bit. But also, we very nearly had a three in the first over. That ball hit out towards deep mid. If that had been Warner and Bairstow running, that would have been three all day long. Now, I don't know who are the best runners for a three in the CSK lineup.
Let's have a look. Good question. My favourite runner.
It's not going to be Shivam Dubey, I can tell you that.
He would be the worst possible, Dubey. Gaikwad's fine.
Jadeja.
Jadeja's a good scamper. What you would have wanted in years gone by is Jadeja and Dhoni.
Yeah, they're three merchants.
Yeah. And
as they're known.
For years, they didn't bother with the middle overs stuff, and you could argue that Chennai were perhaps under orders at certain times with their running in the middle overs. That's why they weren't a franchise for 2 years.
Daryl Mitchell has come out to bat and scored a single.
They did a lot of mucking about and nudgy, but those guys they're together. They might be the best pair ever at running. They were phenomenal, Jadeja and Dhoni. Dhoni's now, I think Dhoni might actually be older than me, which gives me some hope in life, Dan.
I've got another one to look out for when we get near the end, if Dhoni's batting. Look out for the surprise dot ball in the 19th and 20th overs, because I saw one of the most incredibly surprising dot balls that Dhoni produced the other day. Did you know the one I'm talking about?
The guys at the crease now who was batting with him at the end
ran two.
But Darren Mitchell ran all the way down and came back.
All the way down, came all the way back. Because if Dhoni's decided that the crowd's there to watch him bat, if he hasn't hit a boundary, he'll hit a dot.
Yeah,
I think if you spend $1 million on an overseas player, what you really want is to see how well he runs on his own.
I mean, that is outrageous ego, isn't it? I love it.
Incredible.
But
Mitchell was in, wasn't he?
Mitchell
he played 7 or 8 balls.
Yeah, Mitchell slices this up in the air. He's going to get a couple over the top here. There might be a three.
It could be a three.
It's going to go for 4, isn't it? No, it's going to be a 3. I reckon it's going to be a 3.
Shout.
It's a 3. 61 to 1. Oh! Yeah, Norcross has walked in and he said, look, this outfield is puffy. It's puffier than his eyes after a couple of drinks late at night, right? That's how puffy this outfield is. It's a big ground and these guys are a big chance, and it's perfectly timed by Daryl Mitchell. That unfortunate swipe across the line. That's why you come to Cricket 8 for 61 to 1 shot. That's it. Go to the pub, go to the cafe, drink some chai, do whatever you need to do, fix your motorbike for the rest of the day, because you are done.
Also, there's no need whatsoever for me to be here anymore, because I'm here for betting stuff. Dan's taken over. All the best.
Mika did that to you one day as well, didn't he?
First ball 20 to 1. Yeah.
Early daylight. I'm going to screw up from here. Don't you worry.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm in credit. Yeah.
It's such a amazingly niche conversation to have, talking about threes. Unbelievable that one then instantly happens. Amazing stuff. But yeah, you want MCG, you want huge outfields, or you want the grass to be weird. And you've definitely got that here. What a shout that is. That's incredible.
Have you've been on the surface?
Yeah.
It's a different. It just feels different than any other ground.
It feels 3E.
Yeah, it does feel 3. I remember. I was there for a test match. The 2 things I remember are the momos.
Oh yeah, the momos. Oh, love a momo.
And the outfield. It's just a very different kind of feel, isn't it? The whole,
Well, the whole thing feels weird.
Yeah.
And this is where Rob's going to be proved right, I'm pretty sure, later on in the day. We are going to see the ball flying. If someone shows intent here, you miss-hit sixes at the Sharla more than most places for all the reasons. It isn't actually the highest ground. And when you get like a list of the highest grounds, we did a thing on this when we were doing the World Cup. It's because it's the foothills of the Himalayas. So I think you've got like your Joburgs.
So I've had a look at this before.
Here we go.
There are websites that suggest it is the highest, and there are websites that suggest that Joburg is slightly higher.
I think Joburg is slightly higher. I mean, none of them get close to, of course, Mount Kilimanjaro, where Phil Walker, the editor of Wisden, decided to go and play a game of cricket insanely.
This one's from Gaikwad. It's flicked away for 4. Yeah, it's...
There's one in Kenya, I think. I think Kenya have got a ground that they've played at. If you get up the highest...
I was thinking Nepal must have a high ground.
Nepal must have, surely. Surely.
I could be wrong.
Have you read Penguins Stop Play, you two?
Yeah, yonks ago, yeah.
Is that Marcus Berkman?
No, Thompson. Harry
Thompson.
Oh, Harry Thompson.
Lovely
book.
Harry Thompson.
Lovely book, that. Really
Is
good.
he passed?
He has, I believe.
Yeah, he was on the way out at the end of that book.
Was he?
He describes playing when he kind of knew that the end was nigh. And it's a lovely read. That.
What's the Marcus Berkman one? What am I?
Rain Men.
Rain Men.
They played in the same team, didn't they, Harry Thompson?
I think that's why I get
Berkman.
confused.
And then I think they went their separate ways because Berkman's team was so bad that they wanted to revel in being dreadful, whereas Harry's team was bad, but like the Authors, they wanted to believe they were good. The Authors is an hilarious team. My wife refers to them as Brokeback Library because you've never seen so many supportive men.
It's such a cult, that side. And also, he fends at this guy quad outside off stump, tries to lift it over third and misses as it goes through. Nice pace and cat bounce, which we expect on this wicket. I remember when I first started playing for the Authors, because they talk it all up on social media. And I was like, this is obviously a proper level of cricket. And then I saw them play. And I was like, okay, it's a bit.
Yeah, they've got 1 or 2 guys who can really hold a bat.
Nick, Houghton,
and
Tom Holland can bowl okay.
Kind of.
Yeah, but sort of Andrew Mueller.
Yeah, on the spot.
Yeah, and the captain.
Charlie Campbell.
Yeah, he can bowl okay.
And Rich Beard can bat. He's a very useful bat.
But it's very much
It's a very fine author as well, actually.
Yeah.
If you want to read his book, Sad Little Men, which is
about the author's
no, you think it's actually about boarding schools in England, having been to one, and how they create some of the maddest people.
I'm shocked.
Yeah,
sitting next to one of them.
You didn't need a book.
Were you at boarding school?
I was at a school where there were some boarders, but I did not board.
Oh, and Morgan boarded at your school.
He did. Chris Jordan. Yeah.
And you were, of course, Nigel Farage's fag.
That's correct.
As this is short and smashed away for 4 by Daryl Mitchell. Bad ball by Arshdeep, especially to someone like Daryl Mitchell. It's only a joke about Nigel Farage. I'm sure you just...
Well, no, he did actually. He put me in detention.
Did he?
Yeah. He's forgotten it, but yeah, he put me in detention.
Well, you've talked to him about it since?
Yes, I have. Yes, I did an event with the Lord's Taverners event at Lord's, unsurprisingly. And yes, I reminded him that he put me in detention, and he's unsurprisingly had no recollection of it because I was about 12 and he was about 17.
I bet you he was he was really upset when Bairstow got run out.
Oh, undoubtedly.
And Mitchell's gone for this. This is high.
Very high.
And it's going to go, well, we talked about things travelling for 6.
It didn't.
That looked like it was going to go for 6 and somehow stopped. But to be honest, when he first did it, I thought that was going to be out, Norcross.
Well, it's the bottom of his bat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It hung in the air. No, I think it actually has been called 6. It did just creep over. It did. Well, I say, yeah. It was an optical illusion that it was badly hit, actually higher up the bat, not lower down the bat. He got an enormous amount of elevation on it, but just as Rob was talking about, a miss-hit here can just keep going, and it has.
So if that's a 6, there's a bet here. Straight away.
Oh.
Because sometimes we talk about this quite a lot, like when is a 6 more than a 6?
Yes.
That one is. He's towed it, and it's somehow defied, the laws of physics in my eyes, and carried for 6. Over 9.5 Chennai 60s. So what they did there, the bookies, is they were 8.5 60s before. they saw that 6 and they moved it up 1. That's just what they do.
Yeah.
But that's not a normal 6. A normal 6 is Mitchell playing that shot straight but getting it and it goes miles.
Yeah.
That one he towed and we all thought, well, he's in trouble here, and it just carried and carried and carried. So over 9.5 Chennai 6s is a good bet, because you've got Mitchell already going, but Dubé's the big 6 man. There was another bet, we didn't have time to talk you through it, but over 1.5 6s for him at.
Would you still be able to get that
6 to 4? I don't know. Depends where you do your shopping.
Dubé over to he's got to get 2 6s to beat.
Yeah,
jeez.
6 to 4 to get 2, and he's been a 6 machine this IPL.
He's only going to face about 9 balls.
Well, if his spinner's on, he's only got to face 3 balls to get 2 for 6. And what
They won't
Dubé
bowl a
does
spinner to him.
is that he messes with plans.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he's not that bad at smashing pace.
Now,
so he can.
this year thing though, isn't it?
Well, he had to work on it because he realised that no one was going to give him any more spin.
Yeah.
And he's gone away, and whilst he, laces his boots with concrete before he bats, and he just literally stands still, he's got an unbelievable eye, and he mows through the ball. This is his 6s. He's got 1, 5, none, 4, 3, 2, none, 7.
Mitchell has smashed this pull shot. It's gone straight to the fielder, but it's almost gone through him physically.
Mitchell's come to play. This is unusual for him to come out swinging.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah. This is not the normal Mitchell. So I think what they've said to him is, if you're going to be in the side, you can't just play another anchor role. We actually need you to use your power a little bit more. But to be fair, this is also a wicket that probably suits him a little bit better. He grew up in Western Australia and New Zealand, didn't he? So he's used to. I think he spent a lot of time in Western Australia around his teenage years. So he likes the short ball. Plus, he's bloody massive. Have you stood next to him?
He's surprisingly huge, isn't he? Yeah.
He's
I know what you mean. On the TV, he looks kind of slender.
Yeah, he's not.
No, he's made of muscle. He's made of Antipodean muscle.
He's
grit, determination.
He's not that far off a sort of Corey Anderson size human, but Corey Anderson looks massive.
That's right. Yeah. There's a glow to him. Now, there's another thing I want us to look out for here, and it's a sort of corollary of the 6s that get hit. Is that it really surprises fielders here. I've seen more drop catches at this ground than you will get normally. So a catch that feels quite simple, but it tends to come at them harder because of the rarefied atmosphere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so you think the timing is off?
Yeah, I think the timing for the fielders is off because
but the fielding's been pretty good in this tournament so far. So
it's been an absolute disgrace.
I don't know where you get any kind of odds on drop catches. I don't know if such a thing exists.
If you did, you'd have been all in on overs, whatever the line was this IPL, and you'd have swept up because nobody can catch. It's my biggest problem.
And you hate that, don't you?
I really hate
absolutely hate that.
Yeah, you're both setting me up to get angry. Which is part of this show, and it will never not make me angry.
Let's say
I've had therapy. I've talked it through with people.
It hasn't worked, does it?
And it's a really easy, practicable skill, and they're professional athletes. So why can't they catch?
Let's say you had a bet.
Let's say.
Right.
Let's just imagine that. Yeah.
For all out.
Yeah.
That if there were 2 all outs today, they were going to pay £100,000.
Let's just say that.
Let's just say that, right? You would be very annoyed to then suddenly hear the fact that there might be more drops at this ground.
Yeah, the thing is, what you don't want if you're on a bet like that is Chennai batting first, because their wickets lost. I will get you the numbers. Jarrod is absolutely itching to tell you about his club cricket match yesterday. I'm not sure how long he can hold out. Look at his little face.
I'm so glad that Norcross is here for this.
Oh, splendid.
So we're playing on a dog heap pitch where nothing's bouncing and everything's is going.
We're talking municipal.
No, it's New Beckenham.
Okay, yeah.
So it should be a better pitch,
okay,
but it was their third pitch and it just didn't come up. One half of the ground's wet, the other one has got grass 2 inches thick.
Yeah.
Our team bowled 55 wides and 10 no balls.
Oh,
right?
That's a long old time in the field, that is. I
go out at number 4.
You wouldn't want to be a smoker in that team.
No, I go out at number 4 and our best bat gets a great ball that dismisses him, as Darren Mitchell's going to get a cheeky 2 here, I think. I get... our best bat goes out not long after I get out, and then I run out one of the dads who's in his second game of cricket. So I ran him out so well that he ended up face first on the ground while I was safely at the other end.
Well done.
Yeah.
Is he a dislikable man, or
he's one of the loveliest people I've ever met?
Yeah,
so it's the perfect guy to run out. Yeah,
perfect run out for you. Yeah.
So another guy comes out to bat, Gary, and me and Gary go quite well. But Gary's calling for 2s and 3s and all this sort of stuff.
Unnecessary, that, isn't it?
And he hits a 4, and the opposition say, "That's the first 4 of the day." 50 overs into the day was the first 4. So Gary keeps calling 2s and 3s, and eventually I said to him, "Mate, we're going to kill ourselves. We're going to have to run all 125 of these runs right? Because this ground is so slow.
Is that what you needed to win?
Yeah, 125. So we get to about 100, 105, and we've broken the chase. Or we're on the edge of breaking the chase because we've got a bit of a dodgy tail. Yeah. And Gary comes up to me and he says, "I've got to go off." I went, "What? Why?" And he goes, "I'm going to crap myself."
Oh,
I said, "What?"
dramatic.
And
do a Ben Stokes.
And I said, "Sorry, can you say that again?" And he goes, "I've got to go shit in the woods." And I said, "Okay."
What about the loo? I mean, was it a loo there?
The closest distance was
the woods was right, okay.
And I was like...
You still got the kit on, though.
So I said, "Okay, mate, well, do me a favour. Face up the next over. Don't just run off the field.
Yeah.
Try and hit a couple of boundaries, because that'll get me closer, and then I'll do what I can with the rest." Next over, first ball gets a ball, hits his pads. Going miles down the leg side. Our umpire, 15-year-old kid, finger straight up. Gary, this is the bit you'll like, Rob. Gary then starts arguing with the umpire that he wasn't out. Mate, you just told me that you're about to crap yourself. Why are you arguing with a 15-year-old? Get off the field and unload yourself. That is club cricket in a nutshell, isn't it?
Do you know what? It's funny you should mention that because I was involved in an umpiring incident last year, which has resulted in somebody writing a diss track about me.
What?
Yes.
You're quite big in the world of rap. And
Yeah, huge.
Yeah.
Huge. Yeah, me and Biggie Smalls have had a beef for a while. Is he still around? I don't know.
No, he's been dead for 25 years. But
that'll have been my influence. I know
that's
that.
some beef.
It's a hell of a beef, a post-grade beef. So, I want you to imagine the situation, right? So we're playing on an awkward kind of pitch in Wandsworth, and it's the Authors against some jazz hat team. They're very sweet. And they've got
the jazz hat
cricket. Well, they've got two kids playing for them. One's 17, one 15. They're brothers, and their father's there, right?
Yep.
And now then, got a bit of elevation there. But
almost caught it mid-off.
That's the other thing. Occasionally, balls will reach fielders when they're not expecting them to.
Yeah.
So I've got out pretty early, missing a straight one that moved a bit, but more importantly, I didn't. So I'm castled. And I've nipped off, because I'm opening the batting, somewhat peeved that my day is over. And I crack open a bottle of rosé from the bar, get changed, drink it. Suddenly there's
you got the bottle of wine before you got changed?
Yeah, I got the bottle of wine and then took it into the changing room and
no,
started
that makes
drinking
sense.
it as I was.
That's normal human behaviour, of course.
Yeah, you start. Yeah, well, you've got to make sure you've got your ducks in a row, yeah? Or your rosé in a row. So I'm drinking away pretty heavily. Quickly is what I mean, because of the disappointment of getting out to a second ball duck to a 17-year-old. And then there's a kind of kerfuffle taking place as a wicket falls, and then another wicket falls next ball. And it's, "Dad, can you go and umpire?" Now, I'm a bottle of rosé and a bit in by now, and heaven knows what else. And so I slide up to the crease, take my position as the umpire at the bowling end, when celebrated children's author Tony McGowan walks to the wicket. He's
first spinner, Harpreet Brar, and this is backed away by Kaikwad, and he tries to hit this through the offside from square leg.
Now he's a classic author in that he has delusions of grandeur and can't really bat. So they get him to open mostly, but today he's down at number 7.
Wow.
Oh, this is 6 from Kaikwad. Good intent.
How is that 6?
Off the inside half of the ball. Inside half of the bat. I think your 6 bet is looking lovely here.
Yeah, inside edge for 6.
So he walks out of the crease, he's on a hat-trick, and it's a 15-year-old bowler. It's not the 17-year-old who got me, it's the 15-year-old. His father's standing at mid-off, right? Comes into bowl, and Tony pads up the hat-trick ball.
As you do.
Pads it up, right? Plays no shot. There's a half-hearted appeal, but that's enough for me.
If you are not going to play a shot to a hat-trick, you are out.
To a 15-year-old's hat-trick ball,
Yeah.
when, if you don't mind me saying so, the umpire is Test Match Specials Daniel Norcross. He's got a story he can tell that can last for quite a bit of his life, whereas Tony is entirely expendable.
Yeah. Also, Tony has a story.
Tony has a story, yeah. And look, in fairness, it was probably going to miss the off stump, but not by too far, but by enough that on a normal given day you wouldn't give it. But it's a hat-trick ball to a 15-year-old to give him out. So,
Yes. Another 6 here. He's inside out, over cover from outside leg start to 4.
Just inside.
Sorry, Rob. I went early on that.
Is that a big side boundary?
It does look big to me, don't you think?
It's the longer one. So what they're doing here is they're doing something they don't normally do,
Which is actually
bowling
runs?
Brar in the power play. So Brar's very good at keeping the runs down when there's loads of fielders everywhere.
Yeah.
And they've decided to change it up and let him have a go in the power play. And Gaikwad said, yes, please, I'll smash it over the fielders, no problem whatsoever. Unless he gets a wicket in these 2 balls, that's hugely backfired, and they're massively under it now, Punjab. So that's just a bad tactical decision. It's been working for them the whole IPL, having Brar bowl straight through the middle. They've gone early and gambled in the power play, and Gaikwad's just gone to town on it.
Yeah, there's a couple of interesting things about it as well, isn't there? Because that inside-out shot over extra cover so nearly went for 6. And this one might, I don't know, is it going to bounce again? It's
a lovely
That's
the replay, that's why.
It was incredible how similar it bounced.
How similar. But obviously, Brar's bowling with the long boundary to the offside to the right-hander, because that's the prevailing angle of
I think
turn.
they've got everyone on the leg side because of that. And he's come down the wicket again, and Mitchell's flicked this. He's got lucky here, if we're being honest. And that's going to dribble away for 4. So that's a very big over from Harpreet Brar, who probably hasn't gone for many big overs all tournament long.
19 off that.
We got a message in.
But just to finish off, he posted on Twitter, I like to call it, formerly known as X or the other way around, a diss track, which basically, I'll play it to you later. He's come after me. And I believe the first 2 lines are Norcross was pissed, Norcross was stoned.
Accurate.
Up went the finger and off went poor tone. Or something along those lines. And it's very elegiac. It's done with a folk song. I'll play it for you later.
Do you think, though, you would have given it out sober?
Yeah. If he pads up
I
to
think
a hat-trick ball, to a 15-year-old.
Quite right.
Yeah.
I don't think...
You've got a bat in your hand, mate.
I don't think the alcohol in that...
50 years old.
Yeah. In that case, I think you were perfectly reasonable to do that. And that's why, I don't know if you know this, Rob, but when you pad up and you go out LBW in international cricket, the rate of that has gone massively down. And the reason it's gone down is because umpires would just go, you got a bat, mate. And now DRS says, well, the ball's still got to hit the stumps.
Yeah.
So if you have a look from 2005 onwards, that dismissal doesn't happen anywhere near as much as it used to. Another big hit here from Gaikwad.
That can't possibly have gone for 6.
I don't think it was. That must have been a 4, mustn't it?
Yeah,
that was a 4. But a good clip.
Curran in the attack. First over after the power play as well.
And been smashed. Their intent is up here.
So this is something that Chennai don't usually do, and they're trying to hit the ball.
Yeah.
Right, which is very unusual for, like, Gaikwad likes to take his time. Mitchell, his first 10-ball strike rate this year, last year, and the year before in the IPL is only just 100. Yep. I mean, that's garbage for this sort of thing. Mitchell likes to get to
6 too.
Yeah,
Jeez.
He's almost tried to hit it along the floor, and it's missed a 6 by a foot and a half.
The ball is flying here.
Yeah, and if you're not on over 6s already, you're not too late. They haven't put the lines up enough. So what happens here is they put the input of there's been a 6, and then they tell the machine there hasn't been a 6 for 10 balls, and it goes, there hasn't been 6s, so we must make that line go down. The line should be going up here because these 2 are now more set. They're 9 in hand, so Jube's got even more license. Jadeja has license to hit 6s and not come in and
you can see 3 in and over coming around. If they've got wickets in hand, the 14th, 15th over could be carnage.
Gaikwad is also a man that when he hits one, he usually goes on and hits loads. He's one of those once he's started. Anyway, Chennai's intent this tournament, the worst they've done in terms of wickets lost in their 10 matches is 7 down. And they've only done that once. So most of the time they're 3 or 4 down because they're not going hard enough. And Punjab are the opposite of that. They all go miles, they go as hard as they possibly can all the time. That's the plan. And I love that plan. It's really fun to watch. See also KKR.
Yep.
And they don't mind getting bowled out every now and again, but they also chase 260 without breaking sweat. And they're a team that can, the market will believe that they can chase whatever Chennai score here because they're nutcases. And they can also fold for 80 all out, and that's why they're a really good watch. But they will never die wondering, Punjab. And the reason why Chennai aren't in the playoff places at the moment is because they have wandered, and they've played in a tournament where everybody else is smoking it everywhere, and it's come back to bite them. So they're clearly playing on a very good deck here. I didn't see any turn at all for Brar there. Seems to be coming on nice. Dot balls look impossible. Nothing is beating the bat here. So if you're betting on balls, Dot is a way bigger price than usual here.
So what's a good line for 6s? I can get 10.5.
Yeah, over.
Has anyone died wondering quite as much as Rinku Singh did the other day when he lobbed back that simple catch to Piyush Chawla, the accountant?
That was incredible.
There's been a couple. You can get 9.5 still, 6s.
Oh, okay.
That's bet 365.
How many 6s have we had so far?
We've only had 2. So you need another 8. And normally, that's not great in 13 overs. But with the way cricket's going now, 2 set, 9 in hand, crazy air. The
Yeah.
crazy air
The
is
crazy
the thing
air-
that
crazy
hasn't
air.
gone into their models.
Yeah.
Just like the 3 earlier, Dan, the mad sponge hasn't been put into the model. And it's quite hard to put crazy air in if you're a bookie, because they're relying on 1 or 2, usually men, to sit down. I don't know any female cricket traders, please email in if you are one. And they just go, okay, well, there's been a 6, so bang, input 6, model goes up a bit. But it's more than a 6 here.
Yeah.
Jarrod.
We've got a message on YouTube from Nachiket, who says, what was your strategy when KKR sent in Manish Pandey as the impact player? I know what we bet on that game. I think we all did very well on that game. We'll explain that in a moment. But at that particular moment, where did you go?
So when Pandey came out, by the way, I want to give one of the traders from Decimal a shout out for this the other day. So he's a huge Manish Pandey fan.
Someone has to be.
But when, Indian guy called Barron, absolute legend.
We've got a timeout. So let's talk about Nachiket's question after the break here on Cricket 8.
Possibly the greatest bet of all time. Over to you, Jarrod.
I was really annoyed, Dan, because I remember sending him a message at one stage going, they're 14s, we should be putting money on Delhi at this stage, because there's no way they're going to stay 14. In the end, they came into about 5s, and by that stage, it was too late for me to put my money on. And so I missed my big advantage. And because of that, you know what I'm like, I get very angry.
Yes.
So I waited for a really good bet. And the really good bet was the run line in the second innings was about 205, is what Delhi was expected to make. And I was like, there's no way Delhi is making 205. But realistically, they're going to try and whack it everywhere. They're going to combust and they're not going to make 200.
Yeah.
As you remember, Fraser McGurk did exactly what I thought he would do. He just managed to make about 7. So I was like, well, those bets are gone. I'm not going to get those bets. Then later, they moved the run rate to 230. And I thought, well, they're not getting 230. So I went back in again.
Yep.
Stubbs went out, and then Rishabh Pant couldn't hit the ball away. 199 was my first line. All my bets kicked in at that point. They got to 199 with 10 balls to go and 4 wickets in hand.
2 overs to go.
Was it 2 overs?
They're 199 for 6 with Rishabh Pant still there.
That's right, they lost 4 wickets for none.
And they lost 4 wickets for
Oh,
none.
you one. Nice.
I got the jammiest bet of my life. I mean, to be fair, I would have cashed in afterwards anyway. But I had given up, Dan.
Of course you had.
I was sending him messages saying, I'm done, this is stupid, I shouldn't bet on cricket anymore, and I ended up having my greatest day. Come back perfectly timed for a wicket here as Gaikwad has edged behind from Chahar's first ball. He's tried to cut this away. It's a really good bit of keeping by, was that Bairstow? I don't know. Who's got the glove? Oh, Jitesh Sharma's got the glove.
Who's the worst wicketkeeper in the IPL. That's a big surprise.
That was a very, very good catch there. It spun, it bounced, and I just want to see how much edge you got on it. I didn't get that much on it.
Feather. Good take.
Either way, good take from Jitesh. You're back with Rob Barron, Daniel Norcross and Jarrod Kimber. Remember, you can email us at live@cricket8.com. And also, if you're on the YouTube, you can ask us questions on the YouTube channel, like Nachiket did when he said, what was your strategy when KKR sent in Manish Pandey as the impact player?
What
Rob
was your
Barron.
strategy?
Yeah, let me give Varun, our trader at Decimal, some props there. So, I'd almost forgotten that they'd been...
I didn't know you had one.
They'd cryogenically, or whatever the word is. What's the word? Cryogenically
Cryogenically?
frozen
Manish
Pandey
Pandey
for 3 years until They were 50 for 5 in 6
It was weird
overs
that,
or
wasn't he?
whatever.
Came out to bat. Yes, I was going, hang on.
And Varun built into the system Pandy, and he said Pandy will come out and bat now. I said, I can't even remember he's in their squad. Like, I've totally forgotten about
That's
Pandy.
genius, yeah.
And he went, and he put his run line up, and he said, no, Pandy will come now. And they called for Pandy. I was like, okay, that's an unbelievable shout. What are we going to go for his run line? And everyone's, well, we have to be higher than normal because he is 100 million % the firefighter now. So he puts away the expansive shots.
Yep.
He is amazing at that. Chennai used to have a guy called Badrinath back in the day.
Yes.
And he only batted as a firefighter. He might as well have worn the yellow helmet when he played, right? Should have been a Chennai embossed fireman's hat for him to bat in. Because and it was like, if they started well, take your pads off.
Yeah.
Like, just put your feet up now. That's you done for today.
Oh my God, Shivam Dubé's out first ball, and there goes
huge.
that bet.
That's huge.
Oh dear.
So we had him for sixes. In fact, we've got some bets for sixes. They might
That
all
is
be in
huge.
trouble at the moment. It is 69 for 3, and Rahul Chahar has come on and he's bowled 2 balls that can be cut, and both of those balls have been cut into the wicketkeeper's gloves, Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, and I've got to say that I didn't think either of the balls were particularly good.
Nope.
I mean, they were okay, but that's a little bit full to cut, perhaps. I don't know. I'm not
Good
sure,
catch.
actually.
Has that stopped a bit?
Has it stopped? I mean, it hasn't done anything other than that off the pitch because it hasn't really turned. It was wide enough. When you've not got your feet moving, it's tricky, isn't it? It's a tempter. You're probably playing that shot or you're leaving it.
I think
And
playing a
Dubé's not
cut
lever.
first ball is quite tough.
It is a dangerous thing to do.
the ball is further from your eyes than other
Yeah.
shots.
That's not his thing either.
Yeah, it's not, no.
But what does he do with that if he doesn't play it? Does he leave
He's not
it?
going to leave it, is he?
He's not going to leave it.
Maybe
So,
you get in the line and punch it out to cover. But
it's quite a clever ball to bowl to Shivam Dubé,
yeah,
True.
in fairness.
True.
I mean, you don't in your mind's eye have a Shivam Dubé scorching cut through the offside like a left-handed Robin Smith, do you? That's not how Shivam Dubé presents in the brain.
that's changed the odds. So for the first time today, Punjab are favourites. They are 184 and Chennai's at 216 if you want them. And the run line is now 189. So it got out to 215.
Yeah.
So if you were betting on it around 215 for unders,
You're in good shape. The just to finish off answering that question, the angle there when Pandy comes
Yes.
in, and you know that he's the firefighter, you know that he's going to nudge singles for the next 4 or 5 overs. When Rinku played the shot that you were just talking about down the one that he chipped back to Chawla, I think there were 5 down in the power play. So they unfreeze Thor. Some people use Thor. They Thor Pandy, and they go, "It's your thing." And he's like, I thought that the cricket had stopped doing that. I thought you'd stop nudgy, and I wasn't allowed to play. No, nudgy, away you go. Do your thing.
He tells a few Bernard
And
Manning
it's like-
jokes. He walks out to bat with a cigarette in his mouth and says something a bit sexist. No,
Yeah.
Radish, it's not the
Yeah,
1970s.
He's out the working man's club and off to the crease.
My
Out
wife,
the
my
British
wife.
Legion. And he nudges. I've got some very good British Legion stories for off air. I used to work in one. Anyway.
hat trick? No hat trick. Dan Norcross would have given that out.
They're 5 down, and you know he's going to nudge around. So you back fall of wicket overs.
Yeah.
Because there's no risk, and so I've tried to explain this before and failed miserably. But if you can imagine, so these 2 batsmen now, Mitchell and Moeen, are given run lines from here, whereas fall of wicket, if you consider him as a batsman, Mr. Fall of Wicket, which is why if it's swinging around early, you want to be on unders fall of wicket, because Mr. Fall of Wicket must face all the swingy balls at the start, whereas each individual bat only faces half of them if
Yes.
they face half the balls, right?
Yes.
So when you get to this bit now is a good example if you didn't have Moeen Ali batting, because he is somebody who can't.
Oh, he's almost hit that straight back to the
Moeen
ball.
is not built to do the nudgy. What he does, Moeen, in this spot, he gets 10 off 10 doing it, and then he gets a ball that he likes, and the muscle memory kicks in, and he plays a half-hearted swat and gets caught on the rope, because his instructions are
Spot on.
chill out.
Yeah.
Whereas what Moeen really wants to do is lash that
Yeah.
ball, and he's as good as anyone ever at hitting spin for 6 when he's on. He hit 3 in a row 2 games ago. But yet, when Pandy comes in, you know that Mr. Fall of Wicket here is getting free runs for the next 3 overs, because KKR go, well, we can bowl our bad bowlers now, and you're not going to go after him. We can bowl the bad pace. And sorry, not KKR, who are they playing?
Mumbai. Yeah.
Mumbai got lots of bad bowlers. So Mumbai go, we don't need to bowl Bumrah at you now, because you're going to try and score at 5 and over for 4 overs. You can have it all day.
Although that was the absolutely most catastrophic decision they could have taken, wasn't it? And I was on commentary for that game, and it absolutely drove me berserk, because Bumrah bowled 1 over, and they got him 5 down, and they've been forced into bringing, to thawing Manish Pandey. To win that game, you get 2 overs from Bumrah in here. You pick up 2 wickets and the game is done.
Yeah.
Absolutely done. And it was exasperating. At the end of that game, Piyush Chawla had an over unbowled. He bowled 3 overs for 15 on a pitch that was actually taking spin.
And the other spinner as well.
And Bumrah actually had a ball unbowled, which may not sound like much, but he ended up bowling 3.5 overs because he came into bowl
they held him back twice, Norcross.
I know.
Because they could have brought him on to finish the game, and he then usually bowls his 17th and the 19th.
And he bowled the 18th and 20th.
Which is really annoying if you're betting on those overs.
So that was extremely costly. So I was saying...
I hear your pain.
I was saying to Jake, who's a cricket 8 stalwart, I was like, we know he's going to bowl 17 and 19, so we just need to wait and smash the unders for over 17.
And then Hardik...
Here's Hardik, and you're like... Not Hardik, it's not your turn, Hardik! It's not your turn. Hardik then bowls another over of underarm. They lost that game by what, 25?
Yeah.
And that was all because they're mad and didn't try and break that partnership. Because, as you say, if they broke that partnership, they kind of cracked it.
Yeah. I mean, at least 1 over of Bumrah at the 7
left.
or 8
They had 3
mark.
left.
Exactly. If they do 1 there, and if you're that timorous, keep 17 and 19. But to me, what that was a captain who was playing by numbers, but he'd even changed his own numbers from 17, 19 to 18.
He was playing by someone else's numbers.
Playing by weird numbers.
He really was.
He had absolutely no feel at all for the match situation. And I feel kind of bad the way that Hardik Pandya has been treated as he wanders around. It's not very savoury, is it, the amount of booing he gets? But frankly, you can kind of understand it. If you were a Mumbai Indians fan watching that absolute calamitously appalling tactical nonsense unfurled, then you would probably be a bit annoyed.
So that game, I can tell you the rest of our betting strategy because we had a group chat going and we were all over it. I reckon Rob got on at about 5s on KKR. I waited until KKR's seamers had bowled because I assumed they would get hit, so that I got on at 6.5. Then I think they got hit even more, so then I got back on at 8.5. And our theory was, once the spinners came on, if Piyush Chawla was unhittable on that pitch.
Narayan was going to be unbearable.
I basically booked that he can't go for more than a runner ball here. He can't. It's not possible because Chawla bowled fine.
Yeah.
And Narayan's not Chawla. Like, I like Chawla. He's a funny man.
And also,
he's the accountant. He looks like someone you go
there's
to
a really good bet here
about.
right now. Sorry, there's a really good bet here.
Oh, sorry.
Jarrod, load your Betfred account up and empty it on Moeen out next.
Of course.
So I'm looking at 3 different bookies here. One of them is Bet365 again, and they all think that Mitchell is the favourite to be out next.
Really?
False, incorrect, definitely wrong.
Definitely wrong.
You don't need stats. I don't need to load anything up. Moeen is more like Mitch. Lots of reasons. Mitchell plays within himself more, and Mitchell's the set guy, so Mitchell can't get out now. So Mitchell's not going to play a silly shot. Moeen, I love Moeen. I love him dearly. But he has a silly shot lurking in his brain at all times.
He can chip to anywhere.
At any
he can
point.
literally chip the ball to any. He's 360-degree chipper.
And what?
Which is how he's known.
There's a fish and chip shop round the corner. We're near Whitechapel, everyone. It's called Jack the Chipper, which is very good. Yeah, that makes me really happy whenever I walk past Jack the Chipper. But Mitchell's job now is to calm down because they've just lost 2 quick ones. Moeen's job is to play calm and then go. But whenever that is Moeen's job, he doesn't quite like it. He doesn't because he doesn't know. Oh, I shouldn't be playing this shot that my brain is telling me I absolutely must play. What must you never do when you're betting next man out, Jarrod?
Well, you should never bet while Daryl Mitchell is facing and he's got a ball run along the ground shooter here at his LBW.
Wow.
Luckily, in all that time, I hadn't put the bet on.
Good.
Now they're reviewing this. He might have got an inside edge.
So you never ever bet on next man out when they're on strike, because that can happen.
Yeah.
Because Moeen hadn't faced a ball, and you're like, I've done my cash if this is out. But if this isn't out,
He hasn't hit it.
it's a great bet.
He's not hit it. It's hit him in front of
Do
leg.
you know what?
Is it
He's
going
very
down?
tall and he's on his toes, Daniel.
Yeah, it's hit the knee roll, but it's hit the lower part of the knee roll.
Yeah.
I'm a bit worried about the height because it felt like it was keeping low off the ground. So I'm not sure if the trajectory is going to take it.
I'm with you.
High enough,
It felt low watching it live.
I'm going to go umpire's call on leg
Yeah,
stump.
I
You know?
agree.
Agreed on that one.
Yeah, it's hit him in front of middle, but the ball's been delivered from around the wicket. So there's
This is now an interesting situation for Chennai in this game.
Arbitrary Hawkeye coming here. Looks
Look
like
at the
it might
angle,
be
though.
going down.
He might get away with this, Daryl Mitchell.
Umpire's call.
Oh, he's just
Wow.
got it. It
Good
is
eyes,
just
Daniel.
the umpire's call.
Good
the
eyes.
very outside. Norcross said that, but that angle straight away, I thought it might have got away with that. That is, Unfortunate, really, for Chennai, because a millimetre the other side, and he's gone away there, Daryl Mitchell. Also, probably very unfortunate for our Sixers bets.
So this pitch, it looks to me like it's changed. I'm still not sure that Chahar's wickets were really good balls.
They were not good
I'm
balls.
extraordinarily surprised that Jitesh has kept really well, because that's the first time I've ever seen that happen.
Didn't really deviate much, maybe, and you might have got lucky.
Second one deviated a little bit. Yeah. First one did.
I'm shocked that he took those chances. I don't think that was hitting the stumps, Mr. Hawkeye. I don't know what oil has got into that machine in the last 6 months, but it doesn't work how it used to. But it looks to me like there's something. That one's definitely stayed low. So from a betting point of view, you're like, I thought it was road and over sixes massively. I still think the sixes is a chance because of the air, rather than like Chennai are now somewhere where they're not comfortable at all.
Also, a batting sub might come in here because they're quite fortunate insofar as they've got Jadeja and Moeen, haven't they? So they've already got two all-rounders.
They've got built. In Jadeja, they have a batting sub who can come in and block, and yet the other day they sent in Rizvi. Do you remember? Did you see that?
That was just incredible.
One of the worst innings I've ever seen.
So Rizvi might come in
that.
today.
Yeah.
So he came in for a whack and blocked and then got out.
Yeah.
Basically his first ball ever in the IPL was this year, Rizvi, and he smashed Rashid Khan for an enormous 6. And since then he's been complete garbage.
Which is something Joss Butler has never done, isn't that right? Joss Butler has never hit Rashid Khan for 6.
So they've gone Jadeja, and what will happen now?
Oh, wide first ball. That could have been 5 of them. They're appealing.
I think.
But it has to be an optimistic one.
Just automatically appeals now whenever he catches it, because he's caught the ball 3 times in his life behind the stumps.
I think that flicks something on the way through.
Do you think they're going to review this?
They have reviewed
way
it.
too wide. I don't think that was hitting the stumps.
Yeah, you're right. We're just seeing this again, and the actual angle. I mean, he is caught on the crease, so it doesn't have too far to travel. But the angle is big, and there was a bit of jag.
I don't think that was out.
Yeah, I think
doesn't look out to me.
Might be onto something there.
Pretty Zinter, very happy.
She's feeling that things are going pretty good.
So they must not have reviewed that last one.
No,
they didn't.
Because I saw the umpire make a gesture, but it must have been for something else.
So this is a good one. Usually.
Can I just?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we got the next man out wrong.
Yeah,
and we got the Shivam Dubé 6s.
But we didn't have any time to bet the next man out because
I
he was never on
didn't.
strike.
Maybe someone who's quicker than me might have.
I didn't manage to back it because I saw Mitchell on strike and waited.
The cardinal rule. I love these rules. I'm learning these rules.
You never give the bookies a chance for free money, because my word, will they take it if you do give them a chance. I'm looking at the 6s line. I like it less now. So
we need to talk about free money in a minute, but finish this.
Sure. What Jadeja will do now is he is terminally boring.
He's unbelievably tedious.
Yeah. And he's a great pace smasher at the end. He's really good at that, and we've seen him in 50 over World Cups put together some incredible innings. The World Cup semi-final at Old Trafford over 2 days. That was fun. Throughout the rain, he just stood there and was incredible. He can do all sorts. But when his job, and it has been many times for Chennai, is come in and fight the fire, he is a dull watch, but it's usually unders for over betting, like 7.5. You want to be under here. And ball betting, there's loads of ones when he bats. There's loads of ones when he bats, and there's loads of ones when he bowls, Jadeja. He's just going to nudge it around now. And Moeen is in he shouldn't have misfielded that, because dotting up Moeen when he's in this spot, that creates havoc in Moeen's head. And that's when he tries to play the release shot and doesn't go through with it and gets out. So they're in a bit of trouble here, Chennai.
Free money bet from the other day when people didn't know the laws of cricket.
Oh, that was really fun.
Remember the LBW when he was given out on the field?
Now, that was...
You want to take us through the last ball, and then I'll explain what went wrong with the betting market.
I think that might have been the exact situation that I mentioned the one time I've been here before.
Yes.
Because I have the solution to that problem. And I was trying to describe it to people that if, let's say, if there's just a little... not a big game. Let's just say India v Pakistan in the World Cup final.
A regular game of
just cricket. A regular game of cricket, and you get down to and it was actually pretty much exactly this situation where 2 runs are required off the last ball, and the ball hits the pad, and it flies off that pad and runs either down the leg side or through a sort of vacant slip region down to the boundary, and it's going to burst onto the sponge. And hit him. There's nothing anybody can do to stop it. Indeed, it has done that while the umpire is raising his finger for the appeal of LBW. At which point, if you refer that and say, excuse me, umpire, I don't think that was out, it makes no difference. You cannot get a run. So you're going to lose the game by 1 run. It's just that you won't have lost that wicket. It makes no difference whatsoever to your chance of getting any runs. The solution to this problem is very simple. In matches where there's DRS, when an appeal comes for LBW, the umpire waits until the ball is dead and then gives it out.
Yeah.
At which point, if it's overturned on referral...
Would you only do that off the last ball?
No, every ball. Every ball of every game if you've got DRS. Because, you know...
Would build up a lot of tension as the batters are running, wouldn't it?
For sure, but leg byes are routinely missed. I mean, this happens quite a lot when decisions are overturned from DRS. They're not getting the leg bye they were getting. Often, and the most common example of this is a batter moves across his crease and looks to flick the ball away, gets hit in front of leg, the umpire deems that actually he's gone further across, gives it out, he says, hang on, that's not out. The ball's slid past the diving hand of the wicketkeeper to his left or right, it's a left-hander. Well, it could go for 4, sometimes it just goes for 1 or 2, you know. And they've set off and they're going to get that run, but then the umpire's finger goes up and everyone goes, oh. Well, it's just ridiculous. And in that situation, that was the exact situation I was talking about. One day that will happen and it was a big game, frankly.
Yeah.
Had it been not out on referral, imagine the hullabaloo. I mean, as it turns out, the ball was hitting leg stump. But if that had been missing leg stump, then basically, was it the Royals missed out on?
Yeah,
it was the Royals, wasn't it?
Yeah,
missed it
Rodman,
again.
Rodman
They've only lost 2 games, and both of them they should have won.
Yeah.
And they've lost each of them by about 1 run, haven't they? It's quite ridiculous.
Right at the end.
Anyway, that is a situation. So what did the betting markets do?
So the people in the betting markets thought that the game was still open.
Oh no.
So yeah.
Oh, lovely.
So
it must be an opportunity there.
Yeah, so there was. I didn't pick it up. One of our friends said, I won't almost said his name, but I don't know if he wants it to be out there. But they're at 107 and 114, I think, at one stage for about 25 seconds. I've got those odds and put on any money knowing
when the match was won.
The match was already over.
Yeah.
So a couple of things there. One, the ICC have had many, many warnings that this might happen one day.
They've had a meeting about it.
That was have no more meetings and change the bloody law. Like just stop it. Like it's a really
that's the way to do it,
really
isn't it? Is that you give the decision once the ball's dead.
But they've shown live to millions on TV what might have happened had that not been out the other day. It would have been a total travesty.
Oh, and Jadeja has come down the ground and he
Lucky
is
that he
just
didn't get hold of it.
Short.
Yeah.
But that's no good if you've just gone on unders.
They don't know what they're doing here. They don't know what to do here, Chennai. They're in trouble here.
When was the last time you saw Jadeja run down the crease trying to hit?
Especially this early in his innings.
They don't know what to do. They think that they need 200, or they think that they need to not lose wickets. They're befuddled, is what they are at the moment.
You can't get bowled out now, can you?
But anyway,
you can't get any bets on bowled out right now.
Not right now, but I would love them to be bowled out, and you might not be hearing from me if everyone gets bowled out today. But
ever again?
Ever again, yeah. I'll be into the sunset. But when that happened the other day, once that finger's gone up with 1 required for the tie, the game is finished. It doesn't matter whether you get it overturned because the ball is dead and they haven't scored a run. Betfair is sat there. You can back 1.14. It's like, sorry, I can back
1.14 on
1 to 7 on the team that's just won the match, SRH, which was Bhubaneswar.
Yeah,
I mean that is such 14%.
14%.
So
if you could, you would liquidate every single bit of money you've got.
What you have to do there is you have to.
Oh, is this going to be out?
6, I think. Oh, there's no fielders anywhere.
There's no fielder. They
don't have a mid-off.
Mid-off is up. There's no long off.
Okay, well that's it. So the ball before was totally crazy from Jadeja because there was a man there, and then inexplicably, so Punjab said, "Hang on, if you're being crazy, we're going to be really crazy. We'll take that man away who nearly got a wicket." And Jadeja hit the exact same ball in the exact same place, and now there isn't a man there, so it's 4 instead of being a wicket.
And it very nearly sailed off for 6. That's another.
Yeah,
I mean, that was no more than a push.
See, Punjab's inherent silliness can infect anyone, and they turn lots of games silly. But yeah, what I did then is you have to listen out for the siren because it could have been a no ball. That's the way you lose your money when you when you're smashing your whole balance on. Yeah. If suddenly that siren goes off, believe that siren is when I'm on my deathbed, I'll be hearing that bloody siren.
Have you been done?
Many times. And it's also a really annoying noise. So
Isn't it?
Talking about annoying noises, we told you to go under on the next over, and that should have been a dot ball, and it would have been unders, and that has gone directly through the fielder's legs.
It was arse deepy.
Whoever it was, they can go to hell. Because that was a perfectly reasonable bet, and he'd mistimed the 4, and we're like, that's all right, we've got this last ball, and he hits it straight to the fielder,
It was nearly called it long on.
Jarrod's learning
mistiming
about
a sudden
betting now.
charge down the wicket.
But what I did there, Daniel, is I literally emptied my balance and said, I'll take 1.01 because they've won the game. It hasn't had the no ball, and I had my whole balance on Betfair, £13.50 or whatever it is, all on because they've won, and it's free money, whatever. And I got hit most of it at like 1.05. 5% interest rate.
5%.
For doing nothing. And you get those opportunities every now and again. There's one where, when it's for a tie in a test match, it's, how many times it happened? Once?
Twice.
3 times a lady.
Ooh.
Nice.
Stop it!
A bit of bell drama. Are we time out here?
No, we're not. Finish the story.
So, what was the story?
It's had ties. There are ties. Two
Yeah,
ties.
so in the test match, so sometimes
That's one every
Betfair,
1,000.
when it gets close to being a tie, Betfair doesn't know the laws either. It doesn't. You can be scores level and not be a tie.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, like having England Zimbabwe.
You must bowl them out, and that was happening in a West Indies test match not that long ago. And Betfair didn't know what the rules were. The market is not experienced enough in test matches. Didn't know what the laws were. So I'm really sorry about. I should probably go home. I should definitely go home. Dan's already thrown out a 60-1 winner, and I'm chucking out next man out losers. But there was such a huge inefficiency in the market. You're almost second guessing yourself. Like, hang on, this definitely is not a tie, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you can sit there laying the tie at 8 or something when it can't possibly happen unless they've changed the laws in the last hour. The only time I've been really done by them inexplicably changing the laws of the tournament was you can bet on, and this is pretty tragic, but I know people that do it. You have to be a certain kind of human to do this, but you can bet on completed match, whether the match is completed, yes or no, by the rules of the tournament.
I see.
Do they get enough overs in for a result?
Yeah, gotcha.
So in T20s, it's 5 overs of the second innings must be bowled for it to be a game. And that's a horrible full toss from Rabada, clunked away for 4.
After 2 dot balls. They're trying to ruin the overs here.
Yeah. And it was the Champions Trophy final at Edgbaston, England-India. So what was that, 10, 11 years ago?
Yes,
and
2013.
England messed that up, something chronic, but anyway. But I was there, and I was looking at the completed match market, and we knew that the cut-off point was, let's say, if they're not back out there by 5 o'clock, it's done. Tournament rules, right?
Yep.
Not laws, tournament rules.
Yeah.
If they're not back out, we've had an hour and a half or whatever it was. As soon as the clock goes past 5 o'clock, we're done.
Because they've got to get 20 overs in, haven't they?
Yeah. So 10 to 5, whilst we're at the ground, the heavens opened.
Ooh.
And it had already been raining all day, and they just about managed to mop it up. The heavens opened, and it absolutely bucketed down. Torrential, brollies up everywhere. Like, this is done. It's 100% finished. There's no way they can be playing in 10 minutes. All the money on, completed match, no, at like 1.3 or something, 30% interest rate. Then they have, unbeknownst to us, they have an emergency meeting, the ICC, and change the rules and go, we can give it another hour. Rain immediately stops as soon as they've said that. And
that's painful.
Luckily, they announced this at the ground during a TV ad break. So the traders watching it on the telly didn't know this information. So we got it just in time, and I literally unloaded my whole balance on, and I ended up getting a 200 quid loss, which is perfectly acceptable for getting something massively wrong. But if it wasn't an advert break at that time, I'd have done the stack.
Oh dear God.
It was like, well, I'm in the middle, like
You should be able to sue the ICC in a situation like that.
Somebody's building an ark at the time, and like, there's 3 people fishing in the outfield, and you're like, well, obviously they're not going to play now.
So some interesting things happened on the pitch just now. We've missed on our second unders in a row because of another misfield. So if you did go unders, I'd like to apologise to everyone because we got it right. That again would have been an unders, but Chahar fielded that on the boundary, and he smashed his face into the ground, and he's gone off. So he's still due 1 more over, I would say. Does that sound right to you, Daniel Norcross, Chahar? Or is it 2 overs?
At least 1, I think.
Yeah, he's got 2 overs left. So he's got 2 overs, 2 for 5, Rob, and he's gone off.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not.
And that's why you come to Cricket 8.
I'm not the captain. I think it's the amount of times you look at scorecards after games and you look at somebody who's got 3 overs, 2 for 12. And everyone else is getting tonked. It's like, why didn't that guy bowl again? Mm-hmm. And they get obsessed with matchups. They get obsessed with, well, we must hold him back and all this. Like, hang on, you're massively on top. This is what Australian teams are traditionally very good at. When you're on top, the foot's on the throat, you push down. England run away and take their shoes off, and traditionally. Cricket is a game very much of momentum, and when it's swinging your way, you've got to go with it. And sometimes abandon the pre-match plans.
Exactly like Hardik Pandya didn't do the other day.
What is Hardik Pandya as a captain? He's getting a lot of
liability, I think.
Yeah, but like the times he's bowled himself, I think the bowling himself to Dhoni in the Mumbai Chennai game when Dhoni hit him for 20 or 4 or whatever it was, that was almost like an exhibition game. How many runs can Dhoni get in these 4 balls? He might as well have bowled underarm to him. But his captaincy is ludicrous. But they've allowed Chennai to get back into the game here, Punjab, by fielding like idiots, which is something that you just can't do, and all teams seem to be doing.
But I want to come back to the Sharla effect, because nearly all of those misfields have been fielders who looked like they thought they had it under control, but the balls got to them just that bit quicker than they were expecting. So they're fielding as if they're at sea level. And
damn Sharla.
Damn that Sharla, indeed.
Oh, this could be a run out. He hit it straight back to Sam Curran, but they've managed to get through.
Into his wrong hand, didn't it?
From a betting perspective, Rob, they have definitely upped the intent.
Yeah,
but they are not upping the scoring rate.
So this is this is where it's a crucial time for Chennai, because Moeen will probably press the button first out of these 2, and we've seen what Moeen can do when he hits. So what Mo has done now is he's done his initial job and stayed in for a bit, and now he's thinking, when do I go? And that bit is the crucial bit of this innings, because if Moeen comes off when he goes, he can take the game away. He can score 20 in an over and a half, and all of a sudden Chennai are back in it. But he can also get out when he plays his first aggressive shot.
This could be out,
which is exactly what he's just done.
Incredible, absolutely.
And that's he's played his first aggressive shot because he got to the bit where I'm 17 off 18. I'm not quite sure what I should be doing. I must hit Sam Curran. The ball wasn't there to be hit. He played the shot anyway. Out he goes. That's Moeen. And that is why at a crucial stage, Punjab are now way back in front. But that Moeen innings was reasonably predictable, wasn't it?
That was a slow ball out the back of the hand that's got him there. I'm just wondering, because I know I keep going on about the unusual rarefied effect of Dharam Sharla, but I've seen so many catches dropped. I've seen so many balls sail further over the line and go for 6. As a bowler, if you're a quick bowler, the shorter quick ball, that's got to be a weapon that we haven't seen used very much here. But
Rabada a little bit, but more back of a length, hasn't it?
Yeah, I would have thought that's a ball. I'm surprised. I mean, it's fraught with a certain amount of danger because it might bounce too high, conceding the wide. But I'm just a little bit surprised we haven't seen more short stuff out the head.
Yeah, and it's a really good tactic for certain players as well. Like Narine, why aren't they bombing Narine early? He's finally regressing.
Yeah.
But it was a mystery for 6 games in a row. You just bowl at his head and then you push him back because he hates.
He'll play the no-look pull.
And then you bowl at the bottom of middle stump and you clean him up, which is what happened the other day. These tactics seem reasonably obvious from here, yet teams won't deploy them. And I'm not sure what dark forces are at work there. As we probably see Santner batting now if they don't bring the sub in.
Well, I was just wondering, because I think if I would be tempted not to use the sub, and the reason I wouldn't use the sub is, so far, certainly wrist spinners look quite good, and they've got a wrist spinner in their impact subs.
And,
until
they're still just about okay because they've lost 5 in 12. Are we 12 and a half overs in?
If they get to 175, is that fine here?
It might be, but also, there's only another, 45 balls to survive with 5 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
You've still got Dhoni, you've got a batter out there. I don't think you need to panic at this stage. They have sent Santner in, who played pretty well here in the World Cup, as I recall.
He's a good bat. He didn't run off the last ball of the World Cup final.
He didn't.
Which is truly staggering.
More than non-striker's fault as well. That she should have been called.
But have you noticed, I've been watching a little bit of old women's cricket over the last 15 years. They run off the last ball every time. They just do it.
It's one thing where women are miles ahead of the men.
I mean, there's a lot of things.
There are a lot of things.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. That one, praise the Lord that they've got the memo. I cannot understand these men that don't run off the last ball, regardless. You should.
Yeah.
No last ball of an innings should end up with anything other than a boundary or a run out, or a
I
wicket.
totally agree. Just keep running. If you ever watch the ECN, which is a remarkably good product, it's a great product. So if I wanted to watch Moeen's dismissal, I have to search Twitter or hope that the ICC put it on their official page or whatever. There's a load of rules around me not being allowed to watch it or post it or anything like that. But if I want to watch any ball ever of the ECN, I can look it up on YouTube. Any ball ever.
Lovely.
It's amazing. You can go like, oh, did you see this over? Hang on a minute. I'll just type in the game, move the whatever it's called cursor back.
Cursor.
You get the
it's a wonderful product. I know my computers.
I fire up my PC.
Then I log in.
I would be tempted right now if I was Chennai.
Are we in a break?
Nope.
No.
I would be tempted right now if I was Chennai to bring Shardul Thakur in next.
Oh.
And leave Dhoni right to the bit Dhoni wants to come in.
Dhoni gets kind of vertiginous if he has to bat for more than 7 balls, doesn't he?
So
us old guys are like, we get grumpy, don't we?
Yeah.
Dhoni cannot anymore score against spin. So them saving the spin overs with Dhoni still to bat. Dhoni's striking.
If Chahar can come back on the field.
He's striking at like 70 now against spin. Dhoni. He can't do it. So yeah, if they manage to get Dhoni in early, we might not see him hit every ball for 4 or 6 and not get out, which is all he's done all season. Apart, he got run out off the very last ball last time. To be fair, he's one of the only people that's done it.
What's the run line here for?
171 is the run line at the moment. So it's got up to 215 at one stage.
171, yeah.
So I thought it was a bit high.
Yeah.
Harshal Patel is bowling. He's taken 15 wickets this year. It doesn't feel like it's been one of his greater years, but he's still getting the wickets. He's coming around the wicket to Jadeja. Sorry, no, Jadeja, isn't it? And see what he does to Santner. Yeah, around the wicket again. And he gets that 2 straight. That should be 4. And they've stopped one.
Oh,
kind of.
Me. Who did that?
They've stopped one. 104 for 5.
Ashutosh has saved the 3 runs there.
He looks like a good athlete. I wonder why he's at short fine.
Yeah, I mean, that is traditionally where you put your work. That is the Piyush Chawla position.
The donkey spot. Remember, there was a St. Lucia one year at the CPL, the year after I left. They recruited Lasif Malinga. They had Rockin Cornwall, Darren Sammy, Tishara Pereira. And I was like, those guys are going to be fighting over short fine leg. Beautiful shot by Jadeja, but again, great fielding here by Harshal Patel. And they probably saved themselves here a couple of runs just by fielding.
This is a really interesting pitch, this. I can't
work it out at all.
Yeah, it looks really good and then it doesn't. And it's that odd ball that misbehaves can really... And Chennai are now stuck between a rock and a stupid place because they're not quite sure what they should do. And that's the thing with this innings. Chennai are never in this spot. 5 down with 7 overs left.
Has Harsh Patel hurt his finger? There seems to be a long conversation about something.
Yeah, it gives us an opportunity to look at a vehicle.
The punch EV?
Yeah.
Was this what Elise Perry, she hit a punch, didn't she?
Hit it, she smashed it at the window, didn't she?
Yeah.
That was a great cricket moment, that.
That was a great cricket moment.
Do you guys remember in the old List A Australian, the Mercantile Mutual Cup, when you had the sign and the players used to aim at the sign?
Oh, well, the John Player League at Hove. Do you know about this? I'll tell you after this ball.
Please do.
It was always really curious as a child. That's going to That's going
to be 3.
That's going to be 3. It could be another 3. Oh, are we getting another 3?
Yeah.
I think get in.
I think you would have had to invest quite a lot to get that second 3, though. Hopefully no one was invested after your first one.
No, that's okay.
I think you'd be okay, yeah.
Well, it's 100 means at the moment, if you bet on 2 3s, and you bet on every single ball, you need a third 3 to make any money. Otherwise, you come out even.
Yeah, but you've got 6 overs to go. You're miles in front.
You don't want to come out even.
So, at Hove, during the 40-over competition on a Sunday called the John Player League, and this was the height of English cricket's commercialism, where you had John Player Special as a cigarette company, you had Benson and Hedges, you had Gillette, all pouring money, Schweppes as well, pouring money into the English game. It was like the IPL of cricket. There were all of these incredible overseas players, Viv Richards, Joel Garner, Imran Khan, all the South Africans that shouldn't have been allowed to play cricket because they should have been banned, but they had a safe haven in England. And at Hove, they placed about 30 yards apart, all the way round in a circle, just off the edge of the boundary, giant eggs. And if you hit the egg on the full, the player got a year's supply of eggs.
I mean, that's proper cricket, isn't it?
I mean, I think
proper cricket.
that's even better than Luke Wright getting a blender for winning the Man of the Match award. A year's supply of eggs. And apparently some of the players, you know, would be encouraged by their spouses, you know, we could do it. I like to bake.
You'd be loving that.
Let's hit the egg.
I like
hit
it.
the egg.
As a man that has the same breakfast every morning.
Yeah, you do, don't you? Yeah, I've lived with you over the course of
I've made you eggs before, surely.
You have, yeah. You make it with all manner of stuff. Cheese you put in there. Spinach, yeah.
Yeah.
Savoury. Not quite enough butter for my liking.
And there's no butter.
That'll be it. Yeah.
You don't need butter, I've got cheese. Cheese is better than butter. Everyone knows
You could have both.
You can.
And cream. You're going to put double cream in there.
I'm not making you eggs again. Do you remember my favourite random thing that a cricketer was given, by the way, was when Mackay and Teeny, I can't remember if it was for his 300 wickets or his 100th test, but he was given a fridge with his face on it.
Oh my goodness. Would you want that?
That's what I'm thinking.
I definitely would want
Every day I want to go back and see that.
Oh look, there's me.
Yeah, it would stop me going to the fridge so much, I think.
I don't think Mackay had the same kind of metabolism as you, Rob Barron.
I think he has quite the ego as well, Mackay. I think he
does, yeah.
He'd be very happy to open his own fridge.
109 for 5.
And get the beer with his own face on the beer.
Oh, by the way, if you did go unders, you would have got that last over. But I'm not sure if you should be betting on overs or unders at the moment, Rob, because it seems so...
Yeah,
we're in a stasis, aren't we,
it's
in a minute?
Generic kind of 8.5 line for the next over, and I couldn't bet 8.5. I think that's right. If it was 7.5 or 9.5, I would bet. But 8.5 seems like the only line it could be at the moment. That's a bad ball from Ashley.
Half tracker down the leg side to centre. I reckon. I was just thinking to myself, because our sixes bet is going to die, right?
Probably.
Unless Dhoni goes crazy or Jadeja has one of those moments, it's going to die. But
or Taco, don't forget.
Yeah, if he comes in. But I was thinking to myself, if Santa is going to hit sixes, it's literally going to be if you bowl short and at his hip.
Yeah.
He's only got this one away for 4, but all he really has to do next time is just get up and under that.
Yeah.
He's played it beautifully. There's no reason not to try and hit that for 6. He's just such a nerd who doesn't do it.
Yeah, well, you sort of get the feeling that they're not going to try and go aerial for 2 overs. I might be wrong here, but it feels to me like they want to take it to 16.
Yeah.
Everything's going on the ground here at the moment.
Now, I think this is a time to look for 2s. What have we got on odds on 2s at the moment?
Good shout.
2s.
Because these two are both good athletes. They're going to run.
Yep. You can get 9 on a 2. And
okay, so how many balls are left?
We have 33.
Okay. So you need... So if you bet 2 for the next 4 overs, how many 2s do you need to get up?
So basically...
They're
saying one in every 9 balls right now. They're going to move that price south as
so that'll be 2 2s in the next 2 overs, yeah.
So we think
3 overs.
We think and I think there'll be more than 1 2 in every 9 balls henceforth. So I'd be happy being on because
hang on, this might be one of them.
As you fellas both say.
Oh no. Yeah.
They're hitting everything along the floor now, and there's definitely gaps, isn't there?
And it's a slowish outfield,
and we've got the sponge running for us as well. So yeah, I like that bet. 2s at 9.
I mean, this is the classic nudge into the just beyond the inner ring,
the pocket.
The pocket.
And this is for traders. This bit isn't very difficult. What's difficult is when Travis Head and Abhishek are in, hitting 15 and over. The models can't cope with that. The models can absolutely cope with this sort of cricket, which is why I'm not seeing bets leap out at me here, because everyone's expecting about 8 and over right now, as am I, and I can't see anything like the bookies are doing a fine job here, because this is the bit where this is, for want of a better expression, normal cricket that we're watching now. Like, both sides are happy enough with about 8 and over.
In an over's time, it's going to change, isn't it?
You think so? Yeah.
I mean, I reckon after this strategic timeout.
Yes, which should be due very soon.
Well, it's due this ball at the end, or the end of the next over, isn't it, really? Or when a wicket falls.
One or both of these has to go. You would expect Jadeja goes first, but I don't know. Santner can whack, like I've seen him do it, but I would expect Jadeja to light up first when the pace is on. For some reason, they're refusing to bowl spin here. Well,
I think Shahar's off the field, and with Harpreet, they quite often just don't bowl him.
Yeah.
Yes, isn't that strange?
They won't bowl him now because there's 2 left-handers, but he actually bowls really well to left-handers.
See, this matchup obsession is something I have a problem with.
But
we're not bowling this.
I have a problem with you saying this is a matchup obsession, because it's not a matchup obsession. I just told you his matchup against left-handers is fine.
Yeah,
that's an improper use of matchup.
Right. So they're saying we can't bowl him because they've got
2 left-handers.
Left hands.
So they're not actually reading the matchup right.
Yeah. That's right. And of all the people in the world that should know about this, it's Mitch Santner, because New Zealand once did this in a game against Australia and lost because they bowled Kane Williamson instead of Mitch Santner for about 7 overs.
That's right.
And Santner, you looked at the numbers, and Santner was better against left-handers than Kane Williamson was. So what's your great matchup here?
So they've got a guy here that's bowled. Okay, maybe he's injured. 2 overs. 2 for 5. Let's say he's injured. Okay?
I thought he might have broken a cheekbone. That is a strategic timeout. So we'll come back after the timeout here on Cricket 8. You've got Rob Barron, who's had a bit of an average day, Daniel Norcross, who's had a fantastic day, and Jarrod Kimber, about par. Live at cricket8.com if you'd like to ask any questions. We've got one from Barron, who says, conventional wisdom suggests that the best bowler bowls the 19th over, but we know that the 20th over on average is the highest scoring. Doesn't it make more sense to bowl your best bowler in the 20th over in the first innings to minimise run scoring in the second innings?
In the first innings. In the chase, no, but in the first innings, that would always be the obvious thing to do, wouldn't
it? Yeah, I think it depends on what your best bowler is, because I think if your best bowler is a wicket taker, it probably makes more sense for them to bowl on the 19th, because then the person bowling the 20th over might be bowling to 2 players who are not set. But if your best bowler is a defensive bowler, then it makes more sense for them to bowl the 20th.
Are we talking first innings?
Yes, this is first innings.
You bowl your best over in the 19th, and you do it every time.
In the first innings?
Yeah, and then you think about it, and then you do it anyway.
Why?
Because the 20th over is due less runs if you get people out in the 19th.
Ah, yes. But that's what I'm saying. If you have a defensive bowler, they should bowl the 20th. If you have an attacking death bowler... So Dwayne Bravo should never bowl the 20th over when he was playing. He should always bowl the 19th, because he's more likely to get wickets. You need his wickets to slow the runs down at the other end.
Totally. And when Dwayne Bravo's on, he got lots of poles because he wanted Dwayne Bravo throughout his whole career to get as many wickets as possible, and nothing else mattered to him.
How do you feel as a commentator about the reviews for wides, Dan Norcross?
Well, do you know, I really enjoyed them when they first came in. And obviously, it was in the women's tournament that it first came in, because everything that's pioneered is in the women's tournament. But you end up with this kind of... The definition of a wide is that the batter in his natural stance can't play a normal shot to the ball.
Yeah.
But instead, it's become, is the ball inside the blue line, or is it above head height?
Yes.
Now, of course, if you are a midget, then the blue line is irrelevant. I mean, if you're really short, if you're Sunil Gavaskar, the wide line is going to be different from if you're Cameron Green, or at least according to the laws it should be. But in reality, it's become a very binary thing.
Yeah, they've changed it now, and they've now actually started having official measurements of every batsman, is how far we've got to now. So they officially have everyone's height. They put everyone's height into the computer. They've got his height.
Good news here on Cricket 8 as Rahul Chahar, who I thought really had hurt himself quite badly before, is back bowling. So that's a good sign. This is where the matchups gets more interesting, of course, because he is a leg spinner bowling to 2 left-handers. So suddenly the matchup doesn't matter to them anymore. But let's not go on and on about that. But we're back from the break here. Remember, you can email us live at cricket8.com. Rob Barron, Daniel Norcross, and Jarrod Kimber are here. As there's a big swing by Mitch Santner with the spin, and he gets nothing on it. And it dribbles off for 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you want Jake Fraser-McGurk in your lineup, isn't it? Because Chahar bowls these sort of flat balls with a bit of width, and Fraser-McGurk just leans back and hits him straight back over his head for 6 in the rarefied atmosphere of the foothills of the Himalayas.
Himalayas, is that the correct
Well,
pronunciation?
when I've been in India, they've pronounced it like that.
Okay.
But, who knows?
Jarrod, why
Have you noticed in the original Star Wars film, there's one character who pronounces Princess Leia wrong?
No.
Yeah, go back and
Tell
watch
me-
it. It was
right.
May the 4th yesterday.
Yes, of course.
So my kids were like, "Oh, we have to watch Star Wars," and this could be 6 from Santner,
It could be out.
except for the fact he's out. Well, that didn't fly at all. He dragged this a long way away from him. That's a good time for him to get out. Because Chahar's only got 1 more over and Dhoni doesn't have to worry about the spin too much. They probably don't need Shardul to come in now. But he's dragged that from outside off and it's gone down the throat of long on and another wicket, just keeping Chennai done. Yeah, so anyway, back to Star Wars. And you're watching it, and there's a bit at the end when the guy is explaining how Princess Leia has got the plans for the Death Star, which I think is ridiculous because we've now had a whole other movie where we know she had very little to do with it.
Yeah.
The Rogue One crew deserve a lot more credit there. Anyway,
Yeah.
and he's instead of saying Princess Leia, he pronounces it incorrectly. And
But how? Well, how do you pronounce Leia wrong? Leia.
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 I think he
Princess
says
Leia. Princess Leia.
But the thing is, you know that George Lucas went back and
I've
fixed.
never seen 1 minute of any Star Wars.
So they made the
That's
movies.
the least surprising thing I think I've heard today.
Late in the 1970s, they made all these movies, and then they re-released them in the cinema. And George Lucas fixed all the mistakes. Right.
Cool.
So Jabba the Hutt wasn't in that scene where him and Han Solo are under the Millennium. Jabba the Hutt was never near that.
No
but
idea what
they
you're
brought
talking
him back in for that scene, and there's all these in the background. You could see all these really cool CGI monsters. They weren't in the original ones. They made all this happen, but they didn't fix someone who didn't know the princess's name. I love it. Anyway, there you go. There's your fact for the day.
It means a lot to certain people.
Yeah, I saw his little face again.
It is Shardul!
He was getting really excited. So Shardul is someone who is really fun to watch when he plays cricket.
Unders.
When he bowls, you
Less
definitely
fun
don't
when
want to
he's-
be.
yeah.
You definitely don't want to be on unders when he's bowling. You want to
Yeah.
be on boundaries and sixes. Like he's really bad at that now. But his batting has always been mega fun. And again, even though we're at the death here, I'm not sure he'll quite know what to do. Like if Santner goes through with that shot, it's 100% 6 on this ground, but he didn't quite go through with the shot. And
He got the
Chahar's
toe end
got amazing
again, didn't he?
figures. Yeah.
And then Chahar's got all of his wickets with wide balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing on Shardul is he loves hitting pace and doesn't like spin as much.
I was going to say, this over could go.
Oh, he smashed this down the ground. This might
Lovely-
actually be
that's
4.
a lovely shot.
Oh, beautiful shot. Drilled that
Really
on the up.
good.
Shardul's one of those people who really annoys me though because he makes runs once every 7 innings and people go, he's an all-rounder. Well, he averages 17.
You think he's a fraud, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. You've been saying this for quite some time.
And he now averages under 20 in Test cricket. Exactly what I
last.
predicted.
At last.
Exactly what I predicted. And he's bowling so terrible, he won't be able to come back in and ruin me.
Yeah, I think he should be okay from here on.
I love him as a cricketer though. I just think we need to stop calling people like him and Tim Southee all-rounders.
Tim Southee, yeah.
Oh, this could be out. He might have done his job here. 4 of 2. No!
That's the drop.
Oh no.
Who was that out on the boundary? Who has not just dropped it, he has punched it for 6.
See, that is the classic Dharamshala drop. That has gone flying through the air. He thinks he's in the right position, and suddenly, it's just at the last minute, it comes that tiny bit too fast, and his hands are in the wrong place. I have seen this drop so many times at this ground. It's a very, very familiar drop.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
He's also gone a little bit of crocodile fingers with that one, Dan.
The traffic cone goes for 2 less
Well,
runs there.
I think that's partly because he thinks he's in the right place. Then he goes, hey! And he has to adjust. Here we go.
Jarrod should be out this one. Nope, he hasn't even
Right,
managed
so
to get it to the fielder this time. This one is a swipe across the line. Well, he's done his job. He should stand on his stumps now.
How many sixes have we had this innings now? Is that just the
Not
third?
enough.
Only 3, yeah, we need a lot
Three.
more.
So we need 6 more in
Not
3
enough.
overs. It seems unlikely, but there's Dhoni to come, and Shardul's only going to play one way at this point.
Yep, no, that's true. And Jadeja can hit sixes if he's in the mood. I'm not sure what mood he is in.
You can never be sure. with
Against pace,
Jadeja.
Jadeja can go berserko, and the over of 28 when he's around is definitely possible. He's got an over of 38 in the IPL before Jadeja.
Curran in again, back of the hand, slow ball, and Jadeja hits it nowhere. And hit the over of 38. Harshal Patel was the bowler.
That's true. And Jadeja was stinking the place out before that
Yes,
over.
he was.
And he insisted that he take strike for the last over against Harshal, who was going at 9 and over at the death. And a friend of mine turned to me, who we were trading together at the same time, and he turned to me and said, "What do you need off this over?" I said, "I'm fine, mate." I said, "The more the better. Anything up to 36 is fine." So when the first ball went for 6, I was like, "That's great. I need runs. You know, the more runs there are, the more money I make. As long as they don't get more than 36, it's fine." 38 off the over cheap. Shardul's doing his absolute best to get out here. He is a great watch. He's
accidentally hit that on the ground.
Yeah, I think the wicket percentage of Shardul now, so wicket in next over at 2.5 or bigger would be a bet. I can see 2.5 here. That's fine because you know what you're getting from Shardul now. He's nearly got out twice
And he's on strike.
balls, and he's on strike. So
What's
yeah,
his over underlines?
they probably don't have them open now because
He can't. Surely.
you can't open to defend the bookies for once. You can't open run lines for players this late because strike is too important, and someone can get their unders and be not out, and then you can win twice. It's too difficult to price those up.
So my point with Shardul, Dan, is that essentially he is a player who is a chaos hitter.
Yeah.
And there's a big difference between that and being an all-rounder. And too
Yes.
many people get those two things confused. And it's like, an all-rounder is someone who can consistently make runs. Shardul can go out there and cause absolute chaos. So can Mark Wood. They're not all-rounders.
Yeah.
Tim South is not
Yeah.
an all-rounder.
Darren Goff.
Darren
used to do
Goff.
that. Yeah.
Geez, he worked his way back from the next Botham, didn't he?
Yeah, well, didn't he get 40 odd in his first innings?
First innings, smashed them everywhere. Never really looked like batting ever again.
No. Well, he had the occasional hack, didn't he, I suppose. So what have we got? 3 overs left.
We have 3 overs left. Shardul's on 12 off 4. Jadeja is 23 off 19. As
go.
Shardul has muscled this
Good
away.
shot.
I said he wasn't as good against spin,
Good shot.
but he's managed to hit that quite well from Chahar over cover. It was again wide. Chahar is just like, well, this is what's working for me.
We're in a crucial stage of the game as well here. So this is high volatility cricket.
What's stumped?
Because okay, good. Shardul is trying to moose stuff that he's not very good at moosing. You can get 20 stumped, but you've only got 4 balls to get it.
Yeah. So you needed to know that, and we should have flagged that up before.
It's
That's
not
on us.
great. It's not. I wouldn't back it now because you've only got 4 balls, and yeah, there might be a stump with Jadeja back on strike. I think Shardul will face 3 or 4 more balls here and be out if he faces any more than that because he's in full whack mode. But it's really high volatility cricket because he's going after everything. As Jadeja
Here's a
goes after one here.
6. Well, we needed a lot of them. We probably won't get them, but Jadeja has humped that across the line.
Again, boundary prices is what you're looking at here. It sounds obvious, but 6.8 for a 6 is okay. 2.75 over 3.5 is too short to bet. I'm just looking around for basically boundary prices because you know they're trying to hit them now at least. This is the first time in the whole innings where they're in.
It's
fifth
unequivocal,
gear.
isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
And what can you get over 10.5 next over? Looks pretty good to me. There's,
We should hit
there's
that for
nobody
6.
who can bowl it that over 10.5 next over is quite good, Jarrod. If you like your runs per over, I'd be at least 11.5 if I was trading, and maybe even 12.5. Because which bowler from Punjab do you think keeps the runs down here? It could be Rabada, it could be Arshdeep, it could be Harshal that bowls the next, but none of those 3 are a lock to keep the runs down. That's not what Punjab are good at. They're quite good at taking wicket at the very end.
Oh, he's done that one. Chart.
He's come
right.
Overly
Explain
wide.
it, Norcross.
Okay, so this is, I love it when he does this. He's a right armer bowling leg spin, and he starts from the position of a left arm over the wicket pace bowler. And he then runs between the umpire and the stumps and has to twist his body round so that he gets it side on enough. It's an eccentric way of delivering the off break to the right hander, but it's quite effective.
Leg break.
The leg break, sorry, to the right hander, because it completely messes with their brain.
Wow.
Oh, we almost got a stumping there. I think Shardul's got back.
Two big swings those last two balls from Thakur.
He now needs to get out.
He's doing his best to get out.
Yeah, he's trying.
They're having a look. I think he got his foot back. Everyone else is comfortable there.
He's not out here.
Yeah, this is a classic wicket-keeper's appeal for catching the ball and taking the bails off.
And to be fair to Jitesh, who I said before the game might be the worst keeper in the IPL, he's done all right today. Like, he's caught the ball a few times, which he hasn't done this tournament. He stopped it a few times, which he hasn't done. And the reason why he's appealed vociferously for that stumping is because he actually did one. You know, he took the bails off. He almost looked like a wicketkeeper there.
First time they've scored runs off Chahar today, that over. So 6
I like over 10.5 this over, by the way. I think that's too low.
Is that all we're at? 10.5?
Yeah, that's too low. That number's too low.
Are you worried about wickets slowing that down and then Dhoni coming in and chipping around?
Well, I don't think he chips around now.
What's the ultimate run line then for CSK? What are they at?
So we're on 173.
And the score is?
Stop asking difficult questions.
149.
So 24.
So they're giving it 2 a ball. So how can this one be 10.5 when you've definitely got the 2 batsmen in? That's the wrong number. So that you would expect those 25 runs, if that's how many we're due, to be distributed slightly more in favour of this over because they haven't lost that wicket yet. There's 2 set-ish batsmen here. There's one very set batsman and the madman at the other end.
Can I talk about this from a World Cup perspective? India need Jadeja to be able to hit for the World Cup because Hardik Pandya isn't doing it anymore. And if Jadeja's going to play, he can't play as this de facto anchor like he does for Chennai. He has to come in and hit, right? So for India in the World Cup, they need Jadeja to hit. And he has just got a full ball from Harshal Patel, which he's pushed down to long on for 1. They need him to be hitting 4s and 6s at this stage. He shouldn't be getting Shardul back on, who has just played a shot of such idiocy. Like he basically played a shot like when you... and there's almost a run out as well. When you're playing a shot on the video game and you press the wrong button, Dan, that's what Shardul just did there.
Yeah.
He played played the sweep shot to the
very full, wide Yorker.
Yeah. So from an Indian...
Not that wide, but wide enough.
Yeah, exactly. So from an Indian perspective, right at the moment, Jadeja really needs to be sitting in his crease and just whacking 6s as much as possible. And instead, he's giving strike to Shardul Thakur, who's no longer in the Indian squad and has missed 2 slower balls in a row.
Same ball, same shot.
All has to do now is aim at the stumps. And if he bowls a quicker one on his stumps, he's going to bowl.
What's bowled?
So you can get 7 for bowled, which is way too big if Harshal's going to aim at the stumps. The reason why they're 7 is because they think wide Yorkers is the plan. And they think, how does he get bowled? If they're wide Yorkers, completely reasonable. But if I'm the bowler here and I've just seen him miss 2 all ends up, he's missed his last 4 balls. Thakur, he's had wild slogs at the last 4. I would bowl on his stumps now.
I'm going to go a step further
Unless you don't.
He's been bowled. 7 to 1.
Beautiful.
That's why you come here.
I was going to say, unless you don't want MS Dhoni to come in.
Which they definitely do. He's contractually obliged to come in.
Honestly, after that ball, if he'd not have gone out, I think they might have retired him out.
Oh, they might have done. Yeah, well, Dhoni would have done.
Yeah, I think that's what they would have done, which is usually about 100 to 1.
Is that right?
It's called other.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's worth... Me and Jake have put some bets on it recently in some games where we've had a look at them and thought to ourselves, do you know what? There's a chance here where they might have to do that.
Have we? We haven't had one.
We haven't had one this season yet, but there will it will come up.
Because I loved it when it happened. I loved it when Ashwin was retired. That was a beauty.
Sai Sudarshan was one of the great ones.
Yeah, well, yeah. And he's a good candidate for that.
And he started whacking at the end now. He's trying to ruin me and Rob's life by changing what he does.
He's stopped being completely dependable, always scoring 35.
So that was a 7 to 1 winner.
6 to 1 winner, 7.0 for the
bowl. Oh, was it 7.0? Yeah, sorry. Of course it was on decimal. Of course it would be decimal. So as 7s, you got that last one out. We could see that he'd missed 2 in a row, and we kind of put our cricket brains on and thought Harshal Patel is going to bowl this next ball at the stumps. And the way that Shardul was batting, he wasn't going to hit one on the stumps or hit one off the stumps. And so that was a really good bowling from Harshal Patel. But that's why it's always worth looking at late in the innings where the bowler is aiming. I know it sounds like a weird thing, but where they're aiming is really important because most bowlers don't aim at the stumps at the end. But if they are aiming at the stumps, that brings bowled in. There you go.
Woohoo!
Yeah, that one was one where quite often you can captain from here and you think, he must know that he just missed 4 in a row with wild slogs.
Yeah.
All you have to do is aim at the stumps and you're going to bowl him. And it's nice when they actually do it, when you put your money down and you go, right, well, surely he knows.
And he's bowled another one. MS Dhoni is up. First ball.
That's incredible. That doesn't happen either.
Oh, that is absolutely incredible because Dhoni has not even played a massive shot there. He kind of was caught between two different ideas. And again, Punjab, who cannot beat anyone in this league unless they play Chennai, is completely on top here.
Did you have them to be bowled out as well?
I did.
Not just had them to be bowled out, you've got both teams to be bowled out. Both first innings.
From yesterday, so I've got a double running on from yesterday's bowled out, which was all out, onto this one. So that would be very nice. But I didn't say it on here because we weren't on air yesterday. If we were on air yesterday, my word, we would have run the bell out because yesterday was exceptional. Last week, we were lucky that we weren't on air for the days before because I got basically everything wrong. I totally misread the pitch. But yesterday was one of those where the universe actually joined me and was like, "We can have a nice day, Rob." Yeah, it was lovely, mate. It was really nice. But heartwarming stories aside, it would be very nice if they managed to clean up these last couple.
Also, on a hat-trick again.
Yes.
Chahar was on a hat-trick earlier, now Harshal Patel on a hat-trick.
All they need is Daniel Norcross out in the middle, umpiring.
Oh, shit, and you're done, baby. And who is left to bat?
It'll be Tushar Deshpande
or Richard Gleeson. And
Can
Richard
Gleeson bat?
No.
Okay, so it'll be Deshpande.
I tell you, lovely. I mean, when I say he can't bat, he's a big lower order biffer, but I remember seeing him for the very first time in an extraordinary tour game in 2015 when Australia played Northants, and Stephen Crook scored 100 in about 65 balls.
It is Deshpande.
Is he still on the hat-trick even though he's bowled a wide?
No. He's not on the hat-trick, now he's bowled the wide. Also, I think he forgot he was on the hat-trick.
Because you don't bowl that ball if you remember.
You don't bowl a wide Yorker if you're on a hat-trick to a number 10, do you?
And Richard Gleeson came out to bat with a crookie on about 90-odd, and he looked for all the world. I don't think he'd really played much cricket before. He was a
late bloomer, wasn't he? Yeah.
And he walked out wearing black trainers and black socks, and for all the world, he basically looked like he'd stayed overnight in one of the players' houses and got a bit hammered. And they went, we're down to 10. Do you fancy a game against Australia? Nobody can be bothered to play them. It's a 3-day game that became a 2-day game because the first day was washed out. It was one of the greatest games of cricket I've ever seen because although Northants had collapsed to 80-odd for 6 or something, Crook played this immense and absurd 100. And then Australia collapsed so badly that they were in danger of conceding the follow-on because it had become a 2-day game, so the follow-on target was only 100. And as it became clear this might happen, and all the players had really hoped that they could shake hands at 10-5 and get off early, Northants brought on their joke bowlers to make sure that Australia got over the follow-on target.
I love it when there's anti-cricket like that, when teams are playing for slightly different things.
Archdeep, full toss down the leg side, helped away by Jadeja for 4.
That is a terrible, terrible ball for which I would personally remove all his privileges and lock him up for at least 6 months. In the situation he finds himself, he's got CSK exactly where he wants him, and he bowls a knee-high full toss down the leg side, first ball of the last over.
Yeah. He's lucky not to get a 6 there as well.
I'm genuinely repulsed by it.
Jadeja's annoyed he only got 4 off that ball. The expected runs off that ball were like 5.8 or something.
Dan, I know you still play cricket. I want to ask you a question about this. So that sort of shot now, this is whacked back. They should be looking for 2 here if Deshpande's awake.
The dot, by the way, also might come in here because he's not going to...
So when I always played club cricket when I was young, and you get a full toss on your pads, you would try and flick it through mid-wicket or backward square for 4.
Yeah.
Now, watching all this T20 cricket, I do this shot where I kind of flip my hands over it.
Oh, try and do a sort of Surya Kumar Yadav.
Yeah. And it's I don't train, so it's not like I'm preparing myself. And the first time I played it, even I went, what's that? And now anytime I get that, and it's weird how these little things come into your game that you don't even, this is a wide, that you don't even practice or anything. I remember playing a game, you mentioned Phil Walker before. Phil Walker played a helicopter shot, and I said, whoa, what's to go with that? And he goes, I don't know, it just sort of happened.
So you reckon you're absorbing it?
Yeah.
You're watching.
And you
suddenly
just
the wrists
these shots.
I've got these crackability.
I saw a kid yesterday. He might be watching this kid. Sachin was his name. At the halfway point, he took a selfie with me. right? And then he bowled, and I was like, well, that's the smartest tactic I've ever seen, because I can't go out to someone who's just taking a selfie with me.
Good point.
But he batted for about 15 overs, and the second last over, this is a 6. He's clubbed this.
Six.
It's not going to save us, sadly.
Arshdeep has bowled very badly this over.
Half volley outside off stump, and it's a beautiful shot over long. But he's the 39th over, he suddenly tried to play a reverse sweep, but from a ball that was cramping, a left arm bowler angling in at him, and he got all tangled up and everything. But the point being was, again, you see clearly this is a shot he had never practiced before.
Yeah, but he gets inspiration from the TV, and that, by the way, that 6 is a classic Sharla 6, flat. Kept going on and on and on.
Yeah. Is that the 4th 6?
Or 5th,
maybe
I think.
5th.
Okay, so we're out anyway, unless there's a lot of no balls. This one is a wicket. He's hit this straight up in the air. Just needs someone to get under it. Sam Curran, and he takes the catch. 164.
Oh,
9 down.
2 balls to get the last wicket. With Richard Gleeson
I'm
coming in.
actually slightly nervous here.
You've got a bet from yesterday, but you've also got a bet from today for today's games. Which is the one you need?
The all out now.
And that will give you...
Plenty.
And
running on to very plenty in the last one, where you really want KKR to bat first. But I'm odds against to get this one home. 9 down. This is the second time we've been on all out and had a 9 down.
They've got to run off the last ball. If they don't run off the last ball through the keeper, then you will scream.
So you really want Gleeson batting.
Yes, Gleeson will be batting.
With Deshpande.
Which is perfect. We had a...
Confusion.
We had a 44-1 all out the other day. And we had 9 wickets down with 3 overs to play.
Yeah, Kuldeep.
And we didn't get it.
Oh.
And there was 5 drops in the innings and 1 with 3 balls to go. And when Kuldeep came in, I was like, the trouble with Kuldeep is he averages 44 balls in innings in Test cricket. People think he can't bat. He's great at hanging around.
He's the new improved Hogarth.
But you just want nonsense. You want them to try and score runs. And when they did finally start doing that, everyone put butter on their hands.
Run out off the last ball, though.
Here we go.
The keeper is distinctly on.
Arshdeep around the wicket, full and straight, and Gleeson gets it.
Back.
And they're going to go for 2.
Come on,
This is what you want. This is what you want.
Oh. Needed a direct hit there, did Rob Barron.
That's okay.
He's got the number 11 back on strike, though.
Swing and a miss through to the keeper.
Arshdeep,
run out.
Arshdeep, aim at the stumps.
What's
all fielders, wake up.
What are the odds on run out here? Presumably
let me
quite
see
low.
if it's still there. Yeah, we don't have it. The bookies kind of like... Can't be bothered. It's only there for 2 balls. I'm going to put my next innings markets up in a minute, sort of thing. So yeah, they've not really bothered.
Let's get into Arshdeep's head here.
That's a
if he wants a wicket, he wants the bowl full and straight.
Slower ball straight.
Yeah.
You want caught long on, long off, or the bowled if he misses it.
Here we go. He's round the wicket. It's a slower ball. He's gone for an LBW. They're going to. And then he's going to run one.
Oh! I despise you.
Rob Barron is in absolute tears here.
You see, if they were women, you'd have got the wicket.
Yeah.
Well, for all the right reasons, incidentally, because the women would have played the game properly and tried to get 2.
The way it is supposed to be played. Unfortunately for Rob Barron, that is not how it's gone. Chennai have not batted particularly well here. They've got to 167, so 168 is the chase. They're at 4s, so there's some good value if you like it. We might see an impact sub of a wrist spinner here, so you'll have the 3 finger spinners and a wrist spinner. And I would say, just a quick look at the scorecard would suggest to me that outside of Harpreet's over, the best bowler was the spinner and the slower balls. So there's certainly some purchase in this wicket. It'll be interesting to see if Chennai go all in on that tactic or if they try something different. But we'll tell you about that after the break here on Cricket 8. If you want to send us an email, live at Cricket 8 for Rob Barron, Daniel Norcross and Jarrod Kimber. Sexiest guests that you find on any cricket podcast. That's Rob Barron and Mark Machado. Let's go into this a little bit here of these 2 games. We'll leave the Delhi-Mumbai slugfest for the end. But after watching Rajasthan, Mark, do you think you feel warmer or colder about them winning the entire thing?
I kind of feel lukewarm about the whole thing, because I still think, we talked about this during the game, that to me, when things go wrong, they're missing the kind of player that could kind of make a bit of magic happen with the ball. Or like today, it kind of felt at points that maybe they needed an extra bowler. They couldn't quite find anyone. I think that's a bit of a flaw in the way their team's set up. With the batting, I know today, obviously, that we didn't even get that deep into their side. But when they lose wickets quickly at the top, you kind of start to panic for them mildly. Maybe that's because I'm a Sri Lanka fan, and that's the kind of panic that we have.
Your natural state.
It's my natural state of watching cricket. But it just feels like I'm not sure that when the going gets tough, if they'll have enough grit in the side almost. Somebody's going to kind of hang around. Somebody's going to do a kind of Glenn Maxwell type role. If they could somehow bring him into the side, which obviously
they could bring him back from Australia.
Bring him back from Australia,
and bring him to a different side. That would be much
and
better.
move him into a different team. It's not really possible, but he'd be the kind of person. I saw Marcus Stoinis playing for Lucknow, and I thought actually maybe he's the kind of person that they need. Somebody could bowl an over or two if needed, and could get them runs very quickly if needed as well, and get them out of sticky situations. I think there's a lot of players in that side that are just really, really good at what they do. But I'm not gonna, when it gets difficult, that's when they could face problems.
I think that's a really interesting one. I think, Rob, the way that I look at it is that today says to me that they can win against a good side without playing particularly brilliantly. Has that affected their odds to win the whole tournament at all today?
Yeah, they're decent favourites now because they've qualified,
and
they have to be, and they're now 2.75-ish because the way this tournament is structured, you get extra goes if you manage to finish in the top two, and they're going to win the league now probably. I think they're the best team. I've been saying it since the start, as long as they don't get injuries. I think
even when they did get injuries, they actually still played well, to be fair.
Yeah, I think today is an example of them when they did get under it in the chase, and they lost Joss and Jaiswal in quick succession, both doing aggressive, slightly silly things, and then Parag came in and he did something silly and he got out, and then all of a sudden they were in trouble. They were 60 for none and cruising at the end of the power play, and then they were 80 for 3, and then they absolutely cruised home with Jarrod comes. They didn't use either of the West Indian guns to chase in those runs. So the thing I love about Rajasthan is they don't rely on anyone. They rely on everyone to do their job, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And everybody did their job today. Nobody scored absolutely loads, nobody got loads of wickets, but everybody pitched in a bit, and nobody fielded horrendously badly, and no one dug them into a huge hole, and everyone was about to help out and do their thing, and that's how you win tournaments, long tournaments like the IPL, and they're standing out on the top of this league now. They're way better than everybody else at the moment, and the rest have got to catch up. We don't need to pick holes in what Rajasthan are doing. We need to find answers for the rest because they're the best team.
Do you not think, though, running away from the pack at this stage could it be as much of a curse as it is a blessing, as the other teams start to kind of find their way? Teams don't have a lot of time together before the tournament starts. You have to find your feet as you carry on through the tournament. And now they're also in a weird situation where there's about 6 teams underneath them who could all make the playoffs if any of them can go on a bit of a run. And that's kind of added motivation for those sides. And actually, when we get to the business end, Rajasthan might have ended up playing a load of games where they don't really need to win. They can experiment with the side, bring players in, look for other combinations, and that could mean some of their better players actually end up out of form when it gets to the top end.
It's possible, but it's one of those things. Basically, what you're saying is they're peaking too early.
Yeah.
And I would say the same thing I would say every time I've ever been asked that is, do you want them to start losing? And you don't really, do you? What you're saying is that they're playing really good, and another team might get on a run. They can't control that. All they can control, what they have is, this is what I would say is, coming into this tournament, I basically trusted 4 of their batters. As it currently stands, I think Riyan Parag has to come into the circle of trust for them. And Dhruv Jurel's innings today, which was impeccable.
Superb.
It was just it won't go down on, if you look at the scorecard, you'll think, oh, it's okay inning. It wasn't an okay innings because he was 8 off 11 at one stage. He got himself in and then he completely took over the game. Having that, and Rodman Powell helped them win the game when Joss Buttler went crazy because he came in and made 27 off 11 or whatever it was. So they now have about 6 guys that they trust a little bit more. There's still some issues within that order. So I think it's interesting. Lucknow, Rob,
Yes.
You backed them at 25-1 to win the title.
I did.
Was that before the season?
Nope, it was after the first couple of games where they did badly.
Okay.
But I thought they looked quite good, and they have a team that is fine on paper. It ain't great. They've got an informed Pooran who didn't look very good today, but that's definitely a good thing. They don't have a number 3, so they don't know whether that's Stoinis or Huda or Badoni or... Well, they know it isn't Padikal now, at least. I don't think they're going to win the IPL. I just thought that was too big a price at the time. They did a lot of bad things today. And what happens when you get two teams that you might think are reasonably well matched on paper? If one of them does clever stuff, which Rajasthan did and do more often than they don't.
Yeah.
And
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to India on Cricket 8. I'm Nikesh Shrigani alongside Mega Sinha as always. And we're back to talk about another absolutely mental week of IPL action. The runs keep flowing, the 200 plus scores keep happening, and T20 cricket is, just rewriting how it's meant to be played really over in India at the moment. 260 chased down, Sunrisers not managing to sort of do what they do when they bat first, and they're asked to chase 200 runs. Everything's been happening. Kohli's back in the runs again. That remains consistent from the start of the season. But RCB picking up a couple of wins as well, which is quite unusual, Mega. And let's start with that, because we're fresh off that from the weekend as we speak to you now. RCB chasing down over 200. And yes, Kohli unbeaten 70-odd. That was brilliant. But it was all about Will Jackson, that 100 of 40 balls. And what a player he is. And what a reaction from Virat Kohli as well when that milestone was brought up, really. It just fantastic. And it just shows you what a team man somebody like Kohli is. And some of the reactions as well when those sixes were being smashed out of the ground. Just unbelievable from Will Jackson and embraced totally by Kohli and the rest of his team.
Absolutely. Much needed 2 points and important role played by Will Jackson. It took his time to get his eye in, and after that, of course, absolutely went hammer and tongs. And towards the end, Kohli began getting amused, and in fact, he even mentioned that he was looking for a few runs and realized that Jax is not too far away from a century, so wanted him to finish that off on his own. But all in all, crucial for RCB, that keeps them mathematically alive. Now, that's been the recurrent theme through the IPL seasons, where RCB fans are busy with their calculators and figuring out all the permutations and combinations. RCB can still make it to 14 points, and there's a slight possibility that they can make it with 12 points as well. So all of that in the domain of mathematics, but such an exciting week. And for anyone who likes to see the contest between bat and bat, there was so much on offer. But the team that set this template, that is SRH, faltering twice while chasing. So is there some message coming out of that?
Yeah, I mean, look, yesterday, Sunrisers, chasing down 213 to try and beat the Chennai Super Kings and falling way short, 134. I mean, to win by 78 runs in a T20 game is an absolute hammering. Even like 30 or 40 runs is pretty significant. This was an absolute battering. And there's no surprise, really, that teams will now want to bat first against Sunrisers, because they seem like a different beast when that pressure is on them. We talked about the impact substitutes coming in this season and that making a massive difference in taking the pressure off that top order. But then there's a different type of pressure when you're batting second. It's all well and good when you're batting first and you're trying to set the tone, set the tempo. You don't quite know what a good score would be, so let's just go out and get as many over 200 as we possibly can, and that's been their template. But look, it was brilliant from the Chennai Super Kings. They put the squeeze on. Chennai, playing at home, have got this sort of method, haven't they, where they bat first and then they put the squeeze onto the opposition. It wasn't quite the spinners who did all the damage, though, yesterday, was it? I mean, Tushar Deshpande was the outstanding bowler, taking 4 for 27. But, you look at Shardul Thakur coming in as an impact substitute. He hasn't had the best season himself, but going at just over 6.5 runs and over through his 4 and picking up that crucial wicket too. and then Mustafiza and Pathirana with a couple of wickets each. So it wasn't the spinners who did all that damage. It was only Jadeja. He was the only spinner used in that entire innings. So a different tactic from Chennai, but still, able to put that squeeze on a side, trying to chase down on their home turf. And it's been the way that they've gone for the last decade, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, and unfortunately for them.
Welcome back to Cricket 8. We're at the halfway point in the first game in our watch-along. It's the Kings Derby, and the Chennai Super Kings have crawled, really, to 168 on a strange and weird pitch that we can't really quite work out. Occasionally grabby, occasionally keeping low. Didn't hit anything like as many sixes as we expected either, but now is the time for the Punjab Kings to come out and crash that 168. They are currently very much favourites with the bookies, 1.38. Chennai Super Kings 3.6, which I've got Rob alongside. But we don't have Jarrod yet. He seems to have been waylaid. He may never be coming back. We haven't got a clue.
Abducted with any luck.
With a bit of good fortune. What do we think about that? That feels about right to me.
Yeah, I think no Pathirana is absolutely huge for Chennai. Like he is the foundation of their attack, Pathirana, and they don't have him. I don't know how injured he is. He was coming into the tournament with some kind of injury, and he's not played the last two. The fact that he flew to Dharamsala, having gone back to get his visa for the World Cup sorted out, I thought he would play today. And they'd have to win today, Chennai. Like they're really struggling in terms of the table. What are they now, 5th?
Sort of both sides have to win, don't they? I mean, Punjab have got an outside chance. They are in the last chance saloon, but they're going to win every game. But Chennai, if they lose this,
yes, this is a very big game for both. I think Gleeson sort of overperformed last time, but no Pathirana means this is a difficult defence for Chennai here.
We've got a run line of 24.5 for the first wicket, which again feels kind of right, but I've got a sneaking suspicion with Simran Singh and Johnny Bairstow up front. We're going to see some early biffage.
Yeah.
Big intent.
For Prab, if it swings, he's bad, and if it doesn't, he's great. He's two batsmen, and one of them can't play the ball at all because it swings, and the other one's got an amazing eye and can tee off with the best of them. Is that Simarji there?
Ajinkya Rahane is out, and it doesn't look like it's the wrist spinner, does it?
Simarji Singh, yeah.
Is he the? It's good if you put the microphone on, Rob.
I'm learning.
Is he the finger spinner then?
No, Simarji bowls. Let me just check my numbers, but I'm pretty sure Simarji is a pace bowler who's okay.
Because I thought Prashant Solanki was the one they would bring in the wrist spinner.
No, he's medium fast. Simarji. I remember him bowling last year in the IPL. Maybe the year before, and he was okay. He was nothing more than okay, not particularly threatening.
Mitchell Santner comes in first ball and
nearly gets a wicket.
Almost is bowled. Dhoni picks it up and violently takes the bails off.
So I'm on first over 6 this over at about 11 to 2, so 5.5 to 1, and I quite like the fact that there's a spinner on here because if he bowls a bad ball, it's going.
Yeah.
I also quite like wicket in first over as well because Prab is going to. I don't know what he's like against early spin because I've not seen it. This will be interesting.
I'm going to say, based on that one ball, he's crazy.
What
do you think about the match odds? We haven't talked about the match odds at all today. Is there any value there?
We did while you were away.
Yeah, we did. We were saying that Pathirana, while you were getting your hair done again, Pathirana is a huge miss for this Chennai attack. Yep. He holds it all together. He gets late wickets. The forward defence is not something we're going to see too much more of as Bairstow gets on strike.
That's what you were looking for.
Yeah, Bairstow's going to defend one and then club the next, is my guess.
Okay.
Yeah,
Slog sweep,
feels about
6?
right.
Or down the ground?
So
I think down the ground.
This is where you want to be on your ball betting boundary off the 4th, 5th and 6th balls. You can get 4.5 now, which is perfectly reasonable, 4 or 6. And off the last 3 balls, we're expecting the intent to go up if they've only scored 1 off the over or 2 off the over. I like that. If you get 1, you make a profit, 1 boundary off the last 3 balls, and if you get 2, you make a big profit. I like that, yeah. So I think the same as you. He'll have a look and then probably go because you can't get 4 off the first over here if you Punjab. That's not how they're made. So he's had a look at 1, and we're expecting the brakes to come off now, aren't we?
Yeah, well, I would think so.
So yeah, I'm on 4th, 5th, and hopefully 6th. 4.5 for a boundary. I think they're good. And let's see what Johnny B does. Hopefully, he pops one straight back over his head into the mountains.
So what you ideally want is a couple of boundaries and a wicket.
Oh, he's tried to cut one and just missed it. That's how Jubei got out, isn't it? That ball.
Can I just say something?
No.
And this is the forum to say things.
Yeah.
325 at the moment, with the way the ball's coming on, looks like very decent money for Chennai with an extra bowler in their side. It does not look like right at the moment it's biff biff bang bang.
No, it doesn't, does it?
Now, I say all that with the fact that they are not chasing a huge amount of runs, and so a couple of overs of 20 could change things. But if you are interested in betting on the match, I think 320 right at the moment is interesting.
One thing I would say with Chennai is when you've got the attack that they've got, opening with spin seems interesting to me.
I would have
I've
not
definitely done my money that over because I didn't expect the full blocks there against the spin.
That was very unusual.
Yeah,
that
Punjab
whole
don't
over
do
was
this.
weird.
Punjab don't do this, which makes me think that
they're going to bat like humans?
No, that's impossible.
Yeah,
That's
so that
definitely
means it must be
impossible.
the pitch, correct? Because that's my theory.
In which case, if it's the pitch, Chennai are hugely in this game. It's how they juggle the pack is the big question here because they don't have Chahar, they don't have Pathirana, they don't have Theekshana, so they've got the wild man Deshpande, who's actually been really good at bowling dots this IPL. Gleeson, who bowled very well last time, but he can be whacked. We know that Thakur's going to be whacked, and that's the thing to look out for here. Is when Thakur gets he'll probably get a power play over, and that's when I want to be on overs for the first 6 because I just don't see how current Thakur can stop these guys from scoring runs.
Especially if they haven't lost wickets.
Yeah, I really don't know. And the thing with Punjab is they all go. Like Sam Curran comes in and tries to calm it down a bit, but all of the rest of them are just looking to clear the ropes, aren't they? They're a good watch, Punjab. But yeah, how Chennai use their bowlers is the key here to how they can defend this. And
wide.
Don't bowl those.
From Deshpande. He's been a fascinating creature again this IPL.
Yeah.
Last year he was a wild ride. This year he's gone between being very economical, which is not his way, and taking wickets. From almost on a game-by-game basis. I almost think if he starts off and he goes for runs, that's the game you go 3+ wickets. And if he starts off going for no runs, you go, he's not going to get a wicket today. He comes in again, and this is an end!
Through keeper and slip.
Keeper and slip, and that goes for 4.
It's one thing Bairstow is always very good at in T20s is getting 4s, but that is not the way that he's looked to get them. That's when the market shortens loads in favour of the bowling, in favour of the batting team because they've scored a 4, and you go, well, hang about. That wasn't a crash through the covers, was it? That was a very lucky edge, which Dhoni 15 years ago probably takes.
Nah, never died.
It's done a little bit as well, that.
Yeah, so the market crashing into 1.37, that feels like it should be away here.
Yes.
It's another lucky couple. Because all these runs are coming off the edge. They haven't scored a run off a good shot yet. So the market is getting a little bit carried away with how good a start this is. I think 1.36. Again, caveat, I don't have a model. Feels like a late.
I've also got a strong feel for Bairstow getting out shortly. He's got that feel because he doesn't like it when he hits edges.
I know what you mean.
He gets more like determined than to hit.
This
He likes to
feels
prove
like
the edges wrong,
Yeah,
I think is what you
he likes a stiff drive around now, which can go horribly wrong.
He's bowled
I
him.
was going to say.
I was going to say
And-
bold. Yeah.
Just say he is a bold candidate, Bairstow, like massively.
Well, he's been bowled more times. He's been bowled 9 times at Lords in Test matches, for heaven's sake.
Wow, yeah.
And that's when you're not even trying to hit the
And
ball.
I'm really annoyed because that 370 I would have bet on, but I've left my phone out of the studio.
Amateur hour again.
And I have tried to message the.
So another bit of betting advice for people is that you do need to be able to actually physically place bets. When
I
you're trying
understand
to bet.
that now.
Yeah.
Understand what I did wrong.
You're getting there. But anyone that's just laid the 1.36, 1.37 can have it back at 1.72 one ball later. So that's pretty good. I don't mind doing that. It seems fine. The 1.72. well bowled Deshpande. They need him to bowl well if they're going to defend these.
The wonderful thing about Bairstow is that he can find all sorts of different ways to be bowled. I mean, he can be bowled by simply missing the straight ball, but he can also be bowled off his pads, because his pads act as a kind of fourth stump for Bairstow, don't they? I mean, he places them in such a position to act as the perfect deflection. It's like a sort of snooker shot. You aim for the knee
roll. He goes through
roll.
periods of getting LBW, doesn't he? And then he puts the pads back out of the way.
Puts it back out of the way, and then you just aim for them and deflect it off and into, in this case, off stump, but off the middle.
That's a great call, Daniel, by the way. I think Bairstow's going to be out very soon, and he gets cleaned up the very next ball. Like, you're on fire today.
Well, I'm feeling pretty good.
You're looking pretty good.
It'll all go wrong in the second half, don't worry.
Riley Rousseau, who I thought batted pretty well the other day, actually. And he faces his first ball, pushes into the covers, there's no run. He's probably a good batter for this situation.
Yeah, but I guess so. Rousseau went through a horrible dip, didn't he? I mean, do you think he's out of the dip now? Do we think he's...
Dipless?
Yeah, he felt overrated for about 18 months to me.
Yeah, sorry, as Riley Rousseau comes to the crease and Jarrod storms off to get betting paraphernalia. Rousseau is a guy that he looks to me at this stage of his career where he needs a good pitch to get runs. He's one of those, and he looks fearsome on good pitches. In the Blast last year, he was fantastic, or maybe year before when he was playing for Hampshire.
Yeah, I think it was the year before, wasn't it? Yeah.
He was unstoppable, and I was riding the Rousseau wave there for a few months because he looked really good. And then this year, he actually got good decks in the Pakistan Super League and played really badly. And he hasn't looked very good in this. He's had one good innings in the IPL, so I'm looking around to see what price I can get on his unders or what run line I can get for him. I can see 20. Oh, there's another bowled. And I can't back his unders because he's already gone and Deshpande's on fire.
Good grief. I mean, this has now brought CSK in as favourites, hasn't it? And you kind of see why.
Yeah, that's a tremendous start from Deshpande too in his first over. Making a late charge at the purple cap here. He got 4 2 games ago, I think.
Actually, that is another beautiful ball. He's run his fingers down the side of the seam, and it's the ball that he beat. Well, he got the outside edge of Bairstow's bat, which is the second ball of the over, or first legitimate ball. It was same, but on an off stump. This one he started on around the left-hander's off stump, and it's held.
Yeah, this is one of those. You get them sometimes. This is a bold pitch. We've seen at least 4 bowls already today. And what often happens with these is the bookies don't go short enough. They don't react enough to the fact that this is a bold pitch. So they stick there with their... At the start of this IPL, everything was caught. The stats, the first 100 dismissals was like 81 caught or something. No LBWs anywhere. All the pitches were really good. They clearly prepared them on purpose, hadn't they? All these 250 chases that were happening. And now it's turned. It's all of a sudden the pitches aren't as good, and we've had some defences. We've had some low scores in the last week,
which is a bit of a surprise here in Dharamshala, because how many games have they played here in Dharamshala?
Is this the first one?
It's the first one this season. Yeah.
So in theory, this pitch should be about as good as it's going to get.
It doesn't. If this is as good as
Doesn't
it's going
feel
to get,
like
it's
it.
not very good.
It's not very good.
I have now have my phone again, and I've done myself just to show what being an
Test
amateur
pitches,
is.
yeah.
How much I did myself out of. I said at 320 they were worth backing, and I said at 370 they were worth backing, and they're now 175.
I'm not sure they are worth backing at 175.
That's my point.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go in again.
I mean, Punjab.
I'm morally. It's like England in the Ashes. I had a moral victory, Dan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we know they did.
Yeah.
England always have a moral victory, as indeed every country does whenever they play South Africa. And that will continue until they've had 100 years of atonement. You know, at Harrow, the posh public school.
I
in
don't
North
spend
West
as much
London,
time there as you'd think.
Well, I played cricket against them once in about 1985, and they all wore black suits and a black tie. And I said, is that your uniform? They said, yes, we're in mourning for Queen Victoria. And we said, but she died in 1901. Said, yeah, it's 100 years. We have to wear this ridiculous garb until 2001.
But now
I
another.
thought that would surprise you.
But now another Queen's died. Do they have to do it again for the next?
Well,
100
you'd
years?
think, because she was in. I was going to say power. I'm not sure how much power
She was there.
the British monarch has, but she was there for longer, wasn't she?
So you're going to 100 years.
100 years of wearing a silly black tie. Yeah.
What? And when did they wear this?
But just like at school. I mean,
Every day.
That's what they told us.
So their uniform became...
Their uniform was a black tie. We're in mourning for Queen Victoria. You absolute maniacs. Anyway, 3 overs gone, 11 for 2. This has been quite the start. And I'm not sure, when I came to sit down here, that I was predicting Mitchell Santner would bowl 2 overs straight and go for 4.
Yeah, extraordinary stuff. Deshpande is a man it's very hard to predict. We love talking about Deshpande, don't we? Because he's wild. But he's actually, despite being hopeless in the first game after we talked him up a lot, he's been really good.
He's had a great season.
He's worked out how to do economy, which is a thing that he hadn't even
Unlike
discussed
Kwasi
before.
Kwarteng. Yeah.
Right. Well, about time you said that. About time you mentioned it.
Now, if you've got 45 minutes to explain who that is to Rob. You don't, so let's move on.
What was the word?
You remember when the economy crashed?
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah,
Yeah,
Are we on
he was
about
the
politics
guy
again?
that ran it. Well, it's not really politics. It's just the curator of the destroyed economy.
Okay.
11 for 2 after 3
Yeah.
here on Cricket 8. Email us on... this could be out too. No, he's got that over the top.
So
incredible
we're on-
timing, Shashank.
We're on Shashank top bat and over 22.5.
Oh, those feel like good bets to me.
Because Shashank in this IPL has been not out 6 times out of 10. Like I think he's been underrated by the bookmakers. So the same bookmakers that were giving Rahane 25.5 and more today are giving this guy 22.5. And yes, the pitch isn't as good as we'd hoped as far as backing players overs goes. But there's no way that I'm giving Shashank less runs than Rahane in this IPL. The guy's been not out 6 out of 10. Rahane looks like he's very much on the downslope of his output when it comes to, like, last year he did great. Rahane, he somehow scored at 180 strike rate, having scored at 110 for 3 years, and they're like, yeah, he's our answer. And they tried Conway being injured for the whole season's a huge miss for Chennai, and they're like, well, we've got Ravindra, and look what he did in the World Cup from absolutely nowhere. Like, how did that happen? He suddenly scored hundreds at 180 in the bloody World Cup, but he didn't perform in this, and they've gone, okay, we have to do this. Rahane's not the answer for me, and I think Chennai have got to do some thinking for next year, because a lot of their good players are injury prone, and they don't appear to have created the home fortress this year either, because the pitch is playing too good for their bowlers, if you know what I mean.
I do.
So they now need almost 9.3 runs per over from here. And I would suggest that scoring at 10 runs and over for a prolonged period of time on this surface is near on impossible.
Near on impossible, so you're all in at 1.8 on
So
Chennai.
it's possible that they could have a couple of overs of 20.
That's what they're going to need.
But what they can't do is score consistently at 10 and over. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's it. I agree with you.
And of course they've been neutered by those 2 early wickets, which means you're looking at what Shashank's doing here. He's playing getting out shots. He's not trying to leather that. He's driving airily at balls way outside off stump. I mean, if he connects with that, where's it going? Into the covers for 1, if he's lucky.
So Deshpande has gone for a 4 first ball, but that was lofted just over mid-off. And we've had 3 dots, of which at least 2 of them have been plays and miss, maybe even 3 of them have been plays and misses. And he gets this one down the leg side. And he's lucky, again, he's just going to get 1 or 2.
So this feels like Prabh Singh unders to me, because he is a man that has never been 2 off 8 in his whole life in any form of cricket. And he's now thinking,
help.
What do I do here? We need 10 and over. I'm the man that bashes the power play. That's my job, and I'm 2 off 8. So what I would be doing if I was trading his runs now is decaying him a lot, so knocking runs off him until he gets a couple away, until he looks better and feels better about himself. Because the 2 off 8 Prabh Singh is a huge wicket chance, because he kind of has to whack now. He can't be sat there and be 4 off 15. He's now 2 off 9, having
Another
been
player
beaten
miss.
all ends up by that one from Deshpande the Great.
Deshpande's got the ball on a string here.
Yeah,
It's
he's bowling
incredible.
really well. I mean, Punjab are not a team that are 16 for 2 or 4 overs. They don't know how to do that.
And they're even playing weirdly.
Yeah.
I mean, they started
Tentative.
by not attacking Santner, and then they've been spooked by losing a couple of wickets off Deshpande, and they played that whole over very oddly. But the first ball was a long half volley, and actually, you see the replay of the shot, it was kind of a defensive push, but just aerial. which got in the boundary. No one's thrown the bat yet.
Gleeson is coming on.
Oh, this could be fun.
So this is runs and wickets this over. So Prab Simran under 25.5. There's a bet for you, Jarrod.
Mm-hmm.
Giving him another 23.5 from here is too many. He's 2 off 9. That's way too many to give back. I'd be giving him 18 now. So that's a decent unders bet, that. Under 23.5. Under 25.5 total.
What about runs in this over?
So this was an 8.5, which feels like an overs because it's Gleeson.
Yeah.
His last over last time got spanked, and then he came back.
It's a
and
fifth
was
over
really
of power
good.
play as well. They're looking at this thinking
They've got to go, haven't they?
we've got to target Gleeson surely.
And Punjab are in that bit where Moeen was, where they're not quite sure what they should be doing here. Do they consolidate and go later, or do they all go as the first balls are wide? He needs to be good here, Gleeson, for Chennai to win this match.
Well, that's got us a free run. Essentially,
Indeed.
so it's made it 7.5. I'm not opposed to Gleeson. I mean, he's an intriguing bowler.
You would have seen a lot of him, wouldn't you?
I've seen quite a bit of him. Yeah, he's a little pacier than you expect him to be. He hits the deck quite hard, but he does also. I wouldn't say he's the most controlled bowler. Let's put it that way.
I have Gleeson as, in England particularly, he's a natural wicket taker, but he always seems to
he's almost taking a
be
wicket
liable
there.
to go for runs.
So that one's been slashed past point and almost caught.
So we've got 5 off 1 ball. This is nice. Just need another boundary, and then we can hit the bell.
Yeah, and come on Shashank for the top batsman today.
He's 2-1 to be top batter at the moment on some of the bookies.
Yeah, that's a little bit skinny.
It's very skinny.
Yeah, it wouldn't be for me, that.
And you had him over 22.5, didn't you?
I did. I think that boundary will help him a lot. Like that's a proper shot for one rather than a mistimed slog, which a lot of the singles have been so far. So we're on Prab Simran unders and Shashank overs.
So Gleeson's gone for 6 runs off his first 2 balls, and you had him at over 7.5 or 8.5?
8.5.
Over 8.5. Dan was this over. And if you just stick with Norcross bet and ignore us,
he's been doing well today.
You're absolutely flying today.
Of course, you might have made a bit of money from me telling you to all get on Chennai a few minutes ago.
Well,
which I didn't.
Might do. You might do.
No, I meant you would have already been able to trade out of that position.
Of course, yeah.
As it is Gleeson coming in again, and this is hit up in the air, and this could be a 6.
There's your
baby.
overruns done. And that changes everything for Prab Simran Singh. He had to get one of those away.
Yeah.
Because
now that bet doesn't look as good.
So now I would knock. So if I was giving him 18.5 before, I would knock at least 2 more on for that and give him 20.5 now, because that will settle him down a bit. Yeah, that's what he does. Like hits bad balls for 6. And it's a very good shot, and that changes the match winner an awful lot here.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing at this pitch is that you've got to have some changes. You can't just bowl the ball into the pitch, which unfortunately is what Gleeson tends to do.
Yeah.
The quicker bowlers that have succeeded are ones who've done slower balls or run their fingers over the seam.
He comes in again.
Respected.
Yeah, honest toil is not going to do it here.
It's not what Punjab are about either. It's not their thing. They're just, let's hit every ball as hard as we can and see how many runs we get.
They despise honest toil.
And they had somebody that loved a bit of that in Darwan, and then they broke his kneecaps because he was trying to toil honestly. And
is that what happened?
Yeah, that's unofficially. We don't have that. Allegedly, yeah, someone took him out the back and shot him in the kneecap because he was trying to play properly, and that's not the Punjab way.
It's not the Punjab way.
It's possible that he's, genuinely injured and not allowed to play, but no one tells us anything in the IPL, Jarrod, anymore, do they?
We find absolutely no information. That should have been another wicket. I tell you what.
That's a great bit of fielding, though.
They've got a couple just over the top here.
That should have been a 3, by the way.
Yeah,
that should have been 3. They should have run hell for leather there.
Santner out on the boundary has saved that. So just have a look at Gleeson. Gleeson's already mixing the seam up a little bit.
Am I right in saying, by the way, that Santner is a man who bats in glasses but doesn't field in them?
Doesn't he use contact lenses?
Yeah, but that baffles me.
When you're batting, it's now there's a reason for this.
Okay.
And it's something to do with the moisture in your eyes.
Okay.
And I think there's a reason why most batters choose glasses if they can. Not everyone does. There are players who bat in contact lenses.
That's a horrible ball he's got away with.
Gone.
I mean, I tell you, Gleeson looks like a weak link here. How many overs does Gleeson have to bowl?
Well, he doesn't have to bowl many because they can do Santner, Moeen, and Jadeja today. If they get 10 out of them, they only need 10 out of the remaining bowlers. They've got an impact sub coming in, which was
Simarji.
Simarji.
Yeah.
So Simarji, Gleeson,
he might bowl now, Simarji.
Yeah, and they've got Shardul Thakur
and Shardul. They've got a lot of bowlers today. They've got 7. So that we might not even see Gleeson again.
He might not need to bowl another over. It's very, very possible that is the case. 1 over to go. Deshpande is going to bowl another
third?
one? Really? Okay, well, he's got 2 for 12. They want another wicket here.
I don't mind this. I like when you've got a chance to cause problems, do it.
And this has gone straight up in the air, and he's going to go for a 6, is it?
No way.
Well, that's on
massive.
Where was that in the first innings? The ball being hit straight up in the air and going 100 metres straight for 6.
Wow, 37
he's back,
for 2.
Prabh Simran all of a sudden.
Hey?
He's back all of a sudden, Prabh Simran.
Yep. So that unders bet is looking a bit dicey on him. He's at 2 sixes now.
Is that the second 6 of the innings?
Yes, it is. Yeah, and 2 in his last 3 balls for Prabh. One thing about Gleeson is he came back really well last time. His death over went for 8 in the last game.
Can I give you a theory?
I would love you to.
Those older senior pros who aren't good when they're young, when they come in, they're kind of a little bit more grounded. And this is a 4 over the top. Beautiful shot. Those older pros, when they come in and they make it at 26, 27, it's like, it's not the end of the world. They're already living on they're playing on, borrowed money. Right,
Yeah,
so it doesn't.
Dirk Nannes' career arc.
Dirk Nannes, those sorts of guys, and you see Dirk Nannes would get hit for 6. I remember Freedy did it once and he just laughed.
And he's probably doing an MBA in sports.
Yeah, do you know what I
management,
mean? And the same with
Gleeson,
Gleeson,
spare time.
right? So I do think there is a difference when you look at those kind of players. Where if you get a Spencer Johnson, who's put all of his life into being a pro and has just got to the big level, he could get a little bit spooked at times. Finally, a dot ball.
Deshpande's kind of getting to the bit where the Deshpande of old would lose his mind here.
Yes.
Having been hit.
Well, we did say when he goes for wickets, he usually also goes for runs. He does manage to combine those two things very regularly.
Yeah, he's an enigma wrapped in a Deshpande, is what he is.
He's a fun player, though, isn't he?
He's always, he's box office. We've been robbed.
I mean, I love Sandeep Sharma, but I don't want to watch him.
I know what you mean. He's just ruthlessly effective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boring. Deshpande in again. This is a good ball. They're batting clever here.
Yeah, this can't last. Like Punjab doing clever things. The block and run there, nicking the 1. That a good batting after 10 off his first.
He's done very well because he's also recognised a slower ball and he hasn't wound up for a massive. What he did, he actually sort of did half wind up for a big shot and then pulled out of it.
What are you thinking of the first over after the power play, James? These guys are now going, and Jadeja's going to bowl one of his dreary overs.
Yeah, that's what I'm imagining. Yeah.
Does that mean a wicket comes from over, or do they wind back?
So normal teams after this start only chasing 168 take the 6 singles that Jadeja will definitely give you.
This is another 4.
This is shot over the top.
Well, especially after that shot as well.
So now they've got way ahead in the power play, and it was only 11 balls ago that they were miles behind. This happens quite a lot in IPL and T20 cricket in general, is that the 5th and 6th overs are your money overs and they just go. They've got all of a sudden, what were they?
30,
they were 16 for 2
after 11
4.
balls.
Yeah. 16 for 2 after 4. And they've absolutely hammered it now. So a normal team takes the 6 singles off Jadeja and goes, thanks very much. Punjab are not a normal team. I would expect Shashank to nudge about, and I would expect Prabh to
swing for the hills.
Probably. It's what he's best at, after all. I heard a really interesting interview with Prabh Simran because he got 100 last year, a beautiful 100, and loads of promising 30s. And he got out in the 7th over lots. He's one of those guys, like a Prithvi Shaw who loves getting out in the 7th over. It's like his favourite thing. Because it's like, there's actually fielders there now. I can't just chip it 30 metres over them. And he said, I'm going to calm down and I'm going to be able to do it properly. So it'll be very interesting now to see if he can, because he will face Jadeja now, like almost certainly, you'd have thought.
Well, I just think you look at Santner's figures and you look at Chahar's figures. I think this is almost the best time to bat Chennai. He's right at this stage. Are you looking for a timeout?
Yeah, well, I'm looking for the time. I'm trying to see.
It's 1:27.
Yeah, so with 14 overs to go, I'm thinking, firstly, it's time for a bit of a hustle here from Jadeja. And we might get 15 minutes to eat our curry.
I mean, that would be lovely.
Yeah.
47.
What are the odds on that?
Overs or unders?
Actually, the time that the match ends would be a great bet.
Yeah. You can understand why it's not offered.
Yeah.
But it would be one. Yeah, we could definitely bet that amongst ourselves. Like, what time will this game finish? And you do that with we get a lot of grumpy traders when.
Oh, he's hit this straight up in the air.
Where's that gone?
And that's
No fielders anywhere. We could have done with Prav out that ball. That would have been lovely.
But I think it was Shashank, wasn't it?
It was Shashank.
Oh, we definitely couldn't have done with him out that ball.
No, that was a very
lovely.
surprising shot from him first up.
Yeah, he's tried to bash him straight for 6 and he's not played like this in this IPL so far, Shashank. I thought he would be playing within himself.
I'm in here
Doing
now.
that.
The spinners are on.
You're in on
On
what?
Chennai.
2-1 Chennai.
Yep.
I think that's a fair bet. I have in my head that Gleeson came back very well last time, and his first over was terrible.
I'm not worried about Gleeson anyway, because I'm worried about the fact that first shot they tried to play aggressively off the spin went straight up in the air. We've got overs of Jadeja. We've got overs of Moeen Ali.
Good running.
We have 2 overs of Santner left.
See, they don't like bowling Mo away, do they?
No.
Chennai, that's not their thing. But he must bowl today, surely.
Surely. I mean, I'm betting on them being smart, which is not a good way to bet, as Rob will tell you again and again.
But you're right about taking the singles. We've had a 2, a 1, a 1, a dot. I mean, aside from that first ball,
Which kind of spooked them a little bit, didn't it?
Spooked them a little, exactly. I think they've decided, there we go, to take the long single up to long off. This is way more as they ought to play.
And they've bought them, with those 2 gun overs, they bought themselves the luxury of sitting on Jadeja. And if you go after Jadeja, you're a chance to get out because he's wily now. But he gives you singles. Look at the field.
I'm going to go after him, and I thought that was going to be caught again. That's a
That's
beautiful
a hell of
shot,
a
actually.
Lovely shot.
I thought he scooped that straight to cover, and he's managed to find the gap between cover and long off for another boundary.
They're way ahead here now, Punjab.
That is a huge over, actually, because they've got 9 there off Jadeja's first over, which is massive overs, with really only playing 2 aggressive shots.
What's the odds for next man out?
Good question. Let's have a look. So I think it should be Prav.
Prabhas is
reasonable favourite, probably 60%, I
Yeah.
would say. I can see 1.72, which is a marginal bet. So they're all onto it, to be fair. They're all making Prav favourite.
Shame.
And with that last Shashank shot, I don't massively love the
No.
1.72 because
He showed a bit too much ambition there, didn't he?
he did.
Mm.
We mentioned him man of the match, didn't we, before the game? I think he was like 18 or 20 to 1, Shashank.
Yeah.
I think Simon always seems to get a bet. When I tell Simon to back something, he always seems to get a better price somewhere. I don't know where he gets his betting accounts from, but he's
Producer Simon in the other room.
He-
As Rich
he-
Santner's back on, and that's a good ball. Hit the cover for no run.
Santa's been really good. It's quite unfortunate that Santner needs people to have visa issues or get injured or not turn up for him to get a game, because he's really good at cricket.
He's at the wrong team.
Yeah, but he's really good at cricket. He can do lots of stuff. Like, he can actually field, as we can ring the bell for the first time in a while for Shashank getting his overs.
Shashank getting his overs.
Also,
We're about
Jade-
to lose Prav Simran for his unders, of course.
He actually turns the ball more recently than he used to. He used to barely turn the ball at all. But in the World Cup, it was noticeable. He was getting a lot more
He
rip.
bowled beautifully in the World Cup. And he'd been bowling pretty poor for the couple of years before that.
Yeah, well, yeah, boringly.
Yeah.
Yeah, unremarkably.
I think it's because the reason why his bowling went down, in my opinion, is he played a lot of CPL, and the pitches were for a couple of years really helpful for spinners. So he basically just had to run up and land it on the spot and let the pitch do the work. And then he got back to New Zealand, where you can't do that because you're bowling at 50-metre boundaries half the time.
Yeah, and they're not pitches for spinners, are they?
No, not at all. I think you often instinctively think this when people wear glasses, that they're clever, but he's a clever cricketer, isn't he, Santner? Like,
Yeah.
He's sharp. He thinks about the game a lot, except when he doesn't run off the last ball in the World Cup final.
If Colin de Grandon wore glasses, would you think he was clever?
Not with the way he bats.
Oh, it's a beautiful
Shashank.
shot, straight back over his head.
Shashank
before.
is lovely.
Have I ever told you about the great line that former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney said to me?
I love Jeremy Coney, by the way.
What a man! What a man!
When's he due over? He must be due over soon.
Oh, he'll be over soon.
Can we get
Jarrod,
him on here?
don't
Can we
you
get him on
worry.
here?
We can get him in here.
He has a way about him that I just want to sit in a rocking chair with a whiskey and a cigar and listen to him. That's all I want. I don't need to watch cricket if he's.
Is this going to be out or 6? And this is going to be out. Wow. I tell you what, Shashank has got us our overs, and then straight away he has shanked this. He has Shashanked it, if you will. And we will.
Why has he done that? He's hit the previous ball for 4.
Yeah,
Santner's a bit of a threat here. Another run off that over. They've got 7 off the over. Everything's looking cushy. And instead he's gone for a big old swipe. And that is not smart,
You know
Matty.
why, Daniel? It's because Punjab is the answer. It's
Because Punjab.
Like he's played the only innings this IPL. Like I was a bit lucky to get his overs today. The reason I won that bet is because their line, the 22 line for him was bad. But he got quite a lucky 27. He didn't play that situation very well, did he? He hit balls off bowlers that he shouldn't have been targeting in the air. That was a bad knock. They're still ahead. I can make a case for the defence at 2.34. Yeah.
Yep.
I'd rather be on Chennai here than be on these lunatics. But somebody who will try and calm it down here is Sam Curran.
Is he going to enjoy finger spin at both ends?
Probably not.
Not a lot.
And will Moeen come on to him?
They'll probably bowl Simaji because that's what they definitely shouldn't do. But yeah, I would just keep the spin rolling here because it's working, isn't it?
Yeah.
The
Are
pace
you
got
bowling
spanked.
Santner through here, do you think?
That's a difficult question. Again, I think that's 50-50. I totally see the argument because you get another one now. You're in great shape. But if you keep him back, that kind of instills a bit of fear for later. This guy's bowling really well. I'm not sure what I would do.
I suppose you see the left-handed Curran in a smart move would be to do an over a Moeen at this point.
Well, so I would do that, or I would do Shardul. Because Shardul brings wickets and runs. So you say to the opposition, do you really want to just hit 7 or 8 runs off his over?
Yeah.
Or do you want to try and
no one would
smash
be happy
him?
with that. I've got to get back to Colin de Grandhomme. So,
Yes.
so Jeremy
Always.
is my house guest most summers because he comes over and
how cool is
lives
that?
with
What a
me.
great life you've got.
He would
it's
do the
beautiful.
dishes too.
There's always he's the very best house guest.
I bet he is.
He's tidy.
Oh, I'm glad.
He likes my
does
eggs.
so many-
He likes my
he
eggs.
likes your eggs,
But he's not
yeah.
as picky as you.
No, he's not. He does an awful lot of notes. So, like if he's doing a county game, he'll go, "Hi Dan, can you tell me about this Atkinson fella?" And then I'll have to tell him all about Gus Atkinson, who he hasn't seen. And we'll have it's beautiful. You have like a 2-hour conversation. He sat with me and we watched all
this is
day
dream stuff
when,
for me,
when
this.
Surrey chased down 501 to beat Kent and Dom Sibley got the slowest 100 in county championship history.
Yeah.
Ben Folkes got the most normal 100 in county championship history, and Jamie Smith got one of the fastest 100s in county championship history.
It's a good day.
We watched the game for 7 hours together that day on the live stream, just chatting about Sibley. He loved Sibley.
Inject
He'd never
back.
seen anything quite as magnificently recherché. Anyway, I was commentating with him one day, and Colin de Grandhomme had played a shot that could be best described as absolutely brainless. And so I gently asked a question. I said to Jeremy, how is Colin de Grandhomme, as a cricketer, as a thinking cricketer, how would you describe him? He said, "Well, Dan, Colin is not a man who's overly encumbered by the heavy weight of intellect, which means he has a tremendous clarity of thought, if you can call it that." Which I felt was one of the most beautiful descriptions of a human being.
It's lovely stuff, that.
It was meant with fondness.
You're describing basically my dreams of just spending a day listening to that guy
To
talking.
Jeremy, yeah.
I'm pretty close. I mean, I've got you twos, am I right? It's not far off.
But Coney's next level.
Yeah,
Coney's certainly another level. He's backed away here. This is inside out. And he has hit
Gone.
it straight too long off.
Oh, magnificently dim.
And
a
that is,
few
we
runs to
missed
the
out, I should say, we missed out on a Prab Simran's unders by a run. But that is what we were expecting, the man to play the big shots. and he has left his team in a precarious state at 68 for 4, when realistically, there's no reason at this stage not to knock the ball around. Why would you do that if you're Punjab? Because that's not fun.
And the beautiful thing is they've done it each time off the last ball of the over. They've played a clueless shot, having managed the over really well. And I think it means that there will now be a strategic timeout, because we haven't had one yet, have we?
We should be having
one. And that is the end of the 9th over.
We haven't had it called yet, but we'll just wait a second. But I think you are right. Remember, you can email us.
Here it is.
Live at cricket8.com, or you can put in YouTube questions if you have any as well. I'm Jarrod Kimber. That is Rob Barron. This is Daniel Norcross. Jeremy Coney is not with us. We'll see you next time. I mean, in 5 minutes. In 2 minutes. We'll see you. We won't see you, actually. You're the one with the camera on us.
Well, Jarrod, you've really botched that up.
I have lost more than I've won. So I've got a 66% win percentage, but I've won far more than that, and that I've actually lost because I put the wrong bets on. But it gets better.
I mean, this is very much like my girlfriend's at a different school, isn't it?
Yeah. But he's seen them though. I sent him he's aware of all that thing. But
I've actually been right all the time. It's just I kept pressing the wrong button.
But no, I'm going to tell you why it gets better, because the other day I did manage to pull it back. The other day Sudarshan came through, and I've never done a bet on Sudarshan being overs, but you know that he's the most consistent player, so you should bet Sudarshan overs every single time. He has something like 60% of his innings between 20 and 45 runs. No one else is close, right? So I went for the overs, and I was so confident, and I got it on. But I've never bet overs before on that particular market. And the app I was on, I hadn't used, so I went the wrong way. Sudarshan comes out, and he smashes 2 cover drives for 4. And I'm sitting there going, he's going to go past 20 in about a minute and a half here. And just as I tell him I've made the mistake, Sudarshan hits the ball the middle-on, runs, and gets run out for 12.
Oh, joy.
So it's the only time he's got out below 30 this season, by the way. When the Jarrod millions go down, he can just change the universe. So
I've made 8 mistakes that have cost me, and 1 mistake that I've pulled back. So I'm not happy with that.
No, you shouldn't be happy with that, because that is literally 7.
Bishnoi played 58 times in the IPL and he's never got one. Really? and you'd think for his kind of bowling, one day he's going to rip through a tail and get 5. But it's just never. We were talking about how many times has he got a 3 for. He just doesn't do it. He just doesn't get loads of poles, Bishnoi. I don't know what it is.
Is it because he bowls? This might sound mad, but too many googlies. He bowls from beyond the perpendicular, so he doesn't have much of a leg spinner, so he's not bowling to take the ball away from right-handers that much.
Essentially, yes. What I think the bigger problem for him is he slides the ball on, so he's bowling like a defensive leg spinner rather than an attacking leg spinner. So, so what I mean by that is, a leg spinner is putting a lot of revolutions on the ball. And you're trying to beat a batter 3 different ways. The first one is the fact that leg spin goes up and then comes down. So you're beating them with that. The second one is the spin sideways. And the third one is the bounce. The way he's bowling and the way he bowls it, the spin sideways is taken away. So he's only got... Well, we said that they couldn't lose if they kept up with the spin, so Chennai's brought on the pace here at Cricket 8. We'll see how that goes. But right at the moment, Sam Curran has just hit the ball into the leg side. Norcross is in the other room telling great stories. And I've got Rob Barron with me for a moment.
Hi there. For a moment, yeah.
God, I would have made a fortune if I had my phone. Because they're into favourites now. Anyway, I'm double green. You can't complain about being double green.
I could be, but I'm holding my Chennai position now.
For another couple of wickets?
So I'm holding for the fact that I think that this is a time where Curran will go too far within himself, if you know what I mean, and bat too slow and could potentially let the run rate get out of hand here. If it weren't for those 2 power play overs where they did the right thing and got the easy runs, they'd be so far behind here.
Those shook me quite a bit. So here's my thinking. I thought they would use pace.
But Samaji has started very well.
Yeah. So I had bet on Chennai based on the fact of 10 to 11 overs of spin. Yeah. And at the moment, I'm not going to get 10 or 11 overs of spin.
Where's Moeen is my question.
That's my point.
Yeah, and where's that ball gone? And the other thing is, Jitesh is having a bad season.
Terrible.
Really bad. So last year, and the thing with Jitesh is, it sounds daft, but you forget he's 30, Jitesh. And when we were talking about our favourite man, Sudhasan, he's 22, I think. And so it feels like they've been around kind of the same amount. And like I know we've seen a fair bit of Jitesh now in the IPL, and I thought 2 years ago he's potential. You know, he could be anything. He's really good, and he got 25 every game, and you're like, yeah, he's really good. But he never kicked on.
No.
And you think, okay, he's going to learn that. He's 30 years old now, and he hasn't learned that at all. He hasn't got past. He hasn't got past 30 this season.
Did you even hit that?
No, it either does or doesn't like Jitesh.
Maybe
is this a wicket? Yes, it is.
Well, Simmerajit has got a short one outside off stump, and he has feathered it behind, and that was Jitesh's first ball, I think.
And that's why I held my position, because
I think
guy's in terrible form.
I think that's more than fair.
And now I'm out. For that reason, I'm out at 1.4.
I did very well holding positions in the Kolkata Mumbai game the other day, so
yeah,
I'm more than happy to keep this. I've got double green, but it's all weighted towards Chennai.
I've closed out at 1.35 because I don't see anything wrong with that price. I've locked in quite a good one there, which is good because the pre-bets haven't gone so well today as they did yesterday.
They haven't. No.
We can talk about not tomorrow's. We can talk about the next game's bet before they happen to give everybody plenty of time.
Let's run through them now. You've got LSG versus KKR. In the first over, you've got a first ball 4. Is that right?
Let me look. Let me get my long list, and I'll pick out the good ones from there. Where are we?
Yeah, well,
we're Lucknow, aren't we?
Well, we're somewhere.
We're definitely Lucknow. Let me just find my orders, and we'll give people some good bets. So the best bets of the day that I could find for UK punters, there's a company called Skybet who we don't talk about very much, and I think Skybet do a couple of things really well. Like their website is great; it's really user friendly. Skybet, it's one of the ones that the others could learn a lot from, I think.
A lot of information on their app as well, I find.
The app's good. The site's good. They're very bless you, not excuse
something. Excuse you.
Bless you. But they do a thing where the traders can manually put in markets, so they can do who's going to get the winning runs. Will this guy still be in however many balls or whatever? It's great. Like, well done to Skybet for that. But
I like their little boosts too.
Some of those are really, really good value, and some of them are shocking.
Yes.
So check with me before you bet them, please, Jarrod.
Never.
But I think they've made mistakes with their prices today. So I'm going to run through 3 of the things you can back on Skybet today that I think are wrong.
Yep.
4 first balls, 7 to 1. Lucknow are actually not too. We don't know who's going to open.
So first ball of match.
Yeah, 4 is much better
at 7 to 1.
If you can wait until.
Where's this one? This has been chipped over the top. They're going to get a couple here.
It's much better if you can wait until you know KKR are batting first. If KKR are batting first ball 4 is a sensational bet at 7 to 1 because Salt goes after everything.
Yeah.
As is wicket at 33 to 1. But the ones I really like, KKR highest first 6 over score 1.8. That's a tremendous bet. That's a gift. KKR go berserko right from the start, don't you? You can tell Jarrod is betting because
I'm putting them in. Well, you're telling me to put them in.
As you absolutely should. KKR highest first 6 overs. Lucknow are not gunning the first 6. They're not. We don't know whether de Kock's back or not. That would make a difference. But Kolkata came in last time and really didn't look like the answer, did he?
No.
KKR,
so this is on Skybet, is it? I can't find it.
I'll show you next time we have a break. And KKR most 6s at evens. That is crackers. I don't know how they've come up with that. It's basically Pooran or bust for them. But I'll run through a few more that I like. Lots of people now have got Narayan's run line starting with a 2 because of how well he's done this season. If you notice the last couple of games, he actually looks like he's regressed back to his
He made runs last game, but barely, didn't he?
Yeah, he got like 13 or something. But I think that the signs are there that the teams aren't just feeding him, like they've worked it out a little bit. So I like anyone that's starting Narayan's run line with a 2, I think should be punished, and you should go unders. I saw some. You'll like this bet, Daniel. 12 to 1 Andre Russell man of the match for the next game. There's lots of ways you can win with Andre Russell because he's an really impactful cricketer.
He's been bowling very well also.
Yeah, he bowls at the end, so he gets wickets, and he bats in the money phase where he's trying to hit every ball for 6. If he comes off with either of those things, he can win man up. So 12 to 1's the wrong number. Anything bigger than 10.
They're appealing here. This is close. I thought that's
I'm
definitely.
referring this.
I'm going to say
referring
you
this.
have to refer this. That looked very, very close to me.
Has Dhoni decided against? Look, he's come round the wicket. He bowls pretty wicket to wicket, he does, Jadeja. Normally, you'd be worried about the ball pitching outside leg and asking whether or not it's straightened, but they're not going to look at it.
That's
Which surprises me.
I thought pitched outside leg.
I think you're spot on.
you are right.
are spot on.
It's crashing into middle and leg, but it did pitch outside leg. So well done to them and to Rob Barron. I thought naked.
Can I tell you a Colin de Grandhomme betting story, please?
Yes, please.
So I used to bet all the time on, it was one of my best markets, top batsman live, who's going to score the most runs for the team live. And this was de Grandhomme's debut, his maiden 100 for New Zealand. It was in Wellington against the West Indies, who were really in the doldrums at the time. Hetmeyer was number 3 in that test match. Like, they'd had no idea what they were doing. Ooh. And I thought New Zealand were going to score loads. And at the time, I think Kane had got out, Ross Taylor and Henry Nicholls were batting together, and they looked like it was impossible that they would ever lose a wicket. And so what the bookies did is they kept pushing out the price of the batsman to come, as Nicholls got 50, Taylor got 80. And I was like, but this is first innings, right? And they don't have to declare.
They can keep batting.
Keep going. Yeah. And it kept pushing out de Grandhomme's price for top bat. And I knew de Grandhomme. I knew how quickly he's got. And it was perfectly set up for him because they were 200 for 3. And so de Grandhomme has got licence to go quickly, right? And that's how he likes to bat.
But bear in mind, he's not a man unduly encumbered by the heavy weight of intellect.
But that lack of encumbrance allowed him to bat freely, which is what
the
you
clarity of thought, if you can call it that.
Indeed. And so I was getting 20 to 1 de Grandhomme, and I was like, and I had an account where it was Bet365. I could have like £100 any time they moved the price. So I had £100 at 20 to 1. I was like, it's about 8 to 1. £100 at 22 to 1. £100 at 25 to 1. And I backed him all the way up to 100 to 1 for like 100 quid a go. So I'm sat there with de Grandhomme, and I'm like, I just want him to have a chance. And so Taylor gets out for 93.
Andy?
Is
this to be top scorer?
Top scorer for the innings.
Yep.
In comes Colin.
Yeah.
And he's batting beautifully. And he's looking for his first test century. So I'm like, when he got to, as they beat in the bat again, Samaji has come in and made an impact.
He has been fantastic. We'll get to him after the story.
And so I'm sat there with de Grandhomme winning me 6 months' wages, basically,
nice.
as far as betting goes. Like, I'm really tucked into this.
Something
like,
tells me this story might not end as happily as I might have hoped.
The bell doesn't even want to play. So de Grandhomme comes in, and as he's getting into his work, scoring at strike rate 140 in this test match. Everyone else has been going at 50. Nicholls got 42 strike rate. Taylor got 58 strike rate. Nicholls gets out. So I now know he just needs to beat 93. And there's a lot of talk as Blundell has joined de Grandhomme, and Blundell is basically knocking singles for de Grandhomme to smack everything. Colin de Grandhomme brings up his first test century off 74 balls. And I'm like, and you know when the camera keeps going to the balcony, because they're definitely going to declare now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
He's got his 100, and I'm going, you never ever count your money in gambling. I'm like, this could be a really good one here. You just need the universe to behave itself normally for 5 minutes,
out?
Everything's fine. Not in those days you couldn't.
Right.
And it's not something that I lean towards anyway, because it's normally bad value. But it was like, they're going to declare, the commentators are like, they're obviously declaring in a minute. And I was like, well, what they're actually going to do is they'll let Blundell score his 100 first.
Oh no.
And then they'll declare.
Oh no.
Right? So Blundell scores his 100, and everyone's going, well, that's it. The Betfair run line's gone, because everyone's
Colin
assuming
still
he's
in?
going to go. Yeah, Colin's still in. All fine. They've both got 100. And de Grandhomme's ahead. He's on like 105, and Blundell's on 101, let's say. And they do all this prolonged applause, and you see the bowlers are getting loose and like they're going.
Oh no!
Obviously, they're
I think I
declaring
know what's
now.
happening. Is there's still 2 balls left in the over or something?
And they go, well, then de Grandhomme gets out, and everybody goes, well, they'll just declare now.
Just come in.
Fine. They muck about, allow Blundell to face another couple of balls. He hits them. So Colin de Grandhomme's out for 105. Blundell hits a monstrous 6. He's only 6 of his innings to go to 107.
Oh
And then they declare that ball.
no!
They go, that's fine. You've got all his money now. And I'm pretty sure Denise from Bet365 ordered exactly all of that to happen. And it was like, yeah, that took some getting over that day. That was a long walk after that game. I thought I'd done everything right, and then
You had done everything right.
You're not allowed nice things. The universe went, not today. Well, you can have one of those days some other time, but not today. But yeah, so
But again, like you say, you've done the right thing.
and that's all you got to do with betting. So it's not gone great this game. I've done very well on match winner.
Oh, we get a
which is
wicket
now
here.
Very short because the most dangerous man has gone.
Ashutosh is out. He's been
Is he?
caught. Oh,
Has
actually,
it been dropped?
was that
The
dropped?
market's given it, and it looks like that's been dropped.
Or
That's
oh
mine.
no, hang on. This is hard to tell from what we're looking at. Is this a disputed catch?
I think
Because it's Moeen Ali at short mid wicket.
I think it's just been given not out, and on we go. So the market crashed all the way down to 1.1 then for the defence,
Yeah.
and it's hopped straight back out to 1.2. Punjab are one of those teams that can chase this sort of thing because they're crazy.
Yeah.
They've got
Ashutosh
Krashatosh,
has done. Yeah,
I'm
Ashutosh
waiting.
has
I'm
done
waiting
all
for it
sorts
to
of
get
mad
to
things.
maybe 8s. That around that figure, and I might pop back in. I'm not interested at 5.5s.
That feels right.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? If it gets to
Yeah.
8s, I've had some incredible runs in this IPL of backing 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, when you can tell that only 1 or 2 small things need to go the other way. Is this going to be caught?
Yeah.
Well, he's out now. Anyway,
Well, it's going to get to 8 now. It's 9.2 now. 10.
but
Too
Curran.
bad that needed Curran in. Do you think?
Well, let me just look at the batting order, because I've been quite good at this, but I've been quite methodical about it, Dan.
Okay.
Right, I'm not just mucking around here.
No.
The
Hub-
sub's been and gone. Remember that. There's no more subs.
They've already had their sub.
Yeah.
They've got Harpreet Brar. So they need, and I like Harpreet
He's
Brar.
not the worst. He's not the worst batter.
No. So he can make 35 of 20,
That's a huge statement.
and then you've got 27 balls at the other end, where you need to make about 55, 60, not accounting for extra.
Krashatosh be happy with that.
That's 2 runs a ball from Ashutosh.
Remember that, which he'll do in his sleep if he stays there long enough.
But Rabada will bat 11 when he needs to bat at 9.
Totally agree. Rabada's one of the best batsmen ever for the 5 balls that he faces every innings. Harshall, now he's never really done it in the IPL with the bat, but he opened in the SMAP for his 20 over team
He can
for
play.
a year. Like Harshall can bat. They keep telling us Harshall can bat. They kept telling us Brar could bat, and we didn't see it until they needed him to, where he got a very important 21, and then he followed that up with a 29 in his next innings.
Yeah. He can bat.
So we know Brar can play.
I've got no issues with him.
So are you pushing the button at 10 to 1?
12s I got.
12?
You've done it.
I can't put you off that.
I think 12s is a fair. I don't think that bet's going to get up, but I also think there's a very big chance of. Well, that's good batting from Harpreet.
The full leave.
God, I'm playing club cricket yesterday. There's a lot of young kids who just come in and bowl when you're not ready.
Really?
The amount of times.
I respect it. I
Yeah.
respect it, yeah.
Good for
on
them.
them,
It's up
yeah.
to you for you to be ready.
Well, I mean, yeah.
If the
Also-
bowler's ready, you're
I
supposed
also
to be ready.
I also had a left arm wrist spinner bowling. You were like this, at which he bowled so slow that the wicketkeeper said, "Well bowled," before the ball got to me. And I had to go up and put an arm around him, and I said, "It's fine," because I wasn't going to miss it. But if I had missed it and been bowled, I would have not left the crease. Just so you're aware.
I hope you played him entirely off the back foot. You might as well, when they're that slow, you might as well just get right into the baseball position and ease him.
Oh, this is going to be
hello.
out. There goes my 12s. That's Ashutosh. But I'm
mean-
okay with that.
Why didn't Punjab bat first for the all-out here?
Yeah.
There's going to be 19 wickets in this game, and I needed an all-out for a
And you're
lovely
not going to
holiday.
get up.
And do you know what? They are going to be all out. And the reason is, similar to when I was last here, they have to win. They don't have a choice here.
Yeah, that's
If
very true.
they lose this game, they can't qualify.
So that is something that, and you made the point well last time, you made it again, there's no net run rate nonsense here.
No.
They're not playing to lose in a certain way. They got to win. They've got to chase these runs. So the all-out is extremely likely now for that reason.
That's on my 12s.
What is it now, 50?
40.
Do you know what I did yesterday for talking about bets that don't win? I backed the defence yesterday at 300 and something to 1, and it went all the way into 5 when they collapsed. They did them, and then it was like, where's Rashid Khan? Can he please bowl?
Yeah.
And he came back onto DK, which is exactly what you want.
Good matchup.
You want, and Rashid Khan was probably injured and bowled like a drain, and then the game finished. But that was very lively.
Did you get out?
Minutes. I made a tiny bit. I didn't level up. I could have made an easy 4 figures.
Yeah.
For like a 20 quid bet or something, but I didn't. I was betting while I was on a train, which is suboptimal betting conditions, which is why it was only 20 quid and not.
Your normal 20 grand.
Not these days.
I almost feel, sitting here between you two, that it's almost time that you created a kind of like do's and don'ts definitive crib sheet. Now, I don't know if you ever...
Oh, it's Belgium. No.
He's beaten the outside.
Me and Jadeja were excited by that.
Yeah, but Dhoni has to take the bails off because he has to slow the game down.
It was because he's back with... Do you know what it was? Watch this again. There's a big gap, and I thought it went through the gap.
Yeah, and it went past the outside.
And me and Jadeja are both blind. That's fine. We've got to get some wrong.
Now, those of you who
you want to do's and don'ts, Crib?
Yeah,
so
like,
leave your phone in the other room when you know the odds are wrong.
That sort of thing. Well, don't bet on the phone. On the train. I'll give you an example. If you ever watch Homes Under the Hammer, which is one of the great daytime TV shows with Dion Dublin, there are certain do's and don'ts for buying a house at auction.
By the way, the Homes Under the Hammer. Oh, it's very good. What's the name of the main presenter? The bloke.
On what?
Homes Under the Hammer.
Well, you've got your Dion Dublins, you've got your Tommies, you've got your Martins. Martin.
So he does a bit where, when he makes a point, he demonstratively does this, and somebody on Twitter has put piano chords on when he does it, and like super linked, or whatever the right word is, loads of them together, and it's basically a concerto of him going, I'll find it for you.
Read the legal pack. Make sure you view the property. I think Cricket 8 is now mature enough to be able to do that for you.
If Rob just went through all of my mistakes.
So here's some things that Jarrod has done. So firstly, when I first met Jarrod, I said, I need to get you betting because you've got a great database. He knows loads about cricket, and he's got a mind that would confound any psychologist, psychiatrist, or anyone.
And he also reads a good game when he's watching.
Yeah. To be fair, like
when he's watching, might be fun.
So when he's not trying to arb with Betfred, he can watch the game very well and learn from it. So he said to me, "No, I don't bet, mate. I don't need to bet. I don't go down that avenue." Fast forward 10 days, and he's sending me basketball bets that he's having at midnight.
You told me to put a basketball bet on, and I got a bubble. Anyway, doesn't matter.
And so there are certain things that Jarrod has done. There's one where we were backing. I can't remember. I think it was overs in a power play for the correct read. A bit like today, it was like they're going to have bad bowlers in the 5th and 6th. We want to be on overs. And I turned round to Jarrod, and he's got his head in his hand because he's pressed the wrong button and backed unders 3 times. So that's something that you don't do.
Yeah. Don't press the right button. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't buy kittens when you're meant to be trading out of your position. So he left a massive position up and went out to buy kittens instead of closing it.
Oh dear.
So you don't do that.
I did press the button, but I didn't.
And today he called a very good bet and wasn't able to back it because he'd left his phone in a different room. It's this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
We could start with the pages of like the Jarrod Kimber rules.
Yeah.
And then move on to like regular people rules.
I think that would be marvellous. I think, and you could just do it for a podcast. Just do 20 minutes of don'ts, and the occasional do.
Yeah. Okay. We can do that, Jarrod.
But we can talk about how bad I have been at times, Dan, and I think that's fair.
Here it comes.
I can just show you my complete Betfair exchange situation there.
Yeah.
I'm over 200% profit, and that's with several, and I do mean several, bets where I bet on the wrong
thing. Yeah.
And that also includes, you can see the month I went into the negative, that was the kittens.
That was the kittens, yeah.
Maybe we should call our podcast Killing Kittens. Oh no, we can't do that. Brooke's in the other room. And he'll feel uncomfortable about that.
And Stuart Meeker's not here today. So this
you got that joke though, didn't you, Dan? No one outside of this flat will get that joke on Cricket 8. But everyone in this room got it. And sometimes that's what you do the joke, just for your friends.
Allow me to talk about cricket for a minute here.
Oh, fine.
There's
boring. The cricket's dead in front of us.
Well,
you can't even bet on CSK at the moment.
I keep being told that Harshal can bat, and what is this 1 off 7 that I'm seeing here? When was this bit where a team made him opener for a whole season.
Yeah.
Where's this ability? Hit a massive six and show me that you've got something. But
He's just played a misted ball that he was
Okay.
lucky way to square leg
So
on.
this makes me want to back Bold again, because Harshall doesn't appear to have any ability, and this is one where not quite as good as the Mo situation where it's like, sorry, which was the bowl that was definitely going to happen? Thakor earlier.
Yeah.
Like he's definitely going to get bowled if
Yeah.
if it was Harshall that was bowling. If he bowls on the stumps, Gleeson has just seen him miss 5 in a row here. Bowl a Yorker, because he can't. He might be out LBW to it. But if he aims at the stumps here, Harshall's a huge chance to get out because he's 1 off 8. He doesn't know what to do. Then he's
Gleeson could be
89
about
off
to bowl.
37.
He could be bowling a maiden here, for heaven's sake. That's
He's
more
had
like it.
He's had a big Yahoo and got it away for 1.
We've done the bets, so just if you remember, first ball 4 at sevens for the next game. First scoring shot 6, 28-1.
That's really big.
You might want to wait to see if Kolkata's batting first, which we'll find out soon, of course.
Oh yeah, because that'll be boundary in the first over or wicket, won't it? With
Yeah.
Sultan Narayan.
First
Exactly.
innings. First scoring shot 6, and then runs in the first over 6.5. That's for KKR.
I don't mind it for either team, but KKR, it's a double good bet.
No 50s you've got here. I've never seen that come up. Where
So
would I
you
find
can
that
back
one?
no 50. There's quite a few firms that offer that now.
Okay.
Will they score? Will there be a 50? Yes or no? But no 50 at Lucknow at 10-1 is big, because you never know what you're getting from the pitch at Lucknow.
I like that.
And
you
it
got
can
16-1
be-
all out.
Yeah, again, the Lucknow thing, and you might have KKR batting first,
Yeah.
who are a massive all-out team.
And there's a
Even
couple-
though they somehow managed to get Ramandeep at number 9, because the impact sub rule is nonsense.
A couple of simple bets here. KKR most sixes is evens, which I don't understand.
So that's a
And
terrible.
I just got on that.
Yeah, that's good.
And KKR highest first 6 is 4 to 5s. Russell man of the match at 12, so I couldn't find that anywhere, that number.
Okay.
And Krunel top bat at 28. I found that at 29s.
Okay, that's your Betfair Sports, is the Russell 12-1 man of the match.
So there we go for later. But I wanted to turn this because this game should fizzle from here. India World Cup squad. So I'll read out the team. Rohit Sharma, Hardik Pandya. They've named their vice captain.
It's good to see that Mumbai Indians, that terrific side, are providing so many players for.
In leadership as well.
Yeah.
And as you and I always love, Dan, the vice captain being announced is one of our favourite things.
Oh,
for
it's
how
just
few
such-
teams ever worry about it.
Yeah, and who is the vice captain?
Hardik Pandya.
Oh, hello.
Yashvi Jaiswal. Oh, was there a 6 there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Moved across his
That's
stumps and
Harshall.
flicked it up and over.
We need
6.
most 6s in this one, don't we?
It'd be nice.
Yep.
They need quite a few more from somewhere. I also need 11 Rabada runs from somewhere.
Yes.
From Rabada.
Yashvi Jaiswal, Virat Kohli, Surya Kumar Yadav, Rishabh Pant, Sanju Samson, Shivam Dubey, Ravindra Jadeja, Akshar Patel, Kuldeep Yadav, Yuzvendra Chahal, Arshdeep Singh, and Jasprit Bumrah. Oh, sorry, and Mohammad Siraj. So those are the players in the Indian World Cup squad. They have 3 spinners that all spin the ball away from right-hand batters that they cannot possibly all fit into the same.
Yeah, so they've
side.
got Akshar, Ravindra Jadeja, and
Chahal.
Chahal.
So if you play Chahal, how do you play your left-arm finger spinners?
So Kuldeep's not there?
So Kuldeep is in the side; he'll be automatic.
Yeah.
But they've got 4 spinners,
Yeah.
of which 3 of
3,
which
yeah.
all do the same thing. I know they're different kinds of spinners.
So are they thinking? I mean, they what do they know about American pitches? Because
It's not America they're worried about.
It's
It's the West
Caribbean.
Indies.
Right.
So I understand the 4 spinners. I'm not against the 4 spinners. This
I
could be
like-
a wicket as Harshall hits it straight up in the air, and is dropped. Nope, taken. I just assumed. So
8
Harshall
down.
is out.
It's good for your Rabada bet.
Yeah, so yeah, I need 11 Rabada runs. A couple of things on that Indian squad.
Yeah, I
One is,
want all of your knowledge on it.
well, so one is Avesh Khan is the standby quick, and Sandeep Sharma has been amazing in this IPL. They're meant to be doing it on IPL form. Sandeep Sharma is bowling in all the most difficult phases. He's bowling to set guns at the end. He's bowling to set guns in the middle, and he's bowling in the power play, and he's bossing it. Like,
Who
he's
would
been
Avesh
superb.
Khan replace in this side? He doesn't do what Mohammad Siraj does. He doesn't do what Jasprit Bumrah does. So who is he actually replacing if they have an injured
He's
seam?
just somebody that got some wickets in the IPL a couple of years ago. That's what he is.
As you said, Sandeep Sharma is a better bowler than him. And
yeah,
should be in the
in
side.
all phases.
And T Natarajan has been the best death bowler.
Yeah,
right.
and they're both bowling great right now. So how is Avesh Khan ahead of them?
What about
Incorrect.
Arshdeep? How do you feel about Arshdeep being in the lineup?
No. because
they're picking him on form from previous years.
I love Arshdeep, and I thought he was quite good in the last T20 World Cup, but he's not bowled very well in this IPL, and he's not been trusted to bowl his death overs for Punjab. And if you're not getting your death overs for your franchise team, what are you doing starting for India? There's someone missing there in the Indian attack, which is why they look a bit short to me to win the World Cup. So
they're threes to win the World Cup at the moment.
Yeah, you can't even get 3 to 1. They're 3.8 or something.
Is it Skybet has a bet boost on
England?
England, is it 7s or 5s?
Something like 11 to 2 England.
Yes.
That's quite a good price, England to win the World Cup, because every team has got weaknesses. India's is their pace bowling that isn't Bumrah. We know that. We've watched this whole tournament, and they've not picked the 2 next best pace bowlers in this Indian pacers in this tournament.
England have gone full sunrisers, haven't they?
Which I love. Yeah.
They've essentially gone.
With Jofra.
Our top 7 can all smash it everywhere.
But with Jofra. So if Jofra's fit,
yeah,
that's a big difference, isn't it?
If the good Jofra plays for England, 11 to 2 is a mad price.
Yeah.
I have no idea how fit he is, and I'm not going to start about how they've bowled him into the ground in losing Test matches to get him to this state. Another thing about India, Rinku Singh has not managed to make the squad. He averages 89 in his T20 international career at a strike rate of 176. And his recent form is 69 not out off 39 was his last game. 69 off 39 not out. 68 not out off 39 against South Africa. He's basically failed twice in 11 knocks. How on earth is he not in the side? He hasn't had many goes in this IPL because he's playing for a crazy team that are only giving him 5 balls at the end, because Naran keeps scoring 100 every time. And literally impossible.
Where would he bat for India?
Finish.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the big. So the spin is the first question, right? You've got 2 left-arm finger spinners. You can only play one of them in the side, and then if you want to play Chahar, you're hoping you're going up against a lot of right-handers to begin with. Then you get to the point of their finishers at the moment are Hardik Pandya, Ravi Jadeja, or Akshar Patel, right? None of those guys are smacking the ball at the end, right? Shivam Dubey, maybe they can try him at 5 or 6, which will make that a little bit better. But that causes other issues when it comes to bowling and everything else.
Because they don't have an impact substitute yet.
Yes. Sanju Samson is, again, not someone who can do that job. So the player who can... He's in the squad.
Oh, he made the squad, did he, in the end?
Yep. So he's the backup anchor in a team that has 2 anchors in the starting 11. You see where I'm going?
Yeah. I mean, look, I was absolutely horrified by the way they played in Australia, and I think the semi-final against England was one of the most remarkable displays I've ever seen of India being happy with 169, 170 at Adelaide. This was a team playing T20 from 6 years ago. It was also a team of players who'd never played T20 cricket outside India. So they had no real appreciation for what the conditions were like. Yeah. They were playing against a bunch of guys who play all around the world. And England knocked off that 170 odd. You should have seen the Indian press pack was absolutely over the moon at halfway stage, because India had scored 60 odd in the first 10. And then I think it was Hardik got some runs at the back end. And so they'd got something like 60 odd off the last 4.5 overs.
Yeah, it was Hardik,
Indian press pack, delighted. We've got way too many for the milk toast, lickspittle, imperialist, colonialist swine that are the English. They stand no chance. Unfortunately, the lickspittle, milk toast, imperialist swine won with 4 overs to spare and 10 wickets. I mean, it was just indicative of the way India hadn't read the memo.
Yeah. And do you know what's really interesting?
And this squad, by the way, just reminds me of the same mistake being made.
Yeah.
You know? And they don't need to make a mistake because they've got so many brilliant players that could push the boundaries of T20.
But what's really interesting is, so we've just done a big piece up on cricket8.com, so you can find it up there, which is about the different leagues, right? So the IPL is the best batting league, right? And since the PSL went to Pakistan, it has become one of the best batting leagues, right?
Good pitches.
The Blast has always been a pretty strong batting league, right? And then you got the Big Bash and the CPL, which are bowling leagues, right? So you look at all that and you go, India had a World Cup in the UAE, right, which was a bowling league. They had a World Cup in Australia, which is a bowling league, and they've had a World Cup and they've now got a World Cup in the West Indies, which is another bowling league, right? They are a batting team who doesn't maximise their batting, and then they pick defensive bowling options, right? So I like the Chahal selection because at least they're saying to themselves, we have to get some wickets, right?
Yep.
Which is more than fine. But you look at that team and you're like, they're not trying to bowl you out and they're not trying to bat you out of the game. So how is Team India trying to win any games in these tournaments? They're basically trying to do it by being more talented, which works all the way through to the semi-finals.
Well, they're also kind of relying a lot on everybody being spooked by Virat Kohli and Jasprit Bumrah. And everybody should be spooked by Jasprit Bumrah, but I don't think other teams are particularly spooked by Virat Kohli.
Not anymore, no. Well, that Adelaide one was a perfect example of England. We've got a strategic timeout here, but England essentially said, if that's the way they're going to bat, we will chase this, which is, you should never be in a position like that. Anyway, that is the strategic timeout. Remember, you can email us live at cricket8.com. I'm Jarrod Kimber. He's Daniel Norcross. He's still Rob Barron, and we'll be back in a few moments. Live at cricket8.com if you'd like to ask any questions. We've got one from Barron who says, conventional wisdom suggests that the best bowler bowls the 19th over, but we know that the 20th over on average is the highest scoring. Doesn't it make more sense to bowl your best bowler in the 20th over in the first innings to minimise run scoring in the second innings?
In the first innings. In chase, no, but in the first innings, that would always be the obvious thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it depends on what your best bowler is, because I think if your best bowler is a wicket taker, it probably makes more sense for them to bowl on the 19th, because then the person bowling the 20th over might be bowling to two players who are not set. But if your best bowler is a defensive bowler, then it makes more sense for them to bowl the 20th.
Are we talking first innings?
Yes,
you bowl your best over in the 19th, and you do it every time.
In the first inning?
Yeah, and then you think about it, and then you do it anyway.
Why?
Because the 20th over is due less runs if you get people out in the 19th.
Ah, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. If you have a defensive bowler, they should bowl the 20th. If you have an attacking death bowler... So Dwayne Bravo should never bowl the 20th over when he was playing. He should always bowl the 19th, because he's more likely to get wickets. You need his wickets to slow the runs down at the other end.
Totally, yeah. Totally. And when Dwayne Bravo was on, he got lots of poles because he wanted Dwayne Bravo throughout his whole career to get as many wickets as possible, and nothing else mattered to him.
Rob.
Hi.
How do you feel right now about the Gujarat Titans?
Angry. Once again, their intent is a disgrace to our beautiful game. They had a good opportunity to boost their net run rate today, which they absolutely needed to do, chasing 140, and they squandered it by mucking about and basically having an elongated net.
And we kept thinking, well, now here's where they dropped the hammer. Here's where they dropped the hammer. I think they dropped the entire, all their tools, but they didn't pick many of them back up.
It was quite simply a crime against humanity. I mean, there are many dreadful things going on in the world right now, and this has just added to the sum total of awfulness. The reason why net run rate was important for them is because their net run rate is an abomination. It's appalling. And so when you've already lost 4 games, you can only lose one more game. Yep. And the chances are that they will lose one more game.
Welcome back to Cricket 8 with Jarrod Kimber, Daniel Norcross and Rob Barron. Remember, email us live at cricket8.com. Scores 106 for 8. It's fizzled. It's gone.
Well, you say that, right? It's just... I see...
What do you see?
I see 120 here for Punjab, and they actually need 15 and over. And they're very unlikely to win. But are they 120 to 1 or 119 to 1 unlikely to win? I don't know. I mean, I think...
Yes?
I could find a cheeky £2.
So you're betting on Harpreet Brar, who's 2 or 3, but Chahar's hit them okay.
Chahar's hit them okay, and the massively underrated Rabada is still to come. Now, look, it's very unlikely, but there are only 22 balls.
Yep.
So you break that down and you say to yourself, 8 sixes. 8 sixes and 14 singles, and they win.
Okay, Dan, I've put £2 on for you, mate, at 110.
Thank you.
So we need one more 6 to get for evens on 6s.
So we need 2 more to win.
So the thing is, and one of the reasons is it's the reason I've been banging on about ad nauseam.
That's a good shot.
It's because they have to win.
Yep.
So you're not looking at numbers, and many times, numbers 9, 10, and 11 in this situation in the early part of the tournament will be saying, we've got 21 balls. If we get 30 runs here, we've minimised our net run rate position. There was no way we were going to win the game. The best thing to do for our team is that. Here, they don't have a choice. They've got to go all out to win, which means that, look, they're very likely to be all out in the pursuit of that. Sure. But I don't know if they're 120 to 1 when I was looking at it.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, you've got your cash down. The thing is, they've got no... If they had Pathirana here today, they'd have won this game already.
Yeah.
We'd be eating our curry now.
And I'm really... It smells great, by the way.
It does, yeah. I'm very much looking forward to eating this curry.
Me too.
As I always am.
And having a break between the games.
Which is nice, yeah. We've had 2 breaks in the 3,000 hours that we've done Cricket 8.
We haven't had a Super Over. We should have had one the other day.
That's very true.
When they needed 2 off 1 ball.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's what we're going to get in the next game then, because it's remarkable that we've had, we're 53 games in now of the IPL. We haven't had one yet.
Haven't had a Super Over.
That is unlikely. We also haven't had a hat-trick yet, I don't think. And hat-trick in the tournament.
There was a team hat-trick yesterday.
No,
I don't count that.
We're not having
we're not having that.
Although that was glorious for the...
I think team hat-tricks are better than normal hat-tricks.
That's almost as bad as your dad's hat-trick.
Do you want to? We've got enough time for you to explain this. And remember, my dad's coming over this summer, Rob, and so you have to, with a completely straight face, say, I heard you got a hat-trick, talk me through it, and then just nail him on all the details. Go.
So basically, Jarrod's dad, who is a wonderful man, he's a one-off, and he's very Australian, and he played a lot of club cricket to a very good standard. I can't remember, was it semi-final?
Yes.
That he picked up 2 wickets with the last 2 balls to win the game.
Correct.
Takes his side to victory. 2 in 2, beautiful. Starts the final, takes a wicket with the first ball that he bowls. He's got a hat-trick. Hell has he got a hat-trick.
It's 2 different games.
It's not a hat-trick. You cannot have that. Oh, well.
They always say it's a hat-trick, don't they? They always say on commentary, just a reminder, this guy's on a hat-trick when he's playing like 9 months after.
He's not on a hat-trick.
No.
He's not on a hat-trick.
I don't think he is.
Do you think my dad takes it with good humour?
I would
and
say,
I set up everyone to go in on him on this.
I would say he took it about as well as Boycott did when they stitched him up saying that one of his hundreds didn't count.
Which was one of the great moments.
Wonderful television or radio.
Radio, yeah.
Wonderful radio.
The scorer, Andrew Sampson, absolutely made it for me by acting so well in that. For those of you who don't know,
that's really good.
Our producer, Henry Moran, mocked up a fax from the ICC informing us, it was a press release informing us that the matches between the rest of the world and England that took place in lieu of South Africa touring when the apartheid ban came in had been deemed not first class. So there'd already been this issue about them not being test matches.
Yeah.
But then we mocked it up to say, well, they're not even first class. And
there is precedent for that because there are other games with rest of the world sides that are not first class.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. So Jeffrey said, "Oh, well, you matter," which is his wont. Until it's pointed out to him by Andrew Sampson. He says, "I think what we're getting at is that your 100th first class 100 can't have come at Headingley after all in the Test match." And Aggers says, "You're going to have to get rid of all those commemoration plates you've hadn't done." What? And Aggers goes, So where was his next 100 after Headingley? Andrew said, "Well, I'll have a look." Of course, he'd already looked. Yeah. He already knew. It was for an MCC against Pakistan Railways, which wouldn't look quite so good on a commemoration plate.
It wouldn't look as good, would it? Although I love the Pakistan Railways team.
Oh, who doesn't? Yes, it was all done with a deadpan, and Boyks fell for it. It was beautiful, sumptuous. You should have seen the fact the forging of Asan Marnie's signature was a great moment.
There's the one of the greatest facts in cricket, Rob, is that Jack Jack Hobbs. Do you know how many first class hundreds?
This is contentious.
No, I don't.
It's either
there are gonna
197 or 199.
We don't know how many first-class hundreds he made.
That's incredible.
And part of the reason is there was a bunch of games that all the statisticians still argue about. So I think Cricinfo has 199, don't they?
I think that's right.
And the Association of Cricket Scorers and Statisticians have it as 197. And there are friendships
I can well
that have
imagine.
ended over Jack Hobbs' first-class record. People get so... I sometimes throw it into a video, and I always... You know me, I say, the problem is he scored so many hundreds, we actually lost count of them.
There's your bowled.
I'm sorry, but that was just a beautiful wicket. Chahar moved so far across, and Shardul's bowled a slower ball there. He's seen him walk across, and he's changed his ball as he's coming in.
Yeah.
That's brilliant bowling. I mean, I
that's
know what he's done is bowl Chahar.
Yeah.
His bowling career can be summed up in the last 3 balls. Just runs and wickets. That's what he does.
He's brilliant at that.
Really funny.
And we've got a comment too on YouTube. Remember, you can email us live at cricket8.com, or you can get in touch via YouTube with a question. Akshu says, CSK winning a game and then losing a game seems to be the norm now. Probably smart to bet them losing in the next game. I'd like to think there's slightly more science in what we do. I thought, though, if when you're looking at that sort of stuff, it's very rare that myself or Rob will bet, and I'm not an expert and he is, before the game, unless we think the odds are wrong. So actually, if you get to the next game and you think the odds are wrong, that's a completely different situation. I didn't make a bet until, the 3rd or 4th over. I would have gone in a little bit earlier if I'd had my phone in the room. But because I waited until I was pretty sure of what the result was going to be, and then the odds were wrong, right? That's how you make your bet. So, you're more likely to look at that. But what you're really talking about is that Chennai looks like a 50-50 team. The problem with your science behind that is the Sunrisers are a 50-50 team. Lucknow is a 50-50 team. There's a lot of 50-50 teams in this tournament.
That's perfectly put. One thing's for certain here, that either Punjab are going to pull off the most extraordinary win, or they're going to be bowled out, which pleases me.
You've got money on both. Rob.
Hello.
You need runs from Rabada, and I seem to have zoned out when you two were talking about it. So explain that to me.
So I backed at 5-4 today Rabada's performance to be more than 20,
and he got 1 wicket.
No, he didn't. He didn't get any wickets. He only bowled 3 overs.
So
that was based on the bookies are basically saying he's going to get 1 wicket, but he's not going to do anything else.
Yep.
And with Rabada, you do have a chance of a catch, which gives you 10 points, which he's already got.
And he got 1 catch.
And you have a chance of a run, which he's already got 1 run. So that bit of the plan has gone perfectly well. But the other bit of the plan went badly because he didn't bowl all his overs and he only got... That's a great shot.
How do you feel about him playing one-handed cover tries?
Well, that's
the wrong hand.
That's bra. It's bra.
So that's how I feel about that. But what he
Wunderbar.
If Bra gets out, though, that would have also ruined your bet.
Yeah, so Rabada's probably going to get 3 balls to get his 10. But that's a good bet. And it was probably going to go down as a loser. But that's the thing to look out for with performance points. They did it with Bumrah the other day. And if you said, I have to back odds on that Bumrah gets more than 20 points, it's very hard for me to get a run from Bumrah. Yeah. It's very hard for me to get a catch from Bumrah because he doesn't stand in catching places.
And people try and play him out.
I'm like, no, thank you. But when it's 5-4, Bumrah gets over 20.5. When it's odds against, he becomes a good bet because he can get 2 wickets. He can get a catch. He can get a run. But Rabada does stand in places where he can get catches. He gets more catches than Bumrah does. You could argue he gets less wickets than Bumrah does, but today he didn't bowl out, which is surprising.
Can I give you one then? What would Daryl Mitchell's normal line be?
So that's a good one. So it's basically...
You want the guys at long on and long off,
I know
right?
what you're going to say because he gets so many catches. So when you're doing that, right, I'm not going to... It's a beautiful shot for 1 from Rabada, but it keeps a strike. When you're doing... And this is a really easy one you can do yourselves. And I'm loath to tell bookies how to do their jobs.
That's all you do. It's literally your job.
It's actually my job telling traders what to do. It's literally my...
I meant literally in the original format, not in the modern format.
Yeah. Where people misuse the word all the time, and it really bloody annoys me. And even the dictionary now misuse that word.
Yeah, it's
really
used in both ways. Have you not known that?
No.
Literally now means literally and not literally.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I knew you'd.
I mean, what's the point?
Basically, 90% of English-speaking people use the word wrong, and the dictionary went, all right, then we fold.
Yeah.
We'll just type it in that you're fine to use it wrong.
Sorry, you were
Don't
saying.
get me started on different two. We'll talk about that later for half an hour.
Oh, rather than different from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one can manage to get that one right either. Anyway, when you're doing the performance points thing, what you do is you type in your player, which is Daryl Mitchell, let's say.
Yep.
And you type in Daryl Mitchell Crick Info, and anybody can do this. And you click on his name, and it will tell you in 2 seconds flat how many catches he's got in T20s. And I know he's got 178 catches in T20s.
How many matches?
In 186 innings of fielding.
So he's basically getting
that's
one a
it.
game.
Right, so that's
So he
10
could well
points.
get two. So he could well get two.
Whereas if
Would the bookies know this?
the bookies are allowed to look at Crick Info,
I know.
but when they price it, often, honestly, Jarrod,
'Cause he only
it's
needs
like
to
they
make-
don't know that it exists.
Yep.
They don't know the internet exists, and they just chuck up generic numbers. And what they do is they put up his run line, and then they add 2.
Yep.
So what
a
would
fifth
you
of the
do?
catch.
Would you add like 8 or 9?
Yeah,
to that?
so I literally work out, but that is a slightly misleading stat, because there'll be loads of games where
Where he
he's
takes
got
fi- yeah.
2,
Takes
3.
two.
He
But
got
that-
3 the other day, right?
But he's batting. So my point is, you're not saying he's guaranteed to take a catch in that game. What you were saying is, if his performance points would be 20 or 30.
No, so his run line would be 22 or 23.
Yep.
They will put his performance at 26, and you're like, well, actually, it's possible that he bowls. It's happened before. He's done it for New Zealand ridiculously
I
in World
always
Cups. But his catching, he fields in the gun positions. He dropped an absolute clanger the other day, but the game before he took 4, didn't he, or
Yep.
5? And so you're like, actually, he can win without batting.
That's my point.
And all of a sudden, it becomes a good bet, the performance points on the over. So and you look at and you go, well, why are you only giving Bumrah like no more points, but you're giving Mitchell 2 more? Mitchell gets way more catches than Bumrah does. Like, it's not Bumrah's hidden in the field,
Yeah.
and he's quite right, because
Yes.
he's the most valuable person probably in this whole IPL is having Bumrah in your team. As we spend half an hour reviewing a wide that absolutely doesn't matter.
Well, just on these wides, by the way, I think Gaikwad has said keep bowling the same way. But if I'm a bowler at the moment, I'm thinking to myself, I don't need wide Yorkers. I just want to
Get him out.
I just want to bowl at the stumps, pick up a cheeky wicket here. That ball's absolutely fine. Rabada doesn't look like he's about to start launching sixes, does he?
No,
I know he does.
We need him to have at least 1 6, don't we?
I'm slightly concerned here that my prediction that they're either going to get bowled out or win is not coming off because
It's not.
because they're slightly too incompetent on this surface to lay a bat on it, and the bowlers are perfectly happy to hide the ball, which is a bit of an issue here.
I don't think any of us assumed that they were going to bowl wide Yorkers to number 9 or number 8 and number 11.
That's more like it.
Chip that into the gap.
That must be 2.
They're not just running one there. They did.
Oh,
Rabada
my
knows.
goodness.
Rabada's going to hit 2 6s off Gleeson right now.
Okay, here we
Rabada
go.
is a brilliant hitter of full tosses.
Yeah. And he loves
Like he's got a good baseball
he loves the
kind of
leg
swing,
side.
Yeah.
He has quite a good pull, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He has a good pull.
His natural swing is quite good. He looks like quite elegant with his cover drive, but it almost never goes anywhere. It's the Matali Raj cover drive.
Do you want an outlandish Rabada prediction?
After he hits this 6, that was a
What
pretty
a
good shot. He's
great
hit the
shot.
umpire, unfortunately for
Oh
him.
my word, that's 4 all day long if the umpire doesn't put his belly in the way. If you want an outlandish Rabada prediction, he is going to score a Test match 100 one day.
Oh,
It's going to be amazing.
Are South Africa allowed to play Test cricket anymore?
Well, that's why
They're not allowed to use any real players to play in Test
he
matches.
he actually was really upset, wasn't he, at that? So that's part of the.
How good a shot is that for
It's a
one?
beautiful shot.
The umpire has saved 3 runs
What
through his team.
what are the odds on him making a Test 100?
Well, that's a great question, but you
They
can't.
go.
No,
Well,
you
my
work
odds.
for all these. You work for Decimate.
Okay, you want me to?
I want you to
put a
price
number
up
on it?
Rabada making
Well,
100.
how many more Test matches do you think he's got in his locker?
20?
Yeah, he's played
that's not bad, isn't it?
62.
Well,
he's
they're
played
only
62
playing like
tests.
4 or
38.
5 tests a year.
35.
Yeah, maybe.
35 months.
If he plays 5 tests a year. I mean, they don't
Yeah,
actually have a
okay.
home season next year, I believe.
So if he plays 38 more tests, he's played 100 Test matches,
Yeah.
Rabada. And he started at what, 21 playing tests? I think he's probably something like if you ask the bookies this, they'd say he's 20 to 1 or something. But really, if he gets 50 innings, if he gets 50 goes at doing it,
Here's the pull shot we just
There's the
talked
six
about,
from
and there's
Rabada.
our 6. And
Yes.
you're 1 run off your performance point, correct?
I
Yes.
need one more run from Rabada. So I need.
And now with that sixes bet, we are now.
It depends where you backed it. So some bookies, this is another thing to look out for. Some bookies do, I think Ladbrokes and Coral in the UK do two-way six betting, which means if it's a tie,
I might be on the
all your money's
three-way
back.
one, yeah.
Most of them do three-way, so that evens that you've got later for KKR most sixes, which is a wonderful bet, and it's a double wonderful bet if they bat first, because you've got like a 9% edge if you bat first for sixes. That'll be three-way, so the tie will kill you. But this IPL, there haven't been many ties because the sixes have gone through the roof.
Have you given us your odds on Rabada to be man of the match yet?
No, to
to make
century.
a test 100.
I think realistically he's probably 8-1 to do it.
Ooh.
And I really fancy it. I think just watch that shot.
Yeah,
there.
it's a great shot.
Just like Anil Kumble got one.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
Can I just quickly throw something at you?
physically, yeah, sure.
Mark Wood or Rabada?
Because Mark Wood can get there quite quickly,
But he's
can't
not
he?
going to play a lot of
He's
tests.
not going to play enough
Not gonna play
tests.
enough,
I
yeah.
mean,
You see where I'm going with that, though?
yeah.
Ma-
Rabada has a chance.
Here we go.
He's on strike. And he's
Okay.
facing Shardle. We might get our
Oh.
sixes up here, Jarrod. This ball is 6 or out.
How many sixes have been hit in this innings?
6.
And how
It's
many?
5, isn't it?
Is it,
No,
is it
that was
5
the
all at
sixth,
the moment?
wasn't it?
I think it's 5 all at the moment.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought there was 6 in the first one.
I'm
two.
surprised by how
Oh, no,
few
you're right,
sixes.
5, yeah.
I'm surprised by how few sixes we've had here, but it's been a strange old pitch.
Yeah, that's a wicket thing, not a ground thing.
Yeah, definitely.
The pitch has been remarkable this pitch. Come on, Rab.
Slow ball.
Oh,
Wide Yorker, of course.
the big swing.
Well played.
He'll bowl the one on his stumps shortly, and it'll probably be a full toss.
So just, I know we've mentioned him a few times, but first over, 4 of the first ball is 7-1. That's one of Rob's bets. First scoring shot is 6 at 16-1. Runs in the first over 6.5, but that's more if KKR are batting. And we just had the toss in that other game. So will we actually have that coming up?
Oh, KKR are batting, so
KKR
charge.
are batting, so definitely go in on that one.
Yeah, back first ball for first
No 50s.
Rabada.
And is that your runs?
I don't know. That might
Has
be
he
off
got
his
the
pad.
pad? Has he got the
I
bat?
thought that was bat.
It felt like bat. It's going to be single.
Umpire.
Oh,
Anyway,
We
brutality.
managed to get you a sweat in the last over here somehow.
No 50s, 10-1. 16-1 on all out. Most KKR sixes is evens, and KKR highest first 6 overs, 4-5.
I want to make it very clear that people need to be on stuff in the first over. You want to be on first ball 4,
Yeah.
first scoring shot 6, over 6.5 runs in the first over, wicket in first over. Like mad stuff happens when KKR bat, and they bat first.
Oh, he went for the
this
6
is
and Rabada.
frustrating. This is so
This is a brilliant
frustrating.
watch.
Just 2 more bets. Krunal top bat, which you can get 28-29s, and Russell 12-1.
12
As
man of the
man
match
of
is
the
good,
match,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I like that bet. If you can ever get bigger than 10-1 on Russell to be man of the match in any T20 game, back it. That's one you don't need stats for because he does the attractive things. This has been a great watch, this Rabada performance point.
10 is 10 off 9. Remember, we need one more run for Rob Barron not to cry. And he was crying early on. Here he goes. He hit this. Has he hit this for 6? Has he hit it for 1? He's hit it somewhere. Rob Barron has got his bet.
Lovely stuff.
Rabada has just got a full toss out.
He's a great
hit for 6.
He's a great hitter of full tosses, but he's shanked that.
Absolutely. He could not have hit that worse, but
No.
to be fair, he hit it perfectly for Rob's bet.
Yeah, so the best way you
Yeah.
can possibly win a performance points bet of over 20.5 for a bowler is that he gets no wickets and wins by half a run by getting
That, I mean,
isn't
you've
it?
stolen
11
this.
runs and a catch is a beautiful way to win. So thank you, Universe.
Last ball. I would like a 6 here. He's hit it straight up.
we'd like
the
them
head.
all out.
Court.
Where is it?
It's gone nowhere.
Unbelievably, they weren't all out here.
That is unbelievable. And not only that, they've unbelievably managed to lose by 28 runs and be not all out.
Yeah, that's not the
That
Punjab
is
way, is
incredible.
it? So Punjab, one thing Punjab always do is confound you.
Can I just say something? 18 wickets without a bowled out.
It's going to be.
Unreal.
I don't know how many T20 games you will ever see where you'll see something like that. Anyway, 139 for 9. Punjab were terrible. Chennai batted poorly on a tricky wicket, but certainly didn't bat brilliantly, and then bowled very well. Probably didn't even use the best of their resources. They could have used more Moeen Ali as well. They could have changed things up. But
Well,
they were
some Moeen Ali.
They could have used any Moeen Ali. We're going to be back. We've given you all the bets for the next game, so we'll be back in about 20 minutes for that game here on Cricket 8. If you want to send us an email, live@cricket8.com. The YouTube channel will be up and running as well. Subscribe. Why are you not subscribe? Tell your mum to subscribe. Get her phone and use it and subscribe. It's the only thing that you can ever use your mum's phone for. But go over to Facebook if you're not already following us on Facebook. Chuck us a like there. There's plenty of articles that you can read and everything else. We're going to go have a break and we'll see you back here in 20 minutes for what we're hoping is a slightly more entertaining game here on Cricket 8. Woo.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to India on Cricket 8. I'm Nikesh Shrigani alongside Mega Sinha as always. And we're back to talk about another absolutely mental week of IPL action. The runs keep flowing, the 200 plus scores keep happening, and T20 cricket is, just rewriting how it's meant to be played, really, over in India at the moment. 260 chased down, Sunrisers not managing to sort of do what they do when they bat first, and they're asked to chase 200 runs. Everything's been happening. Kohli's back in the runs again. That remains consistent from the start of the season. But RCB picking up a couple of wins as well, which is quite unusual, Mega. And let's start with that, because we're fresh off that from the weekend as we speak to you now. RCB chasing down over 200. And yes, Kohli unbeaten 70-odd. That was brilliant. But it was all about Will Jackson, that 100 of 40 balls. And what a player he is. And what a reaction from Virat Kohli as well when that milestone was brought up, really. It just fantastic. And it just shows you what a team man somebody like Kohli is. And some of the reactions as well when those sixes were being smashed out of the ground. Just unbelievable from Will Jackson and embraced totally by Kohli and the rest of his team.
Absolutely. Much needed 2 points and important role played by Will Jackson. It took his time to get his eye in. And after that, of course, absolutely went hammer and tongs. And towards the end, Kohli began getting amused. And in fact, he even mentioned that he was looking for a few runs and realized that Jax is not too far away from a century. So wanted him to finish that off on his own. But all in all, crucial for RCB, that keeps them mathematically alive. Now, that's been the recurrent theme through the IPL seasons, where RCB fans are busy with their calculators and figuring out all the permutations and combinations. RCB can still make it to 14 points, and there's a slight possibility that they can make it with 12 points as well. So all of that in the domain of mathematics, but such an exciting week. And for anyone who likes to see the contest between bat and bat, there was so much on offer. But the team that set this template, that is SRH, faltering twice while chasing. So is there some message coming out of that?
Yeah, I mean, look, yesterday, Sunrisers, chasing down 213 to try and beat the Chennai Super Kings and falling way short, 134. I mean, to win by 78 runs in a T20 game is an absolute hammering. Even like 30 or 40 runs is pretty significant. This was an absolute battering. And there's no surprise, really, that teams will now want to bat first against Sunrisers, because they seem like a different beast when that pressure is on them. We talked about the impact substitutes coming in this season and that making a massive difference in taking the pressure off that top order. But then there's a different type of pressure when you're batting second. It's all well and good when you're batting first and you're trying to set the tone, set the tempo. You don't quite know what a good score would be, so let's just go out and get as many over 200 as we possibly can, and that's been their template. But look, it was brilliant from the Chennai Super Kings. They put the squeeze on. Chennai, playing at home, have got this sort of method, haven't they, where they bat first and then they put the squeeze onto the opposition. It wasn't quite the spinners who did all the damage, though, yesterday, was it? I mean, Tushar Deshpande was the outstanding bowler, taking 4 for 27. But, you look at Shardul Thakur coming in as an impact substitute. He hasn't had the best season himself, but going at just over 6.5 runs and over through his 4 and picking up that crucial wicket too. And then, Mustafizur and Patirana with a couple of wickets each. So it wasn't the spinners who did all that damage. It was only Jadeja. He was the only spinner used in that entire innings. So a different tactic from Chennai, but still, able to put that squeeze on a side, trying to chase down on their home turf. And it's been the way that they've gone for the last decade, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, this time around, spin-heavy attack didn't help them much because Chepauk was not the same Chepauk that they thrived on. And probably that's why they struggled in the game against the LSG. Situation was not too dissimilar, where, of course, LSG made the most out of the conditions, that is the evening conditions with the dew on. And probably that was the reason why Pat Cummins decided to chase. And probably he didn't also see the pattern developing, because it reminds us of the South African team in the World Cup. They'd be really good setting mammoth targets, but when it came to chasing, they faltered. And that was on display. In the game against RCB, in the previous game against Chennai Super Kings yesterday. So that's something, of course, that now they'd like to take note of. And 130 runs, I mean, those many runs they scored inside 10 overs. We are talking about 20 overs, the luxury of 20 overs. But Chennai Super Kings overall, crucial points for them, because the two losses, back-to-back losses against Lucknow, kind of dented their growth in the tournament as far as the points segment is concerned. But extremely crucial 2 points, and confidence boosting as well. Ruturaj Gaikwad contributing, so important for them as well. And Ravindra Jadeja as well, although didn't have a telling impact on the game, but he was tidy through his overs and didn't concede too many. And that was very important. And that was the difference, probably, when we compare the game against LSG and the game that we got to see yesterday night.
Yeah, I mean, Jadeja, look, he's one of those consistent performers. There have been question marks as to whether or not he is the best choice for that sort of left-arm spinning all-rounder role in the India side, and maybe someone like an Akshar Patel should come in. We'll come on to that maybe a little bit later in the show. But look, I want to talk about the Gujarat Titans. All right, my team, it's no secret. And, I'm from Leicester in central England. It was a pretty good weekend up until that point. For me personally, anyway, Leicester City got promoted on Friday night to the Premier League, back into the Premier League without even playing because of the Leeds result. So that was great for the city of Leicester and the thousands and thousands of Gujaratis that live here. And then, for me personally, on Sunday, Arsenal are sort of my second team in football. I want them to win the Premier League. They went and thumped Tottenham away from home. Things were going well. And then the Gujarat Titans, though, I mean, that just ruined the weekend with RCB able to chase down that total with such ease. What is going on with the Gujarat Titans at the moment? Because, champions in their first season, runners-up last season, they ran away with the league table on both of those occasions. This time, very inconsistent. And in fact, started off not too bad. And they just seem to be creeping lower and lower down that points table. Look, they've got a couple of more points than RCB. So they've played 10 games. They've got 8 points. They've got 4 games remaining in the group stages. Can they? I mean, they probably need to win all 4, given their net run rate is so horrendous. And it took another battering as well yesterday.
And the things that were working for them the last season is not working for them this season. So, for example, Mohit Sharma, he was extremely crucial to their phenomenal campaign last season. This time around, conceding 73 runs in a single game. And otherwise, as well, as the season has progressed, he hasn't been that effective. Rashid and Noor have been tidy. Sai Kishore, his performances have been sporadic. He hasn't consistently contributed for the team. Talking about the batting lineup, now Shubman Gill is the highest run getter. So was he last season. But if we compare his numbers at this juncture of the season from last year, there's a glaring difference. Not just in terms of the number of runs that he has scored, but also the strike rate. Alongside him is the second highest run getter, Sai Sudarshan. he as well hasn't contributed as much. David Miller, the force that he was for the first 2 seasons of Gujarat Titans, in between suffered injury as well. He hasn't been the same. So there are issues in every department and some tactical concerns as well. So this separation, this partition, where we used to see the duo of Hardik Pandya and Ashish Nehra together and doing so well, it's not worked in either's favor, because here Gujarat Titans are struggling and so are the Mumbai Indians, and pressure continues to pile up on Hardik Pandya. By the way, I was just wondering if Mumbai Indians is your favorite team, but all right, GT as well features there.
Well, look, it started off as Mumbai, and then you get a team from Gujarat that's a permanent fixture in the IPL. It'd be rude for every Gujarati, I feel, in the world not to support the Gujarat Titans as their main team. So just like Leicester City is my football team, I live here, I was born here. You've got to go with your home teams, right? I know you Delhiites are a bit different at that. You've not got that loyalty towards the Delhi Capitals. I don't understand that, but maybe that will come in years to come when the sort of it's the tribal kind of nature of football, I suppose, which is slowly making its way into the IPL. But I think until people like MS Dhoni and Virat Kohli maybe retire, those affiliations will still be with players more than teams and regions. I feel anyway. It's like that with a lot of teams, but maybe with teams like Chennai, they're quite tribal, aren't they? And they've got a very different language, I suppose, to the rest of India and things like that. So they very much hold on to the Chennai Super Kings when they're from there. That is their team. That will always be their team. Doesn't matter who anyone else plays for or whatever it might be. But it's slowly creeping its way into the IPL. But yeah, support your home team, people. Wherever you're born, wherever you're from, whatever your local franchise is, the nearest team to where you live and where you work, where you're from. That's how it should be, right? Are you telling me you're not a Delhi Capitals girl?
There's a nice little lecture. We do support Delhi Capitals, just that we're not as staunch a supporter as RCB fans are. So maybe we're picking
plastic fans, we call them plastic fans.
Look how I'm
not permanent. Yeah. But look, it has to be Gujarat Titans for me. But, as I say, struggling in the table, 10 games played, 8 points on the board. They're kind of just drifting out of that battle, aren't they, for the playoff places? Because you look at the teams above them, Delhi just above them, they've got 10 points, they've played 10. And there's a whole bunch of teams on 10 points. Kolkata Knight Riders, although they've only played 8 games, they've got a couple in hand over Gujarat and Delhi. Chennai have played 9 and they've got 10 points. Sunrisers the same, and Lucknow exactly the same. Those three separated by net run rate. So that's going to be a massive factor, you feel, in deciding those top 4 places. It is getting very tight. And then Mumbai drifting a touch. They can go level on points with Gujarat and in fact leapfrog them in the table if they win their game in hand. They've played 9 and they've got 6 points on the board. But it looks very unlikely that anyone from below that current top 6, which Delhi Capitals sit in that 6th position, is going to make the playoff places. But this is IPL. Look, anything can happen. And speaking of anything happening, 260 being chased down in a T20 match can't happen, can it? Well, it can if it's the IPL, can't it? And that is exactly what happened when Punjab Kings chased down 262 with 8 balls remaining, it has to be said as well, to beat KKR. What a game of cricket that was. I mean, if you're KKR, you scored 261 for 6. You think there's no way in hell that Punjab are going to chase this down. This is Punjab. Yes, they've got some power in that middle order, but they've been struggling at the top of the order. They've not been consistent through this season. But then Johnny Bairstow, who, by the way, on the BBC when I was on commentary the other week, we were discussing the fact that he's out there, he's warming the bench. He's been out in India for the best part of 5 months over the course of the winter. He's not scored a run across the Test series, across the IPL. He's now not playing. He gets recalled and he only goes and scores 100 off 40 odd balls. I mean, it's just bonkers, isn't it?
Absolutely. And we'd been wondering the same thing. He'd spent a considerable time in India, acclimatized, very well acclimatized. And then, of course, he had to warm the benches. We've seen what Johnny Bairstow can do in the IPL as well. when he was with the Sunrisers Hyderabad, he was extremely crucial to their successful runs in the tournament, whatever success they enjoyed during that period in the tournament. This time around, the runs had just stopped flowing. He got this opportunity, and such a crucial contribution. And you need players like Johnny Bairstow for the team to believe that such mountains can be scaled, such targets can be overhauled. Of course, the finishing touches were provided by Shashank Singh, because the time Shashank Singh walked in, Johnny Bairstow by then had already progressed to a considerable score. Shashank took on from there and himself went berserk from there on. And Punjab Kings was a team that we were wondering about if at all, anytime during the course of the tournament, they'd catch up, simply because of the fact the number of runs that we saw being scored in the tournament. Punjab Kings had a lot of catching up to do, because they had been struggling with their top order. The runs were not coming. Understandable, their home venue didn't support run scoring, particularly in the power play overs. That was one lamentation that the Punjab fans had. But even when they toured outside, even when they were playing away games, they were struggling with runs. But then, barring of course Ashutosh Sharma and Shashank Singh, but there was consistent contribution in this game. Prabhsimran Singh as well, providing impetus top of the order, and probably that instilled belief in the Punjab Kings team, and the result was there for everyone to see. And I think also there's this conversation around big runs being scored and them being overhauled. There was this impact player rule last time as well. Was there that much of a difference in terms of runs being scored as compared to the previous seasons? Not as much. But this season, the difference is glaring. It's extremely palpable. Probably that's also down to the fact that there have been big scores scored and almost chased. Probably that has emboldened other teams, and that has compelled them to revisit their strategies. And now the idea is to go big from the word go. And I think you'd eventually arrive at this part as well, Virat Kohli's statement about his strike rate, because strike rates are going to form an important conversation, important topic as we move ahead.
They will do. And look, you look at those strike rates throughout that match as well. Phil Salt, 75 from 37. Sunil Narayan, 71 from 32. They're both striking at well over 200. And, you know, you've got somebody like a Venkatesh Iyer who plays a 39 off 23, striking at 169. When you look down the right-hand column, it looks quite poor, because then below him you've got Andre Russell striking at 200, Shreyas Iyer at 280. Ramandeep Singh comes in at the end and smashes at 200 just off his 3 balls. He hits that 1-6, which basically does it for him. And it's just bonkers. You think at that stage there's no way in hell that the Punjab Kings are going to chase this down. But then Prabhsimran at the top of the order, that's a very important knock for not just Johnny Bairstow to get going in the way that he did, but Prabhsimran Singh, 54 from just 20. That's his job done. Riley Russo comes in, smashes a couple of 6s, and then Shashank, 68 from just 28, 242.85, that strike rate. When you're out there for that long and scoring that many runs, is brutal stuff. And it's not just that score that was chased down, it's all these nearly ones, like you say as well. You know, I mean, look, Gujarat posted 200 against Bangalore, but that was nowhere near enough. Bangalore chased it down in 16 overs. And that Delhi game on Saturday, let's talk about that. Delhi Capitals 257 for 4 against the Mumbai Indians 247 for 9. I mean, it's just, you know, over 500 runs scored in a match. Is this bad for the game, do you think, these run fests? Because, you know, who'd want to be a bowler?
Jasprit Bumrah, barring him, I reckon not a lot of them. And Delhi game is important because it was a day game, one. Second, also the fact that Delhi didn't get off to a great start. They stuttered at the start, and despite that, it didn't matter, because Ravichandran Ashwin, although of course he himself hasn't been amongst wickets, and we've talked that before as well, conversed over it before as well. Wickets aren't as important in T20s anymore. That was a statement that he made on his YouTube channel, and probably there is some merit to that argument, because in that game Delhi started up front. It did not matter. There was a partnership in between, and then Fraser McGurk, how phenomenal has he been, considering he was just a replacement player, replacing a bowler that too. But Ricky Ponting had a lot of faith in him. Delhi Capitals franchise had a lot of faith in him, brought him in, and his career has taken a steep graph. And he has been providing impetus to Delhi at the top of the order. Rishabh Pant as well. For the longest time in between, obviously he missed the last season, but before that as well, 2021 onwards, he had kind of mellowed down. He wasn't the same Rishabh Pant that we got to see when he broke into the IPL and international scene. But that Rishabh Pant is back. He's scoring at a strike rate above 150. This season, his strike rate has been around 160. So that is a massive positive for India and, of course, for the Delhi Capitals as well. Rasik Salem as well contributing in that game. And eventually, in hindsight, you had Hardik Pandya complaining over Tilak Verma not striking, not making the most out of the left arm spinner matchup against Akshar Patel, because there were 4 singles that Tilak Verma played. He didn't show that aggressive intent, and we're not talking about the last over, we're talking about just the 10th over. And Hardik Pandya was left lamenting over it. So probably this is, we're talking about a strategy shift as well. And no contest really between the bat and the ball, because like I mentioned earlier, it's only between bat and bat. But which side are you on? Do you enjoy big sixes being hit, or do you want more of a balance?
I think you need a balance. I mean, look, it's great to watch when it's happening, but it's great when it happens every so often. If you're seeing it every single game, there's just no battle between bat and ball, and you want to see the skills of the bowlers on show as well. And yes, you're talking about Bumrah, and maybe, you know, if you talk about the great T20 bowlers of this time, you've got Bumrah, Rashid Khan, Yuzvendra Chahal. There's 1 or 2 others that come into the mix as well, but there's not many. And even those guys, to an extent, Bumrah aside maybe, are taking a lot of tap. And that, I don't think, bodes well for the skill set of India, really, because look, at the end of the day, this is an Indian domestic tournament. You know, you're only allowed 4 overseas players per 11. So this is for the development of Indian cricket, and this is to make Indian cricket and their T20 side in particular stronger going forward into that World Cup, which is taking place next month. And I don't think this is doing them any good, because they're going to be faced with different conditions for a start over there in the Caribbean. There's not going to be any too many 260 scores that we see in that competition, I don't think. And it's different when you go to a world tournament, the pressure of playing in a world tournament, even if the pitches are pretty good, you're not going to see those massive scores. So the skills of those bowlers really are going to come into it. And if they're taking a massive hiding in every single match that they play, their confidence is going to be shot. That's going to be no good for the national team. And it's not just the Indian bowlers, it's the overseas bowlers as well. We're just going to see bowlers not really performing to their top level. And when you go to a World Cup, you want to see everybody performing to the top level. You want to see the best of the best, because that's what it is. It's a World Cup at the end of the day. And I just think a little bit more competition between bat and ball, and whether that's to do with the impact sub so much, there's a little bit to do with that, but also the pitches that we're seeing, they need to be made to have a little bit more for the bowlers, whether that be spinners or seamers, or a little bit of both across the board, depending on where you're playing. But just a quick word on Jake Fraser-McGurk as well. I saw him playing for the Melbourne Renegades when I was commentating on the Big Bash last season. And when he scored his first 50 in that competition last season, there was a tweet that went viral from Glenn Maxwell, who had literally just come back from the World Cup in India and all the heroics that he had out there. And he was tweeting to say he's never seen somebody hit the ball as well as Jake Fraser-McGurk, something to that effect.
Welcome to Cricket 8. Marcus Stoinis is bowling the first over. Lock up your daughters. Lock up your overs. Hey, maybe the best way of putting it. And he is going to be bowling to Phil Salt, who will attack Jasprit Bumrah in the first over. What on earth is going to happen with Marcus Stoinis? If you are looking for a cheeky wicket in the first over, they are going to over-attack Marcus Stoinis so much. They are going to bat like they have no trousers on, is my assumption at the moment. I don't know how that would be, actually, but...
I'm expecting runs from the first over and maybe a wicket as well. So let's hope that Salt comes out swinging like he normally does.
Oh, and that could be a wicket. That's gone up in the air. And it hasn't. It's gone for six.
6, first scoring shot.
No, it's 4.
Oh,
Wait.
Umpire.
Wait.
Well, we're on 4 first ball as well.
Now, I think the umpire's going to have a look at this. So we've got 2 bets that we gave you, and we gave them to you about 3 times. So I hope you're all on them.
4 first ball is a start. 7 to 1.
1 is 4 first ball. He's tried to hit this on the leg side. He's got a leading edge over the top. We had 4 first ball at 7 to 1, and we had first scoring shot at 6 at 16 to 1, and that is going to be a 4. So I'm sorry. Hey, I'm sorry, everyone. We only got you the 4 first ball. But another winner. So in the first couple of overs, we've got you a 61 to 1 shot earlier today, and now a 7 to 1 shot. Incredible.
Keep swinging, Salt. We still need another
couple more runs in this over.
3 runs this over would be nice, yeah. But yeah, starting with a 7 to 1 winner is lovely.
I also said there's a high chance of a wicket this over. Well, first ball could have been a wicket as well.
It could have been a wicket, could have been a 6, could have been a 4, and that's what you want for KKR, isn't it? We love KKR first over stuff. It seems quite a consistent source of funds backing KKR to do stuff in the first over.
The bookies don't seem to have really cottoned on to that one.
I don't think so, and long may that continue.
Yep. Phil Salt facing up again. He's 4 off 2. It is Marcus Aurelius, and he's bowled this 2 straight, and that's 4. And there's our overs bet. So, in the space of 3 balls, we've given you 2 bets and almost got you a 16 to 1 shot as well. So we got you 7 to 1, and what was that one? It wasn't evens, was it? It was.
What was for over 6.5?
Yeah.
I think they were. I think we backed 1.8, but I just saw it up at 1.7, which is absolutely fine. If you can get over 6.5 in the first KKR over for any game in this tournament on any pitch at better than 1.5, it's a good bet because they are gunning the first over. I'm not going to read the stats out because the bookies might be watching and they might suddenly work out how to price things. But trust me, like we say that a lot on this show, back first ball and first over stuff for this team, and they deliver nearly every time.
Yeah, there's quite a few teams in this IPL that first over is very, very important. And it's absolutely unnecessary single from Phil Salt.
And now we have the wicket chance because Narayan. So Narayan can get out in 2 ways here. One is they bowl wide and he chases it and hits one straight up. And the other one is if you go bomb and then toes.
So Marcus Stoinis' best ball is the bouncer. So
I mean, bowl right now.
Which is I'm expecting a ball between the top of the head and the nipples. Over or under on nipples this time?
You're way over 303. We expected 4 or 5 mentions in the first game, so well done for holding off, mate. Your
I do what I can.
Nipple addiction is succumbing slightly.
Moist, turgid nipples. That broke the button.
Quite right, he broke the belt.
And
here's Narayan. Again, if his run line starts with a 2 anywhere, back unders, as in if it's 20.5 or higher, back unders for Narayan.
You've been saying that all series?
Yeah.
And now you're in.
I like it even more now.
Narayan to Stoinis. We're expecting a short ball here as Big Marcus comes in. And it wasn't. And I tell you what, Narayan was playing that, expecting the bouncer himself, and he's ended up getting a length ball, and it hits him on the thigh pad. That could have been your under straight away there.
Yeah, and I quite like Narayan bowled at bigger than 4.5 here.
Hard to get bowled when you're going to bowling short at him, though.
Yeah, so how he gets bowled is how he got bowled in the last game, is you go short, Yorker.
Yep.
You push him back, and then you clean him up. I'm not sure Stoin is the man to bowl anybody with the Yorker. It's not his thing, is it? He's much better at slightly outside off. I don't mind Stoinis as a first over bowler because when he did it for Australia in the ODIs, I think it was against South Africa, he actually looked quite good.
Only thing I would say about it is he doesn't really swing the ball, and so if you're going to do it with a medium pacer, you'd probably prefer it to be a swing bowler. As Sunil Narayan hits this to mid-off, and somehow it does not make it to mid-off. Did they steal a single there?
I think they did. 10 off the first over, good stuff.
Anyway, we got our overs there, which is pretty safe. How many wickets would they have to lose in the first over to not actually score 6.5 runs?
To not score 7, yeah. I think it's at least 2. Isn't it?
It probably is, unless Shreyas Iyer comes in.
Yeah, and then I saw 6 to 1. Again, you might be able to get this live. I saw 6 to 1 Shreyas top bat here, and he is a very boring man in relation to the rest of this very unboring batting lineup.
Yeah.
But if you can get 6 to 1 Shreyas, that's definitely too big because he's the only one who behaves himself. So if there's anything in the pitch, the rest of them are going to give chances. And he hasn't batted like that at all in this IPO. He's just come in and tried to stroke everything around. Let's have a look at what the market's saying about this start.
So it's about evens. Lucknow's 210, Kolkata is 189. The run line is 186 at the moment.
Okay, so at the moment,
Motion Khan's coming on the ball.
the market doesn't know what to expect from this pitch. Lucknow's a really hard one because they've got so many strips, and they've got the red soil, black soil, and mixed soil. And last game, I got three people told me what. Yeah, they're looking for the narrow and bold here. Got 3 different people messaged me, and one of them said it was red, one of them said it was black, and the other one said it was mixed. And usually, black soil pitch at Lucknow is unders. It turns loads. Last year, when they had the black soil Lucknow pitches, it was going 20 under the run line every time. This year, it's changed slightly. They've had imported soil and lots of stuff that I don't really understand. I think this is the red soil pitch. Maybe someone could email in and help us with that. So I'm not playing on the run line yet because I don't know what pitch we've got here.
Yeah, I think that's very, very fair. Just having a look to see if there's any information here. KRL said something funny that I'll give you here. This is caught and bowled and could have been, and Motion Khan just got away from him really. KRL at the toss said, "I'm not the best reader of the wicket. We just like chasing." Shreyas Iyer said he would have bowled first as well. Pitch and dimensions report. Bit of an imbalance in the ground dimensions. One side is 61 metres, the other one is 68. This is the 3rd time this red soil strip is being used.
Oh, there we go. Do we know the scores of the other 2? Bang.
And this is another boundary as he flicks this over his shoulder. And that's got for 6,
half
has
a
it?
dozen, yeah, I think so.
Almost hits a cheerleader.
And this is good for our highest first 6 overs bet. Them batting first is good.
Yep.
But you can only slow KKR down by bringing Shreyas Iyer to the crease, basically. And all the rest of them just do what Salt's just done and have a good old mow. The first 6 overs line looks quite low to me at 60.
Are you under on Narayan? I don't know what Narayan's run line was.
Yeah, so I said to everyone, if it starts with a 2, the run line, you've got to be on unders. The firms that are giving him 20 plus to start with is too many at the moment. As he's shown signs of being the old or the normal Narayan recently, and not scoring a blind 70 every match, which he was doing for a while there.
Oh, great! They've lost the ball under
cheerleaders.
Under the cheerleaders, yeah.
It almost took a cheerleader out as well there, I think.
My favourite ball that ever took anybody out.
Great start to a sentence that is, Dan.
Took place at Old Trafford. I think it was a Roses match, and Joss Butler was playing, and he hit the ball high and straight, sort of wide long on, to the point. And the point is this hospitality area at Old Trafford, yeah? And there was a woman in a really
You're not
elegant,
point the fielding position.
No, the point.
Yeah.
The point, which is a great big red box, basically, sort of next to the pavilion, where they have lots of hospitality. And there was a woman in the most magnificent white trouser suit, completely white.
She was on the balcony, wasn't she?
She was on the balcony,
yeah.
and she was chatting animatedly to somebody, and understandably, not
she's
really
at the
keeping her
cricket,
eye on
yeah.
the cricket. Yeah, but that's what you do at the cricket, isn't it? Chatting away. And she had a big glass of red wine.
Uh-oh. I can't possibly think where this might go.
Well, the juxtaposition of white ball, red wine, white trouser suit, it was like a Sam Peckinpah movie. Fantastic.
There was a scorpion fighting a load of ants.
No.
Ernest Borgnine was there.
There's a touch of Fallout. Have you seen Fallout yet?
I'm not. Is it worth
Oh, you're going to love it.
Second time you've mentioned it, we must have a watch of that.
Yeah, it is magnificent.
That was that one was on the TV, wasn't it? The Joss Butler one.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that was brilliant.
It
Absolutely
was
brilliant.
glorious.
I told this one the other
It's the greatest
day. You
moment in
remember
cricket.
the Andrew Simons one where he hit the woman in the crowd and she got taken off to the
yeah.
hospital and then came back and he hit her again?
Oh, I didn't realise that.
I hope that story's true because it was told to me by people at the ground.
Did she sit at the same place?
I don't know. Probably deep mid wicket if it's
Lightning
wide
strike
long on
twice.
for Andrew Simons.
Yeah.
18 without loss, 1 ball to go in this over, and that's a beautiful swing of the bat where he's 1 metre away from the ball.
That is the most Narayan shot in the world, right? He is playing an entirely different ball in an entirely different universe, and he looks like a man who simply cannot bat. He looks like if you strapped pads on me and made me go out, and to make it even worse, made me bat left-handed.
You're quite elegant in your own way.
But not if I batted left-handed,
No, you wouldn't be.
and I was slightly scared in an IPL game under lights with a fast bowler coming in. That is and I hesitate to call it shot. I would have played.
Every time you're on a new broadcast, shouldn't you have to tell your Angus Fraser story?
Oh, well, yeah, I have a strike rate of 400 against Angus Fraser. One of the most notoriously parsimonious bowlers of the 1990s. He couldn't bowl at me. He bowled one wide, full ball, square drove it for 4. It was the last ball of his 4-over spell.
Lovely.
Off he went, and he kicked the turf in frustration.
Naveen Al-Haq coming on to bowl.
He's a serious-looking man, isn't he, Naveen?
And first ball, down the leg side, flicked away for 4.
So he's been quite bad this IPL, Naveen. I thought he was really good over the last 18 months, and he's turned up in this IPL and not been himself for whatever reason, and that is a very, very bad start. That's for 99 balls out of 100, that ball.
His problem as well is that he's a scurrier, and he falls away in his action. And if he's going to fall away in his action, he's going to throw the ball down the leg side, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got to bowl very wide of off stump as his normal line, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It'd be almost impossible for him to bowl wide outside off stump when he's bowling normally.
Yeah. Yeah, because his action just doesn't really allow for it. You know, watch his head here.
That one straight, that's a throw down. That's a half volley outside off stump.
2 shockers there. He's overcorrected from the first pie to bowl an even juicier pie in the second one. And Salt, who is a fours machine, Phil Salt.
The fours machine.
He really is a fours machine.
And because he's a fours machine, Joel Edwards has said, damn Rob, killing it in the first over again. Hopefully you're taking the bookies to the cleaners.
It's going quite well over the tournament. They've got away with a couple of all-outs which could have really made the competition big. But it's going well, and
retired to a Greek island big.
Yeah, and we're happy enough. We're happy enough to have it. But the first over stuff, I'm not a huge fan of blowing my own trumpet, but I have a huge edge on that.
You have a huge trumpet
because I do loads and loads of work on it, and the bookies don't, and therefore.
Is he smashed another?
No, there's an inexplicable fielder behind another fielder, and it's Bishnoi on the boundary, which is something that you should never do.
Also, he's done well to get 2 there because it was.
He hit it very hard, didn't he?
Yeah, he hit it very hard. And he hit it very close to the deep extra cover.
And once again, how many times have we seen this film, by the way, that we're watching right now? Narayan is looking like he's going to get out every single ball, and he's 2 or 5. Mm-hmm. And you look at the scoreboard, and they're 28 for none off 15 balls, and Narayan's 2 or 5.
It's getting quite predictable, isn't it?
But you can't let Narayan's blindness fool you and think he's he's definitely going to be out in a minute, because he's done this so many times where he's looked terrible for his first 10 balls, and all of a sudden he works it out. A man who hasn't worked it out yet is Naveen.
Naveen, wide and full, and straight and full. He's getting wide on the crease, is what I meant to say. Even wider than normal for him. And that's just been punched down to mid-on, and they come around for a single.
He doesn't look like a man who's overly confident in himself. Now, his issue here with Narayan is that his sort of natural angle, if he stays over the wicket, it feels to me is slightly in Narayan's hitting arc.
Okay. Because he doesn't.
He comes in and then he angles it across, and Narayan has got early on the bludgeon over the top. The absolute wallop.
I quite like the backstop for Narayan as well as a fielding position.
Yeah.
Because he gets a lot of no-look fluky edges over the keeper's head. That's one of his main scoring areas now.
Yeah, I think his control percentage will be really extraordinarily low.
And he's backed away here, and he sliced that away for 4.
Oh, yes.
They haven't really attacked all that much for KKR, and they are 33 without loss after with 1 ball to go in the 3rd over.
It's effortless marmalisation, isn't it?
Well, my question to you is, if you are like most of us massively in on KKR scoring more in the first 6 overs, they could block out 18 runs off the net, and I'd still feel like there are a chance of getting it.
Yeah, and of course we're getting into the sort of the red zone here for Lucknow. If they haven't lost a wicket at the end of the next over, you fear for them.
The thing that can hurt the first 6 is if Ear bats 3. As there's another.
Oh, that should have been caught, and it's going to be 4.
That is the story of Narayan's IPL. that ball.
It should have been caught, and that's 4.
That's you could have said that 15 times about now. And how many times has this opening partnership had given chances that haven't been taken? It's every game. And if they keep, I keep saying that KKR can't win the IPL.
Yes,
you do say that.
And they love, the viewers love me saying that because it gives them something to batter me with when they do win the IPL. Because my theory is this kind of luck can't sustain itself over a whole season plus knockout plus final. Like eventually someone will catch that.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they'll be 3 down and in huge trouble. You can't keep playing like this and getting away with it. But
except that they are playing like this.
They are playing like
getting
this.
away with it.
Hopefully this encourages more teams to play like this, to try and score 320 every game and stop mucking about trying to get 160, which is what Chennai is still doing.
We mentioned this last time, wasn't it? If they finish in the top 2, this is the thing. If they manage to ride their luck through this phase, then they've got a real chance.
Yeah, and this if they were to win today, it puts them up there with Rajasthan, and they're kind of, those two are almost the top 2 then, aren't they? If they win today, because their net run rate is fantastic. KKR.
Yeah, superb.
It's over 1, which is
it's
nuts.
amazing at
It's
this
over
stage.
1, and no prizes for guessing Jarrod, who is standout bottom by absolutely miles of the net run rate table.
Titans.
Gujarat with their,
They are an abomination
because they batted Kane Williamson, and Vijay Shankar in a row.
I was with a bunch of young cricket fans yesterday, and they all getting hopeful about Gujarat, and I said, they're trash.
Yeah.
They bat defensively and they bowl defensively, and they don't do either of them particularly well, as Narayan's going to get another 4 here.
Another no-look one-handed 4 from Sunil Narayan, the most mystifying batsman of all time. It's not possible to do what he does.
He's also got into double figures, and he's very feast or famine at the top of the order.
Lucknow, 280 already.
It's because they're also, KKR, the most dangerous none-down team possibly in the history of franchise cricket. Them and Sunrisers.
Akshu, as we'll just wait for Motion to come in and bowl this one, which is going to get hit for 4 again. This is a beautiful shot, to be fair.
Proper shot.
Has he done your unders yet?
No, but that's a proper cricket shot. And I don't mind if he stays in for the whole power play as long as he's scoring runs.
Yeah. Akshu said, do you guys think it's a risk to go under 185 for the team score? I'm feeling a lower scoring game here. I would say it's a risk at the moment. The current run line is 206, so you could go under 206 actually if you wanted to. And Varun says, Moeen Ali has the highest catches per match of 1.57 since 2022. So
great stat.
If you are looking for performance points bets, Moeen Ali is a very interesting one because he also sometimes bowls.
Any ideas why he didn't bowl today, anyone?
No clue.
And yet
they won easy.
They defended easy.
Yeah.
And he smashes back down the ground for another 4.
There's his overs again.
And that one.
So
we've given you some winners, but Rob, don't talk over your losers. Rob got that one wrong.
We started with a first ball 4 at 7-1 again.
Lovely.
And we had the first
You had the first ball 6 as well?
We had the first scoring shot to be a 6, and it was yet another famous Phil Salt edge over his own head.
And he was only about a metre.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that. Yeah, you're right.
It was a bit like that 4 there. Like Narayan is all of a sudden clicked into a gear where he looks like an actual batsman.
5 4s in the last 6 balls.
3 on the trot. As Moshin left arm comes in, and of course Narayan goes back to slog mode and misses it.
This is where he's extremely vulnerable to the Yorker, Narayan, because he's pushed him back a little bit there. And if he can bowl, like Mossin's not known for his Yorker, but if anyone can bowl a good Yorker at Narayan, you bowl him. It happened last time. Because of that shot, if you bowled a good Yorker there, he's gone.
Not quite sure. Is just the fear of his driving, it's the fear of missing your length that's stopping people from going full and straight to?
Yeah, he just hits them back over. Long on, doesn't he? And from extra cover to long on, he can hit 6s. As that is a bad short ball from Motion Khan, and that's going to be a wide.
I do think it's a bit odd, though, the way sides do bowl at Narayan, because he's manifestly, I'm going to say something a bit bold here, not a very good batter. And I think
you can say that about a guy who still doesn't average over 20.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 100 in his entire professional career. I think if you're a good bowler, you should back yourself to get him out. You should see this as an opportunity to get the early wicket. Instead, they don't. They actually look a bit scared.
And
this could be out.
Oh, no.
Where on
Was
earth
it
has
plugged?
that gone?
I have no idea. The camera person doesn't know where that's gone. I think it's carried something.
It's 6. It's
has
been given
gone
a
for
6.
Wowee.
Goodness me, 57 off 4.
Wow.
And
We do have KKR for most 6s, don't we?
Most 6s and highest first 6. They
I actually put a cheeky bet on, which was most 6s, most 4s, and KKR to win.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
The only problem with that one is,
Tell me.
I mean, they're all, if they're all related in a good way.
Yes.
Except the 4s and 6s, not quite so much. Because if they get bundles of 6s, it takes the 4s away a bit.
I get that, yeah.
Narayan has now scored over 400 runs in this IPL.
That's ridiculous.
It's impossible. This is his 11th inning. That's impossible.
Can I just look up something here? Talk amongst yourselves, but my guess
Averaging 40 at strike rate 182. Sunil Narayan, this is.
This is just, it's unacceptable.
I wonder how many times do we think Ajinkya Rahane has scored 400 runs in an IPL season? Being
Twice.
that he started in 2008.
I'm going to say once in 2008.
2008 he struggled, to be fair.
Twice?
2012,
He's
I
done
think
it
was his good
4
one.
times.
4 times, okay.
In 16 seasons. And Sunil Narayan, and there's another 4. Why not? Another half volley outside off stump. That's good batting by Phil Salter. He opened his wrists on that one. And these boys are in Smash Brothers mode now. That was a big fist pump. Did you see that?
Just quietly watch out for the this team trying to get 300. Like, if this pitch is good, they're going to keep going and go. Ear should take the pads off now. Nobody called Ear should be allowed to bat. Your surname must start with an R if you want to bat in the team now. Or your first name. You can be Ramandeep if you want. 57% sixes.
The name that you're
the number 9. 57% of his runs are in sixes. But at number 9 last time, that's just cheating.
And there's going to be a big swing by Phil Salt, and he's out. He is out. So another full ball outside off stump, and this time I think he was caught behind by KL Rahul.
Slower ball, perhaps?
Yeah, well, it was slow for us because our pitcher cut out, didn't it?
Well, that's a shame. That's kind of like, that's ruined a bit of the fun. Because I do like watching Salt.
Yeah, me too. I do not accept anybody called Ear batting now. You must send out a hitter.
So you can get them at 3s at the moment. It does seem to have rolled his fingers somehow on that. And it did stop a little bit.
Oh,
and looped up to the keeper, didn't it?
That's the loopy edge, yeah. And that's a look of relief, wryness.
Yeah, that's a
on
thank
Naveen.
goodness for that expression,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Oh, he's out at last.
61 for 1 with a couple of overs to go. And who are they going to send out to maximise this power play?
I bet you they send Shreyas Iyer out because he likes to look at the pitch. Better. They've gone Raghavanshi, I think.
Hey. Now, you do a lot of unders on Raghavanshi.
Because
Talk to me about Raghavanshi.
So I like him.
I like saying Raghavanshi.
I think he's good.
Who
I also
doesn't?
like saying Raghavanshi.
Raghavanshi?
I like saying Shams Malani a lot as well.
Shams Malani.
Yeah, Shabazz. Joe would like saying Shabazz like that.
Okay. I like
Let-
Shikatawa.
Yeah, that rolls off the tongue. Shikadawan, yeah. Nice. The reason why I back his unders is because bookies love him. And they keep giving him 24.5, which is a lot to start from. Like, he's
a lot.
unproven, Raghavanshi. I'll get you his numbers now. It seems like 24.5 is the sort of numbers they're giving Rahane, which I'm unders on. And I think, is this guy better than Rahane? He's 18 years of age, this kid, and he has loads of potential. But he got 13 last time. He didn't bat in a couple of games, so you don't know where he's going to be in the order, which can help you. He's got 3 single figures, 3 did not bat, a 13, and 3 quite good ones, 24, 30 and 54. So I don't know where the median number of 24.5 comes from. He's only got over that twice in the whole season. So I'm happy being unders. It's not because I don't rate him. As an 18-year-old, I mean, it's really impressive that he's playing at this level and coming out firing, but I don't get the theory that he's worth 25 runs before he starts. I really don't. Particularly in this team where you're encouraged to come in and whack it like that. From ball 1, as Naveen goes for yet another 4.
How many 4s is that he's conceded in? He's bowled 10 balls, conceded 27 runs. I think he must have conceded about 6 4s.
That's the 6th 4 he's gone for already.
Yeah, 6-4, yeah.
In 10 balls? Or 11 balls?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Sorry, it's the 6th. It's remarkable. Yeah, 6th in 10.
6th in 10, you're right.
They are a very 4-y team. They're a very 6-y team. Your bets are all looking good here, Jarrod. But anyone who is on the big bet of today, which is KKR highest first 6 overs.
Well, they've won it already, probably.
I honestly think they've won it already because Lucknow, the way they lose this is if Lucknow are forced to go really hard.
Yeah.
So we had a bet on SRH earlier in the season when Bangalore hadn't been doing well. Bangalore really good in the first 6 now, but Bangalore hadn't been doing good ones in the first 6. But because SRH got 1 million batting first,
Had no choice.
they had to come out and whack, and they got 78 or something. But the highest score that Lucknow have managed in the first 6 overs this season is 54. And they haven't gone past that once, whereas these maniacs have gone past 80 3 times, and they might well do again today.
I wouldn't mind a single here. No.
Whack.
Oh, he has got a single. Oh, that's a lovely. Well, he might get
2.
2. That's not what I was looking for.
Tell me why.
Because I wanted Narayan on strike for the last over of the power play to just make sure that bet was so he could get a 15-run over and take them to 85.
And you think and that'll be...
Well, then I don't even have to think about that bet anymore, do I? It's over.
I mean, quite frankly, another 10 off the next over.
It's probably enough, but I don't want Raghavanshi to think like a batter for a minute.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Do you know what I mean? I don't want a couple of dot balls for no reason.
you
I'm pretty confident already with 68.
You haven't got Shreyas though, so you're not going to get him looking for dot balls, which Shreyas would if he walked in.
No. I think this is better than Shreyas, but my point is, I want Narayan to face this over.
He may well yet, most of it.
I'm still hopeful.
Who's going to bowl it?
It's pick a name out of the hat time, isn't it?
Krunal? You can't do that with Narayan, can you?
Krunal would be funny. It could be Yash Thakur time.
It's always Yash all the time.
It could be Huda time if you're going super gamble.
I mean, I wouldn't.
It's Yash.
It's Yash, yeah.
Runs and wickets. That's what he
Runs
is.
and
He's
wickets.
another one in the column of runs and wickets as he bowls a dot ball first up.
Oh, was that chipped up in the air or did he hit that into the pitch?
I think into the ground. So yeah, he's one of those who is a natural wicket taker, Yash Thakur, but he's also somebody that batsmen always go after.
Delightfully round-faced as well.
Yep.
And as a man
Not a
with
lot of athletes are round-faced.
as an athlete with a round face, I can appreciate that.
Piyush Chawla.
Yeah, Piyush Chawla.
I think if I shaved, I would look a lot like Piyush Chawla. Maybe
I
a
can see
slightly
that.
bigger version.
Yeah, I can see that.
Whack.
Raghavanshi went for the whack, so I'm okay with that. And he's got a single, and he's got Narayan on a strike. 4 balls of Narayan. This is when I want Narayan to do what MS Dhoni did to Daryl Mitchell. Just say, I got this, mate. I'm going to face the 4 balls.
Yep.
If I get a couple of dots, that's fine.
Don't run.
So a bet I'm now on at 6. So you really have to shop around here. Is Narayan, specifically Narayan, to be bold as his 6 is not the right number for Narayan. Again, I'll get you the most recent numbers, but Narayan is. I've talked about this already on here. That the way you get him out is you bomb him and then you bowl at his toes and out he goes. He got bowled last time. He's been bowled, I think, 3 times already in this IPL, as I try and frantically search for his numbers.
Well,
We'd
he
rather
swung
these
so
go
hard
for
that
4.
Yash Thakur is off his feet.
Yeah, he's been bowled.
But
He's
no
been
run.
bowled 3 times already in this IPL, and historically he's a bowled candidate. He gets caught or bowled is basically how he gets out. His pads don't get anywhere near the way of the stumps, do they?
No.
He is quite often a bit of a run-out chance. Like if you can get 20-1 whenever he's batting on run-out, that's quite good because he's a
tail ender and he doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
He's a really bad runner. Mate, he scored 400 runs in this IPL.
Yep. And he's a tail ender.
How has that happened?
He scored 400.
How has that happened? How is bowlers, all of you bowlers, how have you allowed that to happen?
Now, what is he doing here?
He's whacking it straight to
Can just hit
fielders.
4s and 6s?
He's being frustrating now. I mean, this is quite unusual for a 6th over. Because you would be perfectly within your rights. At the start of this over, what was the run line for the over? Probably...
Yeah, about 10.
10, yeah.
Yeah, 10 and a bit.
It's a 6th over, there's 9 wickets in hand, and you've got a guy on strike who's in. Only Narayan can then play out 2 dot balls so he gets straight to mid-off along the ground.
Yeah, Shakur. So we said runs and wickets would come.
This is
Dot,
not possible.
single, dot. It's going to be 6 and wicket is what we're expecting off the next 2 balls.
Wait, yeah.
Yeah, he's ticking here.
Narayan, 30 off 15, and he swings this away, and it
How has it gone
almost
there?
was caught. They'll probably get a couple there.
What is it doing there?
How is
Did
that
they
only
only-
one
they-
run?
did
Yeah,
they run one?
that's a
They
very
ran
bad
one.
effort.
I don't understand. Anyway, it's been a really good over.
Yeah, it does bring LSG back into play on the power play score, I guess. But I mean, you'd still feel fairly comfortable.
I'm fairly comfortable.
They still need to get 16 higher than they've got in the whole season.
it
It's
seems
the
like
way the way that bet loses now is if they get the 240, and they have to come out and whack. Anything under what's the run line now? 203. 3. Okay, if they get that, we're fine.
A bit of a Stoinis blitz.
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah.
It's a cheeky unders bet here too. Raghavanshi off the last ball of this over, and the line is 72.
Well, that was a good bet.
And it would have come up.
Forward defence.
Because if you got the proper bat facing, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's thinking,
he's thinking. It's in a strange kind of way. You don't want to get out the last ball of the power play.
you don't want to get out the last ball of the power play, especially when they're going to call a strategic timeout, and that is exactly what they have done. We will be back in a few minutes. Email us live at cricket8.com. That's the number 8, but you already know that because you're watching us. Follow on YouTube, do all those sexy things, and we'll be back in 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Rob,
Hi.
how do you feel right now about the Gujarat Titans?
Angry. Once again, their intent is a disgrace to our beautiful game. They had a good opportunity to boost their net run rate today, which they absolutely needed to do, chasing 140, and they squandered it by mucking about and basically having an elongated net.
And we kept thinking, well, now here's where they dropped the hammer. Here's where they dropped the hammer. I think they dropped the entire, all their tools, but they didn't pick many of them back up.
It was quite simply a crime against humanity. I mean, there are many dreadful things going on in the world right now, and this has just added to the sum total of awfulness. The reason why net run rate was important for them is because their net run rate is an abomination. It's appalling. And so when you've already lost 4 games, you can only lose one more game.
Yep.
And the chances are that they will lose one more game.
There's 10 teams in the IPL. The top 4 teams make the playoff, but the playoffs are very clever. It's confusing, especially if you're not from Australia, because we have this style in Australia. It was taken from Australian rules football and rugby league. And essentially what happens is the first team plays the second team and they get a second chance. What happens is by coming first in the league, you get a second chance, and you also get a chance to go straight into the final and have a week off and rest your fast bowlers and all those sorts of good things. So 1 versus 2, and they go straight into the final. 3 versus 4 play an eliminator. So whoever loses out of them, they can go home and go to the Maldives and have a holiday with Danny Morrison.
Probably for the last time before it gets completely some kind of water.
And so let's say 3 beats 4 and 1 beats 2, because that makes the most sense. 1 goes into the final, and then 2 plays 3 in a secondary eliminator, and whoever wins out of that goes into the final. So if 2 beats 3, 1 versus 2 play in the final. So in finishing in the top 2, you give yourself every chance of making the playoffs, even if you don't do it on the first game. And finishing 3 versus 4, you basically have to be perfect in order to win the championship.
You've got to win 3 playoff games, haven't you? That's
Exactly.
That's the issue. Welcome back to the Cricket 8 Watchalong. We are watching the Kolkata Knight Riders smashing the ball to all parts against the hapless Lucknow Super Giants. Although it's all gone a little bit shabby in the last over and a bit. We were thoroughly enjoying a cavalcade of 4s from Narayan and Phil Salt, but the last over, 2 singles off it.
It's not good enough, is it?
It's not good enough. It's not good enough. We won a couple of bets. So, well, I say we won a couple of bets. We've got the 4 off the first ball.
Yes. 7-1.
Yeah,
7-1. That's an absolute beauty. Loving that.
Absolute steal.
And Rob, you announced in the break that you got a nice little cheeky middle.
Yeah, that was very nice for the first 6. I was slightly concerned that somebody good might bowl the 6th, but they didn't. They went Yash Thakore, who always runs all wickets, and he did neither, which is sometimes you can have a good plan. It's like backing unders because you think Bumrah's going to bowl and Hardik gets the ball and you rip up your betting slip. And sometimes he does a good one. So yeah, that was lucky. So what we're expecting now for normal teams is singles, but this ain't a normal team.
And no. Oh, hang on, Krunal. I mean, the left arm spin of Krunal into the arc of the left-handed Narayan, whacking it over mid-wicket for 6. It's kind of perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really interesting matchup, this, because Krunal has bowled pretty well all the way through this tournament. The wicket is expected to take a little bit of spin, and he's come on for his first over, but he's bowling to Narayan, who's set. It's not really when you want your left-arm finger spinner to be bowling.
I'm a bit baffled by Krunal, I've got to say. I don't quite know where to index him in my brain.
Because sometimes he's really good and sometimes he's not.
I know exactly what
And
you mean.
yet, he's a boring defensive bowler, and usually they are always the same.
Always the same, yeah, but he's not.
I'm with you.
He has the odd one where he's terrible and he gets spanked. I think temperamentally he's really bad. I've heard, there was reports in the Indian media of him being a bully for certain teams. Certain players complained that he was a bully in their team. That's what they called it. So he's not particularly well liked by a lot of his teammates.
He has the hooded eyes of an angry man.
Yeah, he's gone double earring, which is punchy.
Yeah, there's something slightly piratical about it.
Yeah, I agree. You half expect him to whip a cutlass out from his boot.
Oh, he's gone straight here.
Is that
But got nothing on it.
Yeah, that's not a normal single. They're not a normal cricket team, KKR. And I think, so it's hard for us because we don't have particularly great HD pictures. I can't profess to being able to read this pitch from here. But let's say this pitch is a normal IPL pitch. I can see why people would back overs, but I quite like the extreme overs. So the even money line is 207 now, fine. If you think they're going to get over that, back overs, no problem. But you can get it's the lines for the 230, 240, 250 at the big prices that I'd rather be on for KKR because they're a volatile lineup. But as long as Shreyas Iyer doesn't walk to the crease, everyone's going to try and get a load of runs. So whilst they can collapse at any point, this team, if they manage to keep wickets in hand, it unleashes full-blown Russell, which you don't want to be on the wrong end of, and loads of other people, Rinku, Ramandeep, they can all gun it. And Lucknow don't really have the go-to bowler, particularly if Krunal's already been hit for a 6. They don't really have a go-to, keep the runs down, take the wickets type bowlers.
Who do you look to contain?
Well, it should be Bishnoi, but they don't know how to use him. They're scared of people having left hands and right hands and things like that, aren't they, this team? And the other day they were playing and they were trying to defend, and Bishnoi is their big money, played for India, gun, and he didn't bowl to the 16th. And he got hit because they were 2 set bats, and it's like bowling before they're set then. So they don't know, Lucknow don't know how to use their bowlers.
It should be 8 overs of Bishnoi and Krunal throughout the middle with just a couple of, and maybe an over of Stoinis bowling bouncers or an over of Huda coming on if it's a spinny wicket.
Here is Bishnoi.
So this is where the bold happens, because Bishnoi is more than 50% of his wickets are not caught, which is extraordinary. That doesn't happen. And he will aim at the stumps here.
Well, I was going to say, I think have you ever looked at that for left hand versus right hand?
Can you do that now? Are you able to?
Because my guess is he probably doesn't bowl as many left-handers as he does right-handers.
It depends whether he's over or round. At the moment, you'd want him coming round, wouldn't you? And targeting the stumps. But traditionally, he lands it in line, and that one that goes straight on can trouble people.
I feel a drag on as well with Narayan.
Dirty drag on? Welsh drag on?
Welsh drag on, yeah.
They're a lovely way to win bold bets.
From wide of the off stump.
We got really, really lucky with one the other day. Myself and Jake were on Travis Head bowled, who's a bold candidate. And he was run out in the most clear fashion you can be run out in. They went inexplicably upstairs for half an hour. He'd run his bat in like this.
Yes, I saw that.
And the bat was in mid-air.
It was out and not given.
Very clearly out.
That whole day the third umpire had an appalling day.
Yeah, he really did. Whether or not he had a Betfair account is what I would be asking. But
allegedly.
He went... I can ask a question, can't I?
Allegedly.
So he ran his bat in like this, how you never do as a bloody man of the match in the World Cup final. And he was clearly out. And we're like, that's unfortunate. We've had a run-out go against us when we were on bowled. And then the very next ball, he did the dirty drag on from about a mile away from his crease. And that was really lucky.
It was marvellous. He went across his crease and tried to whack it over the top of short fine leg, didn't he? And he actually smashed it into his off stump. His middle stump, knocked it out of the ground from memory.
That's right. The market is the run line has dropped 5 since we've been talking about people getting bowled, and that means the people modelling this and the people betting the big money have decided that spin's going to be really tough.
I think that's a fair bet.
So they're expecting Bishnoi to go really well here, but the thing you have to remember betting on this game is that Narayan's going to bowl.
Yeah, and Chakravarti's back in form.
And Chakravarti matches up brilliantly well against this lot as well. He's got the number of a few of them. I'll pull out the numbers in a minute. I'll get the old matchup calculator fired up in a sec.
And Narayan's doing weird things here as well. Narayan is batting like a batter.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't like him when he does this.
He's batting like a man in a 50-over game between the overs of 20 and 30, facing spin. He's going back into his crease and working the ball along the ground at the onside.
I just looked at his numbers. He actually doesn't really whack spin at this stage all that much. He quite often goes in. If you keep seam onto him at this stage, he will go. He likes to attack the spin in the power play.
So how about substituting him?
You think he should walk off now?
Well, I'm just throwing it out there. If everybody was really, really sort of numbers oriented and technical, then they might say, Sunil, you've done the job we wanted. You've smashed the 4s in the power play. Off we go. We've got some spinners in here, and we've got some guys who are better at it.
I think if it was me, I wouldn't say that. I'd say just
slog and get out.
Yeah, because he can get an 18-run over.
Yeah,
I think
fair.
you substitute guys who can't get an 18-run over.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I like your thinking. Remember, every time there's a wicket, and Rob will know more about this, depending on the over, the estimated total comes down. So a wicket off the first ball brings your total down by about 25 runs, your estimated total.
Okay.
So they will know that as well. So I think you're better off with Narayan to just go, look, we don't care if you get out, but could you, I bet you can't hit a 6 every ball.
And you'll take that bait.
That is certainly the way that I would frame it.
I'm just running some Chakravarti matchup numbers here, and this won't surprise anybody, but Stoin cannot play it. Stoin striking at 67 against Chakravarti. So it's the sort of spin that Stoinis hates. And if you bowl Chakravarti to Stoinis early, which I think they will, he'll get him. Like Stoinis can't cope with Chakravarti. It's not his thing at all. And you've also got Narayan to bowl at him as well. So I'm not expecting anything from Stoin on here.
Yeah.
Then you've got KL, who is scoring at exactly 100 against Chakravarti. And that ain't going to cut it today when you've got Narayan bowling 4 overs. So they're under it already.
Oh, that should have been a run out, by the way. It still should be a run out. It still should have been a run out.
And
it still remains not a run out.
It's actually a dot ball.
Just a huge mix up there. Raghavanshi wanted the run, and
it's his call.
Narayan is just reminding him that he's 58 years old and doesn't like to run on his best day.
Well, I mean, it's preposterous, this, because I mean, it's a decent.
That is terrible.
It's a decent run. That is a run.
It's terrible everything.
And who is the keeper who headbutted the stumps here? Is that KRL?
Yeah.
That's a very good action shot of just bodies, bails, ball.
And it was good of him to take the stumps out of the ground without the ball in his hand as well, wasn't it? That was
just
particularly thoughtful exercise in futility.
As we like to see with KKR, it's mad stuff happens when they play. As the next ball is absolutely hooned away for 6.
Oh, just no, maybe not. Oh, brilliant fielding on the boundary.
Dropped away for 6.
He scooped that up with his hand. Who was it? I couldn't quite
Badoni.
Oh, it was Badoni. He scooped it up with his hand and brought it back into towards the boundary. But unfortunately for him, he couldn't get it back. But he was he must have been about 1.5 meters over the boundary when he did that.
This is an amazing effort.
The problem with Badoni being on the boundary is he's 4'3".
Yes.
And you should be taller than that if you're standing on the boundary, because a normal heighted man can catch that one quite comfortably.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't have got the action.
And we're here for the action, aren't we?
Yep.
4th, 6th of the innings.
That's a good start for
that. That's a slow ball. He's got away with that just for a single. I picked that before he bowled it, I think. And we don't have the best frame rate.
Yeah, it's the 4th, 6th of the innings that we haven't even got anywhere near the likes of Rinku and Andre Russell yet. So
yeah, this is set up quite nicely for Andre. This is one where you could bring him in early today because they've got lots of insurance. If Andre bats 10 overs on here, what score are they going to get? It's a lot. It's 230 if Andre bats for 10 overs. He showed was it Jamaica he played for where he got his ton in the CPL when he batted up the order, and he showed what he can do if he's allowed to bat for a long time. Jarrod's either betting or coming up with an amazing stat here because he's gone quiet.
Yeah, it's gone quiet, hasn't he?
Look at his little concentration face.
Gosh, look at it. Yeah.
I'm talking to Luke.
Of course you are.
He's the producer. Sorry for being professional, everyone. Won't happen again. As he whacks this away Narayan for 6. So what did I say? He likes to attack right arm pace in this period. I'm right even when I'm not listening.
I'm a bit baffled as to why they haven't just continued with the spin at him. But
This is what I was saying before. They've got this really good partnership, and they don't really back it, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like we know Narayan's good at playing spin. Like traditionally, that was the thing that he was sent in to do. They used to use him as a spin whacker, but now he's really set. The bad pace isn't working. You've got to back Bishnoi and Cronell here, haven't you, for a couple of overs? Like straight. Bowl your spinners on a pitch that's
completely
probably taking spin.
If I was going to try someone else, I would have... Is Deepak Huda in the 11 at the moment? Actually?
Yeah.
If I was going to go in a different direction, I might have tried him just for the off spin to spin it the other way. Try something a little bit different. That's a good bouncer there from Yash Thakur. But other than that, it doesn't
no-look flinch as well.
Hey?
A lovely no-look flinch.
But yeah, I don't really see the point of trying this, of what they're doing at the moment. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Who's the next wicket line? What have we got on that?
Do you mean next man out?
Next man out, yeah. What's the sitch on that?
It's an interesting one. It should be quite short, but not too short, Narayan. So I can see 1.5, which I definitely wouldn't back.
Like that. Yeah.
I'd almost be tempted to back the other side there because Raghavanshi isn't going to... So we're getting to a bit where KKR don't really mind if somebody gets out because they've got so many batting options now. They've got 9 in hand, 11 overs left, and 5 people that can absolutely hoof it. So I would expect Raghavanshi particularly, who's chewed up 14 balls for his 17, including a power play over, he has to light up now. And I mean now. This next over he's got to start going because everybody behind him can do better than 17 or 14. So that means I'm looking for wicket in next over and fall of next wicket as unders as my bet. So if I can get, where are we now with the score? 100. So I'm no mathematician, but if it's 123 and a half with fall of next wicket, 24 is quite a lot when you're going all guns blazing. Sure, they might hit 4 sixes and you're done.
We're basically saying it's a wicket in the next 2.5 overs, isn't it?
Yeah, which I quite like. You can get 4 for wicket in this over, so 3 to 1 in old money for wicket in this over. I like that because but that's my hunch that they go really hard now, not a definite fact.
And he doesn't. He pokes this, but he's going to get a 4. I don't know who was at short third, but they were asleep, and that's a good shot by Narayan. That brings up his 50. He's 53 off 27. We've got some comments here as well. We've got from Utopia YA. It says, as a KKR fan, I never expected this IPL for KKR to be doing so well. Why have they pulled this off? I'm targeting this as Jarrod, as he seems the best of you.
The best of us. The best of us.
That's what it says here.
The best of us.
So why?
You need to have a long, hard look at yourself.
why am I saying Mrs. Kimber as the real name behind that email address?
No, Mrs. Kimber's not writing that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she knows him.
Maybe his mother. Maybe that Mrs. Kimber, but not the married Mrs. Kimber.
I would say that their shambolic batting has come off, and that Chakravarti and Andre Russell have just started to take wickets at a good time, but they are batting teams out of the game. I mean, that's essentially what they are able to do. And if you had come into this tournament and said you were going to get 200 runs out of Sunil Narayan as an opener, they would have said that is an absolute bonus. Well, he's doubled that, and he must be on his way to 500.
Well, I think he's 4th now in the whichever cap it is, orange or purple.
Orange,
cap.
yeah. Orange.
Is it?
Orange?
Purple for bowlers, orange for bats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, remember, I'm colourblind.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to you.
But yeah, that cap. He's 4th, for heaven's sake.
So that is just a huge bonus as he gets an inside edge past the stumps. Now,
I'm really confident that a wicket is coming. Really confident.
Didn't you have him for bowled?
I did, yeah.
So I've got these numbers for you. Ravi Bishnoi has bowled 19 right-handers out of 60 wickets. He's bowled 3 left-handers out of 30 wickets.
Wow.
I told you.
Interesting.
And the reason for that is he bowls wrong ends,
yeah.
so that comes into the right-handers at the stumps
Yeah,
and they go
very
away
good.
from the stumps. Having said that, that should have been bowled.
That should have been bowled. Yeah. That really should have been
That
bowled.
is a quarter of an inch.
Having done
away
all
from
that
bowling.
research, I now say, based on my eyes, it's still a big chance.
He's bowling pretty quick as well, is Bishnoi.
This is
Yeah.
a beautiful shot, actually.
He's got
Raghavan
some
shoot.
talent, this boy.
Did you go him on unders?
I didn't today. No, I couldn't get the line. But I have done regularly when they're giving him 24.5 because I maintain that it's too many. If he is the second coming of Sachin Tendulkar, fine. But he's an unproven 18-year-old who has only got over that line twice this season.
Joel Edwards has sent a message in saying, why would you have a spinning pitch when Narayan is in the opposition?
Well, it
That's
depends.
also their strength, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've also got to remember, I don't know how much curators can make massive differences to pitches at short notice depending on their opponents. And in a test match, it works slightly differently, but you've got such a churn of pitches that it's not quite as easy to bring pitches to order. And what you'll tend to find is that pitches by this stage in the IPL, it's a bit of a cliche, but the ones which have got smaller squares, and this has got quite a small square here, will have to be reused. Whereas, like for example today, what was surprising at Dharamshala was that was a fresh pitch, and it looked like quite a tired. I don't know if it looked tired, but it looked
spicy,
uncomfortable. It was spicy,
Yeah,
exactly.
in it,
But we are now getting to the point where if you look at the grounds that have got the fewer pitch options and also where they play a lot, like Rajasthan, for example, play at Guwahati as well as Jaipur. So, but a side that's going to play predominantly all their games at either Eden Gardens or the Rajiv Gandhi at Hyderabad, those pitches are going to suffer by now.
I think also during a tournament, generally the pitches spin more. So, as the tournament goes on, it's just going to get drier anyway. And on top of that, as you said, if you've got a small square, even more so because you don't have as many pitches to play. But it's very hard to change your wickets for one particular game in a T20 tournament. What you really want to do is at the start of the season decide what your strength is and make the wickets favour that all the way through. That's easier.
Like Chennai has done
So that's a
for
perfect
years.
example of that. We've seen, Brisbane Heat used to do that at the Gabba.
Yes.
Have very flat pitches and didn't help them win in championships, but certainly they made a lot of runs and
For
scared a lot of
the
teams.
irritatingly named Bash brothers, which was Chris Lynn and Brendan McCullum.
That's right.
And do you know what that was? That's just stolen from the Splash Brothers in the NBA.
No, I
So
wasn't
every
aware of that,
nickname
no.
the Heat have ever used is just taken directly from American
I thought
sport.
it was stolen from the Bash Brothers in the Mighty Ducks.
It might also
Disney
be that.
film of 1993 or whatever it was. What a great film! Can I talk about that for an hour?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, the Mighty Ducks as a franchise.
What's the best Mighty Ducks sequel?
The second one is a lot better than
The Mighty
When
Golden Ducks.
do they take on the Russians?
D7 or whatever.
Don't
is
they
the
take
second
on the
one.
Russians?
I don't know.
Yeah,
No.
of course they do. First one they do. The second one they play in the Olympics.
Yeah.
The divisional team that somehow wins in the first year, then all of them represent the entire of America in the second film, and then they all go to college in the third one, and it dies a bit of a death. But
Because otherwise they discover, drink and girls.
pranks and we've all been there, haven't we?
Yeah.
The first Mighty Ducks film is phenomenal. It is a tremendous piece of work.
So this is what I was just trying to remember. I'm trying to get the full teams up here. I might not be able to get you the full list, but the teams that they play in the ice hockey, they play teams like Iceland and Italy.
Italy.
Yeah,
Another
and
six.
Sunil Narayan has hit a massive 6 off. You're not going to believe this. Marcus Stoinis,
It
who
was,
should have 6
what are
tattooed
they-
on his forehead.
I think it was
What are
Fulton
those
Reed
things
was one of them. Oh yeah, here we go. Fulton Reed and Dean Portman were the Bash brothers. They're the original Bash brothers in the
Right.
in the Mighty Ducks. And they were basically two 28-year-olds that were playing under 14s ice hockey and battering the living crap out of the other team.
Well, yeah, they seem to have an unfair advantage there.
So Iceland and Italy, and they also played in ice hockey against Trinidad and Tobago.
Again,
Yeah.
they got a bit of an unfair advantage there.
But if you want to look it up, Jarrod, the Trinidad and Tobago kit was one of the best sports kits. The Trinidad
The
and
ice
Tobago
hockey
hockey
kit?
kit.
In Mighty Ducks
Yeah.
3 or whatever it
Two.
is.
I think that was
Two,
D2.
two.
D2, yeah.
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 Wide, half volley, and he swings at this and misses it. And KO Rule claps, and then Marcus Stoinis claps. I'm like, fellas, it's 117 for 1. There was a moment in a basketball game where...
Also, why are you bowling?
There was a moment in a basketball game where someone shouted out, I've got him, and the player said, I've scored 47 on you. That reminded me a little bit of that. Sometimes you
Yeah.
need to not
Yeah.
do that.
Would you like to know about the appalling controversy in the Vale of the White Horse Under-11s Football League?
Yes.
Because you're just about to find out. Yeah. So when I was 11...
Simon, if you're listening, clip this.
Where is the Vale of the White Horse?
Oh, another 6. He's
So
whipped this
the
across
Vale of the
line.
White Horse encompasses White Horse Hill, on which there's a massive white horse painted on by people 1,000 years ago or something.
Is this like in Wiltshire or somewhere strange?
This is in Uffington, which is now Oxfordshire, I think.
Right.
And my school used to do stuff there all the time because it was a thing quite near my school. So we played in the Vale of the White Horse Football League, and we were competitive. We were probably the 5th best of the 10 or something. We won it once in 12 years. We can spend an hour on that year when we won it without losing a game at some point. But under 11s,
the under 11 invincible.
under 11s we weren't as good. But a team.
Oh, is this another one?
I think that must be out surely.
3 6s. Oh, he's just
my
got this
God.
one over the top.
So it's.
Sorry,
what-
just briefly. That's a Marcus Stoinis over that's gone for 19 runs that should never have been bowled.
All of those things are straight facts.
Only half the balls went for 6. So Thames Valley entered the league, a new team, under 11s, bear in mind.
Oh, yeah.
And we played them, and they had 2 strikers,
Rashid
who
Khan.
we later found out, and Shahid Afridi, who we later found out played for Arsenal under 18s at the time.
God, they were
They
prodigies
were
then,
about
weren't
5'11", each of them, with birth certificates that were questioned by the people that ran the league. And the first time we played them, we went 1-0 up. I was the goalkeeper, and we lost 18-1. I had quite a good game. We were the only side to play them twice. All the other teams refused. Dewcam is...
Dew factor. Yep.
Dewcam is on, so we have a look at what price Lucknow are, and they're 4.7.
So how do you feel about 4.7 and Dew? Is it going to continue to Dew?
You need Pooran to do really well, because I'm not backing Stoin today on here.
Against Chakravarti?
I'm just not. I'm going to be on Stoin unders almost certainly next innings.
I just wonder if Dew is kryptonite to the twin spin threat.
Possible. Anyway, yeah, those two averaged over 10 goals a game between them in the league.
Not
we were the
surprising
only
if they're
team that
like
played them
17
twice.
years old.
The Vale of the White Horse League had been going for something like 100 years,
Yeah.
and the whole league disbanded because of them. They refused to stop playing, and everyone else refused to stop playing against them, and the league disbanded.
Wow.
That's the controversy from 1994 in the Vale of the White Horse.
Could you not just restart it like 2 years later?
We did a Chennai, and we restarted, and everyone was called different. The league was called something else. And
Vale
they
of
weren't
the
they weren't
Brown
allowed to play.
Horse.
And they weren't allowed to play.
Yeah.
Very good. Well done. That is scandalous.
Yeah, it's still talked about now in the.
Well, it is. I've just heard it. Yeah.
So when England played Sri Lanka a few years ago, and I was in Sri Lanka, I saw that Sri Lankan football team was playing a game.
Oh yeah, they're notoriously not awfully good.
They were I think they were ranked 199th at this stage. This could be another
Surely
6.
this is
That's
out.
the end of now,
Surely this is out. Surely.
Oh, he's carried it over the line.
Oh
He
dear.
caught that easily.
That's Padikal, who should not be anywhere near this field as a stud fielder.
Oh, that's poor cricket, because he got that quite easily, and he had plenty of time to do other things, and he's just got himself confused, and he stood on the Toblerone, and that is 6.
I mean, that ball's actually proven why Bishnoi should have been, Bishnoi and Krunol should be bowling in tandem and not Marcus Stoinis, because that should have been out. I mean, I know it says it's 6, but they practice that time and time again. There's just
He's dropped him
no way-
again.
Oh,
Well,
dear
he's
me.
been dropped 2 balls. I don't know if the other one counts as a drop. I mean, technically he caught it, but he caught it for 6. And then this has been dropped at short third. And if that is who is that? Because he looks like he has hurt himself.
That's Mohsin Khan.
Has he hurt himself?
No, I
or
think
has
it
his
might have been his pride.
The
His
pride
pride,
looks
yeah.
hurt there.
Just
Yeah.
because of the way his arm was,
Oh,
I
no.
wondered if he landed on it. But now I think he's done a Johnny Bairstow and he's misfielded, and so instantly he's injured himself.
I think he was.
Or
he did actually bang
smash
his head.
face
Yeah.
in the ground.
Yeah.
It was
suppose
his
that-
pride. It was his arm. It was his face.
He added injury to
It was
insult.
the best of times. It was the worst of times.
You can lead a horse to water.
The Valley of the Black Horse. What was it?
Vale of the White Horse, come on now.
Okay.
The road into the desert is littered with the bodies of those that went first.
I tell you what, he is going off holding his face. So it's the second time today we've seen a fielder just absolutely smash the ground with their face. Rahul Chahar did it earlier.
There'll be hard grounds as well.
I'll quickly tell this Sri Lankan
Yes,
story.
sorry, Sri Lanka. Sri
I
Lankan
think to
football
myself,
team.
I'm in Dambulla or somewhere. The game's in Colombo, so I hire a driver to drive me in the middle of the night to go to this game.
I go to the press area to the Sri Lankan Football League, and they've never had a journalist from outside of Sri Lanka want to come to a game before. They didn't have any protocol to give me a press accreditation.
No.
But they gave me tea and cookies, and they went and made it up, and they gave it to me, and they were very lovely. I went to the game. There's a lot of weird stuff. I've written a piece for The Blizzard, which is run by our friend, about this. But they scored a goal in the first half, and they were up. And the Sri Lankans were like, we've never been up before.
No.
And they were playing Malaysia, who were ranked 130th in the world.
Yeah.
Malaysia had never had a player not born in Malaysia play for them. But they had 3 guys on the bench, of which were the leading scorers in Malaysian football. But
they were all Brazilian?
They were all born in Africa,
Right.
and had then played in Malaysia for 10 years and become nationals, as this is miss it down the ground for 1. And at half-time, 1-0 down, obviously the Malaysian manager was like, well, I might lose my job if we lose to Sri Lanka. He brings them out. The average height of the Sri Lankan footballers, I would have said, was 5'4".
Are you going to go all Tony Gregg on me now?
This guy was about 6'2".
Ooh.
And he was quicker and stronger than them. And within 10 minutes, he kicked a goal, assisted a goal, and then
headed a couple in, I would think, unopposed. Yeah.
And just absolutely dominated the game. And when you were talking about the older kids, it was like watching an international sporting event where you're actually watching juniors, and suddenly a senior player has come on and just won the game. Anyway, they're still ranked pretty poorly. I think Pakistan and Sri Lanka have both been ranked in the 200s in football. And if you think about it, I didn't know there were that many countries.
Yeah, there are more members of FIFA than there are the United Nations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And San Marino is the worst team, but they...
Is it 207 FIFA?
Something like that.
Yeah,
but there's only 195 countries in the world.
That's right.
Yeah. But
okay.
Well, that's what we're saying. There are more FIFA teams.
I know Gibraltar are a FIFA team now.
Did you play for them?
And
I did not play for them because
I
I didn't qualify, nor was I good enough. But other than that,
you would have.
I would have and should have. Had it become a thing 10 years earlier, I would have had a go.
Now this is hit straight up in the air. This should be caught.
Surely at last.
Yeah, it's gone.
And it is. Narayan has gone 81 off 38. 140 for 2, and Ravi Bishnoi didn't bowl him, unfortunately for Rob. So that's a...
No, we had our chance with that one. The Bishnoi one that ragged past him. Well played. Another impossible innings.
Did you have him for unders?
Maybe.
Did he get unders?
Maybe not. How has Sunil Narine? So Phil Salt has had a remarkable season. Phil Salt, who didn't get picked up at the auction despite scoring 2 T20 hundreds the week of the auction, has had a remarkable season, I think it's fair to say, averaging 43 at strike rate 183. Good season, Phil Salt, as your overseas opener.
Very good.
How is it humanly, worldly, universally possible that Narayan's done better than that?
Not just a little bit.
He's done better than that. He's got more runs at a better strike rate.
What's he up to now? Because I reckon he might be third.
461. You want some orange cap?
Orange cap stuff. He's not far off Kohli.
I've got some stuff for you. Utopia YA has sent a message in saying Narayan now has more sixes than Klaasen in this tournament.
No.
And Akshu has said, how do you guys think Salt
sixes.
leaving for international duty for the players will impact KKR? I would have said before the season it would have been horrendous. At the moment, he's the lesser of the 2 openers.
But someone else has got to open, and Narayan can't keep doing this.
Raghavanshi
can't.
Well, we've been saying that for a month. You're right.
He can't.
Yes.
It's Russell time, by the way.
It is Andre Russell.
This is good. I know. So somebody asked, why do we think that KKR are doing so much better this season? This is one of the reasons. Because they have put Russell in at 4 now. Because they do just want to go hard. They do get that T20 cricket is about scoring runs as quickly as you possibly can. You'd think that was obvious. But if you're a fan of Royal Challengers Bengaluru, you would know that this isn't the case.
Absolutely.
Krunal Pandya has come back on, probably because Russell is out there as much as anything, but also because they should have been bowling spinners all along.
Yep, all along.
So the thing to look out for Russell v spin, possibly not the Krunal spin, is the dot and 6. So he's quite happy to block balls he doesn't like from spinners, and dot balls do not bother Andre in the slightest. He is the West Indian T20 gun prototype, who is just like, if the ball is there, it's 6, and if it's not there, you can have it. It's fine. I don't mind having a strike rate of 240 against you.
So what the West Indians will say is that they can hit the 4s and 6s, And if they try and hit the 4s and 6s off the good balls, they will get bowled. So they just wait for everything to be in their area, and that's when they take it on. And so they're not worried about dot balls, whereas they think, especially the Western batters, are obsessed with singles.
Yeah.
And I remember at one stage, David Warner had a run-out rate of 9%, and Chris Gale had a run-out rate of 1%.
There's 2 dots for you on the reel.
And there's 2 bots.
And that's whenever you see Russell facing spin, you back dot on 6 every ball. Because the bookies take way too much percentage out of 100 out of other stuff that is way, way less likely to happen.
Yeah.
And this is down the leg side. Did he get anything? This was 5.
No, it's
this
wide.
is only 5 runs and an
5.
extra delivery.
So those 2 dots are effectively negated there. They've suddenly got 2.5 runs off each of the last 2 balls, in a way.
This run line, we said earlier you want to be backing the alternative high runs.
Yes.
So then do 230 now or 229. That doesn't feel like enough unless the pitch is doing way more than we can see, which is possible.
Because 230 here is only another 84 away and 7.5 overs.
And they've got the absolute definite batting lineup to
And
do it.
there's your 6. So dot 6 essentially, because he doesn't get the ball for the wides, and he's waited for that to be in his arc, and that's what I'm talking about. When he's going to take a risk, he's going to take a risk on a 4 or a 6, but he's already decided to put that ball into his best position to hit a boundary. So if you look at early T20 batting especially, there was a lot of people just trying to hit 6s and 4s from everything, whereas Andre Russell, you would think he's that kind of player, but he's not. He's waiting for the ball in his zones. He loves it when a spinner over pitches, because he knows that you can't spin the ball past his edge at that point.
And he doesn't come down the wicket at you there, does he? So there's got to be a case to be made for just sticking to your guns and bowling the same ball.
Well, I'll tell you why that it doesn't work. He's bowled another wide here. Is because if you bowl that sort of back of a length, he just plays the pull shot.
Yeah.
And he can miss it a pull shot 75 to 80 metres. And there's no ground in the world that can control that. 153 for 2. Lucknow at 580. It seems optimistic, but...
Yeah, I think Stoinis, basically, if they chase this, it's KL, Stoinis and Puran. It's those 3 that do the heavy lifting. And I just can't have Stoinis against those 2 spinners. I can't have it. I don't understand how he's going to get through them. And Stoinis is a bit of a feast or famine guy, isn't he? Like when he's good, he's really good. I quite like him as a number 3. I think it's not a position where he's had much success in the past, but I quite like it because you avoid the 10 balls of swing at the start and you let him hit the power play to get going. And then he's terrible against good spin if he's on 0.
Yeah.
But when he's 25 off 20, he can be all right. He's definitely improving against that.
Did he have 2 or 3 good seasons in the Big Bash opening?
Yeah, he was great. Melbourne Stars, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was
I
great.
wonder who the analyst was.
Hey!
And to be fair, in the Bash, in the Bash, you get a lot of junk, don't you? You get a lot of rubbish bowled at you.
You do, yeah.
Some of those...
Still a very good league.
Yeah, it's a pretty good bowling league, though. People don't really score much in
Adelaide...
I don't know, I'm just saying, if you look...
Adelaide strikers, the Sidil Rashid Khan attack was really good.
Yes.
And Wes Agar got all of their wickets because they couldn't score.
Stars have occasionally, and Renegades have occasionally had good attacks, and Scorchers can have a good attack.
So we've got Harry Gurney coming on soon, haven't we? And we can...
I don't know if he's coming in. He's down for it.
Okay.
He's very excited at the idea of Cricket 8.
Is he?
He's a poker player.
Of course he is.
So he'll love it then. Because that's what Cricket 8 develops into afterwards, is debaucherous poker. And Jarrod, if you think he's nonsense when he talks, you should see him play cards.
Seems unfair, but okay.
Seems absolutely true, doesn't it? What are you doing now?
I was just having a look here. Kolkata over 220 is 1-5, but there's a boost on Sky Bet at 2-9.
That's
a terrible bet.
That's how they get you, mate.
That's a terrible bet.
So some of these things that are called boosts, and this is a generic thing about bookies, they call them boosts or specials or mega odds or whatever. They should, what's it called, trading standards or advertising, whatever. It's total nonsense. Absolutely not. They go, this price was 6-4. Now it's 9-4. You must back it because it was 6-4. It was only 6-4 because you said it was.
That's right.
This pint is for sale. I went to a pub yesterday. You won't believe this. I went to a pub yesterday, and I had a pint.
Is that
of
the first time you've been to a pub?
It's second. And I had a pint, and it cost £7. And it's that's a lot of money now for a pint.
Jeez, you can tell when someone's not from London.
Yeah.
This one has come down the ground, and that's gone for
it's
4?
like saying
6.
it's like
Four.
saying
Four.
this pint is on special offer was £15 now.
Now it's
£14.50. And it's definitely not value. And that's what the bookies do a lot, is they say it was this and they make up the was. That was never was anything, is they're saying we used to put this at 1 to 9 and now we're putting it at evens is the best bet ever. There's a lot of false advertising that you need to be wary of with bookies, and which is why I ask people like Jarrod who are new to betting, just ask me and I'll be able to work it out whether it's good or not. And he just goes no and overrules
that one. I knew wasn't good because I was like, oh, sorry, yeah, I go no, yeah, that's because I don't trust you.
But what was the bet? And we've had 5 off 1 since. So what was it? Over 230.
Over 220 at 2 to.
Yeah, okay.
And at 6 to 4, over 240 and a half.
Let's have a look. He's trying to get stumped here, Raghavanshi.
Yeah.
Just quietly. He's running down the pitch. So what price can we get stumped? I can see 20. It's not that appealing. How many Bishnoi got left here? Because the way stumping happens is this. Obviously dancing down the pitch against bowlers
He's
like
got
Bishnoi.
3 balls left.
Very hard to back it then. Yeah, he was batting quite forward in his crease here, and we know that Andre's going to be dot and 6 now, these last 2 balls.
Can I just ask about a bet that would occur to me? When you get to 160 for 2, and you've got biffers, proper biffers, Rinku, Andre, bowlers tend to try to hide the ball. So it seems to me you get more wides.
Yeah, that's good.
With a team that's in a particularly strong position, not very many wickets down, as overs dwindle. I'm not talking necessarily about the next over, but maybe like from the 16th, 17th onwards. Can we look at wides at that point?
Yeah, so you can't really bet on wides in game.
And that's a good
I think
that's
for
good.
integrity reasons.
Mm-hmm.
If you offered that at some of the lower level stuff, they never bowl anything else, and the games would go on for 6 months while they're all trying to back wides every ball,
right?
Allegedly. But yeah, that's why they don't offer it, and I'm okay with that. You can bet on wides pre-match, and for stuff like IPL, you can do spread betting on wides, and you can also do stuff like multipliers of wides. So the batting team, the first innings wides times by the second innings wide. You can do wide squared if you're an absolute crack addict when it comes to betting on wides. And I had a go on that in one of the games earlier this season, and it was very distracting because I got quite a lot on. It was the reason was if Chennai were playing, mega due at Chennai, second innings Patharana, and Patharana was playing as I think that's Raghavanshi seeking medical attention here.
I think he might have. I'm trying to see if
he's dived. He's winded himself.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was cramp.
Has he fallen on his bat there?
Not quite.
I don't know why that would hurt.
I think he's asking if he can be
back?
taken off.
Is it Rinku time? Can you let Rinku do it? Because he's not.
He could be a replaceable player at this point.
Yeah, he's not actually.
Now he's someone I'm more than happy to go at this stage because the wicket here doesn't matter at all.
No, and you want to get the most runs possible here. You probably want Rinku in.
Yeah.
With Russell, and they both go ballistic till the end. That's how you get 280.
Wouldn't that be beautiful?
And that can happen. But this guy is, like, whilst he's looked quite good, he's got 32 off 25.
Yep.
And in a score in a game like this, when you're only 2 down, that ain't good enough. He can't sustain that. So walking off here isn't actually a bad option. And this is one where you have to check your rules, but the 200 to 1 for others with the retired out running for you isn't the worst.
Tell you what else would be good would be if they thought about having the strategic timeout at a time when they've got people coming on to just sort of look after someone who's a bit winded, rather than have 2 minutes of faffing about before bowling it over and then having 2.5 minutes more faffing about.
I can see where you're coming from with that, but that's not the way we roll here.
That's not the way we roll. Oh, hang on. Is he?
He's going to
No,
continue.
he's going to continue. More's the pity. It seems a bit harsh, but
that's Daniel Norcross digging out an 18-year-old.
Wicket wanting to bat. To be fair,
he's had his go.
If he went off now, what odds would you give on 300?
I mean, you'd have to be 33 to 1 even if he does. And you probably have to be 100 if you're being fair. Like, it's so hard to get that many here, even if they. But you need Mitchell Stark bowling for them. And he plays for the other team famously. Do you think that Mitchell Stark's last match-winning over was any good?
No.
Because it
No,
looked very much
I
to me
watched
like
that.
they were all full tosses.
They were. He got
got slapped to fielders.
3 wickets in 4 balls, and there wasn't really a good ball there.
No, it was, and he
was bowling the tail as well.
Yeah, he wildly over-celebrated those for a guy that's getting £1.2 million to play in this competition.
You can't let that lie.
I really can't. No.
Do you want some betting tips for future for your points bets?
Sure.
So these are performance points. So you get 10 for a wicket, 10 for a catch, and
20 for a wicket.
20 for a wicket,
Yeah.
10 for a catch, and one for every run.
And you get 25 for a stumping if you back keepers.
Okay, well, I'm
10
not
for a catch for them as well.
I haven't got that in this stuff. But if you're looking for fielders who take a lot of catches, we've got Barron, who no one knows. You can find him on the YouTube page. He has come up with Moeen Ali, has taken 11 catches in 7 matches.
Nice.
Rinku Singh, 20 catches in 13.
Why is Moeen Ali getting his toes?
He's the one I think is really important here. I'm with you. I don't understand it either. This is belted back down the ground by Russell for 4.
He's a strong boy, isn't he, Andre Russell?
Well, that was a good ball
This
as
is
well.
the one I'm interested in. Akshar Patel.
Ooh.
24 catches in 16 matches.
That's great statting. So what Barron can do with that is use those and Aksar's a great guy for performance points because he does everything.
Yep.
And if he's getting those sort of catch numbers, and the sample size is big enough there, that's enough because he must be fielding in gun positions. You don't get loads of lucky catches at third man.
He is a good fielder.
He is.
Do you want any bowlers or anyone else?
Of course I do.
Trent Bolt.
I don't have him here. This one's outside off stump. He should have launched this for 12.
Because Trent Bolt's often in a deep catching position.
He also
and he
likes,
gets wickets first up.
He likes catching the ball and then treading back on the boundary rope as well, Trent Bolt.
Hetmeyer and Virat Kohli have very good ratios. But Mohammad Siraj, 9 innings and 12 catches in his last 9 innings.
Well, that surprises me.
Very surprising.
Here's another sneaky one for you. Rodman Powell averages more than a catch an innings.
He's long on, isn't he, Rodman Powell? Yeah.
So he's an interesting one. Badoni.
Okay.
And Trent Bolt, his last 8 innings, he's taken 10 catches.
Yeah.
Really good.
Because he gets a wicket every game.
16 from 13.
Really good. So Krunal's another one that can get you runs in or points in lots of different ways.
So who's playing tomorrow?
Mumbai. There's a couple of really good bets tomorrow. I might share those at the end if we're feeling generous.
We're always feeling generous.
Mumba's against SRH, so when is Bumrah bowling is just the question that you need there because every other over's going. 4 overs won't go for any runs and the other 16 will go for absolutely loads. It's Wankhede as well, isn't it, tomorrow?
Although, wasn't the pitch at the Wankhede odd the other day?
This could be out. He's hit this very, very high, Andre Russell, and it should be caught, and it is barely caught.
Did he catch that?
That's a great catch if he scored that.
That is brilliant.
He got himself in a terrible position then, and he sort of jumped and clutched at it with 2 other fielders looking at him.
Over his shoulder, diving forward. I mean, I want to see that again, because I want to see I think he was running full pelt there. The question was, should either of the other 2 fielders have been in a better position to take it rather than him?
I just think they all got in the way, didn't they? That would have been a wide, and it was the leg cutter outside off, and he's taken it well as he almost headbutts a shoe of one of his other fielders. Jonty Rhodes gives him the devil ears.
A strange thing, yeah. It must be a thing that they do.
Yeah, that's their little thing. That was Gautam, who was on as a sub. I was thinking to myself, I have no idea who that is, but that makes sense. It's Gautam.
That's a good impact.
And Rinku Singh is coming in, and if you're an Indian fan, you don't want him to make any runs because he's not in the World Cup squad.
It's Rinku has a huge point to prove here, doesn't he? And if he was to go nuts, because most of the people they've selected haven't done a thing since they selected them.
Yep.
Either scored a run or taken a wicket.
It's been a lot of average performances, hasn't it?
And he's coming off the back of the most dying, wandering shot a man has ever played in the history of the IPL, when he simply dinked a Piyush Chawla nothing ball back to Piyush Chawla.
Yeah,
who was even able, it went back to him so slowly that even Piyush Chawla was able to make the 1-yard move to his left to take the catch.
That's a bit unfair on that great athlete.
That's one criticism of Rinku, that when he has to come in early, he doesn't quite know what to do. And that basically, it looked like his brain was fried. He's like, what? I'm not supposed to
They were
score
4 down,
30
were they?
off 8. Yeah.
I think, yeah.
That was right at the end of the power play, wasn't it?
Rinku, first ball, and that's a good delivery from Naveen, and he ends up just squirting it out on the offside for no run. So yeah, tomorrow, I don't think many of those players with good performance points are actually playing tomorrow. So the next game is Delhi Capitals and Akshar Patel. So when will those odds come up if you wanted performance points?
When are they playing? What day of the week? Delhi is Tuesday. I can probably get you a line right now.
And which sort of companies do those?
Decimal do them now, pretty much. We've done quite a lot of work on that. Again, I'm not going to tell you how we calculate them, but I can tell you that off air. We do quite a lot of work on that. Bet365 always do them. Lots of firms do them now. The spread companies obviously do them because
that's kind of their market, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they probably
player performance. Who Axar 30.5 is the line already. You want him to come up the order for that, and he can get that with the bat.
Yep.
He can if he gets a wicket and 11, or a wicket, 1 run and a catch, done. Yeah, 30.5 seems quite. They're playing Rajasthan. You'd have to go into the matchups a bit, I think.
This one is blocked back by Rinku towards the bowler.
There's a good one. There's a good bet for you. I'll happily give this bet away now for a game that we're not covering live on Cricket 8. It's Trent Bolt performance points over 20.5 at 5-4.
Well, he's got a wicket almost guaranteed per game.
Because he always gets one early.
And he appears to get a catch 8 times out of 10.
So that's 30 points.
10 times out of 8.
Yeah.
10 times out of 8, I beg your pardon.
So he's due more than 20 points. If he does his normal game, he's due more than 20 points. And they're saying it's unlikely at 5-4, 2.25, that he gets more than 20 points. So that's a really good bet. I'll tell you that for nothing right now. So we'll give you a bet for a game that we're not going to be watching along. And there it is.
Another 2 here. Couple of twos. What are we looking at for twos? Exactly 2 is
10.5. I can see here. That is definitely a bet at this point, with 5 overs left and a timeout coming, Jarrod.
Is the timeout?
Yeah. It is the
timeout. Let's have a timeout then here on Cricket 8. That was Rob Barron. This remains Daniel Norcross, and I shall be Jarrod Kimber, live at cricket8.com, or you go on our YouTube page and put in a comment like many, many others have. We'll be back in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. There's 10 teams in the IPL. The top 4 teams make the playoff, but the playoffs are very clever. It's confusing, especially if you're not from Australia, because we have this style in Australia. It was taken from Australian rules football and rugby league. And essentially what happens is the first team plays the second team and they get a second chance. What happens is by coming first in the league, you get a chance, and you also get a chance to go straight into the final and have a week off and rest your fast bowlers and all those sorts of good things. So 1 versus 2, and they go straight into the final. 3 versus 4 play an eliminator. So whoever loses out of them, they can go home and go to the Maldives and have a holiday with Danny Morrison.
Probably for the last time before it gets completely sunk underwater.
And so let's say 3 beats 4 and 1 beats 2, because that makes the most sense. 1 goes into the final, and then 2 plays 3 in a secondary eliminator, and whoever wins out of that goes into the final. So if 2 beats 3, 1 versus 2 play in the final. So in finishing in the top 2, you give yourself every chance of making the playoffs, even if you don't do it on the first game. And finishing 3 versus 4, you basically have to be perfect in order to win the championship.
You've got to win 3 playoff games, haven't you?
Exactly.
That's the issue.
Possibly the greatest bet of all time. Over to you, Joe.
I was really annoyed, Dan, because I remember sending him a message at one stage going, they're 14s, we should be putting money on Delhi at this stage, because there's no way they're going to stay 14. In the end, they came into about 5s, and by that stage, it was too late for me to put my money on. And so I missed my big advantage. And because of that, you know what I'm like. I get very angry.
Yes.
So I waited for a really good bet. And the really good bet was the run line in the second innings was about 205, is what Delhi was expected to make. And I was like, there's no way Delhi is making 205. But realistically, they're going to try and whack it everywhere. They're going to combust, and they're not going to make 200.
Yeah.
As you remember, Fraser McGurk did exactly what I thought he would do. He just managed to make about 7. So I was like, well, those bets are gone. I'm not going to get those bets. Then later, they moved the run rate to 230. And I thought, well, they're not getting 230. So I went back in again.
Yeah.
Stubbs went out, and then Rishabh Pant couldn't hit the ball away. 199 was my first line. All my bets kicked in at that point. They got to 199 with 10 balls to go and 4 wickets in hand.
2 overs to go.
Was it 2 overs?
There are 109.
Welcome back to Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber, and we have Yudhvir bowling for his first over, and that's a caught, and that's a wicket. Wow. He's got Raghavanshi caught behind, and they've had a real slowdown here. As that is nicked behind, he just gets too close, and Raghavanchi's had a bit of a weird innings, 32 of 26, despite the fact they're 171 for 4.
Yeah, that will not be remembered, that innings.
But decent enough ball, but he was just a little bit late on it. Well, there you have it. So they're back in. So they were at about 6s, I reckon, at one stage, and they're into 420 at the moment.
Yeah, that wicket knocked 6 runs off the run line, which seems like a huge overreaction to me, because he wasn't doing the damage here. He wasn't scoring quickly enough, and they've still got 2 people called Ear and somebody called Ramandeep. That's a lot of batting left. So I think the line dropping 6 is loads. It's just hopped up as I'm talking. But if you're quick there and you go, well, it's only Raghavanshi that's got out, who was scoring at what was his strike rate then, 125 or something.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Whoever's coming in now isn't going to score slower than 125. So really, it's little more than a dot, that wicket.
Yeah.
So for it to drop down 6, if you're quick there and you go, well, I know it can't drop down to 6, you smash overs, and it's now come up 2 since I've been talking, so you can get yourself a 2-run middle for free, and that's quite good at this stage with 5 overs left. It's not great. I would just leave it if I'd managed to back those overs, which was 220.
Oh, this is a play and miss here as a wide one.
Good from Yudhvir.
Hey?
Good start from Yudhvir sitting here.
I mean, that was a bad ball, that last one, to be fair. But he's got good pace on him. He's getting the ball through. Shreyas Iyer's career is 3,033 runs in the IPL at a strike rate of 126.
It's rubbish.
Not a good strike.
That is rubbish.
171 for 4. Run out's 11 to 1.
I'll see if I can get any bigger. So I wouldn't back 11 because, as we saw in the first game today, they're just not doing it enough, are they? They're not running enough at the death, as they absolutely should. And with all these wickets in hand, still got 2 guns to bat here.
Yeah,
they should be running everything. A lot of the bookies haven't managed to go back up with stuff yet. This is something that all bookies can get better at, is getting their prices back up after wickets, because you should be able to do that in a few seconds, because it happens lots of times.
Yeah,
it's not an unusual thing for a wicket to
18 fall. Times in the last game alone.
Indeed, with 0 all outs.
That's never going to stop haunting you, that one, is it?
The other one was worse. The Kuldeep batting for an hour.
Yeah, no, that was horrendous. 172 for 4. So they've stuck here, and this is a beautiful flick across the line by Rinku.
It's lovely.
And it's just a little pickup shot, and he gets a 4 for that.
I can see the case for backing Lucknow at 5 here, because, well, they have got Nicky P, and they have slowed down a bit here. They put the brakes on when this could have got really out of hand if Andre would have got going. The 260 could have happened then. And the kind of muck-up with Shreyas there, who is not very good at scoring from ball 1, or he's not very good at trying to score from ball 1. They still haven't got the 230 that they kind of need to be 1.25 on this deck, I would say.
Carl Herbert is emailed in, remember, live@cricket8.com if you want to email us. He says the original Bash brothers were Mark Maguire and Jose Canseco for the Oakland A's. They were, but that wasn't where the Big Bash stole their thing. If you have a look at the Big Bash, Carl, you'll see that anything that has recently been coined in an American sports league, they, especially in the Brisbane Heat, they managed to use it. But you're right, and then later on it was the Splash Brothers when Klay Thompson and Steph Curry came together. Big swing here from Shreyas, but straight to mid-off.
And your run-out chance. Okay, so
that would have annoyed me.
So the running intent is there, and Shreyas is quite bad at scoring from ball 1. So I couldn't put you off the 11 to 1 run out there, Jarrod. That's a pretty good spot.
You couldn't if you tried.
And you know when this man picks his phone up that he's definitely betting.
Correct.
So yeah, so I'll talk for a bit.
Any money on Bangladesh, Zimbabwe?
Not today, Clive.
Do you guys would be trading that game as well, though?
Yeah, Decimal. Next year we're going to cover over 8,000 matches. That's a lot of matches, and we cover everything from Lesotho women against Cameroon women, which is a game I monitored recently, which was really fun. The ECN is a partner of Decimal and all of that product. We've got an ECN London next week at Wimbledon.
Oh, okay. You playing?
I'm not playing, but I'm going to go and watch. Not next week, whenever the IPL finishes that week. So in 6 months' time, when this IPL finishes that week.
When the World Cup starts, you mean?
Oh, God, yeah. I think we've got 5 glorious days between the two. Here comes runs and wickets. Yes, the court. So 8,000 is a lot. There's nothing that we don't cover. It's going to be difficult to get it all done, but we'll do it.
Yeah. So they're still saying projected 230, but they're not looking like getting anywhere near 230 at the moment. The run line is 225.
So for them to get their optimal...
although if you're going to bowl full tosses down on the leg side...
Shreya should be scoring 6 off that ball.
Yeah.
And this is why he shouldn't come in and bat now. He has to be real and say, who's more likely to get us the big total? Me, Ramandeep. It's definitely Ramandeep because he hits 57% of his balls for 6 in this IPL. Or sorry, he scores 57% of his runs in 6s. So we're on run out here, are we? 10 to 1?
I never got on. I couldn't find anywhere.
If you can get double figures on run out, you should be on here because... So Shreyas has come in now, Dan, and he shouldn't come in because he's just missed an absolutely filthy wide...
Is that 2 wides in a row?
I think this might be just a dot. I think that might have hit some pad somewhere. Oh, right. He has said no and has reviewed. This man should not be batting now because Venkatesh here is better at striking from ball 1 than he is.
Yep.
And Ramandeep is better at striking from ball 1 than he is. So if you're a proper captain, you go, lads, you guys are better at finishing than me, you finish.
You also get the run-out possibility here, don't you? Because he's going to be so desperate, he can't afford to dot. So he's going to run on every shot.
So he nearly got run out 3 balls ago doing exactly that because he missed a pie and had to get down the other end and would have been run out by 3 yards. So we can see 11.5 here run out, and I think that's a bit too big.
I'm going to go on the 5s here.
The 5s what? Oh, the away team?
Yeah, because I don't think they're going to get nearly as many runs as they need to knock Lucknow out of this chase. Now, I know Sunil Narayan's going to cause some issues, but I do think at one stage it's going to go back in the other way. They just look like they're stuck to me. And unless Ramandeep comes in or Rinku goes absolutely crazy, and he doesn't quite look in that form at the moment, he definitely didn't hit it.
No. The ultra edge shows a noise because of the bat was hitting the ground. That's it.
And I don't think it hits his back heel either, does it?
No.
So Shreyas Iyer, wide not given.
Will be given now. It'll be overturned,
It's
surely.
only missed leg stump by 1.5 inches.
That's all it needs to do.
True. Wide. Is how Yash has started this.
Wide run out.
Don't say that because I can't get on.
Oh no.
I'll keep looking. See if I can find anything else. And this is down the leg side, hit for 4. He's bowled 3 consecutive balls down the leg side with short fine up.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
This is not a great display of bowling, and it's dangerous here because effectively there's 4 overs left. If they go for 50, which is entirely feasible with Rinku in, then you do get up to 230 odd now, don't you?
Yeah,
that's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible bowling.
Absolutely horrendous is what he's been bowling here so far. So 3 balls, and to be honest, he could have gone for 12 runs already in this over. And he might still go for a lot more than that as he bowls a straight one, finally.
But that's a straight full toss, shin high, and Shreyas Iyer, with all these wickets in hand, has looked to hit the ball along the ground out towards the fielder at deep mid-wicket.
And I think you now know why I went in at 5s.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, I mean, this is an
I don't think they're going to bat them out of the game now.
Unless Shreyas gets out.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more worried about that.
I mean, it's odd for a side that has worked out the major first lesson of T20, which is you keep going hard, that they have this blind spot here. Is this part of the sort of hero worship thing? Is this part of the sort of seniority nonsense that you sometimes get? Because there's no tactical justification for Shreyas Iyer to be batting now.
Completely agree.
I think there's a lot of issues with captains thinking that they have to bat.
Also, in a twist which I've only just noticed, the
scooped up and dropped.
Yash has been bowling down the leg side to the short leg side boundary
with a fine leg up.
With a fine leg up.
It's not brains, is it?
No. This has been an over that has confounded us in every number of possible ways, both the way Shreyas is batting
that should have been
and the
caught,
way
shouldn't
it's
Do you
been
want to
bowled.
know the opposite of Shreyas Iyer when it comes to captaincy? Is Dinesh Chandimal, who dropped himself from the Sri Lanka team as captain during a World Cup. Bavuma's clearly a smashing bloke, but Chandimal was like, I'm not scoring enough runs. We have players waiting who are in better form than me. I am dropping myself. And sometimes that is...
Oh my God, that's another full
filthy
toss down leg side, and
goes
he's
for
got two.
So a real finisher here, Ramandeep, if he'd have faced these 6 balls that Ira's faced, would have scored 20. And he might have scored 26. Because they've been leg side filthy pies.
And again, he's looking to work it
and
into
Iar's
the
got
onside.
nine off 6. He's not the man for this job.
He's not
he's
trying
not good
to
at
get
it.
underneath it. I mean, you've got to try to get underneath a shin high full toss down the leg side, haven't you?
Yes.
It's baffling.
As I said, that was the shot that we were taught to play when we were young.
Yeah.
Now you play that little flip shot.
Yeah, you do what Sky does and try and find some weird way of getting over fine leg for 6.
Or you played the David Gower, the upper fine, the flip over fine leg.
Oh yeah.
The upper leg glance.
Yeah.
That one's for the kids.
Yeah.
180 going for 4.
Don't want to get out the last ball before tea playing that shot with your captain Graham Gooch at the other end, who has a massive sense of humour failure. But yeah.
Do you know, of all the people in cricket, I don't think I've ever met Graham Gooch.
Have you not?
Yeah. Have you worked with him?
I've not worked with him. I've met him. His voice is as high pitched as people say.
Did you see the TikTok video the other day of the Dutch sprinter?
No.
It's worth trying to find the clip. When she spoke, if you close your eyes, it's Mickey Mouse.
Oh, marvellous.
It's brilliant. Because when I saw it on the thing, I was like, yeah, okay, it'll sound... And then she started talking. I was like, oh, no, I get it. That is Mickey Mouse.
Is it Mickey Mouse that also, because she's Dutch, says, actually, already also?
190 for 4 at the end of 17. So to get to 230, we're going to need at least one big over here.
40 off 3.
The Gooch stories of him trying to make the England team
fit,
try and do exercise was basically
very funny, isn't it?
And they're going, sorry mate, no way. And he's coming in from a run at 5:45 in the morning, and they're like, all right, Gucci, how's it going, mate? He's like, lads, at least don't be in the bar at the front of the hotel. Like, no, it's not what we're here for.
Have you been to bed yet, Tuffers?
Yeah, it wasn't his thing, Tuffers, was it? Although he
Not
slept
really.
all the way
Unlike
through the game,
now,
didn't he?
when he's much more relaxed.
Much more relaxed, yeah.
Now that Norcross tucks him in.
What's Tuffers like to work with?
An absolute dream.
I can imagine.
He's actually, oddly, he's one of the more prompt people in the morning for most days of a test match. Yeah, it's quite surprising. And he's absolutely delightful to work with on air. And in the evenings, he's a convivial fellow.
Some great stories about Christopher Martin Jenkins and his tardiness over the years from the TMS guys. They go on about that a lot.
Yeah,
his book's really
timing.
good. Martin Jenkins. I mean, obviously his writing is almost peerless when it comes to actually the craft of writing. I've read an awful lot of cricket books. I mean, Jarrod even tried to write some, I think.
I was going to say, I've written an awful lot of cricket books.
And his English language is utterly tremendous. Like CMJ's written, but there's a chapter in his book where he talks about being late for stuff and going to the wrong ground and really trying to not be late, and just some people just can't handle that sort of thing.
He's sort of, I mean, he has a modern day equivalent, not so much in the writing style, but in the chaos, as Daily Telegraph's Tim Wigmore, who famously went to the wrong airport for a game in Ireland, didn't he?
I think we've all been to the wrong airport.
I think he went to Heathrow, and it was supposed to be Gatwick, that sort of thing.
Yeah. One of the worst days of my life is when I did that.
I went to the wrong train station in, Kerala. Went to the wrong train station in Kerala and had to pay a taxi driver an enormous amount of money and just said, whatever your fine is, work out what it is ahead of time. I will give you the money. And I had my full bag, and I just had to put it on my back and run as the train was leaving.
Wow.
And I got into, you know how they have first class air conditioned, first class, and then it goes down to like economy, bad economy that
you wouldn't put anyone in.
So I jumped onto that. That was the bit of the train I was on, and there were all these people like laughing as I'm like throwing my bag on and trying to catch the train. Well, there's a four that was hit by Shreyas Iyer down the road. While there's a very officious man running behind me going, "Sir, you can't get on the train." I was like, "I've seen this in movies. I watched the Darjeeling Limited. It worked for several of the cast, not Bill Murray, but for the rest of the cast. I think I can do this."
Von Ryan's Express. Can I just say that until that shot, Shreyas Iyer was playing one of the most sanctionable innings of all time.
He wasn't far from being caught there. Was that Nicholas Pooran running around?
Yeah, I think Nicholas Pooran very sensibly went, I'd rather give him the 4.
Well, it was a dive for the cameras. Little commando roll at the end there. He's facing up again. And he's whacked this straight down to long off.
Whoa.
At least he's hitting them now.
Sort of, though. I mean, it's
They're both struggling,
it's badly timed.
I wonder if the air hasn't gone out the ball.
Yeah, it's possible.
It just feels to me like something happened about 2 or 3 overs ago and it stopped the
So if
scoring.
you think that,
The car is...
you
Yes.
bet unders.
But what do I bet unders?
The total. If you
So
think
it's
the air's gone out the
226.
ball, you bet under 225
They should still get 226.
Well, 30 or 14.
That's only a boundary and over.
Yeah, I know. But the way it's going, it is odd, isn't it?
Another one. He's going to get a couple here. Oh, he's got a 4. Take
shot.
that back. That was beautifully
It's a
timed
really
by
good
Rinku.
shot.
It was a bad ball from Naveen, though, wide and full, with what looks like no one on the offside.
We talked about that earlier, about his propensity to fall over and then throw the ball wide. And to the left-hander, that is meat and drink. Also,
And potatoes.
you had an early bet on most 4s and most 6s. 19 4s is quite a lot of 4s.
It's a lot of 4s, isn't
in
it?
an innings.
Yeah. The lines for the next innings, my guess will be something like 16-ish for the 4s in the chase and about maybe 8 6s, something like that. So you're in good shape.
And this is out as Rinku goes across, tries to muscle this away. Unfortunately for him, I don't know if it was the slower ball, but he just clothed it. Again, going into my theory that the ball's gone a little bit soft and it just dribbles out to a short backward square. And he takes a wicket. That's an important wicket because Rinku is the guy that can get the 20 and 30 run overs.
Yeah.
And so there's 12 balls remaining. Now, what would be really funny here is if they send in Venki. You never double Iyer at the death.
And they could easily do that as well.
They often double Iyer at the death.
You go Ramandeep for the
You've
6
got
hitting
to.
ability, don't you?
You've
But
got to now.
We'll see.
So Rinku 16 off 11, and unfortunately for KKR, just as he was starting to time them.
Who bowls the last 2 overs here? What are the options? What have we got left?
Let's have a look. Well, they're not going to bowl any spin.
No. And
they're
Naveen's
just-
bowled out.
They're just not going to do that. So
Stoinis
it's
isn't gonna
Yastakor,
bowl. Yeah.
and it might have to be Stoin
Really?
if Mohsin
gonna
Khan's
say if he's
face
not.
hurts.
Oh, yes.
They've got
Basically.
Yudva Singh. Yudva has to bowl it over.
Yudvir bowls it.
He's going to come the
bowls now,
19th. Here he is.
and then we expect Yastakor to finish off for the 20th,
Oh, yeah.
or someone
I
else.
have seen Stoinis bowl the last over on occasion. Stoinis is the sort of guy that's so confident he'll tell you he can do it, even when he's getting hit for 25.
But he's gone for 29 off 2 overs today. And
Have you got any bets for the second innings, by the way?
I can.
Or anything we can
Let's have a
even?
look.
I've just got one note here from Simon, our producer, which I will read out, as he tries to scoop
Oh,
this.
that's horrible.
It is Ramandeep who's come out anyway. That was Shreyas Iyer who tried to scoop and then forward defensive to backward point for 1. Simon's written a really helpful note. Which says, spread bets are the fun way to back performance.
Yeah.
Spread bets are the way to go bankrupt backing performance. Is how I would do it.
So next,
Nice
we
upside.
backed our old favourite Narayan to take a wicket. We backed that pretty heavily the other day at 4 to 6.
Is it still 4 to 6?
No, 1 to 2 today, but it's
Yeah.
still too big. He's taken a wicket in every single game.
Okay.
So 1 to 2 is too big, and I like it on here too.
Especially because they're going to have to go hard at him, I
Yeah.
think. You know, I mean, even if they need 218, they can't afford to have 4 overs of nothingness from Narayan.
Oh, this ball has gone flat, hasn't it? That has just dribbled out on the leg side. They might still, if you're backing unders, it's 2-2-4 at the moment.
Tricky that, isn't it?
But the problem with that is that there might be some 2s out here.
The last over bowler's probably going to be bad, whoever it is as well. I would rather be on the unders than the overs here. I don't think there's much wrong with the line. It might be a run high. But like you say, they can get to this run line in 2s. They don't have to whack 4s and 6s.
Yeah, the field is spread, the ball's gone soft.
Smack.
And that is a length ball on leg stump, and Ramandeep has just whacked that for a 6. That's a beautiful hit.
This is why he should have come in ahead of Shreyas, because he can do this from the get-go.
It's a poor ball from Yudhvir as well. It's length, and it was angled, so he could just help that on its way. At least if he's bowling it off stump, you have to drag it across. But he's got it all wrong. To be fair, Ramandeep's gone across the crease a little bit there, but it's a poor ball at this stage. He's got absolutely, I don't know if that's a Yorker, he's missed it by 2 or 3 metres. If he was going to go back of a length, he's missed that by 2 or 3 metres.
Yeah.
And if it was a slow ball, he forgot to bowl it. 209. So if you did just put your unders bet on, you're probably feeling a little more nervous at the moment.
Yes, except that you're in this situation where, Ramandeep hits a single. Is Shreyas going to clear the boundary? I don't know.
Shreyas can clear the boundary, though.
He can, yes, he can.
The last 9 balls is when I would back him to do it.
Yeah.
But I still don't think they're going past 230, and I think this is a good batting wicket, but Sunil Narayan is the difference. Comes in here, he's back there straight up in the air. This should be caught, but I think it's going to land nowhere. It could not have landed more nowhere if it tried.
Did they only get 1 then?
They did only get 1. I think in part because whoever was coming in from long off was running directly at the stumps.
That's quite bad running, that. That really should have been 2.
So you can get Kolkata at 121. Not a lot of value there, Rob.
I don't think so, no. Again, we can't really comment on the state of the pitch here, but when it looked really hard against Bishnoi and Krunal, they took them both off. So we didn't learn too much from that. It feels like Narayan's going to be impossible, and we really don't like Stoyne against this attack. So Puran's going to have to go mental for them to win here. And does he go mental 1 in 4 or 1 in 5? Yeah. So price seems okay to me. I mean, it's difficult to boil it down to that, but in this IPL, you'd probably want to be on the chase because this IPL's gone mad. But I have to admit that the people doing all the work here, the modelers and the syndicate people, have come together and said that's the price, and I'm not going to argue with them from what we can see from here. As an absolute pie gets dealt to Ramandeep, who shoves it straight down the ground for a...
Just over the top of long on for 6. It's a slower ball into the wicket.
230's back on.
Yeah, 230's back on.
Very much back on. That was a horrible over.
He's so good at hitting 6s, Ramandeep.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there, Shreyas seems to have been there since, the beginning of last year and has scored 17 runs, and Ramandeep has been there since I first started this lengthy sneeze, and he's already on 15.
Yeah,
and you can also see, when we talk about the ball being soft, here was my worry about the unders, which is why I didn't go on them, is because I still thought that you could get a boundary every over, and you look at that, that's a mishit off the splice, and it's gone for 6 just because he's a powerful guy.
And it's good for your most 6s as well. The 12th 6 of the innings to go with 19.
I'm pretty
4s.
happy with that bet. Yeah. But I need Kolkata to win as well. I've got most 6s, most 4s into Kolkata winning.
Yeah. I would be
very
feeling
good
pretty
shape now,
confident at the moment.
I'm pretty happy. To be honest, I had a couple of winners today, so we're okay. And I had a double green before into Chennai winning in the chase. So
Sweet.
I do what I can.
You do what you can, and you do it for us.
I do it for you personally, you know that. Even when you're not around, I do think, what would Norcross enjoy?
Yeah.
Not what he would do. This is down the leg side. Shouldn't be a wide. He goes across to play the pull Shreyas.
Don't refer it.
He's referring it.
Oh.
I think there's quite a lot of ego about this.
Who's got a good 40-second anecdote?
Here we go. And I mean, this is, you said ego. I think this is what it feels like to me. It's almost as if, look, if I didn't hit it for 6, then it must be because there was something wrong with the ball.
I reckon this is pitched on off stump. And it has angled down, but let's just see where it's pitched. It's pitched a foot outside off stump. And it's gone over the top of the stumps.
Now, if he stands in his normal position, that hits him on the
It's
chest.
gone down a long way down leg side in the end, hasn't it? But
in the end, but if he's
can't be given
standing where he
wide.
should be and he just doesn't pivot and move
hits him
inside
in
the
the
line
face,
of the
doesn't it?
ball, then it hits him in the head. I suppose the height. No, height's fine.
Can anyone tell me how Sunil Narayan scored 81 off 39 earlier?
No.
not
Simon would
really.
like to know.
Oh,
It's
right.
given it a wide.
Wow.
Well, I don't know
Outrageous.
about that. Simon would like to know why Rob liked the Shreyas Iyer top KKR bat.
Because with the selfishness about him is if the pitch was tricky, which Lucknow we never know, then he's the one that just bats for himself and gets the 130 strike rate when everyone else is scoring 20 off 10, and that's how he wins. He didn't win today, and to be fair, at least he didn't walk in and bat 3 when they were 60 for none or 4 overs. At least he didn't do that today. That's how that bet can win. And obviously, like, if you've got Narayan and Salt and one of those does a good one, no one else can win, really.
Yash has bowled another ball down the leg side in the death. And he's gone for 4 again. I don't understand why he's doing this. I don't understand what he thinks he's getting from this.
I'm not sure whether he's trying to bowl this in the block hole outside off and he's just not very good at it.
I hope not.
What we're watching here is bad cricket, I'm afraid.
It's terrible cricket.
We're watching a bad finisher
It
against
really
a rubbish
is.
death bowler.
And if the ball has gone soft, you want the batter to drag it from outside off stump.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing you could do is just give them one they can flick away.
Yeah, Lucknow have captained and gone about this.
Oh, he's bowled another one
my
down the leg
goodness.
side. They're going to get 2 here into the pocket at short mid wicket. But again, a dreadful ball. What is he thinking?
It's bad cricket, this.
The captain has to go up and just say, what's the vibe?
Can he maybe not bowl the wide full ball outside off stump? I'm going to have a look at his action here and just see if there's something sort of structurally, ergonomically that makes it
think so.
impossible.
I can't think of anything. He's got a decent front arm.
Yeah.
He's not slingy.
It's not slingy.
It's not wet ball, we don't think.
Well, we haven't seen dew cam for a while.
Is Juju.
A bit, yeah.
Dew is dew.
It depends. Like, Chennai is the one where it's happened every time. Whereas
Yeah.
this one less so, but yes, I mean, you can see how hot everybody looks, which suggests the humidity is high, which suggests the dew will come in.
Sorry.
Woo!
One thing we did say as we watch another one spear towards leg and
He's out.
get a lucky wicket.
Caught behind.
Oh,
Oh
mercy.
my God.
Mercy.
He's like, now, I told you, everyone, if I kept bowling down the leg side, what's that great, what's the great speech from
plan
Mars
works.
Attacks where he goes, I told you if I never spoke up and I never did anything out of turn, that good things were bound to happen. Then he gets
great
killed by the
films.
alien.
It's a great film, Mars Attacks. I like it a lot.
Gideon Hay doesn't like it.
Does he not?
No. And I don't understand why. Beautiful catch
That's
by
a
KKR
terrific
by the way.
catch, yeah.
Very good. So today has been a day where
Look at Yash, is like,
Yeah, told you.
bad wicket keepers have done good wicket keeping, which is surprising.
can you bet on that?
You could probably have bet Jitesh's performance points, but he got 0 runs, so he probably wouldn't have done great. But I still can't believe that Jitesh kept well today. I've never seen that happen before. But that was good from KL, and that was rubbish from Shreyas. That 23 off 15, because his first 5 balls were all horrendous leg side long hops, and he did nothing with them. And if he sent Ramandeep up, who's already hit 2 sixes, he's hit half his balls for 6. They would have 240 now, probably.
He's got 15 off 4. I mean, if that doesn't tell you about the waste of the resource.
And this is why I hate the impact sub rule, because you can have this guy walking out at number 8 with 3 balls left, a guy that opened for a year and a half in the IPL. It's like, yeah, can you
You're
face
right.
3 balls?
They
Well,
should have more batting.
Well, Jarrod's theory is that you should be allowed to have 11 batsmen and then swap them all.
My theory is that you should be all out when you lose 7 wickets.
What? That's just the rules. You have to walk off, or you mean?
Yeah, no, you only have 7 wickets to play with.
In all
okay.
cricket?
Just T20.
I think club games.
No. Because there's few things more fun than watching a club number 9, 10 and 11.
true.
So there's a thing called last man standing, which is really
Yes,
big.
I know, well,
I've
yeah.
played in that quite a lot, and it gives you an insight into the level that I'm capable of playing cricket at. But the double play is amazing.
I don't want you to think because
can-
he said earlier that he hit Angus Fraser for 4 is good.
Yeah, I'm not that good.
You're a lot better than me, mate. I guarantee you that.
I was
Rob just
reasonable
got
between the
rejected by
ages
his
of
over
18 and
40s
25.
Yeah, I can't get in my village over 40s team,
Oh, okay.
and I'm 41, mate. There's like 60-year-olds playing.
You're 41.
Yeah, I know. I look about 22.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't look that. Well, yeah.
You don't look a day under 58.
Some of my organs are 97.
We've got 4 players on the leg side for the small leg side boundary and 1 out at deep point. So that's why Yash is bowling down leg side, by the way.
This feels like 6 and dot is how this innings ends.
So he's bowling to the bigger side, which is the theory behind all this. Ramandeep is on 15 of 4, and he's going to whack this one over the offside. So I just said, where did I say all the fielders were, everyone? Did I say they were on the leg side?
You did. So short, wide outside the off stump at last was obviously the idea. It's been frustrating watching some poor cricket, actually. But
this has been an exhibition of horrible death bowling from Yash Thakur. And this is the thing with Lucknow, is sometimes they get a team on the park and you go, what's the plan? Like, what are you going to do here? Why aren't you bowling Bishnoi loads when it's spinning in the middle and they're struggling? They just bowl bad pace, and then they're ending up going, well, who's going to bowl the last over? And the answer is someone crap. And it gets spanked, and they go, oh dear, we're 20 runs offside here.
Meanwhile, I'm going to bag KKR for scoring 229 because Ramandeep got 19 off 5, and I had to watch any of Shreyas Iyer.
And there's another 6.
How
As
good,
he gets
how
a full
good is
toss
that
and
guy
scoops it
hitting
away.
6?
25 off 6. He's got 25 off 6.
So one thing we did say earlier is when the run line was 203, we said you want to be back in the alternate runs, the over 220, 230, and you've got 235 there. So that's a good pickup for anyone that was doing that. We're on highest first 6, which is going to win, and we're on most 6s, which is going to win. Today's looking like quite a good day all of a sudden.
It is looking like quite a good day. We're going to have a break here for 10 minutes, though, on Cricket 8. Remember, you can email us live at cricket8.com, or if you're on the YouTube page, you can put in some questions there as well. That man that doesn't look a day over 48 is Rob Barron. This man, who was born 48, is Daniel Norcross. This man, who is younger but probably is less healthy than both of them, is Jarrod Kimber. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to India on Cricket 8, your number one destination for all things Indian cricket related. As always, I'm your host, Nikesh Ragani, alongside Mega Sinha. We're here to look at the latest goings on in this season's IPL. And, well, what better place to start than yesterday's game? We're recording this on a Tuesday, if you are listening to us back on a podcast feed. And, Sunrisers Hyderabad breaking records once again. And RCB running them pretty close. I mean, over 500 runs, Mega, in 40 overs. Cricket's gone mad, hasn't it?
It's been a week since we last connected and we last did our podcast. But then things have changed. There's one thing that has stayed constant, and that is RCB losing. And yet again, obviously, there was this innings from Dinesh Karthik. But in the end, it was just too much for him to surmount from there. And runs being scored against RCB at the Chinnaswamy, fans being heartbroken, that's become a refrain. We see that year after year. But talk about RCB's bowling. It has been an issue. There's been much lamentation over it, but then nothing changes. And you still see your bowlers getting tanked for so many runs.
Yeah, I mean, look, bowling at the Chinnaswamy as a fast bowler is no easy task. I mean, we always see runs scored there. It's just one of those places, really. It's like a fast bowler's graveyard almost. But when other sides are able to go there and do the business and get those results against RCB, I mean, this season they've got just the one win so far this season. We're nearly approaching the halfway stage as well. So they're almost done and dusted as far as the season's concerned already. And when you look at some of the bowlers that they've had in the past, yes, they have made investments in the likes of Mitchell Starc in years gone by. I mean, Harshad Patel was with them for a while as well, and he had a lot of success as part of that franchise. But just as a unit, they just don't ever seem to click. I mean, Mohammad Siraj wasn't playing in that game, but he's been a little bit off colour. Reece Topley comes in with a couple of really good performances. You think this guy's going to be world class for them. And yesterday goes for 68 runs in his 4 overs. I mean, you know, Yash Dayal, that experiment hasn't quite worked. It's just an absolute nightmare. And on the other hand, when you look at them with the bat, They've got the orange cap holder in Virat Kohli. Faf du Plessis back in some form. Yeah, Glenn Maxwell, almost dropped himself, didn't we? We'll get to that in a moment. And Dinesh Karthik's hitting form as a finisher and scoring lots of crucial runs at a brilliant strike rate. So the batting is almost there as to how they'd want it. In a perfect world, Glenn Maxwell would be firing as well. And then you've got a really solid unit there. But it's still pretty decent. The numbers are good. The numbers are not bad when you compare it across all other teams. But it's just that bowling, isn't it? And I don't know where they address that. They haven't got a quality spinner. Yeah. So maybe that's an issue. But apart from that, I mean, the fast bowling, just let's take a look at that. What is going? Can you put your finger on it? Is it just the conditions at the Chinnaswamy? Is it the lack of experience? Is it the lack of X factor with that extra speed? I just can't put my finger on it.
The more things change, the more they remain constant. And, we could be going back to say 2015, 2016, the conversation would have remained the same. The batters are firing, the bowlers are not contributing. Akashdeep is a part as well. Mohammad Siraj, there's this thing about Mohammad Siraj. On his day, he can win you trophies. Like he won India that Asia Cup clash. And that was some sort of jinx as well, because India had been making it that far to the finals and then not going that one step ahead and lifting the trophy. He has that in him. He has that X factor in him. But consistency, and it was for the RCB that he actually found that consistency for a few seasons, but that too has gone missing. And it's a very important point that you made. Yuzvendra Chahal, for all the time that he was there at the RCB 2014 onwards, he did deliver the goods for the team. But then there weren't other bowlers stepping up. And then you'd see whichever death bowler RCB tried, he'd be taken for plenty. Similarly, this season as well, there might have been performances here and there in the bowling department, but a lot of it also goes back to the decisions that they made at the auction table. They had that time, they had that money as well to actually shore up their bowling department. We don't see an experienced name who could actually make much of a difference. I'd cite the example of Sunrisers Hyderabad here. Sunrisers Hyderabad, for the longest time, they'd be that team who'd somehow managed to sneak into the playoffs. That stopped happening because of the inexperience in the batting department. They retained some of their Indian players and uncapped Indian players, but then they got somebody like Travis Head, who now is delivering the goods for them. So finally, they also have experience, pedigree in that lineup, and that's why the performances are also coming. For RCB, those boxes just don't seem to get ticked. And like I mentioned earlier, it's the same. Every year.
Kohli continues to churn out the runs, though. Orange cap firmly still on his head, and it was a lovely sort of opening partnership between him and Faf at the top, put on 80 in 6 overs. They gave everyone a little bit of hope, didn't they? And brilliant from Dinesh Karthik at the end as well, just giving them that sniff and keeping them in with an outside chance of maybe chasing that one down. But let's talk about the Sunrisers, though. 287 for 3, and look, we look at T20 totals and all-time totals, and maybe I'm being a little bit disrespectful here, but nobody really cares about Mongolia versus Nepal. I think that was the one, 314, the only T20 total that's higher than this. I mean, let's not talk about the standard of cricket and the standard of bowling during that particular match. In what I would consider, top-tier cricket, this is the world record now, 287 for 3. Travis Head at the center of it, as you say, 102 from just 41 balls. We didn't know about a year or so ago if he had this kind of game in him. Was he a T20 player? I mean, he started scoring test centuries and started becoming a permanent fixture in Australia's test side. And then all of a sudden, played a massive role in that ODI World Cup win. And here he is in the IPL bossing it again. He just seems to do nothing wrong at the moment, backed up by the likes of Abhishek Sharma at the top of the order. Heinrich Klaassen, probably one of the best finishers in the modern game at the moment, 67 from 31. And then you've got the likes of Aiden Markram and Abdul Samad. I mean, Samad just went mad at the end, didn't he? 37 from 10, 4 fours, 3 sixes in those 10 balls. It just looks like an absolutely gun batting lineup. And then you've still got Shabazz Ahmed and even Pat Cummins, who didn't get a bat yesterday because they weren't needed. I mean, it's pretty scary. Is there a more intimidating batting lineup in the IPL?
Not, and the numbers attest to that, because Sunrisers Hyderabad, after that game against the RCB, leapfrogged the KKR team to become the team to score the fastest runs. And they've gone at over 10 per over in this IPL, which is mind-boggling. You talked about Travis Head, and there's this meme doing rounds on the internet that whenever he sees the color blue, there's something in him that gets fired up. Beat the Indian team, beat the Mumbai Indians, and now the RCB. There is a patch of blue on their jerseys as well. And apart from that, of course, the stability, the sort of course, he goes hammer and tongs from the beginning, but just the sort of assurance that he brings at the top. Abhishek Sharma, SRH invested a lot in him over the last few years, and finally that is coming off, and coming off consistently. We also have to remember that he can also chip in with his left arm spin. So we are looking at a player who can serve that franchise for a very long time to come, provided the two decide to stick together. And then again, Aiden Markram, he has been in good form this season. Last season, somehow probably captaincy took toll on his performances. And Klaassen, what a class he's been displaying last season as well. Scored huge runs for them. Before that, there were sporadic performances, but this time around, and just the fact that all of those players have the assurance that if not me, there'd be others chipping in. And they've been doing that for a considerable while now, considering that it's multiple weeks since the IPL started. So just that confidence, just that swag, and whichever team is coming in front of them, they are simply creating scores, scoring so many runs that it's just becoming difficult from there on in the chase.
Yeah, absolutely killing it at the moment. And, certainly in terms of run scoring, they're up into the top 4 as we speak at the moment as well. 8 points, 4 wins from their 6 games. Really solid start to the season. And, former champions, of course, of the IPL. It's been a few years, but they certainly look like contenders if they keep scoring those types of runs. Nobody will want to come up against that kind of a batting unit in this season's competition. Look, other batters who've been performing well of late. We've talked about Kohli, Klaassen, Head, all those guys. Dinesh Karthik, of course. Rohit Sharma, a lot of criticism at the start of the season when he was, he was getting set at the crease, let's say, but wasn't quite delivering on those big scores. It's been a long time coming, hasn't it? In 2012 was his last IPL century. Obviously, he's got a few more for India during that time. And he's been a consistent enough performer. He's won 5 IPL titles, basically, since the last time that he scored an IPL century. So a lot has happened in that time. He's become the captain of the country. But it was in a losing cause, his century, against CSK. Just before we get on to Rohit Sharma, though, CSK against Mumbai Indians, El Clasico of the IPL, as we call it, the clash among the 2 most successful franchises. CSK 206 for 4 at the Wankhede, and those 20 runs at the end were pretty crucial from what Ruturaj Gaikwad, the captain, described as a young wicketkeeper coming in and hitting 3 sixes off his first 3 balls. MS Dhoni, I mean, is there nothing this man can't do? It's just mind-boggling that he's 42 years old. He doesn't play any cricket outside of the IPL. He spends time on his farm. He doesn't do social media. He doesn't do, much.
Welcome back to Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber. With me is Rob Barron and Daniel Norcross. As well, Lucknow are going to have to chase 236 in order to win this game from here, which is unlikely looking at the odds. Daniel Norcross?
Remind me, Rob, of the league standings, because this isn't a must-win game for Lucknow, but it might be. I need to remind myself of the net run rate.
With Chennai winning handsomely earlier, they're going to fall a long way behind on net run rate if they lose this badly. Mm-hmm. So they will basically drop to 5th if they get hammered here. Their net run rate is only very slightly better than SRH, who are in 5th.
So they have to win. They have to lose this not terribly.
And SRH, so net run rate could be a thing if they fall down. If they fall down here, so that is something we have to consider for our bets.
We could have a 3-way tie, basically. The 3rd, 4th, 5th is not unlikely. At the moment, you'd probably think that the Capitals, obviously the challengers, Punjab, Gujarat and Mumbai, are out of it. So you're looking at 3 teams vying for 5th place in all probability.
Yeah.
So there might just be a situation where Lucknow can't win the game and need to protect their run rate, because there'd only be 1 loss ahead, if you like, of Sunrisers, and Sunrisers could lose a game. So
Sunrisers are playing Mumbai next game.
Yeah, they'll expect to win that, but in order for Lucknow to get through, they've got to hope that teams lose around them. You know, if they lose this game, they're going to need Sunrisers to lose. The question is, can they minimise their loss here? Now, of course, they're going to try and win the game. That'll be the first and foremost thing they'll do, so they're going to go hard to start with. It's just I'll be looking for things like they get to 160 for 6, say, and there are 5 overs left, and what are they going to be trying to do there? And then it might be trying to eke out another 50 runs, 40 runs, that sort of thing.
We're going to have to consider for our live betting, because the traders that work for the bookies don't consider that enough. I think we might see Kolkata opening again.
And Stark. I mean, runs in Stark overs. Because what is his economy here? And you went harder than the last time I was in here, and it was one of the more pleasurable 3/4 of an hour of my life was the bits around either side of him bowling.
Well, that's lovely of you to say, but he got an incredibly lucky 3 for in the last over last time. But he's I mean, some of these numbers, none for 53. No, his first 2 games he was none for 100. 1.2 million pounds. He's done 2 others where he's been none for 50 or worse. Like
how many pounds?
He's 1.2 million.
Million.
Also, we're saying just before, it doesn't really matter all that much, but we missed it was a concussion sub. Sub. That's why Yudhvir came on. So Mushin Khan has gone off with concussion, so we hope he's okay.
I see.
We did say he did really hit his face on the surface. Originally, we thought it might have been a pride thing because he misfielded. But then when we saw the replay, it was quite clear how hard his head hit the ground.
So we've got subs all over the place here.
Yeah, Aurora's in.
Aurora's going to take the ball ahead of Stark. How much money did he go for?
1.2 million pounds. So
what's that in
pounds?
In Sri Lankan rupees.
More.
In Zimbabwean dollars, it's a lot.
What Aurora
billions
does,
or trillions, is it?
It's correct answer that Aurora opens the bowling because he swings it. And I remember watching videos of him before he made his IPL debut, because that's how I get my kicks.
Of course.
And he hoops it domestically. And if there's any swing here, he will get boomerang swing. I've backed under 61.5 first 6 here, because I can't get out of my head that they've had 10 goes and they haven't got more than 54 yet. And I know they're chasing loads and they have to go harder, but they're not well set up for these kind of first 6 blitzes. KL doesn't like doing it. And Kolkata is not a man that...
Well, talk to me about Kolkata, because I'm pretty ignorant of Kolkata.
So Kolkata did nothing in the last game, the only time we've seen him. The only time I've seen him play, he did nothing. So I can't comment too much.
Okay, that would explain why I wasn't aware.
Is he gets on with it domestically. He's a young kid. He had a few goes in the SMAP this year.
Why is he playing at the
7
moment?
He did in one game.
Because Quinton de Kock is...
Because Quinton de Kock. Yeah.
He opened the batting and got 20 off 7. He's a first ball 4 again.
Oh, yes.
We did not suggest a bet on that one, though, did we?
No, you wouldn't for so Lucknow are very mixed with their first over stuff. I can get you some numbers shortly. That wasn't an expansive drive or anything. He sort of guided it off the edge. Would you say there?
I think it was a pretty controlled guide. I quite like it. It's a very KL Rahul shot. He's seen there's a 14-metre gap between kind of deep gully or short third, if you like, and backward point.
They've hit 4 first ball 4s and all the rest dots, and their first overs very mixed: 4, 5, 12, 6, 10, 10, 3, 1, 8, 1. So you couldn't really get stuck in. Like first ball 4, if ever you can get 7 to look at the hoop that Aurora can get here. And so Kolkata is a guy that is basically, I think in this spot, his job is pinch hit, essentially. And so he's a really short price next man out with KL at the other end. I'm just looking at his SMAT numbers. He got a 20 off 7 opening the batting. That must be what his job is.
Sounds like a fun knock.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see today.
Yeah, well, he's got to be out there to go berserk early, hasn't he?
If he gets 20 off 7, he's absolutely done his job here. So let's have a look to see what we can get next man out. So anyone giving him 20 runs is too many. It's hard to get too stuck into a player run line for someone that you just don't know.
Yeah.
I have to assume he's worse than an average opener, otherwise he'd have played all season.
Or he's just very young.
He looks incredibly young.
He looks like he smells of milk.
And first of all, he's defended. So
yeah, what do we learn from that? He's got very nice forward press.
Yeah. He's unlikely to be 20 off 7.
He's the
he plays like
under 19 guy. He played Indian under-19s with mixed success. I think he got 100 in the World Cup. Yeah, he did. He got 100 in the under-19 World Cup, but that was against the USA, and the USA under-19s are not the most fearsome bowling unit in world cricket.
No.
You heard it here first on Cricket 8. But he did turn up, unremarkable 100 off 118 balls, but that got the Indian cricket fans' tongues wagging about him. Cricinfo think he's an all-rounder. Seems to have bowled a bit here, but yeah, there's not much to go on here. I would have thought his job would to be come in and smoke it.
Well, he's blocked one and turned the other one for a single.
Very neatly.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, rather, if you don't mind me saying so, Gavaskar-esque, actually.
He's
so
looked
far.
a little bit like he is in a test match at the moment.
Yeah.
What was the line? Was it 6.5 for the power play? For the first over, sorry?
First over was, depending on where you go, like most people 7.5 because they're chasing 240.
If you have got a bet on that, it's 6 off the first 4 balls. So it's keeping you interested and making you nervous.
And that's what betting can do a lot of the time for definitely like the armchair punters. That's what betting's for, isn't it? You have small bets and have some fun. What we don't want is them scoring too many off this first 6 overs for all our bets today.
Ooh.
This one swung massively down the leg
he
side,
can
but
get-
unfortunately for KKR, all he could do is turn it down to find leg for 1.
That was the Aurora Hooperalis.
That's what they call it. That's what they call it. You're familiar with that, Jarrod, aren't you?
7 without loss after 5 balls. Kolkata is 1 off 2.
He's away.
Well, I used up all my bra puns the first time I was here, so you didn't hear any of them today.
You got one wonder bra.
You were
I got a
clasping
wunderbra.
at
I got a
straws.
wunderbra, and
Oh, God.
I was clasping. Yeah, at straws. Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that, but I'll give it a
I
tap.
know how I
anyway.
feel about that, but the window's too far away for me to jump out of it.
And Kolkata, well,
Oh,
I tell you
shot.
what,
Goodness
forget about
me.
slogging. He's just
There's
played
an
a
upgrade.
beautiful drive
There's
straight
an
down.
upgrade for a man. That's a tremendous straight drive.
Do you know what this
All the way
reminds me
along the
of?
ground for 4.
This reminds me of how I felt when I saw a very young Prithvi Shaw.
Has there
Do
ever
you know
been
what
Different
I
kinds
mean?
of athletes.
Very different guys, but actually the very young Prithvi Shaw
Sorry.
had a certain sveltness to him.
Oh yeah, but I mean this guy looks
yeah,
quite tall. Yeah.
But I mean, in the perfection of the way, you know, when
Yeah.
I first saw Prithvi Shaw about 5 years ago, I assumed he was a nailed-on certainty to be a Test match player for a
Yeah,
long time.
I agree.
I was completely wrong. He was found out.
Was
Kind
he?
of. Well, was he?
He was
Oh,
in that
was he?
Adelaide test, and then they threw him away, and the pitches
Yeah.
got a lot easier after that. I don't
There is
know.
a bit of that, perhaps. I know, but it upsets me because I still think that he had the capacity for genius.
He hasn't gone off and done the thing that you want a young player to do, though, has he? He hasn't gone off and made tons of runs afterwards.
No, he hasn't.
But I'm with you. I still think he's one of the most talented players naturally, but Prithvi Shaw is not always
I've got
someone.
a slight argument. I don't think he's ever been young.
Prithvi.
Yeah, I think he's about 84 now, and he's listed as 25 or something. We call him Old Man Child in my WhatsApp
Yeah.
group of friends. Yeah, he's the old man boy.
Well, he looks
Little
very,
old man
very
boy.
much like he's got at least 4 or 5 restaurants that he owns.
He's been famous for about 21 years, though, hasn't he? He was famous at
Yeah,
about 3
yeah.
or 4 years old, wasn't he?
Was he one of those kids on early videos that
pretty
was
sure,
playing
You're-
perfect cover drives?
Pretty sure about that, are you?
You're pretty sure.
Here comes
Mitchell Stark
1.2
comes in,
million
and
pounds, absolute pie, 4 runs.
this might actually be. I was gonna throw
Absolute
under our full
stinking easy pie.
Another wide half volley is what Rob means, and he's absolutely right. Yeah, it was awful.
My nan of 92 years of age and was born a stone's throw from here in the sound of the Bow Bells would have hit that for 4. And she wouldn't
Well,
have
mine
even
now,
needed a bell in it.
mine now would have hit it for 6.
Well, are you trying to say that your nan's bigger than my nan? Is that what you're saying?
Not anymore. You could fit her into a fairly small egg cup now.
15 without
Welcome
loss
back.
after 7 balls. KRL in the IPL so far this year has got a strike rate of 147 against pace. Mitchell Stark has bowled
Ooh.
a beautiful delivery.
Good
That was 1.2 million worthy. But unfortunately for him, KRL falls over but manages to flick it to mid-on for 1.
That is the ball, but if he bowls that ball to Kolkata, I'm going to be really interested to see. Because isn't it exciting when you see a young player properly for the first time? And I'm seeing Kolkata for the first time. He's got a lot of pomposity. He's prepared to run down the pitch, holding
With his
a pose,
hands above his-
with his hands doing that. I mean,
Great shot,
Good on
isn't
him.
it?
I would
is-
have done it if I'd played that shot.
yeah. I'm
be
big
high-fiving
into it.
them.
I like the
You would have
temperament.
stripped and run around
Yeah.
naked if you played that shot.
I'd be high-fiving members of the crowd.
Yeah,
Mid-over.
This is serious. He's got cockiness. But if he gets that ball,
Yeah, his
how does he
middle
play it?
stump's
Let's
strong, isn't
see. Yeah.
Well, the interesting thing is the swing here, because that does make Mitchell Starc a lot more dangerous as this is chipped up, and that probably should have been caught. But he's got the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, and he timed it incredibly well for 4.
He did time that gloriously. He did spoon it straight into the hands of mid-wicket, who wasn't there.
Yeah. Well, no, I think it was between mid-on and mid-wicket.
It was, yeah, but the mid-wicket was just he was really, really lucky, is what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's fairly often the mid-wicket will be a bit straighter, so it would have gone to him anyway.
Yeah.
And secondly, it was a most magnificent catchable height, and I don't believe that he actually placed it there.
For fans of the chase here, they're 20 off 9, and Kolkata has made batting look like that flew to the boundary, that last one.
He's left this one.
Nice leave.
Back behind the pads and
Yeah,
everything.
gloves inside the line.
He
Lovely.
might be rocketing up my list of favourite cricketers here, Kolkata.
I'm getting excited.
It's really fun, isn't it? The fact that he's playing the lead and the extravagant fours.
But also,
But technically,
there's no slogging.
Yeah.
No slogging,
Proper
no.
shots. But 4-1 feels like they chase it 1 in 5 here. If Kolkani's making it, like if the kid who's not unexposed at this level is facing the most expensive signing in the history of world cricket.
How much?
I think it was something like in the region of 1.2 million
Really?
pounds. Yeah, I think so. He doesn't look that troubled by Mitchell Starc here.
Doesn't look too troubled, but is he too orthodox?
I think it's 400. I think Mitchell Starc.
I'm learning on the job here.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
We are
We're
with Kolkata,
like,
aren't we?
ooh, what are we looking at?
I remember
I
when
think
the
Mitchell Starc's price is 446,325,730 Sri Lankan rupees.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So is the Sri Lankan rupee struggling a bit at the minute? I
It's
wouldn't be surprised.
The Indian rupee's a lot stronger.
Yeah, for 4.5 times as strong, or 4 times as strong by the sounds of it.
Of the rupees,
Yeah,
if you're having a rupee
within
off.
the rupee family.
Yeah.
With your Pakistani rupees.
Oh, this is out. He's got a leading edge here. It should be straight up in the air. Oh, actually, might have carried. Oh!
Oh, what a catch!
What a catch!
That's a
That is
what a catch.
magnificent catch. Well, he's going back with the flight there, and I called it out early, but then suddenly we realised how much that ball was travelling, and then you had Andre Russell coming in from third.
Wow.
And it was point inside the circle, running back with the flight, and he has dived at full length with a... Hopefully knowing that Andre Russell wasn't that close, because he wasn't that far away from him, and taken an absolute blinding catch, and Kulkarni is gone, and that's remarkable.
It was an extraordinarily good catch. I remember when I was growing up, people said, you know, anybody just taking that. You remember when Kapil Dev took the catch in 1983? I said, what an incredible catch that is.
You don't want to look at that one on replay.
You look at that now and you think, she's got to be catching that. The reason is because people didn't actually always catch those, because it's tricky judging it over your shoulder. He was doing more than judging it over his shoulder. He was running as fast as a human being could possibly run, and then diving full length. And that was almost Rolf van der Merwe against South Africa at Adelaide.
Was that David Miller? No,
David Miller. It was David Miller, I believe.
The hook shot, yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable. And it was like an act of God, because he basically, he dived, but he tripped over himself and threw his right hand out just speculatively. And it was almost as if there was a God that simply placed the ball into the palm of his hand. I guess it was retribution for South Africa and everything that they've done.
Except the roll-off is South African.
But that's by their own hand should they be punished. That was the point. There was a kind of fabulous karma to it.
It's 20 for 1.
It was Ramandeep who took that catch.
It was Ramandeep, was it?
What a catch.
He must have unbelievable hand-eye, that bloke.
Yeah.
Because he can smoke sixes from ball 1. And, I mean, it's not often that you see catches that are impressive in this competition, but that was really good.
Does that ice our first 6 overs bet?
Don't know, because
they need 50 more runs off 4 overs with a wicket now.
We think probably Stein.
He'll get himself in, won't he? He'll get to 10 off 10.
If they bowl back, the thing is with KKR, they've got a lot of bowlers who bowl bad balls.
It is Stoinis who's in. This could be a catch on the leg side. They're going up for it.
Got him.
He's not giving it.
He has given it.
That's a huge bowl.
That is absolutely massive wicket. What is KRL going to do here? It just looked out live to me, but
the way that he dived down the leg side and it was slowing down,
Oh,
the
he's
more I
gone for
think
it.
about it emotionally,
Yeah.
I think it's thigh pad. But
Yeah.
did he get a little bit of glove instead of thigh pad?
Well, you know what, Jarrod? The players always know.
the players always know.
The batters always
except when
know.
they don't know.
Except when Michael Clark literally knocked the cover
Yeah.
off the ball. Literally. Actually did literally.
The cover came off
the
the
cover
ball.
of the ball came off and was caught at backward short leg. The number of times you see players refer, thinking that they haven't hit it. He took a little bit of time
My
to
guess,
refer it. He didn't go up immediately. so-
don't forget, the umpire didn't give it out straight away. There was a long pause
There
there.
was a long pause.
I think it definitely hit a padding.
I'm
let's
with
have a look.
you.
It goes
It's nowhere
past
near
the
his
bat
bat.
here.
Miles away.
It's nowhere near his bat, is it?
Miles away.
It is.
Nowhere near his bat.
If you've seen that replay, and the market has just changed with that replay.
It'd have better have hit his actual body, or else it's going to be a wide instead, and then the whole scene changes, presumably.
The way it dropped down low, I knew it was a padding related
Here we go.
thing.
Ultra edge.
Past the bat, so I'm not
Past
worried
the
about
bat,
that.
yeah.
And then it
So
just
why
flicks
did
the
it
back
take
end of his
So it's a dot
pocket.
ball is the net result there.
It's all the sound and fury signifying nothing.
There we go.
I tried to sneak on over 58.5 first
Oh, that's
six
working
there.
again.
What do you go on?
I tried to sneak on over 58.5 first six when I knew that was missing the bat.
Yeah.
But I got £3.96 matched, so it won't be one for the memoirs should it win.
Maybe that's what you should call it.
How?
What, not one for the memoirs?
No,
That's
£3.96.
the title of my memoirs, yeah.
Yeah, no, actually, that would be a terrific title for a memoir.
What's John Wright's book called? Christmas in Rarotonga? And the first line is, I've never been to Rarotonga.
That's superb.
This is a very good catch.
It's a very, very good
This
catch.
is what you call well judged.
Well,
His eyes are on the ball for a week.
Oh, and he had to
Yeah,
twist ever
it's
so
really
slightly
good.
to his right as well.
I called that wrong as well because I thought he actually dived to take it, but he doesn't dive. He actually takes it standing up and then
And then falls.
Yeah.
The weight of the ball crashes him into the ground.
Yeah.
we've all been there. This is a wide down the leg side. Phil Salt wants to appeal.
So Phil Salt is probably the worst offender of this. Of every time it's a wide, always appealing for a
Yeah.
wicket. Always
Always.
appealing. And you're like, Phil, give us a break. Like, just stop shouting.
Do you know about framing in baseball?
Please tell me.
So catches in baseball
Oh,
basically
I
worked
do.
out that the
I
way
do.
they catch the ball
Yeah.
changes the umpire's impact on whether they're going to... Sorry, the ref
Yeah.
or umpire? No, it's umpire in baseball, isn't
Umpire,
it?
yeah.
Changes the umpire's decisions on whether it's a strike or a ball. And people like me then came along with maths and went, wait a minute, we can work this out, and we can work out which catches are worth more money to your team, even if they're not hitting as well, because of the amount of strikes that are called rather than balls. And I think that now we have so many wicket keepers who have bad footwork that they're always taking the ball on the outside of their body.
Yes.
Whereas if you got a James Foster type wicket
Yeah,
keeper, always takes the
Ben
ball.
Folkes, yeah.
Yeah. Or if you could do it in the Australian method of taking
Yeah.
it on the inside of
On
your
the
body,
inside, yep.
it wouldn't look like a wide as much.
Yes, I see.
Framing.
I see.
It's good.
Framing, yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of baseball.
Oh, geez,
Like,
the ball's still swinging here.
I used to
This should be a run. Oh, that could have been a run out.
I used to watch a lot of baseball, and I love firstly, the experience of watching a baseball game live is tremendous. Apart from possibly the Olympic Games one I went to in Athens, it started at 7 a.m. and finished 1-0 after 14 innings. That wasn't a great game. Oh, that was softball as well.
So that was 0-0 after 13 innings.
Indeed, it very much was. It was a good chance to catch up on some Zeds. But when you go to baseball in America, they do loads right. The product is amazing, but the scoring is wonderful. And you get quite a lot of people, men and women, that sit there and they score the game.
It's like a county
thoroughly,
game.
a bit like county cricket. But the scoring in
Short, wide, slashed over the top, and that could be 6.
it is.
Oh, super
Great
catch.
catch by the ball boy down
I
on the
love
boundary.
the fact the ball boy kissed the ball after he caught.
But that was
it.
Stoinis' first ball
Very
too.
good. And
That's
this
a good bit of
makes me
work,
very
that.
worried about the first 6. The 70 is in danger here if Stoin is whacking his first ball.
Yeah, but do you think they could score 40 off the next 3.1 overs?
They can if the swing's gone for Aurora, he's finished. They've got the £1.2 million man.
You
yet
can
to
bring
bowl another
Narayan
one.
on for an over though, can't you?
So I think what happens here, and this is
He does
this
bowl
is a
the
good
6th,
one.
doesn't he, Narayan? What he did last time.
5th or 6th?
Yeah, fifth is the one he likes. But last time he bowled the 6th because the pitch suited even numbers end, because one end it was hairy and the other end it was bald.
Yep.
So that's the technical terms for these things.
You want to bowl from the hairy end or the bald end? Can I get the hairy end?
I'd love to have the hairy end.
The score is 30 for 1 after 3 here. We have quite a bit of money invested on them being 69 or fewer. They're chasing 236, and Lucknow are 5.7 at the moment. So they're hovering. I think they got down to about 4.6. This partnership stays together, obviously, things will change quite a little bit.
So I think if this over goes, and if it's pace, it probably will, then we see Narayan in the 5th, is what I think. And so what I'm doing now
is betting on the unders on the 5th?
Is waiting for the line to come up for the 5th over, and if it's the standard 5th over 10.5 line, whacking unders.
Yep.
Because you've got the chance of a wicket running for you anyway, which will automatically slow them down a bit, of the whole of this over. You've got 6 balls to get a wicket. And if this over goes for loads, the bookies can't help themselves but push that line up.
Yeah.
And so you go, okay.
Oh, he's almost dragged on here.
And it's start bowling, so it probably will go for loads, let's be honest. And then you go, I can see 5th over runs under 10.5 is there already. That's a really good bet. Ring whatever bell you need to ring there, Jarrod. And
so that's 5th over, under 10.5 runs, and we are assuming...
It's everywhere. Everywhere is 10.5, and...
We are assuming that is on Sunil Narayan bowling that over. That's why we're going
I'm not
with that.
saying that he's definitely going to bowl, because I can't say that. I can't get into the heads of these captains. But it's very likely after a good start that he bowls the 5th or the 6th. And if he doesn't bowl the 5th, I'll probably be on for the 6th. But 10.5 is about the right line if it isn't Narayan. And if it is Narayan, the line should be 7. And so you're either having an average bet or a brilliant one. And that's a good spot to be in.
That makes complete sense to me.
Short, wide, cut away.
Awful
Almost caught,
ball.
to be fair, but what a terrifically bad ball that was. Deserved to be hit.
That was... It was almost slightly nauseatingly poor. And it's tough, isn't it? Because you don't want to bag someone particularly, but he's got so much experience. Is that deliberate? What's he thinking? What's he trying to bowl there? Is he trying to bowl a slower ball outside the off stump or something and bamboozle Stoinis? Because he's missed it. Whatever it was he was trying to bowl, he couldn't possibly have wanted to bowl that.
Stoinis has come to play here.
He has, and especially against Stark.
Yeah, non-swinging Stark really does go.
This is a half volley outside our stump, and Stoinis hit everything at that and has missed it.
This is where you kind of want to be on dots and boundaries, because I don't see how the 1s and 2s happen here. With Stoin in that mode, he's too strong.
It's got to be a miss hit to get a 2, hasn't it? It's got to be a sort of shank over the infield.
He's too strong, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes, and I don't think he's shy of letting us know it either. I'm fascinated by Stark here. I'm fascinated by what it is that he's doing. And
he's bowling a half volley outside of stump that is miss-hit, if we're being fair, but muscled away easily by Stoinis over the top of mid-off for 4. So he's bowling length outside off stump.
Yes. Is this the right way to go? It doesn't feel quite right. I suppose he's lost his swing, has he, already? It's doing nothing for him. He can't bring that ball back in. Was he even trying to there? I mean, that slot with the field up on the offside and no cover for you back on the boundary.
Yeah, I've got a few theories about this guy when he bowls, but we'll save those for another day. This is just, it's throwdowns at the start of the innings for Stoin, and now he gets the spin when he's set.
Yep.
This is the advantage of him batting in the power play.
And confident. A gum-chewing Stoinis.
Yeah.
Is that when he starts, when he's ticking.
The muscle flexing.
Back into 470 as well, I notice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start. And the thing is, the market's basically saying Kolkata's the wicket, so it's not a whole wicket.
Yeah.
It's a bit
Another
of a wicket.
boundary here. Short, wide, smashed again.
Absolute garbage from Stark. And this makes me... now what will happen is some bookies, trust me, look at your betting accounts, will now go 11.5. I've seen Betfred doing it already for the 5th over.
Yep.
And in my head, the next over's expected runs has just dropped with that 4, because it means Narayan's more likely to bowl. So I think Narayan is something like 70% to bowl the next over. So if I bet 11.5, which I can now, I'm 70% to be having an amazing bet. and I'm 30% to be having an
okay
bet.
bet,
bet 11.5 for a power play over, and we are actually in danger now of the 70, Jarrod, all of a sudden.
Yes, they need 27 more runs off 13 more balls.
And they get that if they don't lose a wicket and Narine doesn't bowl.
If Narine doesn't bowl, but I do expect him to bowl. They're into 440 now, Lucknow as well. 430, so it's really, people are starting to put some money on them. We haven't seen the whale today, have we, Rob?
We have not. You think he might be having a day off?
And this is back of a length, punch to backward point, no run.
Okay, so this is his 5th over, 11.5 you say?
I think under 11.5 is a really good bet this over, and I'm looking at it on my screen now at 5 to 6, so 1.83-ish.
I like it.
I don't know how they don't go Narine here. How do you not bowl Narine?
And we don't know yet. We'll find out shortly.
Yeah. And there are like one thing that Sky TV has better than our streams, for want of a better expression, is they don't go to adverts constantly. So you can sometimes see who's got the ball, and you know that, oh look, it's Narine, whack under. Because if you know, Narine does go, the only boundaries he's gone for in the last 4 or 5 games have been the first or second ball of his spell, and then he settles in and just bowls dots and ones. And again, sometimes the bookies at this point, they push their dot ball price out so high, and I can see 2.62 for a dot here. If anyone but Narine is bowling, that's a bad bet. But if it's Narine, I'm hitting that straight away, the 2.62 dot, because...
So you're telling people on that one?
If you see Narine get the ball now, I can see 2.66 and 2.62. That's fine if it's non-Narine. But if it is him, you must be hitting the dots at anything north of sort of 2.3.
Stark got out of that over in the end with that dot ball.
It felt like it went 13.
It felt like it went for like 20.
Yeah, well, it was a very, very poor over, but as you say, it only went for 13, which is...
Hey?
It only went for 13.
That's what I mean. It felt like it should have been more.
It was sort of epochally dreadful in many ways.
Good batting from Stoinis, though. That's one reason I really like him in the power play is, he backs himself to get the ball over the circle. I know it's tough, and it is Narine, and it's a dot ball to start with.
Oh,
there we go.
Was that a potential run out? Did they get a bit confused then?
I think.
Well, let's have a ding for the dot.
So if you can get so now the bookies should work out that he's bowling, right? They really should understand that he's bowling here. But if they don't, if the firm that you can bet dots with is anything like 2.5 for 0 with Narine on, you should take it, because also Stoin won't be desperate to get out the other end here. Stoin will not be desperate to get strike.
And he's come down the wicket. There's half an LBW shot. It was straight, but he was so far down. Another dot ball, but some intent then from KL Raul. But that might now actually, he missed that by a long way, so he might not show intent for the rest of this.
This is where Narine can go for a boundary, because he's going to go wicket hunting this ball. This ball is the boundary danger. But if you're on under 11.5 here, you're in wonderful shape.
I've got this really interesting one for you guys. Just watching the match odds as Narine comes in again, holding the ball behind his butt, as he likes to do. It's a wide down the leg side.
Classic.
And you know it's a wide because even Phil Salt hasn't appealed.
It was the odds were 460 coming into this over, and they went up to 540 in this over, just with Narine bowling it, which I find weird because he was always going to have to bowl overs.
It does feel strange.
Very likely he was going to bowl at this stage.
So this is short-term punters, the micro traders,
Yeah,
just fly in and go Narine out. And
this could be a 4. He's cut this off stump. No, he's got a hand on it.
They must run this second. Yeah,
they've got 2 there.
So that's 3 off that
three
ball
off the over. So far,
3 off 3.
So they need another 9 to break your bet.
That was a very, very risky shot, by the way. He's cut that off. I almost think leg stump. I was going to say further.
Leg, yeah.
He's almost kicked his stumps over as well.
He's so far back.
That was half a misfield and half a good stop.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
But I thought when he hit it, he got it through. So I thought it was good effort to get his hand on it, but he couldn't quite stop it.
I like Narine in the power play because it causes the batters to have to think something. It's very specific, which is when I've got Narine, most of the time I've got Narine outside the power play. So I kind of have to make a decision there in the match situation, but mostly I'm going to take him for singles and nothing else. When you get Narine in the power play, it asks that secondary question, which is, we could actually get a couple of streaky 4s off Narine because we can go up and over the infield. So do we risk it?
He backs away and he tries to smash this to cover, and there is no run.
And
so is that our unders covered?
Barring a whole series, barring 5 wides or similar.
You're nearly there.
Well, we've heard so many tales of woe, Rob, especially last ball tales of woe.
You can hit it. I feel comfortable now.
Okay. Also, you got 4 dot balls in that over as well. So.
And what was the price on dot balls?
So it started off at 2.6 something, and then they went 2.5-ish or 2.4-ish, and when Narayan's bowling, so they're now 2. This is how bad bookies are, right? They were 2.6 when they knew it was Narayan. We saw it, and they must have other feeds than we do. And they're now 2.37 for the 6th over. Mm-hmm. You know, I'll tell you who definitely isn't bowling the 6th over.
Is it Sunil Narayan?
It's Sunil Narayan, yeah. And it might even...
But Warwick Armstrong did bowl 2 overs in a row one day, as we've talked about before. It is possible.
But, I mean, isn't
Norcross
that
was there for that one.
By the way, that is why you tune into Cricket 8, because we told you exactly what was going to happen. And what was going to happen after it happened, and before it happened, and during it happening. So just
that's covered pretty much every base.
Yeah,
and we talked about this so much, didn't we, Rob? About this 5th over thing of Narayan, and you were waiting for the runs from Stark. I don't even think I was waiting for that. I was so sure that Narayan was going to bowl that over. But we got burned the other day. We weren't on air for this, so you guys didn't see it. But we both thought that absolutely Bumrah will bowl 17th and 19th, and Hardik Pandya came on for the 17th. And before Hardik Pandya had been hit for 6, we'd given up that bet.
I think the problem is if you do have a captain as eccentric, let's say, as Hardik Pandya, then that does rather make it tricky for you.
You're right, but Bumrah is usually pretty
consistent
with when he bowls. And he hoiks this across the line. I say hoiks. He tries to hoik. Attempted hoik. Dribbles out to mid-on for 1.
Just to cut across you there, yes, while it looked like they could win, but Hardik strikes me as somebody who's now like they're toast, so he's trying anything. He's trying everything and everything. He's trying to mix things up because the plan doesn't work.
Gotcha.
They've kept on losing. So if anything, whatever you've seen before is a guide to what's going to happen in the future, only insofar as it won't happen.
Now, this over could be really interesting from a Marcus Stoinis point. Because he's going to try and maximise this, but he'll do it in a very Marcus Stoinis way, where he'll try and punch the ball down the ground for 4s, and because he's so strong, he'll try and get 6s. The worst thing that can happen is KRL coming back onto strike. I think they want Marcus Stoinis to face 4 of these 5 balls, just because they don't really want KL backing. He's been backing away and charging down the wicket and slogging across the line. They don't need that. They need Marcus Stoinis to stay in his position, high front elbow, and punch through the ball for 4 and 6.
It feels like KL is doing quite badly.
He's 19 off 17. But it looks like he's trying to score.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good slower ball from Harshit here.
Really good ball.
And to be fair to Stoinis, he was loading up on that, worked out what it was, and just knocked it back to the bowler to say, but that's your one. I've got this.
You could see the veins in his biceps actually bulge as the bowler's arm came over and then suddenly have to relax.
That's the big Virender Sehwag one, isn't it? Where Virender Sehwag he saw that ball from off wherever he is, Virender Sehwag, and he just said to himself, 6.
Is it true that he also used to speak about himself in the third person?
Correct. Still does, I believe.
I love that man. He's one of
Harshit in again, and this is short and down the leg side. He's helped this on its way for 6. Good shot from Stoinis there.
Yeah, watch the boundary prices here.
That gets us to 54.
He is definitely going after all 3 of these balls if he faces them.
Yeah, 16 off 3.
And what do we need?
We need less than 16.
Okay. Hopefully miss hits 1 or 2.
Yeah, but
the match winner is kind of back alive now. 5.5 for the chase.
I think going out to 6s for an over of Narayan doesn't make sense.
I know what you mean.
Because I had that already budgeted into what my odds were.
I know, I get you.
But
and it'll go out again when the next over of Narayan is bowled.
So he probably bowls 7. Because what Narayan likes to do is bowl 2, one after the other, and then have a rest. And it'll come back in the 11th or something.
So bowl the 8th then.
So I would
good ball by Harshit.
So would you wait until the end of the next over? But if you were thinking of betting...
So I'm thinking of betting over 7 runs unders now. But can I get 8.5 is the question. Jarrod, you've got 40,000 betting accounts now. I can see under 7.5 at evens, which if you knew it was Narayan, is pretty good. It's nowhere near as good a bet as that under 11.5. Narayan bowled the over, and we were never in any trouble there, were we?
No.
It never felt like that could lose. And sometimes, if you do enough work and enough homework, and you're like, Narayan's going to bowl the 5th if the 4th goes, like he is, then you can really hammer the bookies, because they clearly don't know. They're the same price for dots for Harshit Rana. They're a shorter price for dots for Harshit Rana than they were for Sunil Narayan. That's absolutely mental, isn't it?
It is absurd.
I've got 8.5 line for the 7th over.
But you have to back unders because it's
5 to 6.
Yeah, it's 80% to be Narayan.
Oh, 4 to 5 now. They've just.
Yeah, 1.8. Great. Yeah, good bet.
I
would be a slight favourite over 6.5 myself. As Mrs. Stark watches on. Although she's not Mrs. Stark, is she officially?
Well, Mr. Healy's been bowling.
Healy, yeah.
Some cricketer, isn't she?
She really is.
Oh, what a ball! And this is a brilliant ball from Harsha. And I tell you
That's
what,
done it.
That's going to get us.
That's won the bet. I mean, I think we can even.
You can hit the bell.
Do you think?
I feel.
I mean, 15 off one ball.
Yeah, Martin Delanga will give you a phone call.
I think we're good. Ring that bell.
That's a beautiful delivery too by Harshad. He's bowled a couple of ordinary balls, but about 3 beautiful ones as well, which is kind of what you expect from him and want from him.
It's such a great length, and it's a length that isn't
well bowled, Marcus says back to him.
Fair enough.
I don't know why more bowlers don't try and hit that length sometimes. It's sort of Hazelwood length. It's a kind of test match length. If you haven't got somebody who's coming at you, that's the same length. It's a very good length.
Now, they've gone out to 7s here with these two set, by the way. So we got our bet, and just to explain what it was the first 6 overs where we bet on KKR to score more than Lucknow. I think that might be Lucknow's highest score in the first 6 overs this tournament.
It is. We told you to bet under 61 at the start as well for the first
you did,
6,
yes.
Which so burgled home in the end.
Yeah, you shouldn't have got it, but you did.
But you should always get an over of Narayan, and for a team that hasn't got more than 54 in the whole season, it's basically can they get 55 off 5 overs?
Yeah,
basically. Kolkata was a great watch for his 5 minutes. I'd like to see him back again.
I would, and I think it was brilliant the way he got out, because a young man needs to be introduced to the sheer unfairness of the game, and if he can be introduced as early as possible, it'll make him a better human.
It's my son's first game, under 11s, first actual cricket game.
Did you trigger him?
I didn't. I wasn't going to umpire. But there was a couple of boys who came off crying when they were dismissed. Good. And I went up to them and I just said, you're learning what cricket is.
Yeah.
It's nothing but disappointment.
Nothing but tragedy and disappointment.
You have picked the wrong sport, and it's going to eat you alive. Yeah. Anyway, Narayan is back on, so we managed that one. So we both went on the unders for this over.
Yeah, under 8.5 is a really, really good bet. You can put the dot away a bit because it's a similar price. What it was in the power play, but there aren't loads of people stopping the one now. So the single's very likely now. So bet 365 at the same price for Narayan's dots now as they were when he was bowling in the power play. And again, they're not, that's definitely not correct, because look how easy these 2 singles have been. Because Stoin knows, as he turns that single into a 2, does he?
Well, he's going to bowl slightly differently as well, isn't he, Narayan here? He bowls differently when he's got the field up. He tends to bowl harder into the pads in the power play, and then outside the power play, he bowls to his boundary riders and says, you can hit to any of them, I don't mind, you can have a single.
He's the master, and this needs to come into the game more now, because cricket's gone crazy, particularly in the last month or last 2 weeks of this IPL. He's the master of that ball right there, the deliberate one.
Isn't it
the
horrible?
One that angles into the pads.
The Kyle Mills.
He's so good at it though, and the bats go, they set up, and I promise you, Stoin is setting up thinking, I want to mow this into the middle of next week. But then he goes, I can't, and he has to take the one. And that ball is won 9 times out of 10. And Narayan knows it as well. He's the master of that. And if you can go for 1 when they're chasing 236, you're really doing your job here.
Now, if they don't lose a wicket this over, I'm going to suggest, as he sweeps this across the line and they steal a single, I'm not sure they should be taking that one.
Well, it just says a single everywhere if you run, which like we've seen a couple of examples of them not doing today.
But I always think when the guy's sweeping, you open up the bowlers.
Yeah, you do. That's true. That's true.
I think there might be a bet at the end of this over, which is that Lucknow are going to be around 7.5s, and they will have got through of 2 of Narayan's overs.
Yeah. I'm actually with you, because they've got 9 in hand.
Oh, beautiful shot from Stoinis, who's just smashed this for 4.
Well, that's the most un-Narayan ball.
And that's also ruined the bet I was going to have.
Yeah, that's a good bet, bad result, I'm afraid. But that 7 shout was really good, because that's a massive, massive 4. I like the 6.4 now, actually.
Have we missed our unders bet too here?
On this over, yeah.
Have we had a dot ball at all?
No.
They
keep scampering the ones, don't they?
1.
There's 9 already.
1 4 or 1 2 1 4.
But this is quite a good time to get on the chase, because Narayan goes away now. They've got 2 set. Stoiner's him against the spin. My fear was he'd be new to the crease when Chakravarti comes on and bowls at him. He's already got through an over of Narayan, 2 overs of Narayan.
Yeah.
And he's, 31 off 15?
Yeah.
That version of Stoinis is way more likely to cope with the spin than the 0 off 0 one is. And they've still got Pooran to come. And this kind of run rate required now, which is 13, is no longer a scary number when you've got Nicky P in the shed, who can make a mockery of 13. If they need 13 off the last over, there'll be massive odds on.
Yeah.
And they've only got 2 overs in Narayan left.
And the fact that they're 65 for 1 off 7 and the one is Kolkani, these 2 set, 2 Narayan's gone is huge here. So we're now down to, if Chakravarti has a bad day, which is
you're almost betting on Chakravarti's day, aren't you, at this
and
point?
it's slightly more likely that he has a bad day than a good day, looking at his numbers. He got man of the match 2 games ago and he was brilliant, 3 for 12 or something. But if he has a bad day and his first over goes for 16, what happens then?
Yeah.
Like the cupboard's pretty bare. Are we timing out or not?
Oh, have we timed out? We are not timing out, no.
Oh no, here we go.
There's Hoik
Bit
from
more hardship.
Stoinis. He across the line, he backs away and tries to almost pull this, almost a strapple, which he gets down to long on for 1.
Yeah, and so much of that came down to 1 ball from Narayan, which was the most un-Narayan ball. He never bowls a floaty ball wide outside the off stump.
No. It just made me...
Because it has no value to him, because he knows he can't turn it in to do it. He just got it wrong.
And we missed that unders bet, by the way.
In the over?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they got 10 in the end, didn't they?
I don't think it was all because of that 1 ball, which was the most, he won't bowl another ball like that in the match.
So it's Harshit, bowled a good over to start with. And I tell you what, KKR is swinging himself off his feet here. He got that for 4. I don't think that was anywhere near as short as he originally thought it might be, Daniel Norcross, but his fast hands caught up with it.
Didn't they? And the fact that he's managed to place that well in front of square is quite the thing, isn't it? Because there are 2 people out there. There's one at deep mid and there's one at deep square. And that is, it wasn't that short, actually. He's got a sort of underside of the bat.
He's getting slightly annoyed with himself at the moment, KL. That shot was an angry shot. That was born from frustration of only being 105 strike rate or whatever he was. He will either get out or really get moving now. And he's got out, I think.
He has got out. He slashed this to deep point.
And the angry halibut will have to walk off.
Oh, that is disappointing. Although Rob Barron on fire with deciding when batters are going to go out today. 70 for 2. So if you got in at 6s, they're now at 9s, and the chase looks like it should be 9s.
Yeah, that was the 6.4, and you go, right now they're 5.2. I'm in good shape here, but as I said, KL looked really angry. And the previous one, and you go, he's going to slash at this one as well. It becomes mega volatile.
Answer me why that is such a big wicket for the odds, though, because KL Rahul is not either in the sort of form we'd expect, or really the kind of batter we expect to be the ones that are going to get you over 230. You've got Stoinis in at one end. It brings you closer, I guess, to having high explosive impact players lower down the order coming in. And yet the match odds have gone out from they're about 5.5 to 8.6.
So the big change there is the fact that when you have KL, you know that you probably aren't going to lose wickets from one end. Stoinis can continue to play like Stoinis, and then Pooran can come in and do his job. When KL's out, it means that Pooran might be pulled out of position and Stoinis might have to play more anchory as well. So I think that is what you are seeing in the odds. But you make a good point.
But the other thing is KL can smoke it with the best of them when he's in late.
Yeah,
and
we haven't seen it as much this tournament.
We've not really seen it at all. But what they've lost now is the chance of the gun KL going.
Yeah.
Like if he'd have done another 3 overs of that angry hitting and got away with it, they'd have probably gone to kind of 12 and over needed, and then all of a sudden you've got loads of wickets in hand. Pooran can come and do a Pooran, and now we talk about clarity of role a lot here. They're probably going to have to send in Turner, probably not Krunal here, because you're kind of admitting defeat. Krunal's your net run rate man.
We need Krunal to bat though, because we have him at very tasty odds for most runs.
You don't want him when he's
It's
chasing.
Deepak Huda though who's come in and he's whipped this ball off his pads for 4, just about a foot inside the boundary.
I love this guy Huda, by the way. He does things very occasionally that are absolutely magnificent.
He is capable of a 70 off 25.
He's the sort of man that can have a huge. You got to get him out to stop them chasing this kind of thing. Huda was appalling last season in the IPL,
and great the year before.
He got given a whole season, and his highest score was 17, and he played 14 times. He batted 3 for the vast majority of those. He's absolutely awful. But he has so much talent.
Oh, he's dropped.
As he's dropped second ball.
It's a tough chance.
And now he's stealing a single as well.
A run. He has so much talent, but he's one of those guys where, like, he's played for India as a number 3, and you think this guy can do a load of stuff. He can bowl, he can hit sixes all around the wicket against pace and spin, and then you watch him for 3 months where he cannot score a run. And you think, like, what's going on here? Like, he's an enigma. It's an interesting next man out, this one.
Yeah.
Because Stoyne loves to go at the ball, and he's got some spins. I wouldn't have too much in it here. I think Huda's favourite, but not by masses.
So I'll give you Deepak Huda's runs by season.
Oh, please.
Because it is absolutely incredible. As Harshit has gone for a 1-4 wicket 4-1, which is quite the pattern, as Stoyne just pushes this out in the offside. So 2015 he made 151, then 144, 78, 87, 64, 101, 160, 451, 84, 129. Well, the real Deepak Huda...
Well, the real Deepak Huda has been around the whole time.
Yeah.
It's just that Scott Bakula entered his body.
There's one for the kids.
Yay!
I thought it was Scott Bakula.
Do you know, it's one of the great mysteries of life. I think I used to call him Bakula, and then I heard people call him Bakula, and then look, you say potato, I say potato, let's call the whole thing off. Or, as hilariously, a lovely but exceptionally pretentious young would-be actress said to me when she was sitting on the table in the bar at my university looking pensive, and in reply to the question, "Are you okay, Jasmine? You seem a little bit uncertain." And she said, "I've just seen the script for this musical I'm in, and I can't quite understand this line. It goes, you say potato, I say potato. You say tomato, I say tomato. Let's call the whole thing off." And I thought I could try to explain, or I could go and play darts downstairs. So I took the latter option and left Jasmine to her misery.
Chakravarti's on, and I tell you what, if you are on this chase, his first ball was short. Something to note.
Now, the thing is, Stoynis is going to play him like a slow medium bowler, isn't he?
Well, Stoynis plays him badly, we know that, doesn't he?
Yeah, but this is the thing, he's going to try to monster him, and this will either work or obviously it won't.
I like that. I like where you're going. So it's a binary.
It's a pretty binary situation, is what I think is going to happen.
What is Huda going to do, though, to Chakravarti?
No one knows. Huda doesn't know what Huda's going to do.
He's going to get out.
Is it LBW?
Yeah.
He was absolutely nowhere. He's saying he hit it.
No, he's saying it's too high. I think.
Surely it's too high.
I think he's saying that's way too high.
But I think he did actually refer it. Yes, and he's.
If you agree with Huda, you can lay 1.11 here, and then back it all back at 1.15 in 30
If you agree with Huda, you're being optimistic.
I thought he was out.
If you agree with Huda, you're probably mad.
I mean, look, we could be about to be proved wrong, but that felt very much like the referral of a person who never believes they're out, despite all the evidence to the contrary.
So
I'm not sure that's too high myself.
It is high. He's right that it's high, to be fair to him. Whether it's too high...
Well, he's got a stride in.
Yeah.
There's a big stride in.
He's a tall guy, isn't he?
Above the knee roll.
And it's hit above the knee roll.
Okay. It's probably clipping the bails.
There's some
out.
legs in this.
Could be not out. It could be either.
There's a very pensive fan. That guy was really thinking it over.
Well, so am I now. Look at there's thoughtfulness all around this crowd.
Furrowed brows everywhere, isn't there, in the audience?
Yeah, so furrowed, you could put a small sprinkling of sand in there, and it would stay without falling off the forehead.
Here we go.
Just seeing it now.
Luckily, we're being bailed out by the review here.
Oh, I say.
And a tie.
Oh,
and his umpire's called just the top of the bails.
I don't think that was a brilliant decision. He's obviously vindicated by the technology.
I think it looks worse now, but I think live it looked plumb. And we're going to have a strategic timeout.
Are we? No, I don't know.
Are we? Oh.
No.
We have no idea.
See, that would have been the perfect time for a strategic timeout, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think live it looked very out.
I thought it'd have bowled him.
So I don't think that's a bad decision by the umpire. But looking back at that, yeah, you probably don't want your umpires giving too many decisions that are hitting the top of leg stump bails.
You can argue against umpiring a lot. You get plenty of opportunities, and you probably don't need to pick a fight there because it wasn't a shocker, whatever he did. If he'd have laid down on the floor and not give a decision, it still would have been a fine decision.
I think the hardest ones actually for umpires are when they're looking straight down and the ball, because what they look at for LBWs a lot of the time is does the ball bounce up or down,
or left or right,
and the sort of whereabouts it hits on the pad for height. If you've taken a big stride, that's a problem because you're not able to judge the length of the stride. The square leg umpire is a better place to do that, but then it would require you to have a bizarre system of umpiring in which you ask the square leg umpire, do you think it's too high?
Yes.
So it struck me that was a reasonable decision. I thought it'd have bowled him myself because I hadn't seen where the ball had gone.
So if you are watching with your friends, basically what Dan was talking about is that umpires are trained on to look at what the ball does, not only as it hits the pad, but after it hits the pad. So if you see the ball hit the pad and go up, that generally means that height is an issue. If you see the ball hit the pad and go down the leg side, it generally means that leg stump is an issue. And if you see the ball hit the pads and go out on the offside, it means that the line might be an issue. Those are the things you look at. Now, obviously, that doesn't explain every single time that the ball hits the pads, but it gives you a very good early system. So if you were trading, or if you just want to get it right with your friends down, when you're watching on TV, if you take what the umpires are doing, you're going to be right a lot more than you normally would be. Anyway, we'll have a strategic timeout here at the IPL. Remember, you can email us live at cricket8.com, or you can get in touch on the YouTube page as well. And we'll be back in a few moments' time on Cricket 8.
Bishnoi's played 58 times in the IPL and he's never got
really?
one. and you'd think for his kind of bowling, one day he's going to rip through a tail and get 5. But it's just never. We were talking about how many times has he got a 3 for. He just doesn't do it. He just doesn't get loads of poles, Bishnoi. I don't know what it is.
Is it because he bowls? This might sound mad, but too many googlies. He bowls from beyond the perpendicular, so he doesn't have much of a leg spinner. So he's not bowling to take the ball away from right-handers that much. I don't know
Essentially, yes. I think the bigger problem for him is he slides the ball on, so he's bowling like a defensive leg spinner rather than an attacking leg spinner. So what I mean by that is, a leg spinner is putting a lot of revolutions on the ball, and you're trying to beat a batter 3 different ways. The first one is the fact that leg spin goes up and then comes down, so you're beating them with that. The second one is the spin sideways, and the third one is the bounce. The way he's bowling and the way he bowls it, the spin sideways is taken away, so he's only got 2 of those options, and then he bowls faster, so even the bounce that he should get is more skid through. So he's really just beating you with the way the ball comes up out of his hand and then drops. And then the other one is then, can you pick the variations? Whereas with him, there aren't that many variations because he's basically, instead of bowling leg spin all the time, he's bowling wrong ones all the time. So, we have just seen Nicholas Pooran's first ball from Varun Chakravarti, in which he's got down on his knee and put it 34 rows back. 92 metres, that's 6.
He has monstered. Was that his first ball?
That was his first ball.
And he's come in after a strategic timeout.
And he has hit it for 6.
Against a notoriously tricky customer and plonked him over deep mid-wicket.
And next ball, he's gone for a huge swing again. This time he's got the underside of his bat and it's dribbled down to long on for once.
This is good for Stoinis. If this lasts for a while, he doesn't have to get too spooked by Chakravarti.
This is very early for Nicholas Pooran to be in too.
Very early. That is the pressure of the match situation.
That's where I was talking about the KL thing. So you're right with KL, but now he's now put their entire batting order into a different shape.
Yeah.
So that if they lose another wicket from here, it's probably over, right? Whereas,
yeah, I guess.
yeah, that's the way we're looking at it. As Stoinis goes for a big sweep as well. They've decided that Chakravarti has to go.
It's just the flip side of that is that
if KL stays in,
it's a really big target. And
agree.
if you're going to chase down a really big target, it's handy to have two guys who are going to go hard.
who is the more laid back when celebrating a wicket? Would you say is it Sunil Narine or Varun Chakravarti?
Well, it's the age-old question, isn't it?
It's yeah, it's big, it's huge, and it's massive.
I think Narine,
I think Chakravarti.
but I feel less of myself that I answered that.
Yeah.
He goes for another big swing. Does Puran?
Oh, hang on.
I think Chakravarti. Did he get an edge on that?
Is the drag on here?
So Puran is one that can drag one on from 5 yards away.
Yeah, exactly.
You can bowl mega wide Yorker and he'll run out and still manage to chop on. He's done that already this comp.
Got a question from Zeus. It says, someone who's from Perth and a diehard Scorchers fan, I feel like it's possible Turner is being under-discussed a bit. Obviously, Puran is unbelievable, but Turner's intelligence and hitting ability is a massive reason as why Perth are so good.
His intelligence, I will absolutely give you, and he has got hitting
Ashton
ability.
Turner.
Yeah,
He's just never done it in another league.
That's right.
If you want to know what the problem with him is, Zeus, and I know this for a fact, is that he hasn't gone on the circuit properly. The only times he's ever made runs was for Durham. He's never gone to the CPL or Bangladesh or any of those other leagues and tore them up. If he's done that once, everyone would feel a lot more comfortable with him. He went to the IPL. He didn't do very well in the games, but I can tell you in the nets they were even more concerned about him. And he really needs to go off and do that. And if you're comparing him to Puran, Puran built his career on going from franchise to franchise league. Everyone knew what Puran could do before he got there. This could be another wicket. As Stoinis swings across, if it's not a wicket, oh God, Harshit made an absolute meal of that. Andre Russell comes up and that is hit straight up in the air. And what are we going to spend the rest of our show talking about?
I don't know, because that is the end of the match, ladies and gentlemen. Should we just do the podcast?
One thing is there are about half a dozen people in the world that can win the game on their own from here.
And you think Puran's one of them?
Puran is one of them.
I knew you'd say that.
He's a guy that has got the 30 ball 100 in his locker. And he has
you heard here first. Rob said back him at 20s.
He's a bit like Klassen can do it from here, can't he? And if Puran is really on one, he can do it from here. But he has to take. Was Puran's first ball was a 6 today,
6,
right?
yeah.
If he's on one, he can do it. Like there's no way I'm piling into 1.05 here on the defence.
Oh no!
It does bring Krunal top bat back into play.
Hello.
The corpse is still twitching on old Krunal there. I don't mean literally, folks.
Is he going to
literally in the real?
That would be.
That's not even that old.
Enormous story.
Allegedly. No, we expect Krunal to come in now. How he bats for Puran is going to be interesting as well. Puran will go Narine and he will go Chakravarti.
Now you go for the kill, don't you? If you're the KKR skipper here, you are absolutely going. They can't afford 4 slow overs here. So
Bouncer, and it isn't Krunal. They've gone Bodoni.
That suggests to me that they're still trying to win.
Okay.
Because if you're playing your net run rate game now, you send Krunal in and calm everything down, and say, "I'll just turn the strike over to you for a bit, Nicky P, and if you can hit the odd 6, we're still alive."
They're so far up behind though. They in order to play for net run rate, you've got to get closer to net run rate. Do you know what I mean? If they start dotting it up now, then they're effectively giving away a 60-run loss.
Andre Russell in again. Short. There's a smash by Bodoni. So we have had Stoinis with a 6 first ball, Puran with a 6 first ball, and depending on how you feel about the wide, you have another player who's been 6 on 1. 3 players for Lucknow have been 6 off 1.
Extraordinary scenes.
I don't think I've ever seen them do anything like this
extraordinary
before.
scenes.
And yet
none of them
have the decency to get out next ball.
Yeah, but
the 6 off 2 is of course
is the ultimate,
the greatest. Yeah.
And PSL fans will know who's the leggy who got 6 off 2 and then 12 off 3 in the PSL. Osama Mir.
Yes.
So his first inning he batted twice, and he got 18 for 2. Basically, all his balls were either 6s or wickets.
Beautiful.
Absolute legend. And I think that's the best season that anyone's ever had in franchise cricket with the bat.
Better even than this year's Sunil Narine.
I still don't know how that's happened. I've watched every single ball of it, and I still don't know how any of it happened.
Yes. I'm with you there.
Just watching the wicket of Stoinis there. Just lost his shape a little bit. I just think with Stoinis, him and Daryl Mitchell are just so much better when they just go, I'm just going to go straight through the line. And if I miss-hit it, I still think I can carry it 74 metres. Where, unfortunately, once he starts to slog across the line, it's not quite the same animal.
But you do then get sad-faced Stoinis as he walks off, and that's a beautiful thing. I like sad-faced Stoinis.
Pooran going for Andre Russell, a short wide outside off stump. Phil Salt's never taken a ball in his gloves and not appealed.
That is true. Thoughts for you having a Andre Russell haircut for the final, Jarrod? It can't be much worse than whatever the hell that is on the top of your bonds.
Come on now. You look like the sort of man who's had the same haircut his entire life.
That is remarkably accurate.
Yeah, so you can't talk about it.
I think I started going for this look at 7, and one day I'll grow into it.
If you don't mind me saying so, as the one member of the bald community here, the fact that both of you have made such abominable choices with your hair, it's pretty much like a banker wandering past a beggar and burning a £50 note.
I'll be honest, I had a bad haircut recently and I'm trying to grow it out.
Have you been talking to my wife, Dan? You've got a lovely head of hair, why don't you do something with it? I do, I go like this every morning. There it is. Yeah, sorry, what's your excuse?
I just got a bad haircut recently. I told you at the time. I said to everyone, it's gonna get worse. Mm-hmm. I had a string of good haircuts in a row, and then sometimes you just...
At least it's not a mullet.
It's trying to mull it up, though.
That's the danger.
Really annoying me.
Yeah. There's incipient...
If I make a decision to mull it, that's different.
Well, then we take you out, I'm afraid, and have to do an intervention.
They're going to get 2 here. Some good batting in this over, actually. And that has just taken Andre Russell on the end of the finger, that throw.
Now, there is a man that has some injuries, old Andre.
142 off 60 balls at 12s. How do you feel?
It's tough, isn't it? I mean, it can be done, as you earlier said. Like, Turner can do it, but it's been a long time since we've seen Turner do anything at all in T20s. He didn't do anything this season, did he? He was injured for Perth.
I've been on Turner's
case.
Side for a long time.
Me too.
But it hasn't really come through.
I mean, he got some runs for Durham in the That's
what I said. Durham in the blast.
But not many. Like, he got 2 50s in a whole season. It's not, it's not Butler, is it? And he got 3 50s in the Big Bash that he had a full season the year before.
He's got a terrific cricketing brain.
I agree with that.
He'd be worth being captain if it weren't for the fact that you couldn't be sure that he's going to play. So it works in Australia because you can play him. And he's going to give your team a big edge over the opponents with his tactical acumen.
Brilliant fielder as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot to like about Ashton Turner.
Yeah.
He's got
big fan.
Having a great cricket brain around is good, but as Delhi have proven, you can have one of the greatest cricket brains around in Ricky Ponting and still do absolute, dunce FM all day long, isn't it? Like Delhi, what they do, they accidentally pick good players when all their other players are injured and away.
I think one reason that Pooran came in so early, obviously they were still going for the win, but also is because because Turner's in the side, have that ability to have that. They have a Pooran-like guy later on. Mm. So I don't necessarily have too much of an issue with that. His record over the last few years is really good, Ashton Turner.
I like this. So Narayan is in the attack now, and they're effectively saying here, can you afford to take singles off me? I mean, they need 14 and over.
I don't think Pooran will be thinking I can afford to take singles
off
Narayan, but you would expect that Pooran knows more of Narayan's tricks than most.
Yes.
Like, they faced each other a few times.
Even when you know, though, there's a ball just getting underneath Narayan is so hard. You're waiting for a bad ball, and he doesn't really bowl them.
I think what Pooran wanted to do there is slash that to backward point for a 4, and he hit it on the top of his head because he knows Narayan's going to bowl wide to him. But 3 singles and 3 balls, right?
Do you know what Pooran's T20 strike rate is against Narayan?
It's about a run of ball, isn't it?
It's 88.
Yeah.
And KL's 94, Stoinis 81. Like, Narayan is a really good matchup against this team when they're chasing 235.
He's done
none of them can score off him.
He's done exactly what you said as well. He's just fired that one in at the pads. He's got a perfectly placed man on the 45. It's just wonderful to watch in its own way. I mean, it's anti-bowling. It's not what we were brought up on.
So
but for T20, it's incredibly skillful.
For as a T20 team, as the forward defensive comes out, we're needing 15 and over.
Amazing.
If let's say that KKR had spent the most anyone's ever spent on a cricketer on a good overseas fast bowler. They'd be in such good shape to win this IPL. If that guy, if they managed to buy a fast bowler,
Who would you have bought?
2 for 24, I would have gone Jasprit Bumrah. No, it's a difficult one.
That's my question. Because it's okay to slag them off, and I still think they overpaid. But I think the more interesting question is who should they have bought?
The trouble is most of the good ones are injured, aren't they? Like, how many good fast bowlers have we seen in this IPL? Yep. Bumrah's the best by a streak.
Ferguson, Norcross were bankers previous years and no longer.
We said before this IPL, Norcross isn't, and we had a big conversation with our traders, like, don't trade as if Norcross is Norcross. Yep. Don't look at his numbers and trade off them, because the bloke that turns up here is a very bad injured version. He's a normal man in a Norcross costume is what's going to bowl in this IPL, and he was progressively worse at the death in each game, and he started with an over that went for 20.
Yep.
And he got worse every time and ended up going for 30 before they dropped him. So you look at these players, I think let's run through who all these teams have got.
This is a top edge up in the air. I think it's going to be safe. Oh no, it shouldn't have been. It should have been caught.
That's
and it's been
not trying.
Booted to backward square leg.
It's like that was Bobby Charlton. That was absolutely thwacked.
He actually did really well. He kicked it so accurately at the other fielder, they didn't get another run.
It went 25 yards to another fielder.
So am I allowed to have Patharana? Can I break the bank and get Patharana? Because they probably could have got him.
Was he free or was he already on the list? I think he was already on the list.
So Chennai kept hold of him, I think.
Yeah. So I don't think,
so if I'm not allowed him, okay.
You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
I still think the Stark thing was a mistake. I
think they'd have been better off getting Hasaranga for that kind of money, because he can do everything. Okay, he's not playing in this.
Then you've got 3
allegedly
spinners.
He's injured. Hasaranga, yeah, that's okay. I'm pretty sure.
Puran, big swing out, caught behind.
Huge catch.
Walked off.
Huge catch.
And that is it. This game is officially over.
That is the end of this game, yeah.
No, Ashton Turner still to come, of course.
Do you know what can win, though, is Krunal top bat can win.
Krunal top bat can win.
And if we have a 28-1 winner to finish this weekend, which has been a very good weekend, that would be lovely. He's under it. He's got to get 40 odd, hasn't he? How many did Stein get?
Nothing like that, did he?
So what? Yeah, Bangalore tried to sign all the overseas bowlers, not caring one bit that all of them were injured, and they have already blown half their money on Kohli, so they blew the other half on loads of overseas bowlers that couldn't bowl because they're injured. It is a difficult one, that. Lucknow tried. Like, Naveen's quite good,
but hasn't been great for them. I think that did they not do no.
The one person that should have played loads for this team that hasn't is Kyle Mayers. He's so underrated, Kyle Mayers.
I think you rate him. I think a lot of people rate him a lot higher than I do.
Well, Test debut, he scored an unbeaten double in a chase in Bangladesh to get them up.
Yeah,
he's done loads of mad stuff. Like, he's really good at lots of things. He bowls the first over that hoops absolutely miles, and always goes for 5 or 6. It's like written, you know. He can do mad stuff. I think he's a better T20 bat than De Kock is, and you get the fielding and the overall too. I think he's a wonderful T20 cricketer, Kyle Mayers, and he's not even had a look in. Last season, he came in for De Kock when De Kock was rubbish, and he did brilliantly well. And okay, there are enormous question marks over what happened in the Bangladesh Premier League this year, and I watched way more of that than I wanted to. There was nonsense happening, but Kyle Mayers played as an out-and-out bowler and as a number 3, and he didn't fail once. His lowest score in the whole season was 25. He was gunning at about 180 on quite tricky pitches. He bowled 4 overs every time against, apart from one, and got 9 wickets in 6 games. He was really good, going at an economy of about 6. Like, he's a great cricketer, doesn't get a look in this. And some of the junk that you watch in this IPL, like, why am I watching this guy? What's he adding here for his $500,000 that he's getting? Why is Cameron Green bowling on my screen yet again?
Oh, Cameron Green. Yeah, well, that was one of the most extraordinary buys of the whole thing, wasn't it, for RCB?
Turner started with a single, not 6 off 1.
Still not Krunal Pandya.
Yeah, we need a wicket here to get Pandya time. We need a wicket, and then we hungry 40 is what we need. But it's difficult to find bets in.
Stuff is going to happen. So, I mean, it is, I guess, the bets
that's a
that I would be interested in here are wickets in and over coming up, because
Okay, we've got Jarrod's favourite bet here, which is we've not talked about today, which is second innings runs.
Yeah, I was just having a look at that actually. It's about 175 the line.
Too many. It's too many. They're not getting that. So this is where you've got to decide whether they're going net run rate here or trying to win. If they're trying to win, they're never getting 175. They'll fold for 140 all out. And if they're trying for net run rate, they probably will get 170 odd.
Yeah.
So
Andre's trying to bowl bounces here, but unfortunately for him, he's getting it about a foot too short, and they're just ballooning over the top. And Ashton Turner's not short. I reckon he's 6'2", and these balls are clearing him by about a foot, I think. They're going to review this one.
So, Dan, can I ask a very important cricket question?
Yes.
How tall do you think Jarrod Kimber is?
I know. He doesn't look as tall as he is, does he? 6'1".
See, alcohol may have played a small part, but Jarrod and I had a discussion the other day. Jarrod thinks he's over 6 feet tall. Like he knows he's over 6 feet tall, whereas I don't think I am really over 6 feet tall. When I stand up straight, I'm quite
I think
tall.
you probably are, aren't you?
Yeah, he's
But I'm not
definitely
much over. I don't think I'm as tall as 6'2", and I'm definitely taller than you.
I'm not saying you're not.
That wasn't the debate, but he's convinced he's over 6 foot. So I want maybe we'll do it live.
How tall do you think I am?
I think you're probably about 6 foot. You're in that ballpark.
I'm 6'2".
Yeah,
Are you 6'2"?
I don't
Are
know.
you taller than me, Dan?
No, you might be 6'2" too.
See, I'm not sure I am 6'2" too. I feel
Well,
like
I am 6'2".
I have
I have a very short torso and incredibly long legs.
That's what they say about you.
Everyone
Legs
says
to
that
die
about
for. Dan legs Norcross.
I got the legs of Jane Mansfield
Another one for the kids.
and Jean Harlow.
in his freezer, he means.
Shh! Don't talk about my freezer.
Andre Russell comes in again, back of a length.
That shot tells me.
What do you think?
they're
I
not
feel like they're
thinking
going
about
for net
winning.
run rate.
That shot there, the not very good ball for a deliberate one, tells me they're trying to get net run rate here. So, how do we translate that into bets? And usually here, if this was a knockout game and they were chasing this utterly unobtainable 16 and over here, you'd be smashing into wicket in next over, fall of wicket unders, player unders, because they've got to try and hit every ball for 6. And that ball he would have tried to hit for 6 over square leg and probably got caught. But if they're playing for net run rate, and we don't know they are, but they probably are after that shot, then you think the reverse and you go, right, I want to be on overs because I don't think they're going to try very hard. They're going to take too many risks.
Why don't you go under the number of runs in the next over?
So let's have a look to see what it is. So the trap that some of the bookies can fall into now, and bear in mind that bookies have had a long day. They started this morning at probably 9:30. It's now 6 o'clock, 6:30, as Narayan comes on for his last and will probably be
He'll be
seen off.
singled up, won't he?
This is where you can be thinking about backing exactly one for each ball. Singles, if they are playing for net run rate, then they'll just take 6 singles here and on we'll go to the next over. This is where the bookies can go, right, they need 16 and over, so I'm going to go 10.5 for runs in next over. And you'd be all in unders watching this now. Let's see where they go. I can't see anybody open. And what we're looking at here is tired bookies, because I can see our old friend, or Jarrod's best friend, Betfred here, threatening to go 10.5 for the next over. And I would be under that because I don't think the intent's there at the moment. That's something to have a look at. If you can get under 10.5 next over.
Even if the intent is there, that can lead to wickets, which leads to a new batter, which...
Yeah.
I mean, they're just in a horrible position here.
Yeah,
LSG.
this is really bad for their tournament, this. And very, very good for KKR. And quite good for Chennai too.
Yeah.
Chennai have had a really good day today in terms of the table. Because whatever happens now, Chennai's net run rate is going to be a lot better than Lucknow's, like a lot better.
Yeah, a lot better.
And that's worth a point in the final reckoning.
And since it feels strongly like it is 3 teams vying for one slot at the moment, that can change. If Chennai win all their games, then it won't come down to net run rate at all.
The full slog from Badoni off Narayan, straight to the man. That's why he gets paid £1.2 million, because he can take very easy catches. Do you know what that's done, Jarrod? It's given us Narayan wicket at 1-2, which we told everyone to back before the game. And that's quite lucky because he only had 4 balls left, and I thought they were going to play him out. And that also brings our old friend Krunal to the crease.
Oh!
Finally.
Oh, well, that's a moreover.
So he's got enough time.
So what's the top
to
score?
Win. 36.
Oh, can
He's got enough
Krunal
time to get
score
37.
30? Can he score
Yeah,
37?
Oh, he can. So Krunal is. I think he's best at being the firefighter. So the reason I back Krunal at 28 is because had they batted first, and what hasn't happened yet is KL hasn't gone out early. When KL goes, because KL will just go into nudge mode if they lose 2 at the other end. But if KL goes, they used to, last season they brought Krunal in every time. They said, "You're our firefighter. You go and get 20 off 20. Do what Jadeja does for Chennai when they're 3 down early." So that's why I backed it. But he is a very capable. We call him like junk pace slogger at the end. He's very capable of that. So if he can muck about now, and we expect them to play for net run rate again, Badoni didn't know what he was meant to do there. If he can nudge about and get to 20 off 20. He will have time to smack away and get his. Why don't you 6 off 1, Krunal? He can. He's got a chance of winning here. Like he's not 28 anymore.
So
It's about
let me
60s.
just do the maths here. There are 44 balls left. If he faces a further 22 balls,
He gets it.
he can get 37 runs.
He gets it.
Yep.
Because he will.
Because he has a couple of 6s at the back end.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yep.
And he'll probably face junk because there's. Narayan's bowled out now. He will not face another ball of Narayan. That's a fact.
And they will have won.
They'll have won, and
So-
they can also
and
go.
you get cheap runs when the side's won.
They can
basically.
go wherever they want with their bowling attack now. Chakravarti might toss them up to try and buy wickets.
Yep.
There's
He's
all
only
sorts of
bowled
stuff
one,
that can
hasn't
happen. Yeah, Chak's only bowled 1. But he's still probably 6 to 1 to win from here. But when you're on at 28, that's fine.
Wow, and Lucknow out at 300.
It's hard. The path to victory is very narrow here.
It really is. Ashton Turner's got to score a lot of them very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he's capable of hitting a lot of 6s back to back. I don't know if he's capable of hitting this many 6s back to back.
The only other thing is, though, that for net run rate, they are in such a diabolical position here that they've actually got to go some to protect their net run rate. You know?
I think
If they lose by 50,
Yeah.
that's pretty bad for their net run rate. And to score 189, they've got to get what?
They're a lot
80 and 6 or something? 80 and 7?
in 7, yeah.
So that's not easy.
It's not an easy position that they're in. So 125 off 42 is gone, but they really want to get 80 off 42 now.
Yeah.
And that's not easy
Yeah.
with 6 wickets having fallen.
Yeah, so
Then what they might do is just block it around. Nope, they're going to go for a big slug sweep as Ashton Turner
Fair enough.
hits this over the top.
Yeah.
Was this the one you told everyone to go over under down?
Under, yeah, you'd have had to be quick because the wicket fell almost instantly, didn't it?
See, this feels like it's the over when he's going to have a go. He's allowed to have a look and have a go, isn't
Yeah.
he? This is their very last chance to get really close.
I think they've decided, everyone who's come in has decided to hit Chakravarti for 6.
For some reason.
He's only bowled 7 balls, and I think they've tried to hit him for 6, 5 of them.
Well, he has haunted eyes. Maybe there's something moderately ghoulish. Maybe that is the
I
issue.
agree with that.
Haunted eyes.
Come on then, Krunal.
Come on, Krunal.
Be interesting to see what he does as the left-hander with Chakravarti. He's not a big spinner of the ball. Pitch hasn't spun all that much today.
No, it hasn't. 235 in the first dig. And they could have got more. If Shreyas didn't bat, they would have got more.
Yeah, 250 was definitely on.
It's a big swing from Krunal Pandya, but all he does is cloth it to mid-wicket for no run.
This is kind of rare and unusual situation we find ourselves in, isn't it, in this IPL, because a lot of games have weirdly gone much further than they should have done. I think we're going to watch a dribble out here. I guess. I'm just fascinated to see how long they're going to swing, and who's going to do it. Krunal clearly isn't. Ashton Turner looks like he still might. After that, what batting have they got?
Nothing.
What's their bottom 3?
Nothing.
Krunal basically then got to just farm strike to try and...
It's honestly, it's nothing. It's Ravi Bishnoi, Naveen Ulhak and Yudhvir Singh.
It's appalling. That's appalling.
That's 9 runs.
Yeah.
Is what and that's why the total unders as
Ashton
we
Turner's
see
gone again,
6.
though, and another
Fair play.
big 6.
How many more 6s are we allowed here? They've got 6 now.
They had 13.
So we're allowed 6 more sixes.
Yeah.
That's quite a good spot to be in.
It's quite good.
Yeah, we're okay.
As long as Turner doesn't stay in for 3 overs.
I'm surprised they're bigger than 100 to 1.
And the fours look pretty decent.
Yeah, they're a long way behind on the fours.
So you're going to win all 3 here, are you, Kimber?
Looks like I might win that one.
What price did you get on that?
100 to 300, I think.
100 to 30.
Yeah, 100 to 30.
So
yeah,
4.3.
Yeah.
Is that a wicket? That's the end of Turner, we think?
Should be. Oh,
we're checking to see whether it's a catch. Turner says
Well,
no.
the issue is did it go on the full off the pad back to Chakravarti? So what's happened is he's hacked at it. He's got an inside edge, I think, onto his foot or boot or extended part of the lower leg.
you're doing Idi Amin again.
It's doing Idi Amin again, and then it's floated up back to the bowler who's taken the catch cleanly. The catch is clean. The question is, did the ball touch the ground off the bat? Is my reading of it from a little glance away to the left.
The square leg umpire has certainly been involved, so it makes the most sense. They seem pretty confident, Kolkata.
Yeah, it makes it easier also for the Krunal bet if Turner gets out here. It makes it better for the fours bet. It makes it better for the sixes bet.
Yeah, Krunal, it'll be some miracle if he wins from number 8 with this tail.
It's
This tail is
7 sixes and
appalling.
10 fours from here.
this tail is appalling.
So is all out on the cards?
Massively. Do we think this is out here?
Let's have a
we're
look.
gonna
We
know
haven't had a good view of
momentarily,
it yet,
yeah.
have we? And we still haven't.
And we still haven't.
What are we looking at here? Off the boot, are we? Oh, he said
Yeah.
off his
So
boot.
he's hit it. It's hit his boot, and that's gone straight up in the air. That is out.
Yeah, that is out. Yeah.
Ashton Turner is gone.
I just backed under 164.5. What an utterly brilliant bet that is. That's out, right?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
definitely out. Yeah.
The second innings run line, you can back under 170 here, as I pile more on. I'm confident that's out.
That's out. That'll surely be out.
How do they get 170? Take my medicine if it isn't out, but that looked out for us.
It's got to
didn't
be
it?
out. There's absolutely no reason why. Well, if the decision is pending, it'll be because it's out.
Yeah.
Because they didn't look at that enough to see if it touched the ground. So
So
he is out. It's definitely out. He's out. Out.
So I've been cracking away backing unders on second innings runs here because people are looking at those pictures and saying, well, that's not out. I disagree with them. So you never get loads of money on second innings runs on Betfair. There just isn't the cash up there. I don't see what the case is for the run line even being 165 here.
If they do,
Where do they get another 40 from with Krunal in the tail?
Well, if they do get that, it means that Krunal's made most of the bet. We might get our other bet anyway.
I think it's quite a good hedge. Yeah, Krunal's in for what 80% of the rest of the runs, probably. As mad as that sounds, he's like Bannermaning all over the place.
He's got it. Yeah, he's got it. Yeah.
That's one of the
Big
best
chance
things
of a
about-
run out as
about
well.
cricket.
So they've got. They have to come Ravi Bishnoi, Navin Al-Haq, and Yudva Singh. Yudva came in as a concussion substitute when Paul Moshinkar.
In fairness, I've never seen him bat.
Yudva.
Yeah.
So let's just have a look at Bishnoi in first class cricket, an average of 11. So, but from only 5 games. In list A cricket, average of 9. And if he's coming in now, the other guys are going to be worse.
You'd imagine. You would imagine, but Rabada comes in at 11, don't forget, for the Punjab Kings.
I think that's more a 6-hitting thing.
Rabada did a lovely job today.
Didn't he?
Getting his performance points without taking any wickets. What an absolute lad. Getting exactly 11 runs and a catch to get 21.
Yeah.
That's my favourite bet of the weekend, I think.
You're entitled to that.
To win in a comedy way. I'll tell you one thing that Yudhvir has
Yudhvir
done.
Singh in list A cricket has an average of 22.
Does he?
So he might be in here. He is.
He is.
And he's played a
horrendous
swipe across the line that's gone
Krunal.
nowhere.
He's still going for it.
So Yudhvir...
Oh no, that was Krunal. That was Krunal,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yudhvir can clearly swap, looking at these numbers. So he got a 22 off 7 back in October.
We like the sound
And he
of that.
got a 13 off 4 with 2 sixes in each of those.
Strike rate of
So
155 in list A cricket, 196 in T20 cricket. A very limited sample.
I know he can swap though.
Yeah.
Because
No,
he
no,
got,
that's what I'm
he
saying.
got 22 off 7. So
Also, because I just read out the other
it's
numbers.
going to be quite fun.
I was backing you up, Rob.
Thanks, mate.
Sometimes I'm on your side.
Find that very... I think he'll be a really fun watch, Yudhvir, looking at those numbers. Is that a drop or just
Just a
good bit
run
of
out
fielding?
chance missed.
So you've said run out a few times in the last 30 seconds. Are you on?
No, should I be? What are the odds?
Let's have a look.
Every time I've looked at it, I find it hard to find run out at the kind of odds that I would like to back.
Yeah, I
There've been
think
surprisingly few of them, haven't there?
there have been. Yeah, this is one where like 11 and 12 doesn't interest me. So there was a time where, and we got it in the World Cup a few times when we were on here in the 50 over World Cup, where the traders doze off a bit in 50 over cricket, and whilst 20 to 1 might not be a good bet in the middle overs when they're not trying hard to run, they get through that phase and suddenly they up it. The batsmen are more tired and whatever. If you can still get 20 to 1,
Krunal's hit this straight up in the air,
the
and
end of
this
that.
should be caught. No, actually, it's a tougher one, and he's dropped it. Or has he dropped it?
He has dropped it.
it's,
And Stark has come around and mopped that up.
That was abysmal. He should have taken that, actually.
Straight aside.
that's a bad effort.
He
That
just
should
got a
be-
little
that
bit
should be
lost
caught.
under that, didn't he?
So my unders has gone from being an utter certainty to back in the mix, but Krunal is still alive. Another 30 odd for you, please, Krunal. Gonna have to play better shots than that, though.
That was pretty. That was a strange, and peculiar shot, but strange, and peculiar fielding as well. He gets there, but
He actually should.
he should have taken
really
that.
poor
Yeah, he was in perfect position in the end. There's no
Falling.
no long off back. I think that's why he's played that shot, but he's just got it straight up in the air. So he's going to try and go over mid off again, and he's hit this, and he's out. Next ball.
Oh, well.
There goes our Krunal bet, but our under bet looks pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know how the unders bet loses from here.
In fact, it'd be really interesting to see what the line is going to move to on this innings after that one. 129 for 8.
So 2 pretty one-sided games, really.
Yeah, it hasn't been great, has it?
No, it hasn't today.
But hasn't our repartee?
Conviviality,
Yeah.
joie de vivre,
Our vibes?
our vibes, yeah. I mean, I've enjoyed all of that.
Yeah, I think we've had enough tomfoolery, jiggery pokery and chicanery this afternoon.
And possibly the most surprisingly delicious paratha I've ever eaten in my life.
That's very true. That was absolutely
It was
lovely.
staggeringly
Yeah.
good, wasn't it?
Really, really
I mean,
good.
it blew my mind.
Addy's just sent a message in on YouTube, which is really clever. He said the bowls that are available at the draft. So this is when we're talking about Mitchell Stark. Now they're going to win another game here, but we're talking about them in the playoffs because their seam bowling's still an issue. Although I've liked the way Harshit's bowled at times today. The bowls available were the Fizz, Spencer Johnson, Stark, obviously Cummins, Gus Atkinson, David Willey, Jarrod Kotzia, Tushara from Sri Lanka, Madhushankar, Alzari Joseph, Yash Dayal, Unadkat, Harshal, and Shivan Marve. I like Shivan Marve, but he's been at Kolkata before and it hasn't
No,
worked.
sir.
It's
No.
not going to come back.
Unadkat?
Kotzia is an interesting one.
So he's raw, gets lots of so Kurtzia is good in an attack where you have to go after him.
Yeah.
So if you've got Narayan and Chak, Kurtzia would be an all right fit for this attack because you have to go after him, and that's how he gets all his wickets. He does for South Africa because they go after him because they've got Shamsi Maharaj and Rabada, and he got loads of wickets in the last World Cup, didn't he, Kurtzia?
Yeah. I think if it's me,
He's a
I'm going
good fit.
Fizz or Spencer Johnson.
I go Spencer Johnson, but I say I am aware that it's possible that you get hit. Was that lucky
Bishnoi,
single?
Yeah.
I'm aware that you're going to get hit, but we're going to back you, and we're going to bowl you 2 power play overs and 2 at the end until it goes really bad. And just say, like, we've seen how good you can be. He did that thing in the 100 where he got 2 for 1 off.
That was absurd.
That was
20 balls, yeah.
Absolutely unbelievable spell of bowling.
That's what
We
he got in
saw
the
it.
contract.
The tail end of the Big Bash, he was superb. Last 5 or 6 games, whereas when he played in this, they were like, right, today you're going to bowl over 7, 11, 15 and 20. Good luck. I was like, well, what the hell's that? Or you're going to bowl 2 in the power play and 1 at the end. Like, and then next game he bowls 3 in the middle and no others. Like, well, give the guy a chance. This feels like bowled can happen as well.
They are, to be fair
Well,
to
they're
them,
going after it.
They're trying
They're
to
going
smash
after it,
everything,
which is
aren't
great news.
Watch bowled here at 4.5. That would be a bet. I can see 4.5 though for bowled, and I would back that. What do you think the innings run line should be here, gents?
We've
It's
got
an
5 overs left, which they probably won't face all of. If they're going hard, I don't think they're going to get more than 25 runs from here.
they? 145.
What are the,
It's only
what's the
15.
scoreline?
It's only 15 runs.
Oh, so I'm.
We're on
Yeah.
130
that's 10
now,
runs.
aren't we?
What are they on at the moment? Sorry.
130.
Oh, 130.
So the market is only giving them another 15, which isn't very many.
Yeah,
So 145, exactly what I just
I
said.
could go over that.
He's gone for a big slog sweep here, along the ground though. I thought he hit that up for a second.
It felt like
It felt like he was trying to hit it up.
it felt like there was more off the bat than that.
Yeah. Just sort of trickled down to long on for one. So yeah, the run line's now at 150.
Yeah, that's much better than the 145. The 145 was an over, so I got a tiny bit hit on over 145. So now I'm basically cheering 146 to 1.
Ooh.
So we nearly get a stumping.
It can't be out because Phil Salt didn't appeal instantly.
But you went for the bold, did you?
I think bowled at 4.5 is really good here.
It looks very good because they're swinging.
You've got tail end. You've got numbers 9 and 10 slogging, and if you bowl at the stumps against 9 and 10 slogging, bowled is nowhere near 4.5.
The reason I'm going over 145 for me would be that I feel there's a 4, there's a...
Oh my God.
How is that not bowling?
And how is that not bowling? Yeah. There's a streaky 4, there's a streaky 6, and there's a few singles that gets me there. That's missed off stump by a stump.
But to recap our bets on this game, Jarrod, we've done bloody well.
This could be out. This is hit high. Actually, he might have got this.
I don't.
He has. Great hit by Yudhvir.
So we know Yudhvir can do it. Lovely stuff. 7-1 winner in the first over. Runs in the first over. Flew over. KKR most sixes. KKR highest first 6. We've had loads of good stuff. That planned bet on Narayan unders for the 5th over. That was really good.
Yeah.
And all those dots. The innings unders here and a bit of innings overs just then. The 145. It's looking all right now. Yeah, this has gone pretty well. And we're kind of hoping for a bowl to finish it all off. And we've given you a bet for tomorrow, which is back bowl over 20.5 performance points at 5-4, because we've just seen, and that fella that emailed in earlier, showing us how many times, that's probably the end of that. 9 down.
It is. The end is 9.
I need to burgle another 9 runs here somehow. Yeah,
you want to get your middle, don't you?
It's been, I'm fine without the middle. It's been quite a good day, this. It's not been spectacular and not like yesterday was, but it's been pretty good. There's not masses to talk about for as far as this game goes, though, because this is done, and this is very, very bad for Lucknow and their tournament chances.
Well, the hit to their net run rate here is going to be enormous, isn't it?
Yeah. They're going to have to find an extra win now.
That's exactly right, because this is a
really bad
loss.
game for them, isn't it?
And they've got SRH, Delhi and Mumbers in the next 3, so they are winnable games on paper.
Yeah, 2 of them are very winnable, and one of them is going to be almost like a shootout.
Yeah.
And that's the key, isn't it?
So that is probably... That's going to go a long way to deciding who finishes 4th. The SRH Lucknow game, and Chennai are all of a sudden in a great spot because one of those is going to beat the other one.
Correct.
And
they've got
Chennai
great net run rate.
are kind of with the net run rate, which gets you an extra point
they're
or half
6
a
and
point.
5 now, yeah.
Yeah, and these other 2 are both going to be. Well, it's going to be 6 and 4 and 6.
Chennai still probably need to win 2 out of 3, though, don't they? Probably.
They might get away with 1. The way this table's stacking up.
You could see a 7-7
here. But Chennai get to play Gujarat and RCB, and that's quite a nice finish.
Very tasty.
And Rajasthan may well rest people.
RCB are suddenly playing their best cricket now that they've got no chance of getting through.
All of a sudden they're a monster power play team, RCB from nowhere. Faf yesterday, that was terrific. It's really good. Shows what he can do when he's totally free.
By the way, I don't think we've had the second strategic timeout.
Is that it?
Are
we on it now?
We're on it now, yeah.
We're in it now.
Let's have a quick strategic timeout here, and we'll be back in about 1 minute and 30 seconds because we've missed about a minute of it.
It's been a long day.
It's been a day.
It's been
cricket day. Live at cricket8.com if you'd like to ask any questions. We've got one from Barron who says, conventional wisdom suggests that the best bowler bowls the 19th over, but we know that the 20th over on average is the highest scoring. doesn't it make more sense to bowl your best bowler in the 20th over in the first innings to minimise run scoring in the second innings?
In the first innings. In chase, no. But in the first innings, that would always be the obvious thing to do, wouldn't
it? Yeah, I think it depends on what your best bowler is. Because I think if your best bowler is a wicket taker, it probably makes more sense for them to bowl in the 19th, because then the person bowling the 20th over might be bowling to two players who are not set. But if your best bowler is a defensive bowler, then it makes more sense for them to bowl the 20th.
Are we talking first innings?
Yes, this is first innings.
You bowl your best over in the 19th, and you do it every time.
In the first inning?
Yeah, and then you think about it, and then you do it anyway.
Why?
Because the 20th over is due less runs if you get people out in the 19th.
Ah, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. If you have a defensive bowler, they should bowl the 20th. If you have an attacking death bowler... So Dwayne Bravo should never bowl the 20th over when he was playing. He should always bowl the 19th, because he's more likely to get wickets. You need his wickets to slow the runs down at the other end.
Totally. And when Dwayne Bravo's on, he got lots of poles because he wanted Dwayne Bravo throughout his whole career to get as many wickets as possible, and nothing else mattered to him.
You've come back for the last ball, which has hit him plumb in front. It's been given by the umpire. It was Ravi Bishnoi. It's harsh. I've really been impressed with his bowling again today. But hit him plumb in front and is probably going to be out LBW. But we are going to have a referral, because Ravi Bishnoi is like, if I can get a couple of extra runs, that'll really help my case.
Very close.
Oh, I like your eyes there, but no, he has not.
I don't think he has.
It is leg stumpy, isn't it? Look where his feet are for that shot.
Well, it's sort of middle stump, but it's going to hit leg stump. And I think it's going to hit leg stump.
Oh no, it's out. When I say leg stumpy, I more mean that he was on the leg side stump of the.
Yeah, that's. I think this is out.
Look where his back foot is for that.
Look where his bat is. Look where all of him is.
Oh dear.
He was in a very peculiar position there. I think this is going to be it. The hands are being shaken. This is all superb.
Yeah,
and we can move on with the rest of our lives.
Is that it? Have we finished? Sorry, I zoned out. There was a message from Akshu who said, I think RCB have a sneaky chance of getting in with 14 points.
There is a sneaky chance. He's absolutely right.
He's right.
There's a sneaky chance, but they've got to win, and they've got to keep winning well.
They've got to win very handsomely.
Yeah.
Umpire's call, and that is that. Well, we're going to end this broadcast with that wicket, as that is the last one, isn't it?
That's it. It's all over. It's all over. Jarrod, it's all over. It's been a long day.
Wait.
It's all over.
We got an under, though, at the end. Remember our unders?
Nice.
Huge thanks to Rob Barron and Daniel Norcross for their help today in what were two of the most scintillating games I've ever covered in my professional career. We'll be back again next week on Cricket 8 to talk with much more exciting games, but plenty of great bets today and some exciting fun. And at least we got you the under at the end, although there wasn't a lot of tension in that under, if we're being honest. We went under 169.5, so we had that one out from quite a ways away. But big thanks to everyone. Remember, we've got plenty of podcasts to come. Mega Sinha and Nikesh Regani with their podcast. We'll be doing a podcast after this game as well. Cricket 8 has so much written content, and if you go to the Facebook page, there is just absolutely tons over there. Chuck us a like, subscribe on YouTube if you're following, and we'll be back again very soon with more action here on Cricket 8.